Chapter 54, Africa. A/N, Patreon, HelloDarkness07. Any and all wrong facts mentioned here are entirely my own fault, and the fault of Google for not having enough information on the first page. Thank you. 56 BC, Central Africa. I stare at the soldiers from my position on top of a tree branch, invisible, completely silent, odorless, and all around completely undetectable. My expression slowly morph from curious to horror, as I keep reading the minds of the 20 men stalking some animal tracks. Ptolemy 12, Auletes. The current pharaoh, and if I know my history right, one of the last true pharaohs of Egypt, the last being his daughter, Cleopatra. The 20 hunters were men of his army, stationed leagues away from his actual kingdom, to guard against attacking enemies. It seems the Roman Empire is no longer supporting their client state blindly, and have begun putting pressure on them. Plus, there's the fact that Rome annexed the kingdom of Cyprus, from the hands of Ptolemy XII's brother, Ptolemy. The Ptolemaic kingdoms had no imagination for their rulers, hey? From the memories of all 20 men, all the recent rulers have either been Ptolemy, Cleopatra, or Berenice. The soldiers are currently in the upper parts of Central Africa, which explains the forests, and so am I. In Central Africa, some when before 50 BC, I can't say for sure. The Room of Knowledge didn't have much knowledge about the Ptolemaic kingdoms, let alone which king ruled when. I just knew that Cleopatra became a queen around 50 BC, at the age of 17. She's 13 right now, and her father rules over Egypt, which means the year is probably 57 or 56 BC. Hey, so not around, but exactly 2000 years before my time? Can't say for sure, since the Roman calendar hasn't begun to be used yet. Jesus fucking Christ. I mumble, realizing the situation I am in, and realizing how it had happened. Then, I pause. I can't curse by Jesus's name anymore, he isn't even born yet. The Romans were still following the Greek gods, just by changing the names, and the Greeks were following their own gods. The Egyptians, meanwhile, followed a variety of gods, thanks to the many religions living in Egypt. Greeks, Romans, Jews, and let's not forget actual Egyptians. Shaking my head, I bring myself back. I was in the past, 2000 years into the past. All because I wore my fucking time watch to a battle, because I thought I might need it for a quick escape. Fucking Grindelwald didn't even give me time to try to escape, he just blew up immediately. The explosion probably reacted explosively with the sands of time that made my time watch, that gave it the ability to go back. Usually, I could only go back a month, which was the max I could do, either into the past, or the future. But the bloody explosion probably supercharged the sand or something, and pushed me 2000 years into the past. I can't even say for sure if that's what happened, because I don't have the remains of the watch to find out. Hell, I doubt there remained anything to be classified as remains. And now, I can't even go forward a single day, since I don't even have a single grain of the sands of time with me. I'd used about a quarter of my store in making the time watch, and in modifying the time slower. The rest, I had kept in my forge, inside the Chamber of Secrets. Why the fuck would I even take the sand everywhere, even in nowhere? I also don't have a sling ring, since I'd only made one for myself. I can make another one, since I do actually have goblin silver, along with a few other precious metals, but I will need a forge for that. A magical forge, which I cannot just conjure. So, I have very few options. The first step is obviously to go to the closest town, which, according to the memories of the soldiers underneath me, is a 2 hours walk away, to the north. The rest, I can decide once I'm actually well rested. But before I can enter any town, and show myself to the people here, I need to grow my hand back. Sighing, I lean back, and summon a bottle of the Skull-Gro potion, and drink a single dose of it. I just had 3 more bottles, and this 4th one was already halfway empty. Then, I bring out a bottle of my own invention, the Org-Gro potion, and drink a dose too. A few waves of my left hand later, I lean back on the cushioned tree, and try to sleep. My arm will be back by the time I'm awake, I know that. I can feel it, my body healing with the help of the potion. 4 hours later, I wake up, once more with 2 arms, and cry. I had actually missed my arm, missed the extra weight it had given me. I wave my newly regrown right hand in front of myself, while casting the Tempest Charm. $. Fuck. Well, of course the spell failed, time is not yet the same, so far into the past. The spell has no meaning here, since people haven't yet begun using the 24-hour clock. Sighing, I look up, and see that the sun was just starting to set. So, evening then. Taking a tea bag from the nowhere, I conjure a steel glass, half filled with water, and boil it with a spell. After preparing the tea, I lift off, telekinetically floating into the air, while drinking the tea. Thank God I had the good graces of copying telekinesis from Essex. I really need to completely immerse myself in the absorbed memories, sooner rather than later. Essex's knowledge, the ninja's training, they all will come in handy in this era. Stumbling a little, I begin flying towards north, towards the nearest town. As I get a handle on flying, I wonder about this era, and a possible problem I might face. Essex's memories were very clear, with him having a similar eidetic memory to mine. He met and saw Bonheur, or Apocalypse, in the 1870s, worked for him for barely a few months. Apocalypse then took him to some place via a teleportation sphere. Whether it was technology, or his mutation, Sinister didn't know. He also didn't know where the location was, and I haven't tried creating a portal to the location yet, afraid of accidentally awakening Apocalypse. He was then dipped in some liquid, which was connected to what I know to be a computer by some wires, which together changed Nathaniel Essex, and turned him into Mr. Sinister. And then, Sinister betrayed Apocalypse, poisoned him by the plague that he was ordered to create, in the form of a techno-organic virus, sending him back to his original body, in hibernation. Sinister didn't know if Apocalypse had woken before the 1880s, in the past, but I cannot guarantee that he will stay asleep for 5,000 whole years, right under Egypt. He definitely has some method of leaving his body, and possessing someone else, which is how he had met Essex. But, I have no idea why he didn't just bring his true body outside. A question for another day. When I had taken Essex's mutation, I barely had a handle on it. I could move things with my mind, because I had some experience thanks to my own pseudo-telekinesis. I could create telekinetic shields, although not too strong, and I could speed the motion of thrown things. But I couldn't fly, I couldn't stop bullets, I couldn't stop people in their spots, completely covering them with my telekinesis. But, I could feel it, my telekinesis was improving, the more I used it. But even if I became a complete master of Essex's brand of telekinesis, it won't be enough. He wasn't an especially strong telekinetic, not anywhere close to Jean Grey, or even Betsy Braddock. He could make use of telekinesis to move things, or people, freeze people, create force fields, lift things, send TK blasts, and fly. Jean Grey and Apocalypse were so good at telekinesis, that they bordered, and sometimes crossed into matter manipulation. I want that. Betsy Braddock, meanwhile, could, or should be able to focus her telekinetic energy into psionic weapons. So, yeah, I have a lot to learn, and luckily, I am in the past. Time is all I have. A few hours later, I reach the town, and use my telepathy to take stock of the town. There were around 2,000 people in the town, most of them Africans, but some were of Greek descent. It was ruled by a man named Akar, an African man. Akar is loyal to Ptolemy XII, and has quarterly meetings with him, along with the rulers of other neighboring towns. Akar has a moderately big house in the center of the town, guarded by tall walls, and a number of guards, some African, some Greek. He also had half a dozen servants, and 3 mistresses, all of them Greek. I had made sure to go through all his important memories, but I didn't copy them. I didn't need to. I wasn't even remotely interested in Akar, or how he lives his life. Him having servants, read slaves, does bother me, but if I set out to kill everyone who has servants, or even slaves, the population of the world will be quarter of what it is now. The reason I'm now walking towards Akar's house, is that he is rich, and hence, selfish. I have some gold, silver, weapons, and even gemstones in the nowhere, which I can use to trade with him for currency. I also needed information, but his mind already provided it for me. As for currency, I cannot just create money out of nowhere, since they use silver, gold, and bronze for that, in that order. Silver is rarer here, apparently. Transfiguring fake coins will only lead to more problems down the line, and I cannot transmute gold or silver yet. And the amount of coins I'm hoping for, is not something an average man will have in his possession. So, Akar it is. While invisible, I transfigure my clothes, modeling them after what I had seen Ptolemy wearing in Akar's memories, except just a tad bit cheaper, and then change my face and skin tone to seem Greek. Africa was ruled by the Ptolemaic kingdom, who are Greek in ancestry. These Greek Egyptians might be darker in skin tone to the Greek Greeks, but their facial structure is still somewhat similar, and very different to the Africans. Stopping outside the gates leading into Akar's house, now completely different than what I normally look like, holding a heavy sack in my hands I nod to the guards, who bow back, and say, "Tell Lord Akar that Athreos Adios of Cyprus is here, to make trade with him." One of the guards nods, and goes outside to relay the message, while the second one stays staring at me, and I wait patiently. 5 minutes later, I sit in Akar's dining room, having some light lunch, and say, "Thank you for agreeing to meet with me, Lord Akar. I was told you have things to trade. What is it that you need? And what do you have to offer?" The man says, getting straight to the point. I say, "I need some Alexandrian drachmas, and tetradrachms. Silver, gold, and bronze, all are appreciated. I have gold, silver, as well as some weapons to trade. It takes a bit of haggling, and some telepathy, but in the end, I exchange 2 billion Argentine pesos of gold and silver each, 2 steel daggers, and a steel sword, for thrice their weight in coinage. A handful of those coins are spent to buy clothes, and some spices. And then, I start operating further north, going towards the most famous African country in my time, although half the people don't even know the country is in Africa. Egypt. Specifically, the great city of Alexandria. About an hour of continuous apparition later, I'm finally feeling tired, and stop, seeing the great city right in front of me, about 2 miles away. Sighing, I stop and cast a few spells, as I sit down to rest. 10 minutes of resting later, I start walking towards Alexandria, invisible, and smile, as I enter through the gates without any opposition. Wandering around, I first go towards the port, seeing the sights, and browsing mines as I go. The architecture was amazing, with a mixture of Greek and Egyptian statues and buildings. The city was divided into 4 quarters, one for the royals, Greeks, the Jewish people, and the Egyptians. The last quarter was an extension of the Greek quarter, the Bruchum, where the important places were based. Each quarter had their own markets, and temples for each of their gods, along with the theatre, houses and a few other important buildings. I moved towards the Greek quarter, to go and buy a house. Time to live in Alexandria, the capital of knowledge and learning. Welp, I'm officially back to being poor now. Almost 90% of my money went into just buying a small house for myself. The remaining 10% was barely enough to last me 2 days, let alone the years I'm expecting to spend here. I had to sell a giant ruby, for 60 silver coins, making the total number of coins I have at 87. Sighing, I look at the building in front of myself, having a wonderful idea. I don't have enough precious metal, or gemstones, to live without working indefinitely. Not unless I plan on living off the land, at least. And while I can hunt for food, gather fruits, in the forest I had landed into the past in, I cannot do it forever. Besides, I'll get bored. So, I was going to find a job. But not before a good night's rest, in a soft bed. Turning back, I go into the Greek quarter, and enter my new house. The house was small, with just 1 bedroom, 1 kitchen, and a toilet. First things first, I raise my hand upwards, and cast a few protection wards. The first one will warn me of any intruders, and wake me if I'm asleep. The second will make sure that muggles, mutants, and wizards alike don't see anything wrong with this house, and make them ignore the other wards too. The third ward is special, it'll only activate in case the intruder is a wizard or a witch, and if they're here with bad intentions. It won't be good for them, that's all I'll say for now. Then, I go into the bathroom/toilet, point my finger at the toilet, and write runes in the air. The runes spin around once, in a circle, and fly towards the chamber pot, and then dissipate. I do it a few more times, with different runes, all in Norse. The runic spells I used will keep the toilet sanitized, completely clean, and unsmelly. They will also make any piss and shit I grant it, disappear into non-existence. Conjuring a tap into the wall near my chamber pot, I carve runes into it, that will make it always activate augmenti as soon as it is turned on, and do the same for a conjured shower head. The house came with a bed, a wood stove, and some furniture, which thankfully included a bucket for washing my butt, and a bigger bucket for bathing, both made out of bamboo. Then, I go to the bedroom, and make it more comfortable for me, softening the straw bed a bit, and casting a temperature control ward. It was a runic ward of my own design, one I had learned with Helena's help back when I was in school. Damn, I miss her now. I didn't even speak to her for the last few years, I wonder if she'll hate me for not visiting. Shaking my head, I go towards the bed, and sleep, not minding that it's just 7 p.m. by now. I need sleep, and I need work. The next day, at sharp 9 a.m., I lock my house, both mechanically, and magically, and go towards the Library of Alexandria. Walking inside the gates, I move towards the line I could see forming, to be granted or rejected permission. Name and purpose? The official asks, sounding as bored as he looks, once I reach him. I say, Athreos Etos. I'm here to learn, and find some work to do. The man writes my name down, and waves me inside. He says, ask for head librarian Apollonius, he is the one who hires for work. As for learning, you're free to go read anything inside, but only after gaining permission from the respective librarians. Nodding, I walk inside, my mind already busy looking for the head librarian Apollonius, while looking around at everything. The library is big, that much is for sure. It is almost as big as the Hogwarts castle, only not as tall. There were only 2 floors, and a basement. The building itself was supported by Greek columns, while flame torches were placed every few meters. The library itself was divided in partitions, divided by subjects. Mathematics got a partition of its own, and so did geography, medicine, philosophy, and history. The other subjects were kept together, divided in a few other partitions. I stopped suddenly, seeing something surprising. A hallway went to my left, with nothing to light it up. The halls were extremely dark, and I couldn't even see 10 meters in front of myself. Above the hallway, written in an arc, were the words Hika and Kima. Magic and alchemy? Hey, I'd expected it, but I didn't expect it to be written so openly, without any words that I could feel. It makes sense though, until 1673, when the statute was established, wizards lived freely, without worries for keeping magic secret. Curiosity taking over, I pick a flame torch from the wall, and start walking through the corridor, but stop just after a few steps. The flames had gone out suddenly, without any indication of a reason. No wind blew in the hallway, and the temperature also didn't suddenly decrease. The darkness was too much, even my enhanced eyesight couldn't see a single thing. Raising my hand, I cast a Lumos orb, and hover it over my head. The Lumos orb lights the hallway up, and I continue walking. About a minute later, I reach the end of the corridor, which had a plain wooden door. I wave my hand over the door, and not finding any curse on it, touch the door to push it inside. I suddenly pull my hand back, however, feeling the door absorb some of my magic. Okay, now I'm creeped out and excited at the same time. The door slowly opens by itself, making a creaking noise, and I finally see inside, my Lumos orb now disappearing. There was a big hall, almost 3 stories tall, with flaming torches lining the walls. It was, obviously, a library. It is not every day that I get a guest. Who are you? A voice says from deep inside the room, in Egyptian, and I couldn't make out where it came from, thanks to the voice echoing. I could, however, feel a mind behind a shelf, hiding from me. Walking inside, I look around, and answer, my name is Athreos Etos. Are you the guardian of this library? The person says, yes, so if you've come to steal, I suggest going back. The man had stated that very calmly, which means people have actually tried stealing from this library, when they could read for free. I snort, and say, I'm here to study, and find some work to do. I was told to find the head librarian, and I was on my way there when I saw the entrance. Be assured, that I'm not here to steal the knowledge. Copy, probably. Steal, no. The man finally walks out from behind the shelf, and I see him. He was dark-skinned, definitely completely Egyptian. He had a gnarled wooden staff in his left hand, and wore just a white piece of cloth around his waist, and his shoulder. He is wearing few clothes, but it was nothing worth diverting my eyes over. Speaking of, I'm definitely going to have to get used to the frequent nudity I'm going to see here. There were a few bangles around both his wrists, and half a dozen rings on his fingers. He also wore some sort of golden neckband, that went down to his chest, and 2 earrings. The staff he held in his hand was pointed at the bottom, and had a claw at the top, which held a single round crystal ball. So, he can also use it as a stabbing weapon, along with using it to cast magic. Where's your staff? The man asks, as he observes me as I do him. I shake my head, and say, I don't use a staff. The man scowls, and asks, that Roman invention then? Wand. Not willing to use the elder wand, or even bring it out of nowhere, when I'm not alone, I shake my head once again, and say, I don't use any focus for my magic, just my hands. I did use a wand before, but it got destroyed in a battle, and I never created another one. His mind was impossible to get into, as I am now. I'm good, sure, but he is way out of my league. Probably because of those earrings of his. Besides, if all goes well, I won't need to copy his memories, he will teach me himself. The man bangs his staff on the ground once, and emits a wave of magic from it. The magic flies from the staff bulb and the tip, and causes it to form into a wave, like a ward, that disappears as suddenly as it comes. However, when I try to get a feel for it, the ward is no longer there. It's as if the ward has become a part of the world itself. I widen my eyes, pleasantly surprised. I guess the library does have some magical knowledge that I might be able to study, most of all how to make wards a part of the very world itself. I had thought whatever knowledge I might find here would be outdated, apparently not. Wonder what else I might learn here. He doesn't explain what he just did, and says, you're strong for your age, not many young ones bother to train their magic as well as you've done. Thanks, I began learning at a young age, practicing every day to not get stagnant. I say, as the man stops once again in front of me. He says, you're speaking the truth, you haven't come here to steal. Very well, you will be allowed to study here, but you may not take any books, scrolls, or anything out of the library. Be aware, that if a single book goes missing, I will hunt you down no matter where you go. I smile at him, and say, don't worry, I won't steal anything. May I know your name, Master Librarian? You may call me Master Onuris. I am a priest of Lord Osiris. You may peruse the library in your free time, but do not damage anything here. The man says, and turns around, banging his staff on every second step. I nod at his back, and say, I will return here later, Master Onuris, I need to find the head librarian Apollonius for some work first. 2 months later. I sit inside a classroom, many other people with me, as we all write on papyrus sheets in front of us. On my table, I held a stack of Sanskrit books, that I was tasked with translating into Greek and Egyptian, and write with a reed pen, and an ink pot. The Sanskrit book was a copy of the Bhagavad Gita, a holy book I remember reading about in my past life. The city of Alexandria had a policy, which was solely responsible for how vast the library was. Every ship that was parked in the port, was searched for pieces of literature, books, scrolls, etc., which are confiscated. Everything is then copied, if copies don't already exist in the library, and then the copies are returned to the original owners, while the original books are placed in the library. Those original books are then given to the scribes for translation in the 2 most common languages in Alexandria, Greek and Egyptian. I was one of the scribes, but I also had other duties if I was free. Translating existing books into other languages as per demand, sorting the scrolls and placing them in the right places, and searching for books if one of the higher-ups asks for it. I got paid 3 silver coins for every day that I worked, which was enough to keep me going. In my free time, I spent a few hours every day in the magical library, just reading, while sometimes Onuris graced me with his presence. He made it clear that he wasn't a friend, and he was definitely not a teacher. He was a librarian, and that's it. There went my plans to apprentice under him. I did find out that the library was not unprotected. The only way to get inside the entrance door that led to the hallway was to have magic, same for the library door. But it doesn't just permit any wizard entrance, no. You needed to be somewhat competent in creating at least light out of magic. Mundane flames were snuffed out by the ward, as had happened to me. In the 2 months that I've been here, Master Onuris was the only wizard I've met. The only reason there even was a library, was that Alexandria wanted to hoard all books, doesn't matter if they cannot use the knowledge they have. Done with translating the last page, I stand up, picking the 3 books, Egyptian, Sanskrit, and Greek, and start walking towards the religious texts partition. There were just a few people inside the room, some perusing the shelves, and a few sitting on the reading texts. I walk towards the shelf the books were supposed to be kept in, and start placing them. Smelling something peculiar, I turn to my left, and see a few guards walk into the room, with a single person in between them. The person was a girl, barely 14 years old. But that wasn't what brought my attention to her, it was her scent, and her mind. The girl was a mutant. Judging by the guards, she was someone important. And sure enough, a single glance into all their minds, and I realize exactly who she is. The daughter of Ptolemy XII, Cleopatra. The future last pharaoh of Egypt. I could feel her passive mutation try its magic on me, just like it did on the others as well as the guards, but my telepathy could fight it. But I did marvel at her mutation, so subtle, yet so effective. It was causing everyone that looks at her to do so in a favorable light, to like her. Everyone liked her, except for the extreme haters. No wonder she's the most remembered pharaoh in the future, her mutation probably inspired a lot of people to not forget her. She didn't even know she had a mutation. Her mutation was very weak, but it was very effective on the non-telepaths. It is not too strong, people can still get over it, if they have a good enough willpower. Well, not my problem. Bowing to the Princess Cleopatra, keeping my eyes down, I walk out, my job done, and go towards the magical library. I am not going to mix with a child, least of all the child destined to become the pharaoh and die soon. Once again, I create a Lumos orb to guide me to the magical library, and enter through the door. I've been focusing on metalworking recently, the magical kind. I had already read all the books in the warding section, but I couldn't implement any of it yet. Most of the spells here, including the wards, needed a staff. Even wands don't qualify as a focus for some of the spells. Like the spell that Master Onuris had used to see if I was telling the truth. It didn't force anyone to speak the truth, but every lie is caught, doesn't matter how you try to hide it. Most of the protective wards here were dangerous, cursed, but I had still read them storing the knowledge in my mind. Smiling at Master Onuris, I move on towards the magical focus section, and continue reading where I had left off. This is what I had focused on these last 2 months, and I still had hundreds of texts to go through. There were hundreds of pages about each wood type, sometimes entire books dedicated to a single wood. This repeated for the magical creatures which can be used in creating staffs, and which couldn't. Humans, funnily enough, can be used, but only if you use their blood or skull. Anything less, and the magical value is not enough. Some priests of Osiris and Anubis used skulls to cover their staff heads, magically fusing the two together. It caused the staffs to be more oriented towards darker spells, and the blessings of their gods gave them a gift in necromancy. Then there were the other ingredients which can be used as catalysts, or focus points. Like the crystal ball in Master Onuris's staff. I have yet to read anything about a staff's creation process, still in the middle of gaining the necessary knowledge to begin. But, if the timeline stays like it is, within a single month, I would have my staff, and I can move on towards reading the other books, or towards my goals. But first, staff. Walking through the forests of Africa, I emit magic through my feet at every step. The magic sped away from me in a wave, and then returned within a single second, like echolocation. The first step of staff creation, is finding a wood, and if you're the future owner of the wand, then you need to find a wood that reacts with your magic. I know, many might think, why not find acacia and use it, your old wand was that, right? Nope, tried it. Acacia reacted to me all right, but the reaction was nothing like how the books described. I had lifted a piece of acacia wood in my hand, and flowed a little bit of my magic through it. The wood glowed a soft yellow color, but that's it. The colors was a very minor reaction, according to the books. So, acacia is probably good for wands, but definitely not for staffs. I did ask myself if the wood needed to be alive first, and I managed to find an acacia plant in the forest. But that plant gave me no reaction at all. Which made me realize something. Just because one acacia plant wood reacted well to my magic doesn't mean every acacia plant is good for me. Just because one Hebridean black dragon heartstring was good for my wand, doesn't mean my next wand was also going to be made of the same core, even if the heartstring was from the exact same dragon. This made me realize why other acacia wands reacted wildly to my touch, during the wand selection. And so, I had developed a method for selecting the right wood for myself. Echolocation. Not many people can use magic through any other body part but their hands. For some reason, I can. Probably because I believed it can happen, and it did. It has been a few days since I'd begun this search for wood, having told the library I'm leaving for a holiday. I got paid by the day anyway, and I can live off the forest. But I hadn't found a match yet. Finally, on the 10th day, just when I'm beginning to think that the method I developed was bullshit, I got a ping. I immediately apparate towards the location, and place my hand on the bark of the big tree in front of me. I channel my magic through my hand, and into the tree, and smile, when something amazing happens. The entire tree lights up in a golden light, and starts shaking. Some of the leaves drop down from their positions, and fly circles around me, flapping like a butterfly, while the ground underneath starts reverse raining. Rocks fly into the air and keep flying up, going God knows where. Meanwhile, I feel my entire body thrumming with energy, with magic, as the magic of the tree and my own resonate with each other. I myself glow in a soft blue light, and feel my hair moving in some wind that I couldn't feel anywhere else on my body. I felt good. As the magic starts settling down, I take my hand off, still smiling from the amazing reaction I just had. This was my wood. Looking at the tree, I recognize it immediately, having studied an entire book about all of its properties. Mopane, the butterfly tree. With leaves shaped like a butterfly's wings, the tree has a hard wood, and is termite resistant. This plant also has a ton of medicinal uses. This is definitely my wood. Raising my hand once again, I cast a spell at a branch near the middle of the tree. The entire branch is immediately cut, leaves and all, and floats in the air in front of me. Then, pointing the same hand downwards, I cast another spell, causing the ground underneath the tree to start digging itself out. I wait until a few dozen roots are visible to me, and search for the thickest root there. Cutting it off, I float it to join the tree branch, now floating behind me, and frown. It wasn't over yet, I could feel something else down here. Focusing on that feeling, I close my eyes. It takes a few moments, and I finally feel it. There was something buried here at least a few dozen meters underneath the tree, that was calling for me, calling for my magic. Placing my hand on the ground, I transfigure the ground into water, just like I had done when trying to find the lost diadem. I do it only in a small cylindrical shape with a diameter of half a meter, right over where I can feel the object buried. The cylinder of water goes deep, at least 200 meters, and I feel the object now dropping downwards, along with a few rocks. A single tug at our connection is all it takes to pull the object out, and I look at it, widening my eyes. Well. Guess goblin silver wasn't invented by them as they claimed after all. Goblin silver was found by them, buried in the earth. I whisper to myself, staring at the ore of a magical metal very much similar to silver, but more. Keeping all three items in the nowhere, I transfigure the water back into ground, and apparate a few kilometers away to set up camp. I'll go look for magical dragons tomorrow, because I know that only dragons will work for me. Well, at least I have my staff's wood now. A/N, okay, I'm going to confess LOL. I had only planned on taking him to the past, not what he will do there. So, I will probably take the story fast. Within 20 chapters, Mason will be back into the present, with all his goals covered, I hope. Chapter 55, Isifo. A/N, Pat3, HelloDarkness07. A bit of an info dump, and a speedy chapter. July, 56 BC, 3 months after arrival. Goblin silver, a magical metal used only by the goblins for their weapons, armors, and even cutlery. They sell it to wizards too, at a very high price, with the simple condition of always getting it back, when the buyer dies. For so long I, and probably every other wizard alive, had thought that the metal was an invention of the goblins, something they created from magically altering normal silver. And now, I find that it's not actually the truth. Goblin silver is actually found in nature, an isotope of normal silver, I'm guessing. But it's not just that. This silver can only be found deep within the ground, in areas where magic is highly saturated, which is probably how the goblins found it. They're diggers. The silver. Magical silver, absorbs the magic from the ground, from the surroundings, and feeds it back, creating a cycle of give and take of magic, continuously. The cycles are too slow for me to track as is, but I can probably figure something out within a few years using either the information I already have in my mind, from literal years of reading through the Room of Knowledge, or the magical library. The fact that even Rowena believed the metal to belong to goblins, must mean that soon, before 7th century AD in fact, goblins must have hoarded all the magical silver they could find, and created a monopoly of it. And no wizard ever found it, since wizards don't just dig, let alone dig this deep. And I'm guessing they found that the magical silver is not infinite, they must have believed they had all the magical silver in the world in their possession, which is why they began selling it with the peculiar return policy. I also realized why the metal called to me yesterday, and it wasn't at all hard to figure out. The tree which is my match for staff wood had fed the metal with its magic, and then fed from it in turn, for the decades that it has been alive. And hence, the metal and the wood were connected, deeply. Before the tree existed, another tree must have stood in its place, and it would have been connected to the silver in turn. Really simple. Well, currently the branch and root I had cut off were sitting in the nowhere, together with the lump of magical silver ore, under enchantments to keep them preserved. And since preservation enchantments don't stick, I have 5 years before I need to use the wood, or cast another enchantment. Which reminds me to try and improve the nowhere dimension. I have a lot of stuff in the nowhere, that can get bad with time, like the guns I'd stolen from Hydra, the many potions I have, clothes, and now, the branch and root of a mopane tree. I definitely need to work on making the dimension timeless. Meanwhile, I was currently alone in the metalworking wing of the Library of Alexandria, which was free to use for any student, as long as some teacher is with them. I didn't have the need to hide my activities here, since the statute of secrecy was not even a dream yet, but I just didn't want to gain people's curiosity over what I'm creating. And I want to keep this a secret for as long as possible. Holding my right hand up, I gesture with a finger, causing the melted magical silver to rise up into the air. I had used my sword, Galadmagul, to cut a magical silver dagger into 2 parts, and melted one of them. I keep my hand pointed at it, and telekinetically form an invisible cast for the metal, in the shape of a ring. Sometimes, even my terrible control over my telekinesis feels a bit OP to me. Limited only by my imagination, as they say. While the ring-shaped metal is still hot, and somewhat cooling down, I point my left hand at it, and once again telekinetically start writing runes on the ring's surface, both inside and out. Once done, I float the now rune-carved ring away, to let it cool, and bring the second piece of the dagger out, throwing it into the crucible. Pointing my left hand at the metal, from above, I shoot white-hot flames out of my fist, to heat the silver more. It was an Egyptian spell, which was not exactly a spell. Magic usage in Egypt, since thousands of years, has always been based more around intent, than words. The only time words are used, is when you want to invoke some being, like sorcery, or if the effect you are hoping for is particularly deadly. The same translates over to the use of staffs, which don't have wand motions, incantations, for spells. You just have intent, and your magic. Everything depends on your need for magic, and your strength in magic. And these white flames were something I imagined forming, by imagining my Kasha's flames, without the darkness that they have. A Kasha does have some demonic background, you know. I had already enchanted the crucible to not melt, but still conduct the heat, so I wasn't worried about that. I remember when it had happened during my first days of forging, in the chamber forge. I really regret not keeping everything I own in nowhere now. Shaking my head, I get back to the present, or more appropriately, the past, and keep hearing the silver. Within a few seconds, the entire second half of the dagger melts, and I keep the heat going, turning towards the ring, which had by now cooled. Biting my left index finger, I cut into the skin, and touch the bleeding finger on a single rune on the ring, activating the enchantments. Immediately, the runes on the ring glow with a dull orange light, and the Atlantic runic symbols intrinsically connect to the ring, making the enchantments stick. Without any delay, I dipped the now enchanted ring into the melted magical silver, making sure to dip it completely, and bring it back up, but still inside the crucible. Waving my hand, I quickly spin the ring around to get rid of the excess silver, and then finally bring it up, turning the furnace off. As the remaining silver starts rising up, forming into a block thanks to my telekinesis, I look at the ring with a huge smile on my face. I finally had it, another sling ring. The only obstacle to me finding a core for my staff, or even the sense of time, was distance, my apparition being limited to 1000 kilometers. But with a sling ring, which I know I made perfectly, distance is no longer an issue. The sling rings connect to 2 points in space, only limited by the sorcerer's knowledge, experience, and imagination. Where apparition took time, which is spent inside whatever dimension we travel through, sorcery portals are instantaneous. Slowly floating the ring towards myself, I cast a simple augmenti to cool it off, and put it on my left index finger. I immediately smile, recognizing the familiar magic of portals already within the ring. Still, an artifact such as this needs trials, and what better place to go to, than Hogwarts. Storing the remaining magical silver in the nowhere, I clean the forging station of any signs of use. With a wave of my hand, I take the privacy wards that I had set up, along with the muggle repellents, to make sure I remain undisturbed. Then, I raise my right hand up, and focusing on the destination, slap it towards the empty air in front of me. The amazing thing about the sling ring, is that you just need to wear it, and focus on the location. The rest of the body movements are not entirely necessary, if you practice enough. And I have a lot of practice. Immediately, a hole forms in the air, with orange sparks of universal magic surrounding it. At the end of it, stood a dark green forest, that I recognize as the Forbidden Forest. I enter through the portal, and smile, seeing it close before my very eyes. Welp, the ring definitely works. I was in the space, that I believe will one day hold the gamekeeper's hut, bordering on the Forbidden Forest. Seeing a couple unicorns peeking from behind the treeline, I bow towards them, still feeling ecstatic, and turn around. Just as I had expected, the entire area was empty, with just grass everywhere. Well, I was in the Scottish Highlands. The castle wasn't even built yet, which I already expected. I knew this from reading some of Rowena's journals. The 4 founders, instead of taking their own castles and turning it into a school, had decided, or will decide, to build their own castle, from scratch. Thanks to magic, and the large number of dwarves, it was an easy enough task. Waving my arm up, I summon another portal back to Egypt, and immediately go towards the magical library. One problem is solved, the sling ring. Now, I need to find a way to freeze my dimension, nowhere, in time, without actually messing with time. Which, I can't even do with no time sand in my hands. I already have the entire compilation of magical runic languages in my head, from the Room of Knowledge. And now, I'm going to add Egyptian hieroglyphs to that, this time learning without the guesses and translations that the Room of Knowledge had. Smiling at Master Onuris, who never leaves the library grounds, I immediately move towards the ancient Egyptian hieroglyphs, and start reading. September 56 BC, 5 months after arrival. I exit out of the portal, and glance in all directions. All around me, for miles and miles, there was only ice, with no other being near me. Still, can't take the risk. Closing my eyes, I widen the scope of my telepathy, and sense for minds, both human and animal alike. Thankfully, the only beings around are animals, and those 2 are a mile away from me at the closest. Well, this is the bloody North Pole, not everyone, or everything can tolerate a temperature this low. Even I was not completely immune to it, and had to rely on my telekinesis to not keep shivering. But, I'm going to need my complete focus in a minute, and hence, I'm going to have to take my temperature protection off. Slamming the side of my fists together, I cross my arms in front of my chest, and jump up, spinning around myself. As soon as I land on the ground, arms spread, an orange hemisphere of a barrier, made out of complex geometric shapes forms in the air, surrounding all area within 20 meters of me, that starts increase the temperature within itself, melting the water. As the melted water begins flowing out of the barrier, nothing stopping it from freezing once outside, I focus within myself, and start taking everything out of the nowhere. I was going to change the nowhere, make it so whenever I put anything inside, it remains as is, as long as I don't bring it out. So, if I put freshly made tea inside, and remove it centuries later, it should still remain as fresh, as hot as it was when I had put it in storage. A completely timeless dimension, that is what I'm aiming to turn my nowhere into. The only thing I had to make sure of, is avoiding paradoxes. In a completely timeless dimension, an item is either always there, or it was never there. If I keep a book inside a timeless nowhere, then it should have already been there before I even kept it, since time doesn't exist inside. It was very complex, and I had to spend a few weeks going over the calculations. Now staring at all the items once within my pocket dimension, I blink, a little bit confused, and mostly astonished. I had no idea I had so much stuff in there. There's no catalog of items I store there, only my admittedly impressive memory. Now, laying on the dry land in front of me, were things I didn't even remember storing in there. I mean, I must have been distracted, or I must have stored these things in a rush, or in a bunch. Or my memory is not as eidetic as I believed it to be, I do probably forget some useless stuff. Hey, this needs some meditation, before I can make a conclusion. Shaking my head, I begin going over the stuff before I can begin with changing the nowhere. There were about 100 pistols, 37 energy rifles, 13 assault rifles, and a single panzer, all powered by the batteries created out of Tesseract's energy. I don't even know how the panzer got here, I don't have any recollection of putting the Hydra panzer into the nowhere. But this probably happened during the mission to rescue Bucky. Then there were the dozen batteries, some big, some small, all containing the energy of the Tesseract. After that, was the corpse of the basilisk, still completely intact even through the passage of these years, except for the few missing fangs, and some chunks of flesh which Sly had eaten. And let's not forget the eyes, tongue, and the venom sac, which were all stored separately inside crystal jars, which were now sitting innocently near the dead basilisk. Then came my 2 swords, Dermagul and Galadmagul, including their scabbards, along with 3 dozen remaining magical silver daggers, all of them made exactly the same way, and a few normal steel daggers. Next came the Elder Wand, which I had still not used to cast spells. Unfortunately, the Resurrection Stone was kept in the Chamber Forge, so it wasn't here with me, and neither was Rowena's diadem. That was in Aves Manor. Then there were the dozens of books which I had stored to read later, and promptly forgotten about, amounting to a total number of 79. Most of them were fictional novels, or biographies, or even journals of my ancestors. Then came the 2 remaining Graphorn golden horns, which I had gotten from Newt's commander, and a single unicorn horn, which I had taken from the Slytherin vault just in case. There were also 3.5 bottles of Skull Gro, a single, larger glass bottle of Org Grow, 6 vials of Pepper Up, 4 of Healing Elixir, 2 bottles of Essence of Dittany, 7 glass bottles of Murdlap Essence, and just 3 bottles of Ogden's finest fire whiskey. I should probably find a place to brew potions, which means I need a place to build a home, and a few greenhouses, while I'm at it. The rest of the stuff contained a few knickknacks, watches that don't work anymore, the lump of melted magic silver, a single bar of gold, silver, and a dozen or so gemstones, all of which I had found in the room of hidden things. Yet, I had a loot of stuff, it seems. But very few things will be of use to me here, in this time period. Well, the basilisk will definitely be useful when I begin building a house, but I don't have a good enough location for that yet. So, yet, useless. Once the nowhere dimension is empty, I close my eyes and sit down on the ground, my hands held together, to begin changing it. Runic symbols start floating out of my connected hands, and start covering my body with it. One by one, my entire face is covered by golden runic symbols, and my body follows soon after. All the while, I kept my focus on conjuring those runes over myself. I have to literally make it so time as a concept doesn't exist in nowhere anymore, remove the flow of time completely. This is not easy. As a matter of fact, this is going to be a long process. October, 56 BC. A few weeks after recreating the nowhere as I wanted it, which by itself took me 3 whole days, I fly over the forests in southern Africa, to look for dragons, dead or alive. Magical dragons, no matter the species, are found either in very hot places, or in mountain caves. So deserts, volcanoes, or mountains. And in all these days of flying over Africa, I was yet to find a single dragon, magical or otherwise. I wasn't just flying here, however. I still spent many hours a day in the Library of Alexandria, either working, or reading in the magical library under Master Onuris's watchful eyes. He knew I was looking for dragons during night times, because he had caught me reading about them one night, but by God, he did not offer a single advice. Master Onuris is many things, but a teacher, he is not. Currently, I was in the eastern coast of South Africa, flying between 2 mountains while looking everywhere, to see if I can find something interesting. My enhanced eyesight was now good enough, that despite being a few hundred meters above the ground, I could still see most things very clearly. My ears were actually better than my eyes, and I could hear things before I see them. And so, as soon as I hear a sound that is a mixture of a pain screech, and an anger-filled roar, I stop and look at the ground, where the sound came from. It takes a while, thanks to the dense forest, but then I see it. A giant cat, with 3 spears sticking out of its thick hide, was standing in front of another cat of similar size, and 5 other cats very much smaller than it. The cat had leathery hide, with thorn-like spikes all over its body. The head was practically covered in those spikes, making it look like a very dark lion's mane. And when the creature howled, both in pain, and anger, its throat swelled up, like a pufferfish. A family of Nundus, with 5 small cubs barely half a year old. Frowning, since I know that a Nundu is extremely dangerous, I approach the location, to see who dared to harm a pair of Nundus, and their cubs. As I stop a few dozen meters above the Nundus, I see another spear speed towards the male Nundu, and hit it on his shoulder, the speed with which it was thrown leaving the Nundu no time to dodge. I scowl, really not liking this. Nundus are majestic creatures, one of the oldest breeds of cats, magical or otherwise. And these people, these morons, were trying to kill it. I immediately drop down on the ground in front of the Nundus, catching the next thrown spear in my hands, and send it flying back towards the attacker full force. The man, surprisingly enough, catches the spear in his own hands, and raises his hand to stop anyone else from attacking. I look at the obvious leader of this tribe of African people, and ask, "What do you think you're doing?" Meanwhile, the Nundu sees that I am keeping its attackers distracted, and immediately starts running, taking his mate, and the cubs with him. "I'll find him later, I will need to heal his wounds." The man scowls, seeing his prey run away, and ignoring my question, he says, "Who are you, stranger, and what are you doing in our lands?" I had spoken in the Egyptian language, which, thankfully for me, was understood, and returned by the weird man wearing a panther coat on his head, and panther fangs around his neck. I ignore his question, just the way he did mine, and enter his mind to get answers directly. A few images go through his mind, showing me glances of this man eating a purple bulb of a glowing flower, gaining a fraction of the strength of Bast, and the agility of a panther. This man in front of me, was Bashanga, the king of Wakanda? Then comes the image of his people encountering a Nundu corpse for the first time. This man got a vision from a giant panther, telling him to use the bones of the Nundu in their weapons. So, Bashanga crushed the bones into fine powder, and mixed it with liquid Izifo, their so-called divine metal. Their rhinos and panthers also liked the flesh of a Nundu, which was just an additional benefit for them. And thus began a series of using the now enhanced Izifo weapons to hunt Nundus, to use their bones in creating more weapons and tools. It seems Nundu bones causes the Izifo weapons to become sharper, more durable, and give it a stability when it comes to magic. Bashanga. Wakanda. Izifo. Vibranium. Surprising, but not completely unexpected. I just didn't expect to meet the first king of Wakanda. Hell, I didn't even know when Wakanda was actually formed as a country. For some reason, which I'm guessing is related to the goddess Bast's blessings, I cannot read all his memories, I only get glances from him. Well, I have other methods of gaining information. Using my telepathy, I knock them all out, causing them to fall down as if their strings were cut, and approach the king Bashanga now. Holding my hand on his head, I force my way into his mind, through the admittedly good defenses his goddess had given him, and copy all his memories. I do take a moment to see everything related to Vibranium, or as they call it, Izifo. Right before I can get out of his mind, I get a glimpse of a growling panther running towards me, and I immediately break the connection between our minds. Yup, don't want to mess with actual gods, they're champions, sure. But not actual gods. Waving my hand, I summon all of the weapons of my downed enemies towards me. A total of 13 Izifo weapons, spears and daggers, all of them made by mixing a little bit of Nundu bone dust into purified Izifo, float in front of me, all of which I send into the nowhere. Then, focusing on my telepathy once again, I order, "You will go back to your kingdom, and stop killing the Nundus." This will probably only work for a short while, since an actual goddess is at work here. I have no idea if the goddess will be as strong as movie Thor and the like, or an actual omnipotent goddess. But, a few years is all I can ask right now. As the people begin waking up, probably already confused about everything, I apparate away about 20 meters in front the still running Nundus. The Nundu, with 4 Izifo spears still sticking out of its hide, 1 in its shoulder, and 3 on his back, slids to a stop, his family right behind, and growls at me. I raise my hand, sending telepathic waves of calm, peace, warmth towards the family of Nundus, and say, "Don't worry, I'm not here to harm you. I want to heal you." I am still unable to use my telepathy on any animal or bird. I can sense their minds, yes, but I cannot enter the minds, let alone control them. Even now, my reverse empathy fails, as the Nundu just growls at me in warning. Well, at least it's not attacking me first. Sighing, I focus within myself, and bent down on all fours. Slowly, my hands and legs turn into tiger claws, and my nails get bigger than my feral mutation ever allowed. Slowly, I shift from my human form, to my animagus form of Akasha, with white flames replacing my skin and hair, and yellow and green heterochromatic eyes replacing my normal ones. Grrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrr Well, at least my Kasha form came to use some way. Kasha was right at the top of feline hierarchy, along with a few other demonic cats, and cat gods. As the two older cats bow down, their tails raised into the air, I approach them, this time, my telepathic message of me not harming them reaching their minds successfully. I say, do not be afraid, my human form will help you heal. The Nundu nods, a bit reluctant to trust me, but I get the feeling that he won't attack me immediately, not unless I harm him. Shifting myself back into my human form, I raise my hands, showing myself unarmed. Getting a snort from the Nundu in return, I smile, a bit reassured, and pull the Izifo spears out of his body. Growl. The Nundu screeches in pain, once again, causing me to wince from the volume. Then, I take the bottle of essence of Dittany out of the nowhere, and float it over the wounds. I slowly pour a single drop each on the wounds, and watch the wounds close right before my eyes. Once again turning into my Kasha form, I telepathically say, the wound will still hurt for a while, so don't get into fights. It seems my telepathy does work on animals when I'm in my animagus form. Hey, didn't see that one coming, even if it should have been obvious. The Nundu just glances at me, hesitantly nods, and starts running once again, his family right after it. Hey, they're nice, Nundus. He didn't attack me even when I came out of nowhere, even when I had my back turned to him. It seems even in 1945, there are some things not known about Nundus. Note to self, Nundus only attack you if you attack them, or threaten their cubs. They like to avoid conflict whenever their cubs are in danger. Second point, they don't bloody breathe out poisonous air all the time. Fucking wizards, getting everything wrong. Well, before the bloody goddess comes out of wherever she's hiding, to come find me, I have 2 more tasks to accomplish. Twisting around my feet, I apparate into Wakandan territory, near a location I got from Bashanga's mind, and smile, seeing 2 dead dragons, fallen beneath a mountain. These 2 dragons, both of them dark brown color, were both around 45 meters long, snout to tail, with spikes along the spine, even on their heads, and their tails. That's longer than even Hungarian horntails, the biggest breed of dragons in my time. Fuck, magical dragons are bigger in the past, of course. They had fought amongst each other, near the kingdom of Wakanda, and the Wakandans had taken advantage of their distraction to kill them with their Izifo spears. Normal Izifo is not capable of piercing Nundu hide, let alone dragon hide, but the newer variant, one made by mixing Nundu bone, has enough sharpness and strength to pierce even the dragon's bones, to stab straight into the dragon's heart. These dragons died 2 days ago, and they were still intact. The Wakandans had kept the dragons here itself, because of 2 reasons. First, they were going to allow their animals to feed on their flesh, to try and make the animals stronger, and second, they encountered the Nundus before they could start. Placing my hand on the chest of the dragon, right over its heart, I inject it with my magic, while chanting an ancient Egyptian, resonance. This is one of those Egyptian spells that needs a chant, if only a single word. This can also only be used when a staff crafter is creating the staff for themselves. Unfortunately, I feel nothing even after doing it for half a minute. Sighing, I place the dragon in the nowhere, thankful for the lack of spatial limitations within the pocket dimension. Turning towards the second dragon, I place it inside nowhere too, not finding it to be a match to me. Well, if it was easy, every wizard would have been a staff/wand crafter. Glancing up, I look at the cave systems in the mountains around me, smelling brimstone and smoke even from this far away. There's definitely more dragons up there, but they're alive. I'm not going to attack a dragon just for their body parts. I don't rightly care if it takes time for me to craft my staff, but purposefully killing dragons is not something I will do. I apparate away once more, this time inside a Wakandan cave. The cave was made completely out of Izifo, with the walls made entirely out of its ore. The ground was also saturated by Izifo's energy, allowing it to grow. Looking at the hundreds of purple flowers in front of me, buried in ground irradiated by the Izifo ore, I smile. Picking 7 of the flowers, I take the mud from underneath it, and store both in the nowhere. Taking my sword out, I cut a piece of the Izifo ore out of the cave walls, and put that into nowhere too. My sword can cut through Izifo ore, hey. Good for me. And then, I apparate away, my job done. I really have skewed morals, don't I? I don't mind stealing, at all, if it benefits me, but someone else trying to steal from me is a big no-no. Well, not my problem. I didn't steal everything anyway, just a little. I need to study this flower, to find out what makes it tick. And then, maybe, in the future, I can modify a strength enhancement ritual to include this flower, this heart-shaped herb. And besides, I left them with some of the Nundu bones that they had already left stored away, yet to use them. I still have no idea why a cat goddess, Bast, condones the killing of panthers and Nundus, and hopefully, I'll never find out. Smiling, I continue flying, only this time, towards the ocean. Time to look for a base of operations that I can ward till kingdom come. Well, this was easy. I say, looking at the island below me with a critical eye. The island was placed around 2,000 kilometers to the east of Madagascar Islands, somewhere south of India and Sri Lanka. I don't remember seeing it in any of the maps, which means I'll probably succeed in my goals. Or I'll fail so spectacularly, that the island is erased out of existence. It was also perfect for me, since there are very few animals on there, and no human presence at all. There were trees aplenty, but even if the island was barren, I wouldn't have minded. I can just ward the areas to have whatever ecosystem I wanted. Which is exactly what I'm going to do once I'm done warding. The island was big, but not too big. I've seen the island of Sri Lanka before, from high up in the air. I was still in the testing phases of the new sling ring, sue me. This island was about a tenth of the size. Or more like a 12th. Well, let's find out exactly how much area it has, shall we? I point both my palms at the island, still floating a few miles above it with my telekinesis-provided flight. I'm really enjoying flying on my own, if you can't tell. Circular Tau mandalas appear in front of my palms, as a single band of universal magic is formed on my forearm, which spins slowly around my wrists. Pulling my right hand backwards, I extend just the index and middle fingers, and touch the band on my left wrist, connecting to it. As I push my right hand towards the island, the band goes with it, and flies towards the island. As the band goes beyond my sight, I wait, knowing the spell is already working. At first, a single line forms right along the center of the island, glowing orange from the universal magic. Even I, from a few miles above the ground, can see it clearly. Then, another line forms on its left, keeping a very small distance of exactly 1 kilometer, if the spell worked right. Which it did. A third line forms on the right of the first one, once again keeping a distance of 1 kilometer. On and on it goes, until the entire island is covered in giant parallel lines, each covering a distance of just 1 kilometer. It is just an illusion, however, visible only to me, so that I can see that the spell is working. Then, a new line forms perpendicular to all the other ones, dividing the central line into 2 equal parts. Once again the process starts, this time with the new line, as a new set of parallel lines emerge, these ones all perpendicular to the first set. When the process ends, all of 5 minutes after I began, I see a grid of squares, 1 square kilometer each, covering the entirety of the island. Putting my 2 fingers, this time of the left hand, on the band on my right hand, I push that band towards the island. This band speeds towards the island, and hits the grid-like structure, immediately causing it to shatter into universal magic once again. And then, the band comes back, and stops in front of me. Only this time, it has imprints on top of it, showing the numbers 4729.73. Which is the area of the island in square kilometers. I really find it odd that sorcery has a spell for getting the area of any piece of land, but it doesn't have a spell to tell the time of the day. Shaking my head, I dispel the Tau mandalas around my hand, and slowly drop down towards the island that I was going to turn into my base of operations, my lair, so to speak. But to do that, I will need to ward the island completely, so that colonizers don't find it. Gods, I'm a colonizer right now, aren't I? Fucking hell. A/N, what an elaborate yet unnecessary way to find the area of a surface, am I right? Well, magic works in mysterious ways, and sometimes, it works by actually counting the 1k MSQ squares lol. Anyway, I've already planned out what I'm hoping for in this arc, so don't worry about me losing my vision. I might get distracted, however, by some unexpected plotline or something. You've probably seen it happen in my stories. Quick question, are there any questions you want to ask regarding the story? Any doubts to clear, or any clarifications? Feel free to comment on this chapter. I'll either reply to those comments, or I'll write an explanation in the author notes next chapter. Chapter 56, Sanctuary. A/N, part3, HelloDarkness07. Floating over what I assume is Mt. Kilimanjaro's volcanic cone, I enjoy the heat for a while. This is nice, the feeling of warmth. I had spent 2 days roaming all around the mountains of Africa, to see if I can find more dragon corpses. And sure enough, I had found a total of 8 dead dragons, all of them mostly intact. Sure, some flesh was missing from all the animals eating it. But their hearts were completely intact. Dragons are violent creatures, and if you're not family, you're a threat to that family. They don't need too much of an excuse to attack each other, which while unfortunate, gave me a total of 8 dragon hearts to use. Summoning 9 hearts from the nowhere, I throw them all down into the lava, while keeping a telekinetic string attached to them. With a plop, the 9 hearts, one belonging to the basilisk I had killed, and the other 8 to different dragon corpses I had found around the continent, fall into the lava, and are summarily submerged within a few seconds. I wait exactly 10 seconds, and then, pull at the telekinetic strings, making the 9 hearts rush out of the burning hot lava, towards me. As they fly at me, I point my hand at the hearts, and throw conjured water at them, to cool them down rapidly. I keep it going for a minute, not stopping the augmenti spell at all. Remember the science lesson? Quickly cooling down hot lava causes it to turn into obsidian. And so, floating in front of me, are 9 orbs of obsidian-covered hearts, almost spherical in shape. Heartstones, they're called. Hearts of different magical animals dipped in hot magma, and rapidly cooled down. The magic within the hearts protect them from burning completely, or melting even, while the surrounding obsidian keeps the hearts intact for a very long time. Dragon hearts are the most common hearts to be used as heartstones, because they're one of the most magical animals around. But, other creatures can be used too, although the scale of the magic they can channel will be vastly low. The basilisk was at least 900 years old when it died, and so, its heart has the most magical value in between these hearts. The dragons, meanwhile, were around a couple centuries old at most, but still they weren't too inferior. Heartstones were used in old times, well, these times, as wardstones, to keep the protective wards grounded. They connect the wards to the very earth itself, creating a tendril of magic that goes towards the closest ley lines, to feed it. This is how enchantments can stay for a very, very long time, powered by the ley lines. Placing the heartstones in nowhere, I create a portal to my island, and begin with my work. Before I can do anything else, I was going to protect it. I drop down on the ground, in front of a green tree-filled mountain. The area is completely forested, but this is the place that is at the center of the island. Well, the island isn't round, or uniform in shape, so the estimate was rough. But, if I create 4 quadrants with this point in the center, the area of land in each quadrant will be about oval. I don't care about accuracy, the ward is going to encompass a lot of area anyway. Extending my right index finger's nail, I draw a circle on the ground, and draw 8 7-inch long lines extending from the circle. These 8 lines point in the 8 ordinal directions: north, northeast, east, southeast, south, southwest, west, and northwest. Placing the 8 dragon heartstones at the end of the 8 lines, I place the basilisk heartstone within the circle. Then, I place my hand on the basilisk heartstone, and send my magic into it. Immediately, 8 tendrils of magic exit out of the basilisk heartstone, and slam into the 8 dragon heartstones, as my magic starts flowing in them too. And then, with a snap, the 8 dragon heartstones shoot into the air, going towards their respective ordinal directions. The basilisk heartstone, meanwhile, starts getting pulled into the earth, as if the ground was liquid. Similar occurrences were occurring in the 8 directions the dragon heartstones flew to, with each heartstone stopping at 100 meters short of the island borders. These heartstones too start getting pulled underground, with a single tendril keeping them all connected to the central heartstone, as well as each other. I keep my eyes closed, and keep feeding my magic to the heartstones, even when it completely moves underground. Finally, when the heartstones stop, they're around 100 meters underneath the surface, too far for anyone to mess with them. Standing up with a smile, I conjure something else from the nowhere. The Elder Wand. I wanted my protective wards to be as strong as possible, and what better focus to do that, than the death stick? Holding the Elder Wand in my right hand, I place its tip on my left palm, and cast a very weak lacero, the dark cutting curse. The dark magic within the curse stops my hand from healing immediately, and blood keeps flowing from my palm, into the ground. A few months ago, just the first part of this would have tired me out completely, left me without accessible magic for a few hours in the least. But now, it just took me to half of my strength. My magic was improving, getting stronger, and I think that my journey into the past has something to do with it. The magic here, in this time, is purer. Holding my bleeding palm over the still visible circle, I point my new wand upwards, and start casting spells. Protogo Totalum, Cave Inimicum, Fiantaduri, Intr User Erecti, Repello Muggletum, Muffliato. On and on the spells went, a cycle repeated over and over again. With each protective spell, a beam of light was emitted by the Elder Wand, that flew into the air and formed into a transparent piece of a barrier. Each new spell made the barrier bigger, and bigger, until finally the multi-layered barrier covers the entire island, and more. With the basilisk heartstone as the absolute center, are 2 spherical barriers, both of them multi-layered, all around the island. The inner ward had the 8 dragon heartstones on its curvature, while the outer ward had a radius 1 mile bigger than the inner one. The outer ward would make the island completely invisible, make it impossible for muggles to come here, even accidentally, make everything that happens here silent, and overall hide the entire island. It also prevented anyone from magically seeing inside, even with scrying, but I doubt any competent wizard would be stopped by not being able to see here. Which is what the inner ward was for. The inner ward stops all manner of apparition, portcat, and even portals. It also absorbs almost all spells thrown at it. Of course, the only exceptions are the 3 unforgivables, and other similar level spells which just cause a small hole to be formed in the ward, which will be repaired right after. Divine or demonic magics are a different thing altogether, though. But, I doubt any of them have any interest in my island. If anyone wants to teleport to the island through any means, they will be dropped outside the inner ward, but inside the outer ward. They won't be able to enter the inner ward though, unless they break it down, or I allow it. The wards then flash once, and then disappear, now staying invisible. I could feel them though, they were still very much intact and connected to all the heart stones. But, this is not enough. Sighing, finally feeling a bit tired from all the spells I cast right now, I fly up into the air. Let's bar everyone else from using magic when on the island. Pointing my wand at the invisible inner ward, I use the modified flag rate spell to send runic symbols flying. 4 symbols, in 4 cardinal directions fly out of my wand, and slam into the ward, merging with it. They stay there for all of 5 seconds, before they too become completely invisible, now part of the protective wards of the island. The runic symbols make me the only wizard, or sorcerer, capable of using magic on here. Everyone else's spells will just fizzle out, their magic absorbed by the ward. The island is too big for me to use the Fidelius charm on, as of now, so this is the best I can do for now. Besides, I want this to be a sanctuary for the magical animals, Fidelius will prove to be counterproductive to that. Hey, sanctuary. That's a nice name for my island. The sanctuary. Smiling in satisfaction, I create a portal to the center of the ward, where the basilisk heartstone is buried. Floating through, I cast a few spells to make the ground more comfortable, and a few more to make wild animals not eat me. And then, I lay down to go to sleep. I've already hidden an entire island away from everyone else, I'm fucking tired. Besides, nothing can harm me when I'm on the island. You sure took your time. Master Onuris says as soon as I enter the magical library a week later. I rub the back of my head, and say, I was traveling, trying to find my staff's core. Well, that's a lie. I've just been busy setting my sanctuary up, I didn't even have the time to look for a staff core. And none of the dragon hearts I found were a match for me, so there's that. Master Onuris snorts, and goes back to the book he was writing. Probably another translation, because copying books is pretty easy when you have magic. I turn towards the left, and go towards the ritual magic shelf. We spend a few minutes in silence, when suddenly a soft bell chimes from everywhere around the library. Master Onuris immediately slams his books shut, and walks forward to stand in the middle, facing the door. He just glances at me, and says, "Come here, stand still, and keep your head down." I keep the book I was reading back in its place, and stand by his side. I ask, "Someone's coming?" Nodding, Master Onuris says, "The royal mages. They're either coming to drop something off, or for some knowledge. Do not, under any circumstances, look them in the eye." Well. The royal mages. I've been in Egypt for almost a year now, and I haven't seen them ever. Heck, the only trained wizards I've ever seen are priests of the Egyptian gods, which includes Master Onuris, and I. And even the priests I've seen just in passing. The royal mages are wizards and witches under direct command of the pharaoh. They guard the pharaoh himself, from any and all threats that can harm him. Obviously, they're not entirely loyal, since Ptolemaic pharaohs die every 50 years or so, at the most. Loyal to their family, the pharaohs aren't. Within a minute, the door slams open, and I look down, having gotten used to seeming weak. My animal side hates it, but my Slytherin side knows that laying low is the way to go. Why antagonize the royal mages, and through them, the pharaohs when you can wait for the right time to do so? 7 people walk inside the room, most of whom go towards various shelves, to begin reading. One of them, however, approaches us, and I just feel the person staring at me. In a distinguishably female voice, the person asks, "Who is this, Priest Onuris?" In Greek. I could see her legs, and her torso, but her head was not visible to me thanks to me bowing down. She wore just a plain, transparent cloth around her upper body, and the cloth on her lower body just hid her privates, leaving her legs open for all to see. It sort of reminds me of Princess Leia's bikini. Except with her tits openly visible to me. Not wanting to offend her, I keep my eyes at her feet. She hasn't antagonized me yet, so why do it first? Before I can say anything, Master Onuris answers, "This is Athreos Eidos, a commoner scholar from Greece, High Mage Tatiana." The woman raises her hand, and I see it approach my face. Holding my face with her hands on my cheeks, she lifts my head up, none too gently. As she observes my face, she says, "It was your duty to inform us about him, priest of Osiris. The royal mages need to know when there's another mage in Alexandria." Now that my head was raised up, I could see that the woman wore a pair of earrings which definitely protected her mind from intrusions, and a nose ring. The nose ring's purpose was unknown to me, but I can guess. Smell poisons easily, smell deception, etc. I keep staring at her eyes, even if Master Onuris told me not to. Because goddamn this woman is beautiful. A soft brown skin, with short black hair and brown eyes. I was definitely attracted to her, at least a little bit. Master Onuris nods, and says, I didn't feel the need to, High Mage. Because this one here doesn't even have a focus. No rings, no wand, and not even a staff. The lady sniffs, as she drops my head, and says, it is of no importance then, an untrained mage is of no use to the Pharaoh. She then waves her hand, conjuring a few books from somewhere, and places them on the table. She says, translate these books into Greek and Latin, Priest Onuris. We need this knowledge within a week. She then turns towards me, and says, and you, when the priest is done translating, bring the books to the palace. And you better hope that you aren't a spy. Or. She smirks, and adds. Well, there are many old curses I would like to try. Bowing my head down once again, I say, I am here just to learn, High Mage Tatiana. I do not have any other goals, nefarious or otherwise. Tatiana nods, and turns away from me, her big earrings swinging with her hair. She then joins her fellow mages near the shelves, and begins perusing the books. All the while, Master Onuris and I just stay in our spots, in front of the door. Finally, half an hour after they came in, the 6 men and 1 woman leave the library, closing the door as they go. As soon as they do, I turn towards Master Onuris, and ask, not that I don't appreciate it, but why did you lie to her? Master Onuris taps his staff on the ground, emitting a wave of magic from it, and says, I didn't lie, I just didn't correct her misconceptions. I never said you're untrained, only that you don't own a focus. This time I managed to sense the magic he pushed as one of sensing, the non-spell he just used checked for any hiding people, or spells. Hey, useful spell that one. Rolling my eyes, I smile and ask, still, why do that? Are they dangerous? Do I need to worry when I go there? Master Onuris sits down on his desk, the one where Tatiana just left a dozen books for emergency translations, and points me towards the chair on the other side. As I sit down, he says, the royal mages are very much dangerous, there is no doubt. But the reason I omitted the truth, is that the mages are selfish. They are afraid of other mages becoming as strong as them. Despite the law stating all books should be stored in the Library of Alexandria itself, the royal mages have a private library of their own, sponsored by the pharaoh himself. They use the knowledge to protect the kingdom, sometimes. From threats that don't exist. Like other mages. And the High Mage Tatiana is the strongest of them. I hum, making a noise of understanding. The royal mages are like the Ministry of Magic, they try and limit the knowledge the public has access to, so that the wizards here don't become strong enough to contend with them. I had wondered why we were the only 2 mages in the library, despite there being hundreds of mages in Alexandria itself. I say, implying something very nefarious, and stand up. Don't let them hear you say it. Master Onuris warns, and begins working on translation. This is not my problem, the library was going to be destroyed in a few centuries anyway. The pharaohs were going to be a thing of the past within 50 years, max. I already have 2 shadow organizations to take care of, I'm not adding a third to that. Besides, I already have plans to channel one of my ancestors, to gain all magical knowledge in Egypt. But, it won't happen yet, I need at least a decade for that. And since I still don't have any sense of time, I believe I do have a decade here. 5 days is all it takes for Master Onuris and I to translate all the books into Greek and Latin, after copying them down for the library. The books were originally Chinese, having been confiscated from a recent tourist from China. They were then copied, the copies given back to the tourist. The originals, meanwhile, were given to us, for translation and storage. The book described a number of rituals that could be used to gain affinities to either spirit animals, or to elements. There were also some techniques that anyone could use, without need for any ritual. Taking the Greek and Latin translations, I place them in an enchanted pouch, and start a leisurely walk towards the royal palace of the pharaoh, while seeing the sights. Alexandria is a beautiful city, with amazing architecture, and moderate cleanliness. The only thing that could mess with the image of the beautiful city, were the people. Even in the Greek quarter, where both the library and the palace were based, there was no shortage of poor people. Technically, I was one of the poor ones, with just a single room house to myself. But, I do have an entire island, and I also don't have to spend any money for food. I can just go to the island, or even the African forests for food. I need to create a small greenhouse too, maybe 2, one for food and the second for potion ingredients. Can't believe I almost forgot that. Shaking myself out of my musings once I reach the palace gates, I nod at the guards, and enter through the open gates. The entrance gates are open to all, since the pharaoh does meet with some people every day, to hear their troubles, to solve problems. As I climb the stairs towards another gate, this one too large, I stop near the guards, and ask, where may I find the High Mage, Tatiana? The guard snaps to attention, and gives me the directions to the Royal Mage Chambers, which I had already found out by using telepathy. But, plausible explanation and all that. Reaching the door to what I had seen in a servant's mind as Tatiana's room, I knock, and wait. I don't have to wait long, however, when the woman opens the door without a care in the world, wearing just a simple robe fastened around her hip. She looks, as well as sounds, a bit annoyed, as she asks, "What?" I bow to her, after a short moment of admiring her beauty, and say, "I am Athreos Etos, High Mage Tatiana, from the library. Master Onuris sent me here with the requested translations. I remember you, the untrained mage," Tatiana says, as she gestures with her fingers to raise my head. When I do so, she asks, "Well, where are the books?" I show her the pouch in my hands, and say, "Master Onuris lent me this enchanted pouch, so that I don't get robbed on my way here." And it was the truth. Kinda. There were 24 books in total, and we wanted to keep my magical talent a secret. So, the pouch. Tatiana nods, and turns around, walking into the room. Pointing towards the shelf in the corner, she says, "Place the books in the shelf. I will deal with them later." And then, she shrugs her robe off, becoming completely nude, and starts walking towards the bathtub filled with warm water in the balcony. Well, no wonder she was annoyed, she was having a soak when I came here. Not unused to the nudity in Alexandria, although not all women I've seen nude were this gorgeous, or strong, I turned towards the shelf. The shelf contained a few dozen books already, most of them dealing with elemental spells, but one of them was about soul. Hey, this book is definitely not a part of the magical library. I put my hand inside the pouch, and take the books out one by one, placing the 24 books, half of them Greek, and half Latin, in an empty space. I can't help but stop and stare at the soul magic book once again, before I start walking out. Wait! The High Mage calls out, just when I'm about to walk out. I turn towards the bathtub, where she sat with her arms on the edge, as she says, "I haven't dismissed you yet, commoner." Nodding mutely, I stand to the side, with my back once again turned towards her. Something catches my mind, however, when I clearly hear something. He is attractive, his magic is stronger than most, even if untrained. What to do? What to do? Well. Looks like someone doesn't bathe with her portable occlumency on. I take the opportunity to enter her mind, making sure to stay undetected. And considering that the actual Phoenix Force is the one that taught me, well, I'm definitely undetectable. If Nathaniel Essex couldn't sense my intrusions, then this normal, if strong, which definitely won't. Her memories gave me a tale of her life, and it did not paint a particularly good picture. Born in the Greek quarter of Alexandria, Tatiana was the daughter of 2 Greek fishers. The parents were both mages, and they raised her with some biases. Egyptian magic is inferior to Greek magic, Roman wands are good, staffs are unnecessary weight, etc. Considering that Egyptian curses are even present in my era, that can easily be proved as a lie. Then, women aren't supposed to be anything but objects of sex for the men. If the pharaoh orders her to have sex with him, she should do so with a large smile on her face. She was 8 when they told her that. Talk about shitty parenting. Her parents died during the last civil war when Ptolemy and his brother Ptolemy fought for the throne after Ptolemy's death, and Tatiana was left alone. She had some books on magic, and her mother's wand, which she used to learn magic. She then kept on visiting the Library of Alexandria, and learned a lot more magic under Master Onuris's watchful eyes. Then, she caught the eye of the last High Mage. He took her under his wing, as his mistress and his student, and taught her more magic. For every piece of magic she was taught, another piece of her dignity was torn away by the High Mage. So, she poisoned him. And when he died, she won the title of the High Mage, since she was the strongest amongst the other royal mages. The first woman amongst the royal mages, Tatiana was also forced to be a mistress to the pharaoh. From the poorest of Alexandria, to the city's strongest people, Tatiana had come a long way. But, not all was good. Tatiana was forced to be a mistress to not one, but 2 powerful people. But, it seems the pharaoh hadn't visited her for a few months, which gave her some peace. He had a lot of other mistresses, though, not to forget his wife/half-sister, Cleopatra V. She couldn't make friends, since the pharaoh disallowed contact with anyone not the royal mages, or the royal family. Even the guards and servants weren't allowed to talk to her. The only reason she was allowed to speak with Master Onuris and I, was that we work at the library. There's no way to carry out tasks if she doesn't speak with us in her capacity as the High Mage. Thanks to that, Tatiana didn't have much respect for the pharaoh, and not even a little bit of love for the royal family. They were just a job for her, a way to earn money, and respect. The only good thing about her life, for her, was that she got to read through the hidden library of the royal palace, which is the name for the magical library here. And she had a blanket permission for punishing those that insult her. It takes barely a few seconds for me to go through that all, and I can't help but sympathize for her. Sure, she has killed quite a few innocent people under the pharaoh's orders, but she didn't enjoy it. She felt she was doing her duty. Exactly what she did during her former sessions with the pharaoh. You. Athreos, right. Tatiana calls out, as I slowly exit her mind. She's not evil, I'm not going to change anything inside her mind. Obviously, I copied all of the magical knowledge she has stored away in her mind. Nodding, I keep staring at the stone wall, and say, Athreos Etos, High Mage. Turn around. She orders. I do so, and see the woman sitting on the edge of her bathtub, her legs crossed over. She looked like the epitome of beauty, having just gotten out of the bath. Her hair and skin were still wet, with water droplets flowing down her skin. I blink, and move my eyes away. I don't need a fight this soon in my time here, in the past. Chuckling, Tatiana says, come here, and you may look. Zeus knows I have gotten used to being stared at. I look up at her, keeping my eyes on her face with some effort, and slowly walk towards the bathtub. I climb the 2 stairs that led to the open balcony bathroom, and stop. She asks, what magic do you know? You must know something, even if you don't have a wand. I nod, having prepared for the question, and say, I know some elemental spells, High Mage. Most of the old Egyptian spells don't need a focus to cast, and so, I learned some of them. Tatiana scowls, some of her bias resurfacing, as she says, yes, I've read those same books a few years ago. But, I myself find them to be a bit hard to control without a staff. Let me teach you a simple spell, something I invented during my studies in the library. He is untrained, and strong. If he can cast even a single Egyptian spell, then he has control on his side too. If the pharaoh finds out about him, then he will be hunted down, killed. He's too pretty to die this young, she thinks, her loud thoughts clearly audible to me, making me internally frown. She thinks I'm pretty? Too pretty? Damn, I'm flattered. The reason for my frown, however, the pharaoh, being a muggle, was afraid of magic. The only magical people he trusted, were the royal mages, and the few magical priests of the Egyptian gods. And there weren't many of those, only about a dozen. Most of the priests were actually muggles, who had gotten a blessing or two from their gods. He had killed a lot of trained wizards in Alexandria, and so did his predecessors before him, afraid of being overthrown by stronger wizards. I'd already known about this from my history readings back home. The Ptolemaic kingdom was where witch hunts actually began, although in a very low number, which the Roman Church later got inspired by. Most of the history was actually lost, but some facts did make their way through the harsh times of war and burning libraries. I bow, and say, I will be extremely grateful, High Mage. The woman nods, and walks towards me, still completely nude. She says, this one spell doesn't need any focus, so even you can cast it. I haven't taught it to anyone outside the royal mages, so do be grateful I'm doing so. I nod once again, not saying anything. Tatiana then holds her hand out, and says, first, I will show you how the spell feels, so that you may understand how difficult it is. Hold my hand. I look at her, and hesitantly ask, my lady. Rolling her eyes in annoyance, the woman holds my hand, forcefully pulling it towards herself. She then says, you've already seen me naked, and you've taken more than a few peeks at my privates, commoner. Now, take a deep breath, and don't panic. And then, she twists on her feet, taking me with her through a narrow tube. And then, we appear on the other side of the room. Having expected it, I force myself to stumble, as I drop down on the ground, dry heaving. Holy crap! Apparition was invented now? In this era? What the fuck did other wizards do then? Holy shit, I'm in the presence of the inventor of apparition. I look up, not needing to pretend to be astonished, amazed, awed, and ask, what was that? The woman turns her head away, her cheeks a bit darker, as she folds her hands under her breasts. Wow, she's cute. She doesn't care that she's nude in front of a literal stranger, but getting complimented on her accomplishments is what makes her blush. She sounds hesitant, as she says, I haven't officially named it yet, but we call it epsilon mu phi alpha nu zeta omicron mu alpha iota and epsilon xi alpha phi alpha nu zeta omicron mu alpha iota dot. So appearance and disappearance? Works well enough. Coughing a lot, to make it seem like I'm regaining my breath, I ask, how do I learn? Wait. Why are you teaching me? I could take it from her mind, but I've already taken a lot from there. Besides, I want to see if she'll actually tell me. Tatiana stares at me for a few seconds, and then says, the pharaoh is a dangerous man. He might not be a mage like you or I, but he has more power than both of us. If he finds out that a mage as inherently strong as you is in the city, he will become afraid. Afraid that you will plot with his enemies to overthrow him. And then, he will send us after you, to kill you. Pausing, she holds her hand over my cheek, and says, you have promise, Athreos. You have the capability to become a strong mage of your own right, maybe even stronger than me, stronger than Priest Onuris. I do not want the fear of one man let such promise go to waste. This spell will help you escape, if you do get found out. Well, this is nice. Tatiana does have morals. It seems killing so many people, innocents, has changed something within her. I just hope she doesn't try anything foolish. I nod, smiling in appreciation, as I hold my hand over her own hand on my cheek. Tatiana immediately takes a step back, blushing a bit, as she says, right, the spell. Focus within yourself, focus on where you want to be, and then tell your magic to take you there. Simple. Now you try. Well, this is better than the 3DS that Twycross taught us. Turning my back towards Tatiana, I look at the door, and get a brilliant idea. I take a moment, pretending to focus on my first apparition, and squint my eyes at the door. Then, I whisper, take me next to the door, take me next to the door. All the while I can feel Tatiana's amusement, as she stares at me. And then, I twist around my feet in an exaggerated motion, as I disappear from my position. I reappear with a loud crack, high up in the air, and comically widen my eyes, as I start falling down. Tatiana sees me disappear from my position, and appear in the exact opposite direction of where I was saying I will go. She sees me appear above the still-filled bathtub, rose petals and all, and then with a splash, I fall in, sending water flying all around. I raise my head up from the bathtub, now completely soaking wet, and see Tatiana with her hand on her mouth, suppressing her laughter. As soon as I get up, causing water to drip from my clothes, Tatiana loses it, and starts laughing loudly. I put my hand on the back of my head, as I step out of the bathtub. Ha 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 ha. Tatiana keeps laughing, her laughter floating through the air like a sweet melody, causing me to smile. She looks good when smiling, absolutely gorgeous. Finally, a minute after, Tatiana looks up at me, still chuckling, and says, I'm impressed, Athreos, you succeeded in your first attempt. Although your destination could use some practice. She once again chuckles, as she approaches me. Well, at least my plan to cheer her up a bit, while at the same time becoming somewhat her friend worked. Now just a foot away from me, Tatiana puts her hand on my head, and whispers, Travix Nero. Which causes all the water in my clothes, as well as on my body, to get pulled towards her hand. The water forms into a small orb, that Tatiana throws into the bathtub, sending the water back to the source, and making me completely dry. I smile at her, grateful, and Tatiana smiles back, looking up at me, as we unknowingly start closing the distance. We are just a few inches short of touching, and I raise my hands touching her on her cheeks. Tatiana closes her eyes, and opens her mouth a tad bit, allowing me to lay a small kiss on her lips. Tatiana reciprocates, leading to the best 5 minutes of my life in Ptolemaic Egypt. We just kissed, for 5 whole minutes, my hands on her cheeks, while her hands were on my hip. Finally, when we separate, Tatiana smiles widely, and whispers, you should leave now, before anyone gets suspicious. I nod, kiss her lips once more, and say, may we meet again, my lady Tatiana. Tatiana licks her lips, slowly, sensuously, and says, we shall see, Athreos. Now, leave. I nod, and turn around, walking out the door. It was an impulsive kiss, for both of us. I never planned it, and she didn't either. She just wanted to give me a spell to escape, while I just wanted to make her smile for once. But, as I remember the taste of her lips, the taste of rose petals from the water she had bathed it, I can definitely say that I don't regret it. Damn it, I didn't want to make connections in the past, just in case I find a way back. But it seems I subconsciously do crave some physical contact. Sigh, let's just go back to designing my house. A few days later, Master Onuris approaches me as I'm reading about Egyptian curses while munching on an apple, and says, I will be leaving for the temple of Osiris tonight. The high priest has summoned me and all the other priests for a summit. I look up, my chewing stopping halfway, swallow the still solid apple, and ask, what about the library? Master Onuris says, the library is secure enough, but I would appreciate it if you protect it when I'm gone. I know you're more capable than you like to show to anyone. Don't worry, I'm not stronger than you. I drily say, wondering as he too is afraid of me getting stronger. Master Onuris snorts, and says, I am 500 years old, boy. If a 25-year-old could become as strong as I, then I wouldn't have been alive this long. Well. Damn. I didn't know he was this old. I nod at him, a bit dumbfounded, and say, "Don't worry, Master Onuris. I'll protect the library." Nodding in satisfaction, Master Onuris starts walking out of the library, his staff tapping on the floor with each second step. Hey, this is the first time I'm seeing him actually leave the library. He even lives in a small apartment he carved for himself in the walls, magically expanding the walls to accommodate his every need. Shaking my head, I return to reading about the curse of the Hamdai. A curse so bad, they never even used it. Flesh-eating beetles? No thank you. I'll stick to killing my enemies myself. A/N, no, Imhotep or the other characters from the Mummy won't make an appearance. It was just a silly little Easter egg. Chapter 57, Intruders? A/N, part3, HelloDarkness07. Okay, review replies. Hindbane, that oath was stupidity personified on my end, or at least the timing of it was. I had forgotten about his revenge plan against his dad, and wrote the oath in. It was too late to change that by then, so I went through with the oath actually breaking because of that. As for the house elves, the issue is not something I want to expand over yet. I'll only say this is an O. And Fanon's interpretation over how they need families, and that only Malfoys abuse their elves is not something I want to argue over much. Just, read on and I hope you enjoy. T149MAN, I'm actually setting stuff up for that, don't worry. Necromancy 94, nah, Mason won't have any kids in the past. Too much baggage. Kids will force him to stay there, make them immortal too, make their children immortal, and so on, creating an entire country full of immortal wizards all of whom belong to one big family. Jack 1 and Thebox, I'm sorry to disappoint you, but Mason won't encounter Apocalypse while in the past. The way I wrote his character, he will either die, or defeat Apocalypse and then destroy his body while Apocalypse is still unconscious. Either way, not something I want to happen. Sorry. SCYFLY, he's Akasha, a literal flaming cat. He feels more connected to Nundus than dragons, for now. But, he's not angry, he is angry. But the anger is pushed a bit to the side thanks to his greed of getting the herb and vibranium. Actual Turtle 3, Akasha is a flaming cat. Look up Matatabi from Naruto anime. Thank you all. Now read on. The first night after Master Onuris left was spent in relaxation. I just conjured a soft mattress for myself, and slept on it, after casting a few wards around myself, and the library doors. But, the next morning, meaning now, I had realized something. I have no idea how long Master Onuris will be gone, and I cannot keep sleeping between bookshelves. Master Onuris had a room in the wall for himself, at the far end of the library. So, why not carve a similar room for myself? After drinking some warm milk, and freshening up in my small modest house, I returned to the magical library, and immediately get to work. The library stood as tall as 3 floors stacked on top of each other, with shelves lining the walls. Which is really weird if you don't count magic, since the magical library had only 1 floor to itself. Space expansion, baby. There were ladders, as well as balconies to reach those upper books, along with a few tables and chairs on each floor. Lengthwise, the library was as big as the Hogwarts library, with almost thrice as many books. But, considering that many of them were translations of the same books in Latin and Greek, one can say there were about as many books as the Hogwarts library. Original language, Greek, and Latin, that's how the books are stored, since not many people other than actual Egyptians actually spoke, or read Egyptian. The shelves were not always joined to each other, no. Since the shelves were divided by either subject or language, there were spaces of about 2 to 3 feet between some shelves. One such empty space contained the door to Master Onuris's room, which is warded beyond all belief. The only way to enter his room without dying or being cursed, is to be him, or be with him. Egyptian curses are a dangerous subject, and in the hands of a master, deadly. On the left wall, there was another such space, right between to the history and healing shelves, on the ground floor itself. Holding my hand up, I touched the wall, and cast a transfiguration spell to create an indent into the wall, just an inch deep. The spell made it so the rock wall was pushed inside an inch, in an area of 7x 2.5 feet. Taking a deep breath, I focus within myself, and flex my palm once more, still touching the wall. With a slam, as if space itself was being stretched, the wall indent gets flown backwards, going about a dozen meters, and then stops. Space expansion is easy, when it is temporary. Any wizard can do it, if they have knowledge of the spells, and I learned the spells as light reading. The indent that was just an inch deep, now goes a dozen meters deep, more than enough for me. Unfortunately, it is still just 2.5 feet wide, and 7 feet high. Well, let's expand the room some more. Now standing in a small pseudo-apartment, with the dimensions being 40x 40x 10 cubic feet, I smile. This is more than enough, this is wonderful. The room was made permanent, or at least permanent until I dispel all the invisible runes carved on the wall. The apartment had a bedroom, a kitchen, a bathroom, and a toilet, with everything made out of transfigured stuff. Permanent enchantments could conjure water in a shower head, or even get rid of the water in the bathtub. They also helped in getting rid of whatever I drop in the toilet, disintegrating it into non-existence. The kitchen just had a runic stove, a few water containers, and some of the spices that I had bought before. The rest, I can bring through short trips. I cannot leave the library alone for a long time, since Master Onuris did leave me in charge. The room was also enchanted to give me temperature control, while an enchanted Lumos orb stood high up, to provide light. Other needs were also similarly taken care of by my magic, like oxygen, bed, etc. There was a door now, where the wall once stood, leading outside to the library. The door was enchanted to look and feel like normal stone, for anyone not me. From the inside, I could also use an enchantment on the wall to see whatever is happening outside, by making the door transparent from my side. All of this took just a couple hours of my morning. I hear the soft bell go off once more, telling me that the royal mages were here once again. Hey, wonder if it's just Tatiana, or the entire party. Exiting my small apartment, I lock the door, and cast the ward to make it less noticeable. And then, I walk past 3 shelves standing in the middle of the room, and stand in the position Master Onuris has last taken, my hands held in front of me, completely visible, facing the door. Within a minute, the door opens, letting in the 7 members of the royal mages. Tatiana stops, as the other members go towards the shelves, and asks, "Where is Priest Onuris?" I keep my head down, and answer, "Master Onuris has gone to a summit at the Temple of Osiris, High Mage. He did not inform me as to when he will be back, but he left me in charge of the library in the meanwhile." Tatiana frowns, and asks, "How well can you translate Sanskrit?" I smile, and say, "I am fluent, High Mage." Tatiana nods, and waves her hand, conjuring 3 Sanskrit books on the table. She then says, "I will be back for the translations on the 7th day, keep them ready." I nod, and keep smiling. Tatiana stares at me for a moment, and then has a noticeable twitch on her lips, her smile coming on her face. Turning away from me, she joins her fellow mages at the shelves, as they copy a few books for their collection. And then, barely 5 minutes after they came in, the royal mages leave, taking some books on enchantments and battle magics with them. Of course, they just took copies of the books, the originals should always remain in the library, that is the law. The next few days are spent in translating the Sanskrit books into Greek and Latin. I keep the original Sanskrit books in the shelves, while also keeping a set of copied translations with them. The books were interesting, the subject being enchantment, weapon forging, and Kalaripayattu, a martial art from South India. It'll surely be interesting to learn these subjects, implementing them to my already impressive list of talents. Modesty, a trait I also need to learn. On the 6th night, however, something happens. Something mildly annoying, as well as interesting. I was asleep, or my body was, inside my hidden room, while my astral form was reading a journal of an old alchemist, someone who died at the age of 220, just before he could succeed in the invention of the Philosopher's Stone. The rituals in this book are very interesting, well written. There were alchemical rituals to merge 2 metals into a single metal, different rituals depending on the magical properties of the metals. And this man had invented them to create something more than a simple alloy. The end result is more than the mixture, with magical properties that might, or might not belong to the parent metals. But, I still have 2 years before I can take part in any ritual. I was keeping count. While I was reading the book, leisurely laying down on empty air, the ghost of the book held in my hand, I see the door open. Since I didn't hear the bell ringing, nor did I get any warning, I understood that someone had sneaked in using magic. As the door opens completely, 7 people enter, all with their wands and staffs extended. 2 of them were witches while 5 were wizards. 3 of them, including one of the witches, were wielding staffs, and were dark-skinned Africans. The other 4 were all wielding wands, 2 of them Greek, and 2 Romans, I could tell from their skin tones. All of them, however, wore gold earrings, made in the same style that the royal mages wore, which prevented their minds from being penetrated. While the enchantments were not uncommon, the shape of the earrings was unique for the royal mages. Master Onuris's earrings were large, covering his entire ears. Tatiana's were also big, but they dangled down her ear from her earlobe. The other royal mages however, had earrings that were small, and looked like thumbtack pins. These intruders wore earrings similar to that. "Are you sure he's not here?" one of the Greek men asks, pointing his wand in every direction. The Egyptian men grunt, as one of them answers in a low-pitched voice, "The Temple of Osiris is holding a summit, and the old man is there." "And what of the other mage?" "The scholar?" the same Greek man asks, as they start casting detection spells. Thankfully, I'd made sure to protect my room for such spells using hieroglyphs. The other Egyptian man says, our employer was very clear, Formus. The other man is an untrained mage, with no magical focus. He is not a threat, so if you see him, feel free to kill away. The Egyptian witch comes forward, and taps her staff on the ground a few times. As she does so, a few Egyptian symbols light up on the walls, showing the enchantments that the library was protected by. The woman raises her staff, and fires a condensed ball of magic out of the staff head. The ball of magic flies towards a single symbol, and causes it to light up in flames. Shit! They just destroyed the flame protection enchantment. The woman turns towards the others, and says, our job is clear, make sure all the books are burned completely. I don't need a woman to tell me what to do. One of the Romans says, as he starts walking towards the shelves in the back. Okay, I've seen enough. With a snap, I fly back into my own body, and open my eyes. I apparate back into the library, right behind the Egyptian witch, and tap her head. Thanks to the stupefy spell my hand was charged with, she immediately drops down, unconscious. I apparate away as soon as she starts dropping down, and go behind the other Egyptians, the two wizards who had stayed together. They had their staffs pointed towards the witch, where I just was, with a spell on their tongues. I don't give them the opportunity, however, and stun them both with 2 taps. I apparate away, and see 2 spells pass by my previous location, that splash harmlessly on the shelves, making me sigh a bit in relief. The only enchantment they had taken down was the anti-flames enchantment. The library was still protected from offensive spells that don't create flames. Within half a minute, I have all the 7 witches and wizards stunned unconscious, without too much of an effort on my side, or too much resistance from theirs. One by one, I take the earrings off of their ears, and store them in the nowhere. I'll study the enchantments later, to see if I can find out exactly how they work. But first, let's see who hired these bastards. And bitches, let's not forget the 2 witches. What the fuck happened in here? I hear a familiar voice ask, as I come out of the mind of my last victim. I was sitting next to the man, with my hands touching his forehead for smoother experience. I look up, at Tatiana, and see her observing the downed people, and me standing over them. I say, these wonderful mages here sneaked into the library, using an enchanted artifact to stay undetected by the library's wards, in the hopes of burning the library down. Tatiana raises her eyebrow, and I feel her being impressed with me despite her still wearing the earrings. She then asks, and how did one untrained mage defeat 7, all of whom had wands and staffs? I smirk, thankful at not having to lie, and say, I was awake, heard them walk in and talk, and I used the spell you taught me to sneak attack all of them. I appeared behind each person, stunned them with a simple spell, making it quick so they don't get the opportunity to defend themselves. Tatiana blinks, and asks, you defeated 7 people by using just 2 spells. She then looks me up and down, and nods to herself. She mumbles, Zeus, I'm impressed even more. Shaking her head, she waves her hand, lifting all the 7 people up into the air. She says, I will take them to the prisons. They dared to attack the property of the pharaoh, the punishment, obviously, is public execution. I point at their weapons, wands, and staffs, that were still fallen on the ground, and ask, what do I do with that? Tatiana smirks, and says, you don't have a focus, right? See if one of them suits you. Otherwise burn them, I don't care. When I come back, you can tell me what you found in their minds. This causes me to wince visibly, because of course she realized what I was doing. I nod at her, and sigh, as I see her walk out without another word. The magical focuses, meanwhile, I store in the nowhere. I'm not going to use someone else's staff, or a wand. But, studying them will allow me to make my own staff and wand better. Almost 5 minutes later, Tatiana returns to the library, once again through the door. While apparition is possible inside, you can't do it from outside the library. You also can't disapparate from the library. Instead of preventing the process of apparition completely, since the spell isn't that famous yet, the wards just prevent anyone from magically appearing, or disappearing from the room. Even portals cannot be formed from inside the library to outside. While Tatiana was gone, I had fixed the wards in the library, replacing the hieroglyph that the Egyptian witch had destroyed, and reconnecting the symbols with each other. As soon as she enters, seeing me at the desk, she plops down on a chair, and stares at me. For a minute, she just stares, all the while I stare back, her thoughts unavailable to me right now. She then says, so, you're more trained than you like to show. Her statement was factual, but I know that she was just guessing that. She knows I can apparate like her, just 10 days after she had taught it to me, that I can stun people into unconsciousness, and that I can get into people's minds. Or at least, she knows I can get into the minds of unconscious people. Nodding, I say, I know a few tricks, I practice my magic a lot, you know. Why did you lie then? Tatiana asks, sounding a bit hurt, and angry, although she tried to hide it. I sigh, and say, I never lied. And that's a lie. I don't actually have a wand, or a staff, but I learned during my travels, and my studies in the library, to use my magic without any focus. Tatiana waves her hand, and says, most mages learn to use magic without a focus. What kind of mage depends on wood to cast all their spells? No, you lied about your capabilities. You didn't tell me how good you were at using magic. But, I suppose I should have realized it, your magic was too strong to be untrained. I nod, accepting that. But I wonder what she will say when she learns that most wizards in the future depend on wands to cast magic. She then asks, well, what else can you do? And are you a spy? I lean back, resting my back on the chair, and say, I told you this when we first met, Tatiana. I am not a spy, my only goal is to learn. I don't like to seek attention, and so, I pretend to be weak, that is all. As for what I can do, there's a lot. Maybe someday, I will show you, when we get the time and opportunity. If she wants to take me in, I'll have to disappear, flee after defeating her. She's a strong witch, probably just a bit weaker than Dumbledore or I. But I have a lot more tricks up my sleeve than her, and I know I can knock her out, erase her memories and escape within 5 minutes. Tatiana sighs, rubbing her forehead. She says, Zeus, you're lucky I like you. She then looks at me, and says, look me in the eyes, and tell me. Do you intend to harm the pharaoh or his family? I stare at her beautiful brown eyes, and say, no, I don't intend him any harm. I don't rightly care about the pharaoh. He can do whatever he wants, I just want to learn magic. Nodding, Tatiana asks, do you intend to steal the knowledge from the Royal Mage's library? Still staring straight, I say, no, I don't. I have this impressive library all to myself, why would I steal from 7 strong mages? Well, that's definitely a lie. While I won't steal from them immediately, or as long as Tatiana is the High Mage, I will. Later. Tatiana narrows her eyes, a bit suspicious. But I've mastered the art of lying completely. Controlling my heartbeat was easy thanks to the training of the Kuronin, which I've practiced a bit. 2 more years, before I can completely merge all those memories with my body, and my mind. Note to self, check the ritual once again, see if I can find a way to negate the emotional components from the memories. I don't want to become loyal to the hand, or turn into an experimental genius geneticist. Tatiana says, fine, I believe you. But I will be keeping an eye on you. Now, what did you find in their minds? Sighing in relief, I say, they were hired by someone, whose name they didn't know. His face was hidden by a cloak at all times, and I don't even know if it was a mage or not. I just know that they were approached by him in the vegetable market behind the palace. They received 100 silver coins each, just to burn the library down. So, they don't even know who it is, or why he did it. Great. Tatiana says, rubbing her forehead. Nodding, I say, we know it is someone rich, someone who knew Master Onuris would be gone. So, I'm guessing someone who has connections in the palace. Tatiana nods, and then shakes her head. She says, forget it, the royal mages will deal with it. On to a more serious matter. Us. Yes. I ask, leaning forward with a smile. You're attractive, and you're strong too. That appeals to me. But anything we do has a risk of making an enemy out of the pharaoh. And he might not be a mage, but he is the most powerful person in the realm. Tatiana says, looking away from me. I slowly raise my hand, and caress her face. Turning her head gently, to have her look towards me once again, I softly ask, and what do you want? Tatiana stares at me, for a minute. Both of us say nothing, as we keep staring. And then, she says, fuck it. And with the wave of her hand, the table slides away, as she jumps on top of me, her lips meeting mine. For a minute, we keep kissing, our hands roaming each other's bodies, as she grinds on top of me. Separating for a bit, she says, I am still pissed at your deceit, but you don't seem like the person to purposefully lie. Also, you're good looking. Now, take me. I just nod, and lift her up. As I begin taking off her clothes, while walking towards my hidden room, I say, as you wish, my lady. Nodding in satisfaction, Tatiana returns her lips to mine, and keeps kissing me. The next morning, after Tatiana left for the palace, I begin doing something that I believed was extremely necessary. Copying the library down. It won't be instantaneous, and it will take a whole lot of time. But, it is needed, to protect the knowledge here. The library is protected from flames, lightning, as well as magical attacks, usually. The library also harshly discouraged prospective thieves, by way of illusions in the dark path, or by way of fear inducement. That is what is supposed to happen, yes. These attacking wizards had an artifact in their possession, that is now in the nowhere, that allowed them to sneak in even through the magical protections. They knew exactly how to make the magical protections visible to the naked eye, and they knew how to destroy a single protection ward. Which means, whoever hired them was once a student here, and not recently. He also knew a lot about the library. And this might not be the last time he tries something. Taking a dagger out of nowhere, I kneel down near the door, and get to work on carving alchemical symbols. Time to start copying the library down. What do you think you're doing? A menacing voice asks, as I feel something touching the back of my head. Damn, I was so focused on carving the symbols on the ground that I didn't even see him come in. I slowly raise my hands, and say, check the enchantments on the library, you'll see something you won't like. I'm already seeing something I don't like. You're desecrating the library. Master Onuris hisses out, his staff still held behind my head. I immediately apparate from my position near the third or so shelf, appearing near the door, with my hands folded. Master Onuris walks from the middle of those shelves, and points his staff at me, but doesn't attack, seeing me not even try to fight. I say, I am trying to ensure the knowledge remains protected. Now, check the enchantments, Master Onuris. Master Onuris keeps his staff pointed at me for a while, and I just stare at him. If there is a battle, he will win, even if I use sorcery or telekinesis. He's just that strong, I know. Our battle will be long, drawn out, but he will win. He's stayed in the magical library of Alexandria for centuries, and has read every book that came through here. He's probably the most knowledgeable wizard currently around. But, I have a lot more methods of escaping, not to forget my island to hide out on. It doesn't come to that, however, as Master Onuris slowly lowers his staff, and taps the floor with its butt. The ground ripples, as a wave of magic is emitted out of the staff, and the wall hieroglyphs become visible once again. All of the symbols on the wall glowed white in color, many of them connected with a few lines or squiggles. One single symbol, however, an hieroglyph denoting a flaming torch, was in another color, yellow. When the witch had burnt the symbol, it had turned black. And when I repaired it, I expected it to turn white once again. Unfortunately, while it did repair the ward, the symbol was in a different color to show that it had been repaired by someone not the master of the wards. What? Who did that? Master Onuris asks, as he looks at it, first whispering in horror, and then in anger. I tell him about the attack yesterday, and about my suspicions, leaving out the fact that Tatiana and I fucked. I say, I understood that the person who hired them was knowledgeable about the library, and so, I wanted to protect the knowledge. Pausing, I puff my chest up a bit, proud of my accomplishment, and explain, the alchemical spell I'm carving on the ground will take all the knowledge within these four walls, and store it somewhere else, temporarily. Then, whenever I want to bring the knowledge out, I need to carve a second spell wherever the destination is. I really was proud of it. Instantaneously copy and paste knowledge from one location to another. Well, not entirely instantaneous. The knowledge absorption will take around a month or so to completely store all knowledge. The second spell will take a decade to create all the necessary books out of nothing. Transmutation, on such a large scale, cannot happen immediately without some sort of power source, like the Philosopher's Stone, which I most definitely don't have. It takes time. Time to transmute books, fill them with knowledge in the correct spots, and doing it all in the right sequence. Master Onuris sighs, as he sits down on his chair, tiredly. He says, in the last century itself, there have been dozens of scholars that used the library. Some are still here, some left for their countries, and most of them are dead. I can't think of anyone that would want to burn the library, that's still alive. I nod, and say, I know, it's a long shot. But I didn't want to take the risk that the person succeeds. If not now, then later, he might try again and again. And so. This. I point towards the symbols covering the ground all around us. I was around halfway done, 4 hours after I had begun, and the front part of the library was completely covered in carved symbols. The part beyond the shelves, that were kept in the middle of the room, was still blank. Nodding, Master Onuris says, yes. I understand why you're doing it. Sighing, he points his staff at the burned-out hieroglyph, and shoots a blast of magic at it. The sun glows white once again, now fully repaired. He then turns towards me, and says, as much as it pains me to say this, continue with your work. But do know this. If you try to harm the library, I am the librarian who you will have to face. I look at him incredulously, and say, I would sooner die than harm the library. I love knowledge too much to see it disappear. Master Onuris nods, and starts walking towards his room. He then stops, and snaps his head towards the wall, staring right at the invisible, undetectable door that leads to my room. He slowly turns his head towards me, scowling, and I immediately defend myself and say, what was I even supposed to do? Sleep, eat, and shit near the books. Master Onuris sniffs, and starts walking once again. His back turned towards me, he leaves a departing order, and says, document what you're doing, Athreos. Such intricate knowledge of Kima shouldn't disappear either. I sigh, as he walks out. Thank God I got permission from him. I'm basically stealing all the knowledge here, but the difference is, I'm not leaving the library without the knowledge. I'm basically doing the same as the royal mages do, copy the books. Only, I'm doing it on a larger scale. Let's just hope the library stays intact for at least 1 more month. The next day, after the alchemical spell has begun its work, I leave for the sanctuary. It'll take a month for the spell to work completely, but I won't need to be there during that time. Besides, Master Onuris can protect the library better than I can. Meanwhile, I need to do something else. I need to build a castle for myself. I was actually going to just build a simple wooden house, but then I thought, will the house stay intact for 2,000 more years? Probably not, even with all the spells I'll cast. So, my plans were changed to a stone house. And I did plan to limit it to a house. But then, I wanted to add a library, then a potions lab, then an alchemy lab, then a ritual chamber, an isolated practice room, a dungeon with prison cells, just in case, and of course, greenhouses. One by one, rooms kept getting added to my plan of building a house, and now, it is a very small castle. If I want the castle to live through the 2,000 years, and still stay completely intact when I go back to my time, then I need to build it to be as unexpanded as possible. Gods, if only I had the resurrection stone right now, I would have called the dwarven ghosts or something. And no way I'm bringing anyone I don't completely trust here. So, I'm doing it myself. Thank God there are spells for that. Holding the Elder Wand in my right hand, I raise both my hands into the air. I was standing a few meters away from the spot where the basilisk heartstone was buried. I was going to build the castle right over the central heartstone, so that I can bind the castle wards to it. Taking a deep breath, I twirl my wand in my hand, and begin. Slowly, earth starts getting dug in, to give way to the foundation of the castle. This is going to take a few hours, I think. 2 days later, as I was in the library reading through the curses once again, the bell sounds once again, as a minute later Tatiana enters the library. Her face was grim, as she immediately approaches me to the curiosity of Master Onuris. She stops before me, and says, I need your help. What happened? I ask, closing the book and placing it back in the shelf. Tatiana says, the people you caught. They're dead, they died 2 days ago before they could even be presented to the pharaoh. You were inside their minds, you've seen what the person who hired them looks like. I need you to guide me to him. Sighing, I nod, and say, of course, High Mage. I turn towards Master Onuris, and he just nods, saying nothing. Well, time to track down a traitor to the kingdom. A/N, a relatively short chapter, and I did want to go further. But this place felt like the right time to stop. I'd just like to remind you all that the MC's name is Mason, not Harry. And while he's currently known as Athreos, to the Alexandrians, he is still the same Mason. Chapter 58, The Dark Mage. A/N, part3, HelloDarkness07. For ease of narration, this whole chapter is in Tatiana's POV, because the battle will be more focused on her. There's a short part with Mason's POV, but that's not that important. Sorry, once again, and enjoy the chapter. Tatiana leads Athreos outside the library, both of them staying silent. This was a serious matter, not one where she could relax as if she is within friends. She doesn't want anyone to know that she and Athreos are friends. She doesn't know what they are. She liked him, sure, and he was not exceedingly ugly either. And he is a strong mage. What else could she ask for? Once outside the library building, the pair are met by the other 6 royal mages, who had waited outside on Tatiana's orders. Leading the seemingly demure man named Athreos towards them, Tatiana nods at her subordinates to join them. Tatiana turns towards Athreos, and asks, so, what did the man look like? And where did the people meet him? She had told the royal mages that Athreos is a natural at offensive mind magics, a mind walker, as they're called. He didn't need to use spells to mind walk, but he didn't have much control over it. In addition, the enchanted earrings that protected their minds from purposeful mind walking also saved them from his accidental mind walking. Or so she cooked up, never knowing how right she was. So it was, that the royal mages knew that Athreos had been inside the prisoners' minds, seen some of their memories. Athreos takes a moment to think, as all 7 people stare at him in expectation, and says, his skin was a bit light, but not too light. So definitely of the Greek descent. His face was covered by a cloak at all times, so I don't know exactly how he looks. The weirdest thing about him would be the fact that he wore a full black cloak that left just his hands and feet naked. They met, as I said, in the market behind the palace. A black cloak in an atmosphere this hot. It is weird, as he said. Tatiana thinks to herself. Tatiana exchanges a look with the other mages, and says, that isn't going to be any help to us. Let's go to the market, we'll see if we find anyone similar, or plan our next move then. The royal mages surround the seemingly helpless untrained mage, and their leader, with 2 staying at the back, 2 at the front, and 1 on each side. This way, if anyone attacks them, the royal mages can protect the witness, as well as their leader with their own bodies and lives. It is how Tatiana was trained, and it is how she trained these new men. Defend the pharaoh first, then his family, then the high mage, and then yourself. Civilians, of course, are not a priority. Once they reach the market behind the palace, Tatiana realizes that this won't be as quick a search as she had hoped. The market was huge, in a word. It covered the entire back wall of the palace, as well as the library which was right next to it. Stopping once at the center of the market, she turns towards her men, and says, we should split up, so that we may cover more ground. Form pairs, and go in the north, west, and south directions. I will take the commoner east with me, I don't trust him completely. At each direction, she points at 2 people, making them nod in understanding. As the 6 people disappear into their respective directions, Athreos looks at Tatiana, a faux offended look on his face. Tatiana just rolls her eyes, as she leads him through the east side of the market. She says, I would rather not let it be known that we are anything but acquaintances, Athreos. Our relationship is better remained unknown. She didn't want the pharaoh to go after Athreos, just because she slept with him one time, and people got to know about it. She also didn't want the pharaoh to look too closely at her lover, because then he will realize that Athreos is a mage in need of training, and before she knows it, Athreos will be one of the royal mages, sworn to protect the pharaoh. Or dead. No, she will keep it a secret as long as possible. Tatiana. Athreos whispers, about a minute after starting their search. As Tatiana turns her head towards him in question, he asks, how did the men die? Because I doubt you left them unguarded. Tatiana glances behind for a second, frowning in frustration, and says, that's the problem. We don't know. It was as if the years had been sucked out of their bodies. Their bodies had been aged up to at least 100 years when we found them. The guards that were responsible for guarding the prisons were all dead, also aged up. No one saw anything suspicious, and those that did, weren't left alive. Tatiana knew quite a lot of curses that could cause items, and people, to age up quickly, giving them a death by old age within seconds. But none of those spells had a purpose beyond killing. And this massacre had a purpose beyond just getting rid of witnesses. The killer needed to kill them, for some reason, but she didn't know what. For a few minutes they both stay silent, looking around for any person wearing a black cloak. Suddenly though, Tatiana stops, causing Athreos to almost crash into her, and stares at her arm. Her hand had 6 bangles around them, tightly fit around her wrists. 2 of the bangles, 1 on each hand, were glowing orange, and heating up. She could feel the warmth of the glowing bangles on her arm, but it wasn't hot enough to harm her. She hears Athreos ask, what is it? Already hearing the concern in his voice without even turning around. Tatiana scowls, still staring at the bangles, and says, each of us royal mages wears 6 bangles like this, and a single piercing in our navel. The 6 bangles are connected to the navel piercings of each of the remaining mages, to allow us to know when one of us is in pain, or dies. The orange glow means that they are injured. Tatiana had invented these enchanted objects herself, after she was forced to become the high mage at the very young age of 14. Despite being the youngest of the royal mages of that time, Tatiana was also the strongest, thanks to her training in the library, and under her master, the previous high mage. And so, after the pharaoh abetted her the first time, she was forced to lead the royal mages, to care for their lives. When the previous royal mages died out in one battle or another, Tatiana created these bangles and the navel piercings to allow her to keep track of her mages. Alas, she is now forced to wait, and watch, as the bangle glows orange, unable to do anything. Athreos then wonders out loud, is there a way to track down where they are? Tatiana shakes her head, frustrated that she didn't think about this, and says, the only time we can track other mages down is if they're. The bangles go from orange, to brown, to black, within a single second, and then the 2 bangles break down, turning to dust. Tatiana clenches her fists, as her wrists burn a little, and continues, dead. Let's go, we don't have much time. She could feel where the deaths had happened, and thankfully, both the deaths had occurred at the same place. She will mourn her subordinates later, but first, she needs to avenge them. And then, holding Athreos' hand tightly, Tatiana operates them away, taking him to the location she was sensing, knowing that the others will be coming here soon. As soon as they appear out of the tunnel, Athreos clenches his fists in anger, his hand still holding hers. As Tatiana glances at him, she finds that Athreos was glaring to her right in anger, his nose twitching as if he had smelled something exceedingly unpleasant. She decides to ask him about it later. Tatiana turns her head, dropping Athreos's hand, and scowls, seeing the dead bodies of her subordinate royal mages. Both of them were now old, aged up till they died. Standing above them, was a man wearing a black robe, holding a staff in his left hand, made of some white-colored wood, with a skull on its head. So, you're the one who hired the mages to destroy the library, and then killed them when they failed. In the name of the Pharaoh, I order you to surrender. Resist, and. Well, please resist. Tatiana says, at the same time that the 4 remaining royal mages appear around the man, surrounding him. His face was still hidden by the cowl, but his arms were a bit more open now, showing his forearms to all. Beside him, cowering from everyone there, was the surprising sight of an elf, wearing just a single piece of cloth, that hung on its shoulder. The crowd was parted, and already many people were fleeing after seeing the royal mages there. Some, however, seemed to be quite used to seeing such occurrences, and had stayed to watch. Morons, Tatiana thinks. She could feel Athreos glaring at the man. No, his staff? Something about the staff offended the man, and Tatiana was sure he won't explain it if she doesn't ask. She couldn't feel anything wrong about the staff, anything that might offend any mage. Well, the skull might, but it is the sign of an obvious necromancer. Necromancy is not something uncommon in Misr, and even in Alexandria. There are dozens of necromancers in the Temple of Osiris itself, not to forget those in the Temple of Anubis. And Athreos didn't seem like someone who doesn't like necromancers, since she had actually seen a necromancy book in his room that night, when they had slept together. The cloaked man, to no one's surprise, doesn't surrender, and instead chuckles. His staff hand twitches, and Tatiana immediately pulls Athreos behind her. She raises her hand, casting a wandless shield in front of them. She does it just in time, as a grey wave of smoke was let out by the man's staff, speeding towards them. With a gong, the wave of dark magic hits the shield, sending her skidding backwards a bit. The shield holds, but she could feel the magic of the man's attack breaking the shield. She could see that the man hadn't just attacked her, but he had attacked all 6 of them at once, with the wave of dark magic. Crack! The wave of magic was causing the shield to crack, the force too much for the shields to handle. If she tries to disappear, the shield will break before she can escape. Fortunately, she doesn't need to do anything. She feels a hand land on her shoulder, as she is forcefully dragged into the familiar tunnel of apparition, letting the dark magic slam into the ground. Tatiana pants as Athreos and her appear out of the tunnel, and she sees the dark magic strike 2 of the other royal mages, the remaining 2 having apparat just like them. When the magic touches the wizards, they start growing old right in front of her eyes, as the grey wave of magic returns to the attacking wizard, now with a bit of silver within it. So, she was right. There was an actual purpose behind aging these people up. He was stealing the life force of the ones he attacked with a necromantic spell. But, it seems there aren't any other benefits to that, just an increased lifespan. Athreos taps her shoulder once, and she feels something being stuck on her hip, right over her butt. It was a dagger in its sheath, she could feel. Before she can ask what that is for, Athreos whispers, if you get the opportunity, stab this into the staff head. Don't ask questions, not yet, just trust me. Tatiana gives him a look, but nods, hiding the dagger in its sheath from sight, using illusions. She will most definitely ask him questions later, she needs to. Of course, you survived. The man says, immediately making Tatiana freeze. She recognized his voice, but that is not possible. It's not possible for him to be here, alive and well. She had seen him die, seen all signs of his soul leave his body. Horrified, Tatiana whispers, that's impossible. You're dead, I saw you die with my own eyes. The man chuckles, and says, of course you did, my love. But there are some things that I had kept secret from all, even you. One of them allowed me to return from death. Tatiana, who had remained frozen for a second, finally shakes her head. She loudly says, no matter, I will kill you again, and again, until you remain dead. Turning towards the other mages, who had joined her, she looks Athreos in the eye, and says, do not try to fight him, he is a dangerous enemy. You will only get in the way. Athreos frowns, obviously displeased, as another one of the royal mages asks, do you know this man, High Mage? Scoffing, Tatiana says, I know him? Of course I do. He's the one that taught me almost everything I know. He was the last High Mage, Lord Herpo, who was supposed to have died 10 years ago. Herpo had found her in the Library of Alexandria, studying magic under the vigilant eyes of priest Onuris. At the age of 9, he took her from the library, as an apprentice. And then, when she was strong enough, Herpo turned her into his mistress, forced her into his bed. She was just 11 when it happened. As if that wasn't enough, Herpo then offered her to the pharaoh, hinting at Tatiana that he wanted her to spy on the pharaoh, to fulfill his every wish until Herpo says not to. Tatiana already hated Herpo, hated the pharaoh, hated her life. And when the pharaoh first took her, her anger knew no bounds. She concocted a poisonous potion, one she had found in the royal mage library, and fed it to Herpo. He never expected it, and he died. The priests of Osiris that took his body away confirmed that he had died, and took him away for the final rites. And now, he was back, somehow. Back from the dead. She wanted to kill the pharaoh too, but she didn't believe herself ready to die, or even keep hiding from the Medjay yet. And so, she left him alone. If he is the last royal mage, why is he attacking us? The same mage asks, causing Tatiana to look a bit uncomfortable. She didn't want anyone to know that she had killed him just to get away from his hands. She says, who knows what his reasons are, he has already killed 2 of our fellow mages, that is a crime punishable by death, in and of itself. We can ask him questions after we have captured him. The mage nods, and turns towards Athreos. He orders, leave now while you still have the chance, commoner. Your task is done. The battle is going to get a bit violent. Tatiana notices, however, that Athreos hadn't moved his eye away from Herpo, making her turn her head towards the man herself. He had remained strangely still, not attacking them while they spoke. It is then that Tatiana notices it, his hand was moving discreetly, in very small motions. Seeing his hand stop, she widens her eyes, and immediately yells, scatter. Immediately, all 4 of the remaining mages apparate away, Athreos holding on to her hand once again. He brings them to the top of a nearby house, and she sees the spot they were just in get destroyed, without any hint of the cause. The spell was so deadly, that everything in the space they were standing in was destroyed, with just a deep crater in the place. Tatiana turns towards Athreos, about to yell at him about forcefully taking her away, when he whispers, I didn't want anyone to know you taught me the spell. This way, they will think that you brought us here, wanting to save a civilian. Tatiana nods, accepting the answer, and says, stay here, Athreos. Herpo is a dangerous man, and he won't hesitate to capture you to threaten me. Athreos nods, looking a bit concerned. And he should be, even she wasn't sure she could take Herpo down herself. He says, take care, I owe you some answers that you won't get if you die. Smiling softly, Tatiana disappears from the rooftop, and appears on the ground. Tatiana, and the 2 remaining royal mages were now surrounding Herpo, their wands now in their hands. He turns around, keeping his eyes on Tatiana, and says, you've learned some new tricks, I see. Teleportation without the need of long drawn-out spells? But is it fast enough? He then slams his staff on the ground, sending 3 blasts of dark magic towards the 3 royal mages. All 3 of them cast shields, and this time, they succeed in blocking the spells completely. Tatiana doesn't take long to recover, and shoots wild flames out of her wand, keeping her left hand raised to keep the flames focused. At the same time, the 2 other mages shoot 2 different curses at the dark mage, one she recognizes to be a flaying curse, and the other a bone summoning curse. Herpo just waves his staff, allowing the flaying curse to hit his staff's skull harmlessly, while the bone summoning curse is slammed away by the staff's wood. For Tatiana's flames, he stops them with his right hand, wandlessly creating a vacuum sphere to snuff them out. Tatiana is shocked by the fact that her subordinates' curses had no effect on the staff. They should have at least harmed them a little, but it was as if the spells had hit nothing. As the 2 wizards pull their wands back to cast more spells, Herpo just glances at them once. Immediately, a force of magic hits them in their guts, sending them flying away into a house. The men get knocked out, bleeding from their heads before she can even move. Tatiana glances at her soldiers, a bit morose at not being able to do anything to save them, but turns towards Herpo, who had his attention on her. Tatiana sees Athreos, who was sitting on the rooftop still move a little, his face showing her exactly what he wanted to do. In answer, she just glares at him. Whether he believes her unable to save herself or whether he believed Herpo too dangerous to let her face him alone, she was not some damsel in distress. She was not some delicate flower that needed rescuing. Herpo was her enemy, she made him the enemy, and while she doesn't regret it at all, she wants to kill him herself. Athreos nods with a sigh, as he sits back down, her message having reached. Do not interfere, this is personal, she wanted to say to him, without saying any words. Internally sighing in relief, once she sees Athreos refrain from attacking, Tatiana brings her attention back to her enemy, who was observing her it seems. He probably did not notice the small exchange she just had with Athreos, or he would have spoken up about that. Why did you kill me? He asks, after a few seconds of just intense staring. Glaring at him hatefully, Tatiana says, "Why would I not kill you? You groomed me to be your mistress, trained me only enough to always be weaker than you, and you dared to offer me to the pharaoh as a concubine." Herpo scoffs, and says, "You're a woman, your position was always going to be beneath me. And you were about the right age to become my mistress, a bit older for my tastes, but I wanted you to be perfectly grown first." Considering she was just 11 when she was first bedded by this monster, and 13 when she was offered to the pharaoh, Tatiana was not in agreement with his words. Tatiana simply points her wand at Herpo, and yells, "Apyros Ponos." Translation, Infinite Pain. When the spell that shows itself as a white-colored lightning touches a person, be it skin, or clothes, it causes their entire body to start hurting. Every body part goes through an infinite amount of pain, for a few seconds. Of course, the spell has limits. A strong enough shield can stop the spell, not to forget actually physical barriers. As well, the degree of pain the victim goes through is dependent on the strength of the mage casting it. Herpo waves his hand, summoning one of the observing civilians in the way of the curse. Tatiana, saying this immediately stops the curse, but it does get stuck for a second. Ag. The woman gasps, as she drops down on the ground, convulsing from the pain, unable to say anything else. Just a single touch is enough for anyone to go through infinite white-hot pain to stab into them, and it will stay for 10 seconds in the least. The woman wasn't made of any better material than flesh and blood. What kind of idiot stays when two mages are fighting? She thinks, frowning at the idiocy of the rabble. Herpo points his hand at the woman, his hand turning a dark grey, but before he can do whatever he was aiming for, the woman gets pulled away by a force of magic. She glances up at the building, where she knows Athreos is, and finds him just standing there. But, she somehow knew, that it was Athreos that saved the woman from the same fate as the other aged-up people. I need to see exactly how good he is at magic before I sleep with him next. Tatiana thinks, mentally thanking Athreos for saving the moronic woman, while also wondering what else he's hiding. Herpo glances at Athreos too, causing Tatiana to take a step forward in aggression, which Herpo doesn't miss. He must have known that there aren't any other mages around, and immediately suspected him. He turns back towards Tatiana, and says, "Seriously? Him? You had the choice of 6 royal mages, dozens of Egyptian priests, and you chose him, an untrained commoner. Or maybe he just saw her looking at him." Tatiana doesn't grace that with an answer, since she herself didn't know what attracted her to Athreos. She just was. Instead, she asks, "How did you come back to life, Herpo? I saw the priests of Osiris do the rites on your body, I saw them check for any signs of life." Herpo chuckles, and says, "Herpo? I remember the day when you used to kiss my feet every day in thanks to our lessons, calling me master." He then shakes his head, seeing no reaction from Tatiana or the commoner, and says, "It took me a lot of time and efforts to gain this much strength, but as you can see, I still need to steal decades from others, so I can live a few more years. So that's why he sucked the life out of these people. He's still not strong enough to stay here indefinitely. How did he come back from the dead though? Is it related to that skull of his, and why Athreos asked me to destroy it?" Tatiana wonders, her head not even moving towards the staff. If it is the source of his seeming immortality, then she didn't want to tip her hand too soon. She didn't want him to become suspicious. Tatiana cracks her neck, and says, "Very well, don't tell me. I will take the answer from your mind itself once I'm through with you." Herpo chuckles, and says, "It is amusing how you think you alone can defeat us." "Us? Who is us?" Tatiana asks, dismissing the elf as a threat immediately. In response, Herpo hisses. "He's a parcel mouth." Tatiana thinks, amazed at how he had kept it a secret throughout their 5 years together. After Herpo stops his hissing, the ground begins shaking, and he says, "While I would love to deal with you myself, my pet will suffice. It is my own creation, after all, and hence, it is completely loyal to me." Tatiana points her wand at Herpo, and yells, "Psychic catastrophe found." A curse that shows itself to the world as just a transparent ripple in the air, the soul destruction curse does exactly that, completely destroys the soul within whoever it hits. She sees the magic fly through the air towards the man, who remains unmoving. Right before the curse can hit him, something comes out of the ground in front of him, and the curse splashes harmlessly against thick scales of something snake-like. Unfortunately, the curse doesn't believe animals have souls, and hence, it doesn't work on them. It was some sort of snake, not one she had ever seen before, but its scales were definitely as magically resistant as that of dragons. Just by looking at the dark green scales, she could tell that the animal will be a difficult foe to beat. It was just a bit over 40 hands long, staying around Herpo, who had his eyes closed now, focusing on some spell. She feels a spell hit her, compelling her to close her eyes, and she does, not voluntarily. She scowls, recognizing the magic of the spell as one cast by Athreos. But why did he do that, she wonders. Another spell compels her to turn her back towards the snake, which makes her want to fight the spell. However, something within her was telling her to trust Athreos, to trust his judgment. When she turns her back to the snake and her former master, she opens her eyes and sees a few people fallen on the ground, dead. The rest were screaming, running around in a panic, as one of them yells, "Don't look it in its eyes. Cursed eyes. Cursed eyes." Tatiana didn't know how Athreos knew about this secret ability of the snake that even she didn't know. But she can guess that it is something he had read about. Guess she needs to thank the cute scholar later. Herpo hisses something else, and she hears the snake coming after her. Aiming blindly, Tatiana throws the spell, Phlegomena Katara. Behind her, the cursed flames of Hades flow out of her wand's tip, shaping into a serpent as big as her own size. The flames attack the snake, and she hears screeching, as the snake burns. Unfortunately, the screeching stops within a few seconds, as the snake returns to attacking her, the flames snuffed out by the elf. Tatiana doesn't get afraid however, having already been prepared to someday, hopefully, fight a dragon. This was basically the same thing for her. Holding her wand in her fist tightly, Tatiana stops her run, and stabs it into the ground. The ground underneath the snake lifts up so suddenly, that it sends the snake flying into the air. Waving the wand at the raised piece of land, Tatiana stabs her wand forward. The land separates from the earth, and immediately goes flying at Herpo at great speeds. Turning the wand over to the now dropping snake, Tatiana sends a blast of grey lightning out of her wand towards it. The lightning hits the snake on its tongue, since its mouth was open. The cursed lightning travels from the tongue, over to the rest of the snake's body, and does its work. All the senses of the snake, be it sight, smell, taste, touch, hearing, and even the sense of the temperature, get scrambled. Unless the counter curse is given, within 10 minutes, the snake will be completely blinded, without any of its other senses to rely on. Before the snake can regain itself, Tatiana conjures a hail of arrows, and sends them all flying towards the beast's open mouth. The mouth of the beast is bombarded by a dozen arrows, all of them stabbing inside the roof of the snake's mouth, slowly killing it. Tatiana turns towards Herpo, ignoring the snake now falling on the ground, and immediately gets thrown in the air by the elf, who had managed to defend its master from her attack from before. Tatiana crashes into a tree, already feeling a few broken bones. She immediately rolls away, letting another bolt of magic slam into the palm tree she was unwittingly resting on. Enough! Herpo says, his staff and his right hand both pointed at the skies. The elf immediately follows the order, and disappears from its location, appearing back to the side of the dark wizard. Still with his arms raised up, Herpo looks over at her, his cowl still disallowing her from seeing anything, and says, "This is the culmination of my patience, dearest Tatiana. You see, the body I'm currently inhabiting is not my own, it belongs to a helpful priest of Osiris named Imhotep. His knowledge of necromancy was very helpful to my cause, you know. One such spell, my love, allowed me to summon all the dead within Misr. Loyal completely to me." And then, he slams the staff into the ground, stabbing it a few inches deep, and yells, "Caelus tu necros." From the head of the staff, from the eyes and mouth of the skull atop it, black smoke starts coming out, dropping down on the ground. The smoke rests there for barely a second, before it blows outwards in all directions, flying away from Herpo, and keeps expanding. From the ports of Alexandria, all the way to the Great Pyramids of Giza, every inch of land is covered in the black smoke. And then, the smoke drops down, and starts digging into the earth. Tatiana looks horrified, seeing the earth shaking due to what is obviously his necromancy spell succeeding, and turns towards Herpo, still ready to fight him. However, his attention was not on her, he was looking at another direction. He was staring at Athreos, who in return was also staring defiantly at Herpo's face, his hands folded on his chest. Herpo says, "Elf, go bring me that man. His magic is strong despite him not being trained, he shall be a good next vessel." Horrified, Tatiana sees the elf disappear, and immediately snaps her head over to Athreos, only to sigh in relief a moment later. Athreos was still staring at Herpo, glaring more like, with the elf held in his one hand, by its neck. Tatiana can't help but be impressed, seeing the muscles on his arm. Elves might be lighter than humans, very lighter, but they're not light enough to effortlessly hold in just a single hand. "Fine, I will do it myself," Herpo says, turning towards Athreos with his hands raised. Taking her sword off its sheath for the first time in a long time, Tatiana immediately appears right in front of Herpo, and immediately slashes her sword at him. The man leans away, his training still ingrained even within his soul, but not enough. The steel sword cuts through his neck, and Tatiana smirks, feeling her job done. Herpo disabeases her of the belief when he punches at her stomach, while she's still in the air. Tatiana immediately disappears, seeing that his hand was glowing a dark grey color. She did not want to risk being cursed by the necromancer. Necromancers have spells that can banish souls, summon souls, control souls, harm souls, curse souls, and of course, as she just found out, suck the years out of souls. She did not know what else they're capable of, and she didn't want to find out firsthand. She appears, once again, in the opposite direction of Athreos, with Herpo in the middle. Herpo looks at her, and she sees the stab wound heal right in front of her eyes, the wound glowing with a blue light. So the absorbed decades also give him a better healing. Tatiana thinks, her mind going back to the dagger that Athreos had fixed on her back. She now knew why Athreos had given it to her, but she didn't know how Athreos knew at first glance. She glances at him, and finds him just staring at her, a reassuring smile on his face. The elf was nowhere to be seen, so he probably killed it. She would have done the same, if an elf had dared to attack her. It is possible that he's an oracle of the goddess, or a descendant of one. You dare harm me? After everything I did for you? Even after all the success you got after killing me, you want to harm me? Tatiana, I was willing to forgive your sins, and allow you back beside me once I become pharaoh, but now? Now you will be alive, forced for centuries upon centuries to watch me torture your lover. Herpo says, taking threatening steps towards her. Meanwhile, the soul summoning spell was still working, and the ground was still shaking all around her. Right next to Tatiana, in fact, the first crack in the ground forms, as a hand appears out of it and grabs onto her hand. Ah! Tatiana immediately yells, blowing it up on instinct. The hand was just made of bones, with no flesh to speak of. She immediately stands up, as the skeleton keeps rising out of the ground, many more such skeletons joining it above ground. She turns her head left and right, seeing skeletons start rising from the dead, as they surround her. Even the two royal mages who had died before she even got here were now risen from death, their bodies holding their own swords up. Herpo, who had spread his arms to embrace the feeling of power, says, "Do you see now, Tatiana? This is power. First Alexandria, and then Misr, and then the whole world will be mine. I shall be the first and only pharaoh to rule the entire world. And my army of the dead will bring this victory to me. No mortal weapons will harm them, no magic will keep them down. Every spell has a weakness," that is what she had always read. And right now, as she is surrounded by hundreds of skeletons, she could find just a single weakness. A necromantic spell only works as long as you power it, and you can't power a spell when you're dead. So, she needs to kill Herpo to end the spell, to end the terror of the army of the dead. As the skeletons start approaching her, Tatiana takes her sword in her left hand, and begins cutting through them. With her wand, she would fire spell after spell, element after element, while her sword took care of anyone that got too close. Unfortunately, even when the skeletons and half-decomposed corpses were cut into two, they kept approaching her, crawling on the ground. "Is this your idea of a victory, Herpo?" Tatiana yells, seeing Herpo start walking towards the palace, no doubt to kill the pharaoh and take his place. As he stops, she asks, "Is this your idea of a revenge? Have some corpses kill me by overwhelming me with numbers? I didn't take you for a foul coward, Herpo." Herpo turns away, and she finally gets to see his face, the cowl now down. His face was not one she was familiar with, obviously. The body belongs to someone called Imhotep, and more likely than not, the staff does as well. He says, "Very well, your wish of dying by my hands will be granted, my love. I shall give you that much honor." He then turns towards the corpses, who were all staring at him in expectation, and yells, "Go! Kill every soldier or mage you find, kill anyone that gets in your way. Start with the library, and the temples of the Egyptian gods." Tatiana hoped that the guards, mages, priests, and even Athreos would be enough to deal with the thousands of corpses rising all over Misr, and that she succeeds in her plan. Or else, all hope will be lost. Tatiana puts her sword away, not needing it right now, and faces Herpo. Athreos was gone from his position on top of the house, probably to help the others deal with the corpses. Herpo holds his staff to his side, and asks, "Shall we begin, my love?" "I'm not. You're anything." Tatiana grits out, and points both her palms at him, her wand held in one hand. An enormous shockwave erupts from her palms, and speeds towards Herpo, who was a very short distance from her. The shockwave slams into his staff, which he had brought in between, and the wind immediately turns into fire. Herpo sends the flame after her, in a wave, and Tatiana stabs her wand at the flames, sending another curse through the flames. The curse strikes another curse, that Herpo had sent at her through the flames himself, and a wave of Tatiana's wand curses the flames, sending them back towards Herpo. The flames, now similar to the cursed flames of Hades, flow towards Herpo, as if it was a wave of water. Herpo stabs his staff into the ground, creating a bubble of vacuum around himself. The flames then get sucked into the bubble, into Herpo's palm, and Tatiana readies herself. Herpo throws the ball of condensed flames at her, and Tatiana casts her strongest shield spell, the indomitable shield of Aegis. The flames slam into the shield, causing it to push her back. Another similar ball of magic, shaped and willed into the form of the flames by Herpo, slam into the shield, and this causes the shield to break, sending Tatiana flying backwards. As Tatiana falls down on the ground, her wand flies out of her hands, falling a very large distance away. As Tatiana begins getting up, she sees Herpo with his staff head pointed at her, and immediately raises her arms, casting a strong shield once again. This time, however, thanks to not having the extra accuracy that her wand grants her, the shield is not strong enough to stop even a single attack from Herpo. A black-colored curse slams through the shield, and hits her in the shoulder, sending her skidding backwards even more. Tatiana coughs, and once more starts getting up, but this time, she feels something wrong. Her hands. Her legs. Her entire body was weakening, the flesh itself was rotting, as if she had already been dead for centuries. The curse that just touched you is one of my own inventions. You see those corpses, those inferi, that are running rampant around Misra with just a handful of defenders against them? This curse turns any living person into that. An inferi under my own command. You have just a minute before you turn completely, so. Any last words? The annoying voice of Herpo was grating on her nerves, everything about him making her hate him even more. Still defiant, as her arms were shriveling up inch by inch, Tatiana looks up at Herpo, and says, "Yes. Damn you, Herpo." And then, Tatiana disappears from her position. Herpo looks around, ready to kill her when she appears despite the curse. Unfortunately for him, Tatiana takes a short detour, stopping in another location to get something out. When Tatiana appears, she does so right in front of Herpo, between him and his staff. In one swift motion, Tatiana immediately stabs her dagger, the one Athreos had given her into the skull that covered the staff head. Still mid-fall, she sees the dagger break through the skull's magical protections as if they were butter. And then, she takes the dagger out. She sees the skull turn black, at the point where she had stabbed it, and then... boom! A loud explosion throws her and Herpo away, in the same direction. Tatiana lands on Herpo once, but the force of the explosion still causes her to go even further. Not wanting to waste the opportunity, Tatiana takes aim, and banishes the dagger towards Herpo, hoping to kill him once and for all. Unfortunately for her, she was not still when she did that, and she also wasn't entirely healthy. So it is, that the dagger flies over Herpo's fallen body, just grazing his skin on his exposed nose. Tatiana drops down, now unable to move at all. The curse had already taken a lot out of her, and her efforts at destroying his staff and killing him had taken even more. She was a guest of just a few seconds. You. Tatiana. You're a whore who should have stayed in her own place. Now that you're the high mage, you believe you're above all. No, I am still Herpo, an immortal mage. And I will have my power. Herpo yells, now struggling to stand up from his fall. I taught you everything I know, Tatiana, my love. And you still betrayed him. He stops, frowning, and puts his hand on the wound on top of his nose. What did you do? He asks, his eyes widening when he sees his blood, darkened from whatever the dagger did to it. Tatiana, unable to even move her head, just stares at him, not saying anything. His hands start trembling, stopping them from ever reaching the wound once again, and then... he drops down on the ground, dead. All around Misr, the corpses which had come back to life turn to black smoke, and then... just the way they had come, the smoke gets pulled underneath the earth. As the smoke disappears, the cracks do too, one by one, until nothing remains. Tatiana smiles, her body now extremely shriveled up, as she starts dying. She thinks, it seems Herpo's death does not stop the curse from spreading further into my body. Tatiana closes her eyes, accepting her death. She had already accepted it when she had planned the dagger moves, and now... she was ready to die at the ripe old age of 24. Mason's POV. Feeling an enormous explosion of magic go off, I smile, using my magic to throw the remaining corpses away from me. Turning towards Master Onuris, who was fighting right beside me, I say, the enemy is mortal once again, the soul anchor he had created is no more. I had told him about Herpo as soon as I had joined him and the other defenders, both muggle and magical alike, in fighting the inferi. Inferi, corpses raised to fight the battles for a wizard. And Herpo had summoned millions of them to fight barely a few thousand actual fighters. The mages were all right, once they had realized that fire works spectacularly against the monstrous corpses, but there was a significant amount of loss in muggle life. Herpo, the foul. The one to first create a basilisk, as well as a horcrux, and I had witnessed both these feats with my own eyes. Or nose, for the horcrux. My sense of smell was impressive, too damn impressive than even I had expected. Just like Victor, I could smell mutants. And now, probably thanks to my mutation, evolving thanks to my magic, I could also smell magic. I can tell when a person is a wizard, muggle, or even a squib. But that's not important, it seems my sense of smell had now evolved to the point that I can smell the way the magic leans. As soon as I had first appeared in front of Herpo, I had immediately smelled the dark magic that I was intimately familiar with. Thank you, Tom Riddle. I had immediately smelled the Horcrux, the skull that was placed on Herpo's staff. It was probably one of his relatives, placed as an addition to the staff to make it more of a match to him. And now, the Horcrux was gone, Herpo was mortal again, and I really hope Tatiana is all right. Master Onuris nods, banging his staff on the ground in front of the library, and burns the Inferi all through a few dozen meters. He turns towards me, and says, "Go, I know you want to check on the High Mage." I nod, thankful at his offer, and prepare to apparate. "Athreos," he says, stopping me from apparating. As I look towards him once more, he says, "I do not know what your relation with her is, but I hope you are careful. The Pharaoh does not take anyone touching his mistress as well." I nod, already knowing it, and having plans in the ready for it, and then apparate over to the house. I immediately widen my eyes, seeing Herpo start falling down, the dagger behind him leaving no doubt as to the cause. I see Tatiana smile, her body strangely looking as if it has been dead for years, decomposed a little, and apparate next to her immediately. Her eyes close, all her senses already shutting down. I could hear her heartbeat weaken, smell her blood drying up. "No, no, no. I'm not letting you die, Tatiana." I mumble, and immediately place my hand on her chest, to cast the counter curse of what I think is the Inferi curse. My hands glow white, as two magic bands form around my wrist, stopping the counter curse from even forming. Fuck. The punishment for broken oath. I don't think Tatiana is conscious enough to allow me to heal her, so. Taking my sword out, Galadmagul, I place it in her hands, using the blade to cut into her palm while forcing her to hold onto it. The cut heals, the sword making it so, and slowly, bit by bit, the skin regains its life. It takes a few seconds, but Tatiana becomes completely healthy once again. I once more thank myself for creating these swords, or even coming across the light sword. Tatiana coughs, spitting a lot of mucus out, and then looks up at me, her eyes unfocused. "Athreos? I survived?" she asks, whispering slowly. I nod, and ask, "I broke the healer's oath in my past, Tatiana. I need your permission to heal you completely." Tatiana frowns, a bit confused, but nods. I sigh in relief, seeing the bands around my wrists disappear, and begin casting spells on Tatiana's body. The sword still in her hands, helps my spells heal her body faster, and so it is, that within a single minute, Tatiana stands on her own legs once again, looking at the sword in amazement. She then looks up at me, and says, "You, Athreos, have a lot of questions to answer." I smile, and I just hug her. I might not have known her for long, but I was beginning to like her. She's wild, talented in magic and fighting alike, and she has a thirst for knowledge just like me. But most of all, she's a survivor. And I was glad that I met her. I say, "I'll answer everything, but first." I point my palm at the fallen Herpo's body, and shoot the cursed flames, fiend fire at him. The flames form in the shape of an eagle, and swoop in to swallow his corpse. Then, I have the flames burn pieces of his staff, as well as the skull that once used to be his Horcrux. Better not take risk, in case there is a way to reform a Horcrux. Sure, there might be other Horcruxes, but it'll take him time to regain strength if he does have them. For now, Herpo isn't a threat. I then hold her hand, summon the fallen dagger, the one that killed Herpo, back to me, and apparate Tatiana and I to my house in the Greek quarter of Alexandria. I kiss her on the lips, once again relieved to have not lost her, and say, "I will be back within a few hours, and you will your answers. But first, I need to go and reassure the priests that Herpo is dead, actually dead, and that the Inferi won't be coming back anytime soon." Tatiana smiles, as her eyes begin drooping. She mumbles, "Tell them I died. Or something. I'm through with the Pharaoh." I shake my head, smiling. She was the only royal mage alive anyway, the Inferi having killed the other two unconscious ones. Poor men. Just like some of the muggles of my time had sympathized to my desertion, I can't help but feel the same with Tatiana. So young, and already been through so much. I just lay her on my bed, casting a few spells to warn me if she wakes, and apparate back into the spot which once held Herpo's corpse. I sit down, and wait. It won't take long for Master Onuris to lead the priests of Osiris here, so that they can deal with Herpo's body. Which they won't find. I wasn't going to take a risk with Herpo, not when I actually know how dangerous he is. I can't help but chuckle, realizing that this is the first battle that I've been a part of, where I didn't even face the big bad even once. Tatiana did it all on her own, and I'm once again glad I met someone like her. She might have had a rough past, abusive superiors, but now, she is the strongest girl I know. Seeing Master Onuris walk towards me, an entire army of wizards, muggles, and other priests with him, I put on a sad face, forcing tears to appear out of my eyes. Time to put on a show for them. A/N, the next chapter will be a bit faster, with the time skip somewhere in the middle, or right at the end. I've already taken a lot of time with the past arc, so I'm not going to focus on fillers too much. My goal is to have Mason back into the future by CH75, which is tough, but not impossible. I want to begin canon MCU before CH100, so wish me luck. Thank you for your support, understanding, and well wishes. Sorry for the inconveniences of sometimes shitty chapters. Chapter 59, Culture. A/N, part3, HelloDarkness07. Just a warning. Some chapters might be of a lower quality, the reason being that I'm hella depressed, and sleep deprived. Most of the time. I'm trying to be a good author, but sometimes my brain just no work. I know what I want to write, but words just refuse to come. I literally spent half an hour trying to remember the word analyze. Thank you for understanding. Now, read on. I sit there, staring at the patch of burnt ground with a terrified look on my face. The reason for the terror was the battle I had just witnessed happening between the High Mage Tatiana, and her predecessor, Herpo. Both of whom had died in the battle. Or so I'm trying to portray for the spectators. Tatiana was peacefully sleeping in my house, recovering from her injuries and almost dying to the Inferi curse. I had just recounted the tale I had cooked up for the priests, who were now busy looking for any signs of Herpo's presence with the waves of their hands, and taps of their staffs through methods currently unknown to me. I've already planned on raiding the Temple of Osiris, and probably all the other temples for their knowledge too. Maybe I should just recreate the Room of Knowledge in my own way, with a lot of buildings under the area. I'll figure it out soon enough. Apparently, Herpo turned himself immortal by creating an object, that the priests themselves identified as a Horcrux as soon as they actually got here, that anchored him to life. His spirit survived his death, and possessed a priest of Osiris by the name of Imhotep for who knows how long, before he modified the staff with the addition of his father's skull. He then hired some people to try and burn the magical library, and when they failed, he killed them, sucking the years out of their bodies to further extend his life. I was the sole witness to his description by the would-be arsonists, and hence, I was brought in by the royal mages to help track Herpo down. The royal mages fought him, and all of them died, with Tatiana killing him, and destroying the Horcrux with the cursed flames of Hades. Unfortunately, she lost her life to the Inferi curse she was previously hit by, and the cursed flames just sped it up for her. The flames then dissipated on their own, despite the many other targets spread around. Between my tail, the pharaoh had come atop his elephant chariot, curious about the battles going on all around Alexandria, and the absence of his royal mages to protect him. He had brought his medjay with him, and ordered me to repeat the tale. And now, 30 minutes after I had taken Tatiana to my home, I was finally done with the tale. I was just a scholar, a man who was at the wrong place at the wrong time, with just some modicum of talent in the magical arts which barely helped him survive. The pharaoh, Ptolemy XII, after hearing the tale, and asking for some confirmations from the priest's orders, medjay, go to the palace, and gather all the books from the royal mage library, and burn those books. If one high mage can become immortal using the knowledge in them, and plot to overthrow us, then some other mage might do it too. No, the knowledge is too dangerous to be left intact. From this moment onwards, the organization known as Royal Mages has been disbanded. The magical library is also ordered to inform us of any new student that approaches them before allowing them entrance into the library. Dismissed. Well, shit. I need to be quick if I want to save the knowledge from being burned. But this is going to make things a bit bad for wizards. The presence of royal mages gave the other mages some degree of respect over the common man. Now, that respect will move towards distrust, and then discrimination. As soon as the group is dismissed, I apparate away, before anyone can even say anything, and appear in Tatiana's room in the palace. With a tap on top of my head, I become invisible, while my saber-tooth mutation together with my ninja memories grant me a manner of silent footsteps. A wave of my hands gathers all the books in Tatiana's small library in front of me, and another wave conjures exact copies of those books in the shelf. Placing the originals in nowhere, I summon some of Tatiana's belongings, clothes, swords, daggers, and jewelry and all, and place them in nowhere too. Then, I walk out the door, and towards the Royal Mage Library. Time to copy all the books here quickly, and place originals in nowhere. These copies won't hold for long, barely a couple days. But the medjay will burn them anyway, so it doesn't matter. As soon as I walk through the library doors, guided by memories I'd stolen from Tatiana during our second meeting, I stopped feeling something missing. There was nothing to indicate this library was protected by anything more than the door. It was just a large room, filled with magical lights, shelves lining the floor and walls, and a chandelier hanging overhead. But there were no magical protection spells, no wards, and not even a fucking librarian. I knew, thanks to Tatiana's memories, that there was actually no librarian, so that did not surprise me. But her memories were clear in the wards that protected the library. No one other than the royal mages, the guards of the palace and the pharaoh himself could enter the library door. And of them, only the royal mages, the pharaoh, and one specific servant of the pharaoh could take the books out. But there was nothing of the sort here. Hey, it seems when the pharaoh disbanded the royal mages something happened. Despite being a muggle, the simple proclamation from a pharaoh was enough to break the wards around the library. Well, good enough for me. I got myself 2,000 new books and scrolls. And boy, the necromancy section here is filled with books that even the Library of Alexandria doesn't have. Rituals to raise the dead completely, rituals to gain the magical strength from another, spells to break through walls and protection spells, spells to stop those spells from working. There's a literal manual in here about Horcruxes, which makes me wonder why Tatiana didn't recognize the skull. Maybe she never read this book. Oh? What's this? The possible locations of the Golden Book and the Black Book? Damn, no wonder they brought this book here and not in the library for anyone to see. 100 or so at a time, I copy the books, and replace the originals with their copies. All of the originals went to my nowhere, to be moved to my castle later. My work done, I apparate again, around a minute before the Medjay get to the library, and appear in my house. Tatiana was still asleep, which makes me smile a bit. Gods, I almost lost a wonderful friend in her. Shaking my head, I step back, into the mirror dimension gateway that forms behind me. Now in front of me, was someone that I was really hoping to find for a very long time. A house elf, one belonging to Imhotep, that followed Herpo's orders after he took over Imhotep's body. I had tried finding about house elves before, in the library, but the earliest text that mentioned them was from 700 years ago. And it just called the house elves as a race of servants, or slaves, with no history of their background. Nothing in the Library of Alexandria had anything on the history of house elves, where they came from, how they were enslaved. Nothing. And I hadn't even encountered any house elves in Alexandria yet. This one was the first one. Why enslave other beings when humans make such good work, check food for poisons without any magic, wave your fans, and can give you sexual pleasures? Fucking Ptolemies. Well, hopefully the newly stolen library of the Royal Mages has something, or I'll have to keep raiding libraries until I find something. Pointing my index finger at the elf, I cast Renervate at him. With a gasp, the elf wakes up, and stares around warily. When it sees me, it widens its eyes, and takes a few steps back. Where is we? The elf asks, as I use telepathy to go inside his, and it is a he, head. Well, good to know that even in Greek, elves have horrible grammar skills. Damn, I miss Blinky now, she was such a good speaker. I nod at him, and say, my name is Athreos Etos, elf culturer. This is your prison for as long as I feel like it. But it can be changed, if you work for me, now that your master is dead. I know from experience that elves cannot escape from the mirror dimension. Not even when I called for Blinky did she escape, which is impressive, if a little worrying. She did come to my location, only inside the mirror dimension, and hence, she did not escape. The mirror dimensions are a tough nut to crack, and almost impossible for anyone not an actual god to navigate. My master can't be dead, he be immortal. Kultur says, denying the statement. I look at him, my telepathy making me see that the elf was just in denial. But still, this is too good an opportunity to let up. Just in case Herpo is actually alive, just in case he had another Horcrux out there. I nod at him once again, and say, that is a possibility, yes. How about we make a deal? I will let you out of here, this prison that I have trapped you in. I will give you 2 weeks to go and find your master. If you find him, feel free to stay with him, I don't care. But, if you fail to find him, if you fail to even find a sign that your master is still alive, you will come back to me, and work for me, becoming my elf. Is that acceptable? It takes a while to convince him, but well. He didn't have any other choice. I'm still hoping to find a way to free the elves from their slavery, but to do that, I'm going to have to break a few of my own rules, and a few morals. Sighing, I knock Kultur out once more, and place my hand on his back. A single runic circle is placed on his spine, allowing me to see through his eyes whenever I want, and track him whenever I need to. If he finds proofs of Herpo still being alive, I'll know it. Bringing Kultur out into the real world, I wake him up and send him on his task, to find Herpo, and sit beside Tatiana, waiting for her to wake up. I doubt Herpo is still alive. No one is paranoid enough to create 2 Horcruxes when at most 100 people in Egypt even know about Horcruxes. The methods of their destruction also aren't widely known. The predecessor of Fiend Fire, the Cursed Flames of Hades, is the only true method known, since no other venom has worked so far. The Basilisk is far from being the one with the most powerful venom, but its specific venom is the one that destroys Horcruxes. Nunda Breath, which is just a bit weaker than Basilisk venom in terms of potency, does absolutely nothing to Horcruxes. Dragon Fire, which is almost as dangerous as Fiend Fire, is also of no use. And basilisks weren't a thing until Herpo made them a thing through some ritual or the other. I don't know how he created it, but I doubt just allowing a toad to sit on top of an egg will create basilisks. Well, I have the second basilisk corpse anyway. So good for me. Soon, Tatiana wakes up, and after putting some food in her, she begins my interrogation, thankfully by simple questions. So, you're stronger than you like to show. Any reason for that? Tatiana asks, while sipping the fermented goat's milk in her hands. Nodding, I say, I just don't like to bring attention to myself. At least, not anymore. The last few times that I had more attention than I could handle didn't go well for me. What happened? Tatiana asks, already feeling amused at whatever answer she expects. Chuckling, I say, I got captured by an enemy army. Twice, and most recently landed naked in the woods, my wand destroyed, thanks to an accident with a teleportation spell. Tatiana smiles, understanding that it's not something I'm too sensitive about. It happened, I got over it. Easy as that. I'm not someone to hold grudges. Much. Morfingaunt and Grindelwald were a different matter, obviously. She asks, tell me, honestly. Are you magically a better mage than I? I pause, wondering how I can explain this. I shake my hand in a so-so manner, and say, I have a lot of tricks up my sleeve in addition to my magic. If it came down to a fight to the death, I will win. If we're just fighting using our magic, just for fun, well, the battle could go either way. To be honest, Tatiana is probably just a bit weaker than Dumbledore, even when she's just a couple years younger than me. She's a genius, a prodigy of the highest order. Just at the age of 14 she became the High Mage, after defeating 6 other more experienced mages one by one, using her intelligence above all else. Even my strength is more because of my meta-knowledge, and my access to the Room of Knowledge than my own talents. I'm talented, but I don't have half the affinity to magic that Tatiana does. As Rowena had helpfully pointed out, I lack imagination. But, the fact of the matter is that spells in this era lean more towards deadly and drawn out, than those in the future. Egyptian curses, and even the Greek ones, are most definitely more dangerous than any Roman curse. But it cannot be denied that magical research over all these centuries had made the slower Greek spells a bit obsolete. Tatiana nods, accepting it. Drinking some more, she asks, you said something. You broke your healer's oath? What can you tell me about that? I close my eyes, having come to a conclusion over what exactly caused the oath to break. I say, I found out that my father had raped my mother, a helpless squib. I tracked him down, and tortured him. Then I cut him with a cursed dagger, making sure that he dies a slow, painful death. I had wrongly believed my oath would consider it just, since I was punishing a criminal. Obviously not. My master punished me by barring me from ever practicing healing on anyone without their permission. I need to tell them that I broke the oath, and ask them whether they would like to be healed by an oath breaker. Well, you're the first patient I encountered since then. I could break the spell binding me to that punishment. I'd found a way within a month of getting the punishment. It includes a small ritual, and a whole lot of pain which I can most definitely handle. But I kinda don't want to. My oath is broken, punishment given, and I know I deserve it. I also respect Master Potter. And love Aunt Mia. Too much to go against her words like this. Tatiana nods again, accepting the answer. She then asks, there are still a lot of things you aren't telling me, right? You've left a lot of stuff out, keeping it vague. I chuckle, not at all surprised that she caught that. I say, unfortunately, my dear, that is not something I wish to explain anytime soon. Maybe if we decide to marry, only then will I tell you everything. Tatiana scoffs, and says, I have no desire to marry yet, Athreos. I just got out of the Pharaoh's hands, and killed my previous tormentor. I want to live my life right now. Free from any responsibility. Gods, do I get that? I completely understand this, getting a chance to live without any responsibilities is a dream of mine. One that is coming to fruition somewhat, in the past. Although, the threats are still there. In the future, so I'm not completely relaxed. Tatiana then asks, the skull. On Herpo's staff, what can you tell me about it? I take a minute to explain Horcruxes to her, much to her horror, and say, I encountered another Horcrux back in my hometown. As soon as I'd seen the skull I could feel the dark magic of the Horcrux at work, I could feel the evilness it wanted to spread. It's an abomination. Tatiana exclaims, horrified. Shaking her head, she says, Zeus, what makes people even want to go through something like this? Tearing a piece of soul out. I nod, completely in understanding, and say, unfortunately, most of the people after immortality are very much not sane. We talk some more, with Tatiana asking me questions, and I answering her as well as I could, keeping time travel, or my island out. Finally, after a couple hours of just talking, I ask her, so? You're going to leave? I had gotten this from her manner of speaking. She wanted to get away from this place, get away from everyone. Sighing, Tatiana keeps her glass down, the fermented milk finished, and turns to look out the window. It was enchanted to always look closed from the outside, so I wasn't worried. In a very somber voice, she softly says, the whole life I've been under someone's command. First my parents, then Herpo, and then the Pharaoh. I just want to live for myself for now. I want to live, not just survive. I get up from my chair, and immediately kneel in front of her. Holding her hands over her knees, I say, SHH. Tatiana. I completely understand. I cannot even begin to guess what you've gone through in your life, but I know everyone needs some space for themselves, every once in a while. I would have offered to come with you. But I doubt you want to be nagged by my constant presence so soon. Tatiana is independent, and I'll just be an annoying add-on for her if we go together. Snorting, Tatiana puts her hands on my cheeks, and says, you wouldn't be too much of an annoyance. At least. You'll be a pretty decent bed warmer whenever I get bored. Hey! I exclaim, offended. I'll be an amazing bed warmer. Getting a challenging look in her eyes, Tatiana says, oh, yeah? Why don't you prove it? Grinning, I pull my head up, and kiss at her smiling lips, as my hands begin working on her clothes. Tatiana might be leaving right now, but nothing says we won't meet again. Besides, I'll be sure to give her a way to contact me, for whenever she needs me. Whether it is for bed warming services, or for my actual help, I'll be there at a moment's notice. I'm going to leave Misra today. I say, a few days after Tatiana had left on her journey of self-discovery. I had given her a few copies of the books I'd felt she might need, wand crafting and staff crafting amongst them, along with all her belongings. Of course, I gave her an entire set of her private library, after copying it down for myself, all of it kept in an enchanted pouch. She just had to think of the subject, and all books will be in her hands. She was very appreciative of the parting gift. Master Onuris looks up at me, and drily asks, don't tell me you were only here to copy my books. I chuckle, as I sit down in the chair in front of him. The Control-C part of the alchemical spell was done, and the Control-V part was now going on, in my castle library, on Sanctuary. But, since the alchemical symbols were still here, carved, the spell will keep on working. Every new book added here will be copied and added to the list of books to be pasted. So, within 10 years, I'll have a magical library of Alexandria of my own, with a lot of additions if I have my way. As Master Onuris keeps staring at me, I say, no, actually. I've been looking for some stuff, for the last 2 years. And gods, it has been 2 years since I've been here, in the past. I won't find them if I stay in the library. The Sands of Time is the first and most important object I'm looking for. In the entire library, there were very few books on time, most of them postulates and hypotheses. Nothing in there is concrete, and there was not even a mention of something resembling the Sands of Time. Second one, is obviously the core for my staff, since I haven't found that yet. I'll have to travel a lot more for that. Third is the answer to my elf problem, and lastly, magical animals to populate my sanctuary. Currently, only around 30 Nundus, 17 unicorns, 1 pair of thunderbirds, and 8 dragon corpses populate the sanctuary. And of those, I only brought the Nundus. The thunderbirds obviously flew to sanctuary, and I have no idea why the thunderbirds came to the sanctuary, or how they knew about it. I also have no idea how the unicorns got there. There's literally 1,000 miles of ocean between sanctuary and any other pieces of land. Master Onuris nods, and asks, what are they? Maybe I've heard of them. Well, couldn't hurt to ask. I wanted to learn the history of house elves, but nothing exists here on them from beyond 700 years ago. And all the texts just say that house elves are a race of servants that feed on a mage's magic in exchange for work. I say, looking carefully for any signs of him knowing something. Master Onuris just blinks, and muses, hey. I never realized this. Us mages don't have any idea about how house elves came to be, their history. We know everything about goblins, merpeople, giants, or even dwarves, but nothing about house elves. Giants, obviously, came from other realms. They're like demigods, except for the residents of Jotunheim and other giantly realms. There isn't just one origin for the giants, no. There's multiple, depending on the region, and migration pattern. Jotunheim is the most obvious, and so is Muspelheim for most of the European regions. But the Rakshasas of the Bharata regions, the Cyclopes in the Greco-Roman regions, and a lot other races of giants born in different realms came to Earth and mated with either each other, or the humans. Don't ask how, I never did. A few thousand years later, there exists just a single race of giants, called giants. Thank you, interbreeding. As for mer people, they're the descendants of wizarding people from Atlantis, that were banished after its sinking for one reason or another. You have no idea how relieved I was to learn that mer people were not created by men getting horny with fishes. Well, this reminds me to research goblins and dwarves later, when my own library is complete. I haven't gotten the opportunity to do that yet, since I'd thought. What's the hurry? I shake my head, and say, yeah, it bothered me a lot. The greatest library in the entire world and we know almost nothing about house elves. Anyway, don't worry. I won't just disappear. Take this. I place a small pebble on the table, covered with invisible runes. For all intents and purposes, as far as the normal man goes, this pebble is a perfectly normal pebble, found in the coasts of Alexandria. As Master Onuris begins observing the pebble, I say, if you ever need my help, for any reason you feel necessary, or if you just want to talk, hold on to the pebble, and think my name. I will know it, and I will appear. Master Onuris nods, smiling, and puts it around his neck, tied on a conjured string. He then asks, you gave the former high mage one too, I smile, and just shake my head. Of course he knows Tatiana is still alive. It's probably my cheerful face that hinted it to him. None of the others knew that Tatiana and I are close. Without answering, I turn my back to him, and walk towards the door. I say, goodbye, Master Onuris. And thank you for everything. I've already cleared out my room here, replacing everything to as it was before. My house was sold, since I didn't need it anymore, and the silver I got? Well, some beggars might have gotten to eat a good lunch last night thanks to mysterious silver appearing in their bowls. My Alexandria chapter was done, and now, I'll begin actively seeking my goals. Can't have too much of a vacation, I still need to go home. A few days later, I once again returned to Alexandria, the 2 weeks I'd given Kultur the elf over. As expected, Kultur operates into the place I'd told him off, looking a bit sad. You didn't find Herpo, did you? I ask, as soon as he glances up at me. Kultur shakes his head, slowly, looking a bit sad, and says, Kultur, be ready to work for you now, Master Athreos. Once again, I feel nothing to indicate that there is a bond between Kultur and I. I hold out my hand, and say, first things first, I need some of your blood, Kultur. Don't ask why. As much as I hate to do this, I need to be forceful with Kultur. He literally worked for a dark wizard, willingly, even after finding out that said dark wizard had taken over the body of his previous master. So, yeah, my sympathy was a bit on the shorter side when it comes to him. It might change in the future, but that's for then. Mutely, Kultur offers his hand to me. Using an enchanted blade, I cut into his palm, and see the wound healing within a second. Since I don't have access to needles, or syringes, this dagger was my replacement for them. The blade was enchanted to cut into any normal being, and suck the blood. As soon as the cut is done, it is healed back up, which means I don't even need to ask for permission every time to heal them. At the end of the dagger's handle, was a small glass bulb, which is filled with the blood of my cutting victims. And now, it was filled with Kultur's blood, which was reddish-brown. What? Blinky's blood was definitely red. I've examined it magically when I was first looking for a way to free them. I shake my head, and place the dagger back into nowhere. Still holding on to Kultur's hand, I apparate us to the top of a mountain on Sanctuary and order, first of all, you will not tell anyone about this place, or bring anyone here without my express order. Is that understood? As I ask that, I use my telepathy to enter his mind, to see his honesty level. Kultur nods rapidly, and I see his subconscious mind accept that order as fact. Good, this way my enemies won't suddenly ambush me on Sanctuary. Smiling, I say, glad you understand, Kultur. This place, this entire island, is mine. Kultur looks around, eyes wide, and gulps. We were at the top of the tallest mountain on Sanctuary, which was around 5 kilometers above the surface level, my spells making sure we don't feel the cold, or breathlessness. But even from here, we can barely make out the border of the island in 2 directions. But, the fog and the curvature of the earth, were also to blame for that. The other 2 sides of the island were fairly close from the mountain. When I came across this island, I really hit the jackpot of the highest degree. 4,700 square kilometers, a small mountain range, multiple rivers, ponds, and lakes, cave system upon cave system, and now, thanks to the ward stones that protect the island, a new ley line was forming right underneath the island, going from Maharashtra to Tanzania, with sanctuary in the middle, and furthermore on both sides. Kultur gulps once more, and asks, Kultur will work here? Is that excitement I hear? Gods, this is training Blinky all over again. Nodding, I say, I have a house on the island, you will stay there, but you won't work there. Your main task will be to maintain the island. Make sure the animals have everything they need, the water sources are clean, and that no animal goes extinct. Kultur nods, and just by looking at him, I can tell that he's actually excited to begin working on a place as big as this. Well, let's grant him more tasks, shall we? Your secondary task will be to travel the world 5 days a month, find any magical animal that you feel is threatened by the humans, magical or otherwise, and bring them here. And lastly, if you come across any free elf, I want you to bring them to me. I say, and look down at Kultur. Kultur, who had looked even more excited at the second order, now looked horrified at the third one. He asks, but more elvesies? Why? Is Kultur not enough? To be perfectly honest, no. The island is big, and duties are aplenty. I need someone to tend to the forests, someone that I can train in magical healing, someone that can take care of baby animals, someone that can take care of greenhouses. As capable as you obviously are, overworking you will just be of a loss to me, Kultur. For now, I'll just take in as many free elves as I can get. I say, and create a portal to the ground, to my castle. I want to keep every elf's purpose as separate, at least until I manage to cure them of their predicament. When that happens, well, I'll offer them another island as a home, hiding it away too. Until then, I should probably be strong enough to cast the Fidelius on islands. As we walk through the portal, Kultur says, Kultur understands. Kultur will leave to carry out his job. Wait. I say, before he can leave. Pointing inside the castle compound, I say, let me first show you where you will stay. As I walk through the doors, Kultur at my side, I smile, proud of my castle that I built by my own hands. And magic. Made entirely of granite that I pulled from the earth itself, the castle that was connected to the mountain behind it was a beautiful piece of art. At least, for me. There weren't any physical barriers, yet, and the castle was fairly in the open if you discount the mountains that surround it on two sides, and the dense forest that covers everything else. Built above the central heartstone, one that contained the basilisk heart, the wards on the castle were all anchored to that stone. Over time, this castle's wards will be even better than those on Hogwarts. As a matter of fact, so will the wards around the island. It was surrounded on all sides by mountains, with just a couple of very narrow paths leading to it. Besides, there were 2 more mountains between the castle and the closest coastline. As I said, the island is huge. Once through the wooden gate, we appear in a hallway, decked with swords of every kind, bows and arrows, axes, and a lot of other melee weapons hanging on the walls. They will be enchanted to attack any intruders, together with the hidden weapons. Just because something seems impenetrable, doesn't mean it is. From the hallway, the ground floor begins. The ground floor of my castle consisted of my potions lab, alchemy lab, 5 greenhouses, a kitchen, a bathroom, and a ritual chamber. 2 of the greenhouses were reserved for food purposes, but none of the 5 were active as of yet. Another hallway led to the mountain right behind the castle, into a cave system. One of the caves in the cave system held the heart-shaped herbs, buried in ground transmuted to become like that in the Wakandan cave, surrounded by walls made of Wakandan vibranium ore. Or well, they will be in 20 to 25 years, when my alchemic spell finishes its work. You can't just transmute stone to a precious metal, least of all something like vibranium, instantaneously, without help from a sorcerer's stone. I can transmute silver, sure, but only if the raw material I'm working with is steel, titanium, or a gemstone. Even while using a precious material, I cannot transmute gold yet, or even vibranium. The other caves were my escape routes. An inconspicuous door led to the stairway, which went both up and down. The second floor contained a few bedrooms, just in case, fully furnished, my future library, which by itself was 3 stories high, magically expanded, study rooms, and a couple toilets and bathrooms, separate of course. The third floor was for sunbathing. The ceiling of the entire third floor was enchanted to look like the skies in Egypt, giving out a lot of sunlight and heat. I'll add in controls later, and different skies to choose from. That's it. For the top of the surface I mean. Under the surface of the ground, were 2 floors of basements. One floor held a practice room, with the walls that I'll slowly enchant until I can cast fiend fire in it without worrying about the outside. This room will also work as a training room, an experimentation room, once it's ready. As for the second and final basement level, that was a dungeon. Prisons. I don't have anyone in my mind that I'd like to imprison, right now, but I'm sure I'll find someone. When I have more time, I'm going to enchant the prisons to be completely isolated containment zones. Nothing goes in, nothing goes out, except for the prisoners and food. Right next to the greenhouses on the ground floor was a door. The door led to a dorm-like room, inspired by my college hostel. Pointing the door to him, I say, this door leads to the elf quarters. For now, you will be the sole member in there, so choose any room you like. Each room has 2 beds, and a bathroom. There's a single large kitchen in there, through a door marked kitchen, and there's another bathroom marked bathroom just in case your room one's busy. You won't be cooking for me, just yourself, so remember that. I prefer cooking for myself. Your duties are also to the island, not me, so keep that in mind. With wide eyes, Kultur stares at it all, having seen the first floor of my castle during this short trip. I know what he's thinking even without using telepathy. What kind of master is this? Well, it is not proper, I admit. But since when have I ever been proper? Leaving Kultur to get acquainted with the elf dorms, I leave towards the alchemy lab. Time to find out why Kultur's blood is brown, while Blinky's is red. Well, that was a bust. I mumble, as I fly over the European skies. I think I am above either Norway, or Sweden, but well. What does it matter? I'd thought that by looking at Kultur's blood closer will allow me to understand the secrets of his ancestry, but well. It didn't happen. I don't have enough instinctive knowledge on genetics to understand it all. I'm a genius in mathematics, fighting, and even magic. What I am not, despite getting memories from multiple scientists, is a genius in any branch of science, let alone genetics. That's Essex's department, and I can't go through with the ritual to get his memories ingrained into my mind for 8 more months. And even then, there's no guarantee that it'll turn me into a genetics genius like Essex, or a perfect ninja like Kurosawa, or a mechanical genius like Stark. Despite having all their memories in my mind, I was not them. I was Mason Aves, I am Mason Aves. Hopefully, I'll at least get some major benefits from the ritual. So, while Kultur was busy working on the island, caring for the animals that I've rescued and keeping the island clean, I am traveling the world, looking for magical creatures, dead or alive. And Europe was my first destination, because, well, I was born here, in this life at least. My staff's wood came from Africa, where I landed in this time period. So I thought, why not try my homeland for the core? So, here I was. Instead of beginning in England, I'd begun in Northern Europe, since dragons were more populous in these mountain ranges than in England. And well, I've already been in 4 dragon caves, while they were asleep, and checked for a match with all of their hearts. None of them worked for me, unfortunately enough. Scree! A loud voice yells, making me wince and hold my hands over my ears. This causes me to almost miss the sounds hidden underneath the loud high-pitched screech, sounds that were decidedly in a language I understand very well. Stop! Stop attacking me, Druger! Stop this madness! Parseltung! The voice was distinctly draconic, a bit on the feminine side, and she was in pain. I immediately stop mid-air, and shoot towards the direction the sound came from, which was to the 10 o'clock of my flight path, and into the thick forest on the slopes of a mountain. Thank God, my telekinesis flight was at least improving, as were my force fields. I wasn't going to stop spells anytime soon, but most physical and energy attacks were going to be a breeze. And yes, there is a difference between energy attacks, and magic spells. As I reach the place, now able to see the beings clearly, I gape, more in surprise and awe, than in fear, although there was a bit of fear too. I was floating halfway on top of a mountain, next to a cave that had been formed on a terrace. The atmosphere was cold, but there was no snow anywhere, despite me being in Northern Europe. The reason behind this were the 2 giant behemoths on the ground right in front of the cave. There were 2 dragons fighting in front of me, both of them with a color similar to a chemy's, except scales instead of feathers, with 6 limbs in total. 2 hind legs, 2 front legs, and 2 leathery wings. There were horns on top of the very snake-like head, reminding me a bit of Sly. The neck was around 10 feet long by itself, around as long as the spiky tail. And there was a fucking bone tip at the end of the tail, which is definitely sharp and strong as fuck. The legs were at the darker end of blue, with claws as feet. One dragon was bigger, at around 50 feet tall, and was standing in front of something, covering it with her large, leathery wings. The second was a bit smaller, at 45 feet tall, and was shooting highly intense beams of orange-red flames at the first dragon. The bigger dragon peeks its head from over the wings, and lets out a screech once again, and this time I hear, Druger, if you harm a single one of my clutch, I will eat you alive. Hey, the bigger one's the female of the species. Not entirely uncommon in dragons, but not something I'd expected either. I don't recognize the dragon species, which means they've become extinct before my time. Well, I'll move them to sanctuary after I resolve whatever is happening here. And it seems that these dragons do speak parcel tongue. But I doubt anyone that doesn't have a hearing such as mine would even recognize this fact. Hey, makes me wonder about the other dragons. I'll have to listen carefully the next time, maybe I can become a dragon speaker too. Drudger, the smaller dragon, the male of the species, was still shooting flames out of his mouth, while the female, name unknown, was protecting her clutch of eggs, apparently, with her body and her wings. Drudger stops shooting dragon fire, and suddenly, lunges at the female dragon. Fuck. The eggs. Whether the female dragon moves or not, the eggs will break during the fight. The female dragon, meanwhile, was not even thinking of moving, and had her forelimbs digging into the ground, wings folded on her back, snarling at the male dragon. Focusing on my telekinetic flight without a second's thought, I shift into the form of Akasha, and shoot towards this Drudger's chest, right before he can hit the female dragon. The dragon flies back, my momentum helping me in tackling him, and slams through a few trees. I turn my heterochromatic eyes towards the female dragon at the back, and send reassurances through my telepathy. In her mind, I say, take your clutch inside your den, noble dragon. I will take care of this one. The female dragon, in turn, just snarls at me, flames huffing out of her nostrils. So, she didn't understand that. I try once more, this time focusing on speaking in parcel tongue, and say, take your clutch inside your den, noble dragon. I shall take care of this one. This time, the female dragon blinks, and nods. She still doesn't trust me, but my telepathy must have helped her just believe me this once. As she gathers her clutch in her wings, making me wonder why they were even out, I turn my head towards Drudger, who was just getting up. He looks at me, already snarling, and lets acidic spittle out of his mouth. The spittle burns through the bushes, and trees only stopping at the ground. So, definitely no getting bit by the dragon. But something was wrong. His eyes, there was no intelligence in them the way the female dragon had. There was just rage. Gruowol. The dragon growls, sending a burst of flames at me. I don't dodge, since I am literally made of flames, and instead open my mouth. The flames that the dragon shot at me begins to get pulled towards my open mouth, getting condensed into a single orb of flames. A miniature sun, so to speak. When the dragon stops shooting, either believing me dead, or defeated, my eyes glow once, and the condensed ball of flames shoots towards the dragon. It slams into his chest before he even knows, sending him once more crashing further into the trees. Unfortunately, I misjudged the strength of the attack, and the dragon goes over the terrace limits, and starts falling down on the ground. The dragon is not sane, definitely not sane. If my guess is right, it is actually feral, rabid. But what could have caused something like this? Well, time to fight the dragon, try to cure him, and try to find it out. A/N, the staff creation is close, if you didn't guess it right. I'm pushing stuff forward, so there probably won't be anything without a reason in the next few chapters. I have a few plots I want to see happen before Mason leaves for the future. But I'm also wondering if Mason would actually want to go to the future via time travel, instead of wait for time to catch up. Pros, he gets to be insanely strong in these 2000 years, he won't have to leave anyone behind, or force anyone to leave their time behind. He also gets to claim a lot of stuff before anyone else can do so, but I've already done so in 2 of my other stories, Harry Potter the Herald, and the Celestial God. Cons, being insanely strong in 1945, when he returns, means that he won't have any actual challenges in the future, or any growth during the future story. He will also have to let a lot of crimes against humanity happen, just like slavery, as mentioned in this chapter, because he already knows it happened. I also don't want another uber immortal characters so soon after my Baldur and Theos failure. Chapter 60, Magical Staff. A/N, part3, HelloDarkness07. Standing on 4 limbs at 7 feet tall, and 15 feet long from my nose, to my tail end, I stare at the 45 feet tall dragon now flying towards me. My condensed ball of flames had thrown him over the edge of the cliff, but he had flown right up. With a rage-filled bellow, the dragon once more shoots its flames at me once it is around 20 meters away from me, and keeps approaching. Opening my mouth, I once more condense these flames, and as the fireball forms in front of my mouth, I start running, my speed just equal to that of the dragon, despite the smaller size. As we reach a close enough distance, Drudger, the rampaging dragon stops throwing flames, and turns around, his tail speeding towards me. I let the fireball fly, and at the same time, the tail hits me on my side, sending me flying, and the fireball hits him on the back of his neck, sending him crashing into the dirt. As the cut that had formed on my side thanks to his bladed tail tip sizzles and closes up, I dig my nails into the ground to stop myself, and smirk. The scales on his neck were burnt and so was the part on his tails that had hit me, the bony tip blackened. But, before I can enjoy too much, I see the scales heal right before my very eyes. What the fuck? I think to myself, unable to help it. Dragons have many gifts, but a faster healing is not one of them. Some might say, maybe this dragon race does, but nope. Even the female dragon had gotten some burns during the short flame bout a minute ago, and she did not heal as fast as he did. Something's definitely wrong. The dragon then turns its long neck towards me, growling, grrrrrrrr. It was still filled with rage, and its eyes still had no sign of intelligence. But then, suddenly, the dragon shakes his head, and starts stomping the ground, distracted by something. As he shakes his head rapidly, some of his spittle shoot out of his half-open mouth, landing on the trees, bushes, and even the ground. HSSSSS. The saliva burns through the bushes and the trees, its nature being too corrosive for them to handle. So much so, that within a few seconds, the entire tree that got affected got dissolved, leaving just a burn mark on the ground behind. It was as if the trees and bushes were cotton candy, and the drops of saliva were water. The rocks and the earth, meanwhile, remain almost completely immune to the dragon's spit, with just a few burn marks to indicate its presence. Yup, don't touch Druger's saliva, and don't let it touch you. The dragon once more focuses on me, somehow even more enraged than before, lets out another scream. Before running towards me, I run towards him too, not willing to give him an advantage in momentum. As we keep running, now just a couple meters of distance between us, Druger's tail stabs towards me, aiming for my head, while his jaw opens up, his acidic saliva-covered teeth aiming for my shoulder. I can feel, somehow, that while the bite, or the saliva, aren't potent enough to kill Kashami, it would definitely be enough to put me out of commission. My human form. I have no idea. Whether the venomous saliva destroys everything organic, or just plants, is something I wouldn't know without some experimentation. So, as the tail and jaw approach my body, I jump up, turning into a human, and land on the dragon's extended neck. Skidding to a stop, I immediately summon Galad Magol to my hands, and stab it downwards. Clink! The sword hits the scales on the dragon's neck, and slides right off to the side, making me off-balanced. Before I can recover, the dragon shakes his entire body, sort of like a dog, and throws me off and into the air. I fly over the trees, but land on my feet, skidding to a stop. As the dragon starts running once again, I stare at my sword. My greatest weapon, well, second greatest after Dermagol, failed to stab someone. A new weapon actually failed to stab someone. Either the dragon scales are extremely durable for the entire breed, or something else is at work here. Just like the way his wounds healed so fast. As the ground shakes under my feet, thanks to the dragon aggressively running towards me, I stand in my spot, and prepare to create a portal. I have no clue what the dragon's problem is, why he's trying to kill eggs, or the mother. I have no clue as to why my attacks on his body healed so quickly, and why my sword, which can supposedly pierce the thick hide of a Hebridean black dragon, failed to do so on this particular dragon. So, a portal sounds like a surefire way to kill it, doesn't it? If it works, that is, otherwise it'll be a way to send the dragon somewhere else at least. But, before I can even wave my hand to create a portal to the Arctic Circle, in the same spot where I had modified my nowhere to be timeless, something else tackles Druger. The female dragon had saved me. The tackle sends both the dragons tumbling off the cliff, as they start falling. Jumping up, I shoot into the air, and follow after them, to make sure that the female dragon wins. The male dragon was angry, at having his prey taken away from him, at getting disturbed, could be a lot of things. This caused him to begin snapping his head at the female dragon's neck, while his claw-shaped limbs tried to grab at his adversary. But the female dragon was ferocious, desperate to protect her children, and so, even she was trying to bite the male dragon, while her tail was trying to stab him too. Soon, both the dragons crash on the mountain's side, and start tumbling down the slope, still trying to gain dominance. When they stop, still on the side of the mountain, the male dragon is now on higher ground, with a few scrithies and cuts on his body, and a burn mark on the face. Unfortunately, just like last time, all the wounds heal within a few seconds at most. But, at least this showed me that the female dragon's claws and tail does harm the male one's scales, despite my sword being of no use in that department. This displeases me. I thought my sword was the strongest mortal weapon here. It has fucking URU in it. It might be dark, but it's still URU. Oh, sure, my forging method is based on that of the goblins, which is nowhere near the standard of the Nidavellir dwarves, I think. But still, they're goblins. Their swords are supposed to be the sharpest, and the dark you should have just enhanced it. Shaking my head, I turned my attention over to the female dragon, who also had a few scratches. Unlike the male one, however, these ones weren't healing, proving my hypothesis of something else being at work to be true. Snap out of it, Drudger, or else you will force me to kill you, the female dragon screeches again, looking quite menacing. In response, Drudger just screeches something unintelligible, and spreads his wings wide in aggression. He literally has no mind to change right now. He's as mindless as they come, and I hope the female dragon realizes it sooner rather than later. Drudger digs his hind legs into the ground, preparing to attack the female dragon, and I make a decision. As the dragon starts running towards the female dragon, I lift my hand up a bit, and raise the ground underneath his next step just a little, causing the male dragon to lose his step. The female dragon takes advantage of the opportunity, and snaps her neck forward, biting into Drudger's neck. As dark red blood starts leaking from the no doubt deep wounds, I start flying forward, to kill it once and for all. Before I can do that, however, the male dragon's eyes glow an even darker shade of black, and the female dragon is magically pushed away from him. He then speeds after her, and immediately stabs his tail into her heart, causing her to screech in pain. Scree! Scree! Hers wasn't the only yell of pain, however. The female dragon had somehow managed to stab the male dragon into the chest with her front claw. However, the stab was nowhere near deep enough to reach the heart. The heart was literally 2 feet deep into the dragon's torso, I could hear it pumping, while the female dragon's claw had only gone for 2 feet and then some. As the male dragon pulls the tail out of his victim, and kicks her dying body away, I see something that makes my eyes glint. The wounds on his neck were slowly closing, slower because of the female dragon's venom. But the chest wound, however, was closing even slower. I could see the motion of the heart beating once every 2 seconds deep inside the stab wound, and I could see the wind now. This time, I don't bother with running, and simply apparate. Appearing right in front of the slowly closing wound, I enlarge my nails, and stab it straight through, inside the wound. My hand goes shoulder deep inside the sound, my small size not allowing the dragon to see me until it's too late. My nails, meanwhile, pierce the remaining flesh between the heart and the open wound easily enough, and go into the heart of the male dragon. This makes me chuckle, as I remember something else. Seeing the dragon's tail come towards me, to throw me off, I whisper, Fulgur Flumen. At once, the tail stops speeding towards me as it starts twitching in its place, and the same thing happens to the dragon. My lightning spell was coursing through his entire body, the insides not being durable enough to save him from me. As the white glow that had surrounded my body dies down, the dragon's heart slows down, until finally it shuts down. The rampaging dragon was dead. I let the dragon fall on the ground, and turned towards the female dragon, who was also dying unless I do something. But I can't even heal her without her permission, and I doubt she's coherent enough to grant me that permission. But even if I did have her permission, I couldn't have saved her in time. The heart of a person is very intricate, and getting stabbed into the heart is very much deadly for almost anyone human. For a dragon, it's doubly so. Her enhanced durability, the increases in bone density and flesh density get in the way of healing. And then there's the venom. Drudger, the male dragon, had stabbed her not just with his bony tail, he had first covered it in his venom. Jumping towards her, I land with a small thud, and put my hand on her heart. I cannot heal her, but nothing prevents me from easing her death. Slowly, I let my magic flow from my hand, towards her heart. But the flesh gets in the way. I am sorry, noble one, I whisper, making the dying dragon turn her head to look at me. And then, just as I had done for the male dragon, I stab my hand into her chest, making sure not to actually harm her heart. I stay back just shy of the heart, but this time in range for my non-spell. Once again, I let my magic flow out of my hand, in waves of bluish-green light, and enter the dragon's heart. Dura, the name jumps at me, probably thanks to the proximity between my magic and her own, almost startling me. But I keep my focus on the task. I will my bluish-green magic to start its work, by taking the pain away from the brave female dragon. And the effects are instantaneous, as Dura's eyes get a bit clearer. I stare into her eyes, as she does the same to me, while I ease her pain. Understanding that she's a bit coherent now, I ask, I am a healer who has broken his oath, do you agree to allow me to treat your injuries? Dura blinks, and then just keeps staring, not saying anything. Getting a bit tired, I ask once again, I am a healer who has Brock. And then, I stop, seeing Dura's golden eyes glow with a deep blue shine. Something breaks through my barriers with all the force of Rowena's mental probe, and none of the subtlety, and I hear a loud voice say, protect my children. And then, it's gone, just as fast as it came. In the real world, Dura's heart gives out, leading to her death. Damn, this is sad. I wanted to try and protect her, so that she could raise her babies properly. But it seems she had other ideas. Sighing, I cover her entire body with my magic, and send her to nowhere. I will bury her on sanctuary, a proper burial. She is not someone I will harvest like I'm planning to do with the other dragons. This reminds me to harvest the other dragon corpses too. They've spent a lot of time in nowhere. Then, I apparate near Druger's corpse, already feeling something. Just to be sure, I place my palm on top of Druger's corpse, and smile, feeling it once again. Whether it was the fact that I was the one to slay this dragon, or the fact that my hand was literally inside the chest, I don't know. What I do know, is that this dragon's heart is a match. This is my staff's core, this dragon's heartstrings. Smiling, I pull on my magic once again, feeling a bit drained now, and cover the entire dragon with a very thin layer of it. And then, within a single blink, the dragon corpse disappears from the ground, and appears inside nowhere. Cracking my neck, as I feel my magic start recovering, I fly towards the cave. It takes a while for me to reach there, but when I do, when I see the eggs, I realize exactly what doer the female dragon did. Or at least, now I have an idea. She did not just ask me to protect her children, she already convinced me. Probably using her own magics. I love these eggs completely, although definitely not like a parent. I will see them grow into big strong adults, and then I will leave them to themselves. There were 7 eggs in total, kept in a hexagonal shape. Around them, were multiple rocks, many of them having merged together thanks to the repeated fire that the female dragon probably blew at them. Simply amazing, repeated flames caused the stones to repeatedly melt and reshape. Shaking my head, I lift the entire stone nest up with telekinesis, and create a portal to my castle on Sanctuary. Walking towards a bedroom that is right in front of my own, I wave my hand to send all the furniture sliding away from the fireplace. I place the entire nest, 7 eggs and multiple merged rocks and all, into the fireplace, and start a small fire. Along with that, I carve the warming enchantments on the rocks, while throwing some more coal inside the fireplace. For now, this has to be enough. I have no idea when the babies will hatch, but I'd rather they be late than never, thanks to me burning more them with the hotter flames I have access to. Kultur. I call out, immediately hearing the pop from beside me. Pointing towards the white and blue eggs in front of us, I say, these are my babies, they're dragons. Make sure no harm comes to them, please. Of course, Master Athreos. Kultur says, bowing low, and dissipates back to wherever he was before. Damn, this is going to be way harder than training Blinky was, she at least stopped until I dismissed her in the beginning. With the wave of my hand, I cast a warning enchantment on the fireplace, that will warn me if the eggs hatch, or even move. A single flex of my magic apparates me to the alchemy lab, where I summarily deposit the dead Druger's corpse on top of table that forms underneath it. Cracking my neck, I summon the magical silver surgery tools, as well as a cursed dagger meant to rust anything, even flesh. Using my telekinesis, I first lay the dragon on his back, and with a single motion of the magical silver dagger, stab the corpse into its neck, right underneath the head. Time to carry out an autopsy, to find out why the dragon was so rampaging. Rocks, the intact yet broken skeleton of a human, a few belongings of said human, and a book. This was all that was inside the digestive tract of Druger, the berserk dragon. Nice name, right? And yes, book. His stomach had the rocks and the skeleton, while the book was stuck at the point where the esophagus met the stomach. I'll come to the book later. I found a lot of things about dragons that I had read about, but didn't know for sure. And I found out some facts that I didn't even know. I really should have harvested the other corpses I'd found a long time before, maybe I would have known these things then itself. Dragon blood is very hot, for the first few days after it is brought outside the body. So hot, in fact, that it melted a steel spoon completely, without any smoke, or without leaving any residue behind. After those days are over, however, the blood becomes just warm. Inside the body, the blood stays fresh for however long the body is intact. Dragon scales are tough, but now that it was dead, the scales were nowhere near strong enough to protect it from Galadmagol or Dermagol. This did make me happy a bit, thankful that my swords won't be useless in front of dragons. The scales did however resist any normal weapons, that weren't made out of inherently magical materials. Although the Vibranium Nunda bone metal spears managed to pierce them. Then, there's the bile acid. The entire stomach of the dragon is lined with highly corrosive, hot acid, the makeup of which is entirely unknown to me. It allowed the dragon to completely digest anything they eat within 5 hours at most, and this includes the rocks they ingest by accident sometime. The human remains that I had found had been inside the dragon for barely a couple hours, before I got them out, and cleaned them. There was no flesh, all of it having melted off thanks to the corrosive digestive juices, but I did find a lot of other stuff that stayed a bit intact. A few rings, a couple of small auric alum daggers, a compass that doesn't point north, and most surprisingly, a leather pouch, which had still remained completely intact. The clothes of the person were gone, the hair was gone, and the flesh and blood were gone too, leaving only the bones, and these items remaining. The leather pouch was locked up tight, using what felt like a blood spell, which did tell me that the human that got swallowed whole by Druger was a magical person. However, I have no idea what kind, yet. A mage like me, sorcerer, druid, demon witch, coven witch, voodoo sorcerer, and there's a lot more magicals out here. I have yet to study the human skeleton, so I have no idea if it's even a male or a female. The blood spell had not damaged even a little, just like the pouch itself, which means its contents are currently out of my reach. And then comes the book. And this here's the best, and the worst part. The book was not even a little bit damaged. No burns from the acid, no bite marks, which even the skeleton had, no nothing. The book was completely intact. In fact, when I found the book in the far end of the esophagus, it was stuck in a bubble of magic. The magic was dark grey, and I doubt it is anything created by a human. It was evil. It is evil, and even now I refuse to touch the book by my hands. My guess, over what went on, is that the dragon somehow encountered the magical person, who had the book in their hands at the time, and ate them. The human probably fought to escape, and the dragon bit them, to kill them faster, and then, the human died. The book, created by dark magic, got stuck on the esophagus thanks to its protection spells flaring up. It probably felt danger from the stomach acid, which is a bit dumb, because the acid wouldn't have destroyed it anyway. It couldn't fight a single blood lock spell or the blood protection spells that surrounded the pouch. How would it defeat the dark magic of this book? The dark magic of the book tried taking over the mind of the dragon, just like I think it will try with anyone that tries to use the book for knowledge, but it failed. It didn't manage to take over the dragon's mind, but it did manage to destroy any sanity the dragon had. And it also enhanced the dragon with its magic, granting it a better durability, a higher healing speed, and probably a lot more gifts that I thankfully didn't encounter. I feel sorry for the dragon, now that I know exactly what caused it to go on a rampage. The Dark Hold. The Book of Sins. The Book of the Damned. The one book that always finds a way to get to its victims. There is no way to hide the book away, there is no way to lock it up, there is no way to destroy it. It always comes back because there isn't just one book. Sighing, I float my hand up, looking at the image of a witch floating in the air, with her hair flying all around that was carved on the leather hardcover of the Darkhold. Salazar had encountered the Darkhold once, and so did the Sorceress Supreme Saraswati, multiple times. And each one of the encounters had them give different descriptions for the Darkhold. One time with Darkhold written in Latin, once in Greek or Norse, or even in ancient Egyptian. Then there were the images of Than, every time with a different angle shown on the front cover, and there were even images of other beings, like this one. I have no idea who this witch floating in the air is, and I have no need to find out. Opening the book while knowing what it is dangerous, more so because Than has his attention on you, and he will corrupt your soul. Heck, I'm not even going to put it in nowhere. Than doesn't care for timeless dimensions, he might gain entry there through the book, and then to me. For now, this book will remain hidden deep underground, in a runic circle to minimize its influence on the surrounding world. Until I can hand it off to the Sorcerer Supreme of this era, or learn how to deal with it without being corrupted, this book shall remain closed. Washing my hands off the blood I had accumulated, while carving the flesh of the dragon off the bones, I look at the large wooden barrels now sitting in the alchemy lab with me. Blood, venom, meat, eyes, tongue, hide, external bones, fangs and lastly, the skeleton. Except for the hide and the skeleton, everything was kept in separate barrels, all of them enchanted to keep their belongings contained. There's a reason it took me an entire month to harvest the dragon of its parts. The heart of the dragon, meanwhile, was sitting in a small glass jar, in some of the blood of the dragon. There were 4 holes, where 4 of my nails had stabbed it in, but other than that the heart was completely fine. I cannot create the staff yet, because it counts as a ritual. 6 more months to go for that. So until then, the heart was going to stay in nowhere, frozen in time, with the rest of its body. Sighing, I store all the harvested parts in nowhere, and create a portal to the eggs. They still hadn't hatched, and I have no idea how long it takes for these dragons. Most of the dragons of my era take anywhere between 5 months to 3 years to hatch. I hope they don't hatch too quickly, or when I'm not here. I love them, a lot. They're dragons. Why wouldn't I love them? Pointing my palm at the eggs, I shoot a single wave of flames at them, both to heat the eggs, and the heat the rocks up. Sleep well, my children. I whisper, smiling, and then walk through the open portal, back to my bedroom. Taking the book on soul magic that I had found in Tatiana's library in my hands, I start to read. 6 months later, I start preparing to craft my staff. Everything was prepared, and kept near me. I'd spent a day digging into the earth, having chosen the land in front of my castle for this ritual. Throughout the ritual, I cannot use any magic, or anything magical other than myself, and the stuff I was going to use in the staff itself. I'd dug a hole 7 feet deep, completely by hand, using a spade that I'd bought in Alexandria. First, I'd dropped the mopane tree root in, and then covered it with exactly 3 feet of the earth that I'd dug out before. Then, I placed the branch in the now 4 feet deep hole, and placed the mud back in. Taking a deep breath, I begin with the next steps. A sickle in my hand, I carve a circle around the thick branch, making sure to not mess it up. From those circle, came 4 lines at each cardinal directions, each of them around 1 feet in length, and then, a square connecting those lines. Then came the alchemical circle, with symbols carved on the ground. 50 minutes later, the ground part is done, and I move on to the next step. The heartstring. Chordae tendineae, or the heartstrings, are fibrous tissues connecting the papillary muscles to the valves within the heart. I'd taken great care in getting all the heartstrings out of the dragon's heart, and stored them all in nowhere. Today, I was going to use just one, which was now in a simple jar on the ground, next to the other ingredients. But I wasn't going to just use that, I was using something else too after a lot of probability calculations. Picking the dragon heartstring out, I place it on my left palm. Then, I pick the next item, a single scale from the tail of Salazar Slytherin's basilisk. Placing the dragon heartstring on the inch-wide scale, I slowly walk towards the mopane branch sticking out of the ground. Once there, I place the scale on the ground for a bit, and take out a simple stone knife, one I'd created by myself, caveman style. With not a single use of magic. Using the knife, I dig a hole into the trunk, roughly cylindrical, 2 inches wide, and place the scale and heartstring inside, exactly in the center. Plucking a few leaves out of the branch, I fill the hole with it, packing it back up. Using the same knife, I pierce into my finger, and bleed a few drops of blood on the leaves. And just as gently as before, I then walk out of the alchemy circle. Now, it is the time of playing the waiting game. Every hour, on the hour, I have to put 2 drops of my blood on the branch. This is only done when it is your own staff that you're carving. If you do this for someone else's staff, they won't ever be able to use it, since its loyalty will be to the crafter. And then, I sit down, beginning to chant in ancient Egyptian, a language that's dying out even in Egypt. 7 hours later, the hole in the staff disappears, the leaves slowly having transformed into the wood of the branch itself. 13 hours later, the wood begins cracking, starting from the bottom, and ending at the top. 48 hours later, boom! The wood branch explodes, sending everything around it flying, even the ground. When I open my eyes, having closed it during the explosion, I see something that makes me smile. There, in front of me, stood the staff that I had crafted. Standing 7 feet tall, the staff was a completely straight piece of wood. It might have looked like the bow staff from the Japanese fighting styles, if it wasn't for the addition on the top. After exactly 6.5 feet of straight wood, 2.5 inches thick, the staff slowly increased in thickness, until it formed into the staff head of 3.5 inches thickness. And on top of it, was a claw made from pointed wood. The wood had extended straight from the staff head, and curled, leaving a space between for something as big as a softball to fit. It was empty, obviously, because I hadn't put anything in there. All around the staff's handle were alchemical symbols that I'd carved into the ground. The magic of this ritual had copied the symbols on the staff, so if the symbols had been disturbed, the staff would have come out useless, not able to cast magic properly, and not able to handle the stress I might put it through. And then came the root of the mopane tree. From the bottom of the staff the root had climbed up, slowly curling around the staff. The root was very thin, somehow having stretched far too much without breaking. As the root climbed up, the root went from having one turn around the staff for the bottommost foot, to completely curling around the topmost part of the staff, sans the claw. Picking the object I want to put in the claw, I hold my hand out towards the staff. Immediately, without me even calling it towards me, the staff shoots towards me, and slaps into my palm. Chuckling, I ask, "Eager, aren't you?" Then, I look at my left hand, which held the focusing item that I was going to place on the head of the staff, to help me aim properly. Staffs don't actually need the focusing stone, with a lot of people having plain wood and core staffs in their possession and still being good mages. But, the focusing stone is useful for anyone not used to using staffs, someone like me. It will just help me aim my spells properly, and not get shot by my own spell. Also, if the surface of the focusing stone is smooth and shiny, then it can be used as a scrying tool for mages, so there's that. I'd thought long and hard, over what suits me best, what will not interfere with the magic of the staff, and yes, my thoughts did first go towards the usual gemstones like diamond, ruby, sapphire, etc. But then, I sort of found gemstones to be too mundane. And so, here it was, my focusing stone. The eye of the basilisk. This one was also my own kill, so it won't completely clash. And there was another reason for choosing it. The eye was already used to magic being cast through it, 1000 years of it in fact. The eye can kill anyone who looks at it, and now, it will help me cast spells through my staff. I first dipped it into the blood of Drudger to make it familiar with the dragon's magic, and then into a vat of molten magical silver, because I can't exactly put the killing eye on my staff. Innocence will die as soon as magic is passed through it. When it had come out of the vat, the eye still looked like an eye, only instead of yellow, it was now completely silver in color. Of course, the actual eye wasn't visible, it was now just silver shaped like an eye for anyone that sees it. Holding the eye near the staff, I watch, smiling patiently. The staff claw, which had been closed, slowly opens up. The magic of the staff visibly calls out to the eye, and as soon as I let the eye go, snap! The eye of the basilisk, already familiar with the magic of the dragon heartstring and its own scale, speeds towards the staff head, and fixes itself on the staff. The optical nerves, that were covered in molten silver now, dig into the staff head, by themselves, and then the claw closes in around the eye, with the eye pointing upwards. I can feel the staff thrumming, as if happy, content. But it's not done yet. There's just one more step to go. Taking the staff in my hand, I walk towards a single barrel sitting innocently right next to my castle. Opening it with one hand, I gently place the staff inside, and close it. The barrel contained about 1/3 of the total blood I'd gotten from Drudger the dragon's body, which is still a lot, and 7 drops of my own blood. It was enough for the staff to be completed submerged within the blood, so there's that. Soon, within a week in fact, I will have my staff in my hands. Mopane wood, 7 feet long, 2.5 inches thick, with the dual core of dragon heartstring and basilisk scale, and the silvered eye of the same basilisk. Inherently aggressive, but suited for protection too. My staff, my beautiful staff. My first venture into magical focus crafting. A/N, the first version of this chapter I wrote, included Dura doing some sort of sacrificial spell to send her essence to Mason's body, in return of Mason protecting her children until their dying breaths. But when I read it yesterday, I realized that while this idea has merit, it won't be of any use thanks to the ritual cooldown. Plus, this sounded like an amazing ritual to do on purpose, on Mason's side. So, I rewrote it. The Darkhold will make an appearance later, when Mason meets the sorcerers, but until then, it's hidden away underground. The Darkhold having multiple identical copies is something I cooked up to explain how it is in possession of Agatha Harkness, that one Agents of S.H.I.E.L.D. side character, and also in Marvel's Runaways. It makes sense for such a book to have multiple copies so that even if one is destroyed, the others can still corrupt someone. Chapter 61, Filler. A/N, part3, HelloDarkness07. While the staff is soaking in Drudger's blood, I have one more task to get through. Dealing with the foreign memories in my mind. Essex, Howard, Zola, Schmidt, Iragi Kurosawa, and a couple more Muggle scientists have their entire lives copied in a corner of my mind, which makes a total of 450 additional years of just foreign memories. Thankfully, my mind is that of a telepath and it is literally designed to store foreign memories. My early steps into the study of occlumency just helped it organize them properly. But still, they're foreign memories, and most of them are completely useless to me. So, I'm going through this ritual. I've waited on this one ritual for 4 whole years, ever since I copied the memories of Howard Stark, and now that I'm free from the cooldown, I cannot wait any longer. Taking the cauldron off of the flames, I drop 2 porcupine quills in it, stir 3 times counterclockwise, and smile, seeing the potion settle down into a smooth sky blue color. The memory transference potion. On its own, the potion can just transfer a large number of memories from one mind to another, without a risk of breaking the later mind. It was invented in the 18th century, after the wizards realized that memories seen in the pensive cannot be replicated. Meaning, if I see someone's memories in a pensive, I cannot take my memories of the pensive memories out of my mind. They can only be removed from the original mind. The memory transference potion directly copies all the memories into the mind of anyone who drinks the potion, giving them all access to all the memories. Just one sip is all it takes to complete the process of transference. There was another potion, an antidote to this one, that clears the mind of all the memories not your own, to create more space within the mind. That one was called the Mind Cleansing Elixir, and I had it already prepared, in a small flask. I might not be bothered by the useless memories from the ones I've completely absorbed, but couldn't hurt to have it in hand. Picking the cauldron up, I start walking towards the ritual chamber, since this one does not actually need me to be outside. The runes were already carved into the stone floor, so I sit down and begin. I walk into the center of the ritual circle, and place the cauldron in the exact center. I stand next to it, and bring a small copper plate out. Placing the copper plate under the cauldron, in the space formed by the cauldron's legs lifting it up, I take some dried marijuana leaves from my pocket, and place it on the plate. And then, I take the Elder Wand out. I can't help but smile a bit, when it thrums in my hand in excitement. The wand wants to be used, a lot. Every time I use it, it becomes happy, but I know how it is. The wand is addictive, its power is addictive. Every spell comes out stronger than I'm meaning to cast, every destructive spell causes more destruction than normally possible. This wand works as a focus, as well as an amplifier for my magic, and hence, it is a dangerous tool. But, it is my sole wand currently, and so, I'm using it. I put the wand tip on the side of my forehead, and focus within. As I gently pull the wand away, a large blob of white smoke comes out with it. This orb contained all the useful memories of Nathaniel Essex. His knowledge, his experiments, his bases, his meeting with Apocalypse, his meeting with the time-traveling mutants, all of it condensed into one single orb. I've left the useless memories out, like his life, wife, and son. While the ritual won't change me to be more similar to Essex, I don't want to see how he experimented on his own son, or how his wife killed herself again and again, ingrained into my mind. I gently tap the cauldron's edge with the Elder Wand, and the white blob of memories falls down. Immediately, it disperses into the potion, with the color of the memory transference potion turning a bit darker. Placing the wand tip on my forehead, I next call up the knowledge part of Stark's memories, and do the same. Then comes Red Skull, Arnim Zola, and Iragi Kurosawa, Kuronin. For most of them, I take just the knowledge part of their memories, which will change my mind, hopefully, to fully work like theirs. But, for Iragi, I did more. He had 2 decades of training under the hands Nobu, which included survival training, stealth training, tracking, and a lot more. Then came his memories of the hand bases in Europe, and those in Japan, since that is where Murakami is more focused in. I can't do anything with the hand now, but I will once I'm in the future. Hand, DOM, and Miss. 3 organizations I need to take care of, all on my own. Great. Shaking my head, I bent down, and with the twitch of my hand, light the marijuana leaves on fire. Standing back up, I close my eyes, and spread my arms apart, the wand already in the nowhere. And then, I say, begin. Immediately, all the smoke from the marijuana leaves speeds towards the bottom of the cauldron, and through it, enters the potion. The potion begins bubbling and swirling, and immediately, I'm sucked into the cauldron. The memories start from the last to the first, and hence, I see Iragi's training play out first. At the age of 5, Iragi was recruited by Nobu from a karate dojo, with his parents' approval. He was then taken to the hands training school, where he was taught alongside other children. They were taught hand-to-hand combat, kunao and shuriken throwing, kunao fighting, sword fighting, hunting, hiding, and a lot more, for 10 years. And then, when he was deemed better than most, Nobu took him on himself. Nobu taught Iragi about chi, and how to use it to your benefit. He also taught Iragi how to use his chi to make his heart silent, dampening the sound that came out of your body completely. For 7 years, Iragi was taught to go from better, to the best amongst best. So much so, that just at the age of 30, when I fought him, Iragi was already amongst the top 10 fighters in the hand. I could feel my bones breaking every time someone broke his bones, I could feel my muscles aching for every exercise he did. I could feel my own magic mimic the chi whenever I saw Iragi train with it. I could feel everything he did in my own body, as I was getting all the benefits of his training without actually doing them. I could also feel my mind changing a bit to think more like him, but it wasn't anything major. Even if the Iragi portion of my mind wants to attack the enemies on his back, my feral side will refuse to turn away from a good fight. Then comes Arnim Zola. When his memories start, I feel my mind change with every new thing he learned. Nuclear physics, engineering, quantum mechanics, biochemistry, I could feel my old memories of my old life making a lot more sense now. I could feel it in my bones, that I now have a method to harness the energy of any infinity stone I want, thanks to Zola's memories of doing so to the Tesseract. Then came Red Skull, and finally Nathaniel Essex. One by one, I get all the memories ingrained into my mind, into my muscles. After Essex's memories are done with, I finally open my eyes, finding myself laying on the floor of the ritual chamber, having no idea when I was spit out. The potion was all gone, used up in the ritual, and so was the marijuana. As I stand up, I smile, immediately able to recall everything that every one of my mind copy victims had learned. So much knowledge in your mind, Essex, and you chose to pursue revenge against a god. I whisper, staring at my hand. With a kick flip, I get up, and immediately do a corkscrew. Conjuring 2 swords, I run around, cutting through imaginary enemies with a single strike each, and finally, stop once again in the middle. All the while, I made not a single sound. Closing my eyes, I focus on my heart, and gently stop it from pumping blood loudly, instead forcing it to do it slowly with the help of my magic. 1 beat every minute. The blood flow is so slow, that even I find it hard to hear it, despite it being in my own body. That's all thanks to chi. The personal energy within every living being, Qi. For me, my personal energy is already there and in large amount. But, it can mimic the effects of Qi thanks to the memories now ingrained within myself. And while the effects are not too strong, Qi is an impressive energy. Dampening the heartbeats, slowing down breathing, strengthening limbs for stronger attacks, strengthening body for tougher defense, hardening muscles to not tire up too early. And the finishing move, gather all Qi in your body at one point, and use that point for attack. Like what the Kuronin had done to me with his fist. This, however, tires you out too much for any Qi attacks later. Ninjas are awesome, is all I can say. Well, time to begin training with these new ninja memories. The scientist memories are more for my brain than anything else. Essex's memories will sure come in handy trying to find out what's wrong with the elves, while his and Zola's memories will help me figure out a way to cure them. 7 days later, I go towards the barrel of dragon blood that's sitting outside the castle. The 10 days of soaking are up, and now, it's time to pick my staff. Opening the barrel, I put my right hand directly inside the blood, and just flex my hand. Immediately, something smacks into my palm, and I pull it out. I was holding on to the staff in the middle, and it still looked the same as before. Only now, there were a few veins of red blood within the eye. They will fade away with time, I can tell. Feeling it hum happily in my hand, I take a step away from the barrel of blood, and raise the staff up into the air. And the effect is immediately. A wave of magic flows over from my hand to the staff, causing the eye to shine brightly in a silver light, mixed with red. I hear the screech of a dragon go out all around me, as the staff automatically starts get pulled down, towards the ground. As soon as the staff slams its butt into the ground itself shakes, as a circle of orange fire forms around me. These flames then start spinning fast, forming into a tornado, and then with a whoosh, they disappear back into the staff's eye. I smile, when the staff matching is done, having shown me a good enough reaction. It resonates with the magic of my hand, as if it wants to be used immediately, and well. Who am I to say no? Pointing the staff head at a tree in the distance, I focus internally, and whisper, destroy. Immediately, a ball of thick purple magic emits out of the staff. And slams into my stomach, sending me flying back into the castle door, sends my staff. Ugh! I groan, as my stomach heals from the giant hole that had just been carved into it. I really need to train to use a staff, don't I? I ask myself, sighing in annoyance. I hold my hand out towards the staff, and smile as it comes flying to my hand. There's a soft hum, as if the staff is sorry for harming me, which is what caused me to smile. I know, we both have a lot to learn before we can get competent. So, let's get to it, shall we? I say, to the staff, and to myself. Time for a training montage. This is weird. I mumble, looking at the illusion of Kultur's DNA strand floating in the air in front of me. Beside it, floated another DNA strand, belonging to another house elf called Holler. Holler was an old elf, almost 80 years old, in fact, where Kultur was barely 40 years old. Holler was found by Kultur in a forest in Greece. The forest is apparently a hot spot for freed Greek elves, where they go to die. And Kultur found Holler there just in time to prevent his suicide by a crocodile, and offered him job here, with me. He was too old to do any hard jobs, so I'd hired him for the greenhouses, to take care of my plants. Anyway, the reason for my shock is that their DNA doesn't make sense, even with Essex's knowledge now ingrained in my mind. Most of their genetic data is normal, what I'd expect of someone living. But there were a few markers that told me that the two elves are not completely natural, as if they were clones. Then there was the result of an ancestry ritual. I'd done the same ritual for both the elves, trying to gain the complete genealogy record of both Kultur and Holler up to 3,000 years back. But, for Kultur, the ritual just stopped showing results at around 950 years ago, and for Holler around 1,000 years ago. I didn't have any of Blinky's blood, but I assume it'll be the same for her too. Which means the house elves, as they are now, didn't exist until around 1,000 years ago. So, what happened then? How did they come alive? Did they just form into existence? No, the clone markers wouldn't have appeared then. So, someone took the blood or flesh or something from someone else, and created these elves. Sighing, I wave my hand to turn everything off, and disapparate out of there, appearing in front of the magical library of Alexandria. Walking in after conjuring a Lumos orb, I knock on the door, and enter. Please tell me you found something about elves, because what I found doesn't make sense. I say, when I see Master Onuris working on some translation or the other. Master Onuris looks up, frowning, and asks, first tell me what did you find? I shrug, and sit down. He's not going to tell anyone, I doubt it. I say, the house elves, as a breed, didn't exist until around 1,000 years ago. They were created to mimic someone else, I believe. But why, and whom, I have no idea. Master Onuris sighs, and says, I was afraid of that. I did find something a few months ago in the Temple of Osiris, hidden very deep within the library. But, I didn't believe it myself until you told me this. And with that, he pulls something out of a drawer, and hands it to me. A scroll, a single scroll. I look at him in disbelief, since this scroll can't have that much information, can it? Scoffing, Master Onuris says, open it, and then decide whether it is worthless or not. Rolling my eyes, I click the clasp open, and spread the scroll on the table in front of us. I blink in surprise as soon as I see it. It's a tale, written in hieroglyphics. I voice out loud, a bit surprised. And then, I begin to read. Long ago, in the lands of the pharaohs, there existed an alchemist of the highest caliber. He never married, never had children, and chose to focus only on his studies. But, so much of his time was wasted on doing daily chores, that he felt could have been better spent in his chambers, studying. And so, he created an enchanted golem. In a long alchemical ritual that used the blood of the light elves of old, this golem was formed out of the very earth itself. The blood of the light elves had some influence, however, and the golem took the shape similar to a light elf. But, the magic within the ritual wasn't enough to completely mimic the light elf, and so, the new elf golem was small. He had created this brown elf to work as his servant, his maid, gardener, and his cook, all in one. He connected the tiny brown elf to his own magic, and taught it to use simple spells, so that it could take care of the house for him, take care of the chores. While he worked in his chambers, the elf worked the chores. It cooked food for him, washed his clothes, washed the utensils, and cleaned the house. It also took care of the herbs and plants the alchemist had, after some teaching. In just 10 years, the alchemist went from relatively infamous, to famous all around River Nile. His success brought attention to the cause of it, and other mages came to know about the brown elf. A servant made completely out of mud, that took care of all the alchemist's chores. Soon, other people began to ask for a brown elf of their own, and the alchemist, happy to earn more silver, accepted the order. Within a year, he had replicated his feat multiple times, and created 10 more brown elves, and connected them to the magic of the buying mages. Within 3 more years, the number of brown elves had gone up to 1,000, and people from all over the world came to him to buy them. The man became rich and greedy, and abandoned alchemy in favor of becoming even richer. He began getting arrogant, which caused him to anger many a people. I pause before continuing, already knowing where this story will go next. Some of them got together, and killed him. They stole his life's work, his texts and tomes, and even the blood of the light elf that had been in his family's possession for centuries. One of them, an alchemist of some repute, began working on creating a brown elf of his own. Unfortunately, he was not as well versed in alchemy as the alchemist was, and hence, the elves were born different. Just by being born, they not only began to change themselves, these elves began to change the other, previous elves. They began to evolve. In 100 years, all the brown elves evolved to speak, they began to understand. They had become truly living, and were slowly becoming even more sentient. Just like the alchemist before them, these people were also killed by more greedy people, and the ritual to create the golems was lost, having burnt down in one of the fights, leaving just shy of 2,000 brown elves in the entire world. Within the next 100 years, the brown elves managed to breed with each other, and the next generation of elves was born. These elves weren't completely mud brown, but a lighter shade. And these elves began to evolve further. They had some emotions, but more importantly they had magic of their own. Unfortunately, no matter how much they had evolved, they couldn't evolve past their purpose. And that purpose was to serve their masters, to serve mages. And so, even after the ritual to create the elves was lost, the brown elves continued to find families to work for. In 20 years of searching, I couldn't find a way to free them completely. But, I did find a way to free them from their current master. I used my mind magics to convince my brown elf that if I give him a piece of cloth, he will be freed from my services. While it did work as intended, and people got to know of this fact, my elf disappeared, never to be seen again. The power of belief convinced everyone around, person and elf, that granting a piece of cloth to the elf frees them from their enslavement. But, the elves don't want freedom from their sole purpose. And so, having nothing to do now, most of the freed elves killed themselves. Everyone needs purpose in their lives, and I fulfilled mine. I found a way to free the elves from the alchemist's curse. Alas, I also doomed the freed ones to their deaths. It's a journal? Whose? I ask, looking up at Master Onuris. Master Onuris looks towards the door, and says, his name has been removed from any and all texts within the temple, I'm afraid. Someone tried really hard to remove all evidence of the creation of the house elves, and I'm afraid they've succeeded. This is the only manuscript that even mentioned their history, and the only reason it survived is because of its nondescript appearance. I nod, and roll the scroll back up. This makes sense, the house elves were artificially created around 1000 years ago. This explains the difference between the bloods of Kultur and Blinky, and the clone markers. It seems the alchemist cloned a light elf in 1050 BC. Must have been the first of its kind. But, he created the brown elves out of the ground itself. I'm guessing some god or the other had a hand in this. Why else would the elves evolve to speak in just 100 years, and to breed in 200? One mother goddess certainly comes to mind. Can I have this? I ask Master Onuris, lifting the scroll in my hand. He nods, and says, I've already copied the tale down in ancient Egyptian. This knowledge is not something I want the people to know, because it can have some dangerous consequences. Yet, I can see people seeking out light elves to kill them and use their blood in rituals of golem creation. The work part of the conversation done, I smile at Master Onuris, and say, this is not the sole reason I came here. I finished crafting my staff. Master Onuris perks up, and asks, can I see? From afar, of course. Not minding it, I nod, and bring the staff out of nowhere. I spin it around my arm, and as a few books float out of the shelves to spin around me, I say, I'm still learning of course, aiming with a wand is leagues easier than with a staff. Master Onuris snorts and says, and the staff is a better channel for your magic. You must have noticed that less of your magic is wasted when you cast with a staff than your wand. I did, actually notice it. The staff channels personal magic around 50% more efficiently than a wand. It was only after using this staff that I came to realize exactly what made the Elder Wand so dangerous. It has the focusing benefit of a wand, while also holding the magical potency behind the staff. What it means, is that, for every spell worth 60 units of magic, I waste around 40 units into the air. So, for a spell worth 60 units, I use 100 units with a wand, making the efficiency just 60%. And for my staff, the numbers jump up to around 90% efficiency, with a wastage of just 10 units. Of course, there's no way to accurately measure it, I'm just guessing by way of the power of my destruction. As for the Elder Wand, there is no wastage of magic, with the efficiency being 100%. Every bit of magic you put into the spell is used in the actual spell, and nothing is let out into the air. This just makes my defeat of Grindelwald that much more impressive. What can I say? I am an impressive wizard. Master Onuris observes the staff for a while, and nods. He says, I would advise showing the staff to an actual crafter, so that they can see if there's any error. Neither I or you are experts in this field. I nod, accepting the advice, and say, thank you, I might have to think this through. After that, I return to Sanctuary, with new realizations in my mind. House elves are golems that gain sentience thanks to the magic within them. Their subconscious mind however still believes that they need to work for wizards, and that they need external magic to survive, magic that they can get in places of extreme magic and near people. And I doubt the wizards want this to change. Why let go of slaves that follow all their orders? Power of belief, Maybe I can use this for my own benefit. I know Aurora once became a goddess because of this power of belief. Maybe I can use this same power of belief to convince the elves to stop working for wizards? It's difficult, not impossible, but at least now I know what direction to go in. With a new problem on my mind, I continue traveling the world with little to no issues, to look for the sands of time, and for other magical creatures. I'd kept visiting a wand/staff crafter on my to-do list, but didn't plan on actually going. I'm pretty confident in my crafting, to be honest, and the staff hasn't given me any problems as of yet. Except for the aiming problem that went away after the first week, of course. The staff is an amazing focus, and I'm saying this after using the Elder Wand. All the spells that I could use with a wand, I could also use with a staff, and now that I've gotten used to it, I don't even need to point the staff at my target. Just focus on casting the spell, and boom. My target is hit. Benefits of having a spherical focal stone, I suppose. Of course, if my enemy is faster this won't work, and neither would it if my enemy is stronger, but I'm learning still. I've also begun spending an hour or two practicing using my chi, or the part of my magic that behaves like chi. Personal energy within a person can lean towards any direction. It can either go towards mind magic, telepathy and telekinesis like spells, and body magic, chi. Spiritual and physical, yin and yang, as the theme goes. Obviously, it is not completely separate. Mind magic users need a good enough body, and body magic users need a clear enough mind. For muggles, a learner of one usually cannot learn the other. Chi users can't use any spells that don't use chi, and similarly, mystic arts users can't use chi. There might be exceptions, but generally, this is the rule. For wizards like me however, my magic itself is very flexible. It can be mind magic when it wants to, and it can be body magic if I know how to use it. I really need to study wizard DNA when I reach my own time. Studying through runic holograms can only get me so far. So, yet, a small part of my magic, my personal energy was mimicking the energy patterns of Qi, and I can use it to become even stronger than before. It's not much, but I admit I've gone from just a bit stronger than Wolverine to just a bit weaker than Sabretooth. And that's when I'm actually using the Qi. To be fair to me, Sabretooth is a century older than me, and his mutation has had more time to evolve. There's also a limit to how far I can actually take Qi. I can use it to dampen my heartbeat and cleanse my body smell forever, and I won't even feel the drain. But, I cannot spend more than 3 hours fighting using Qi, I need to spend 1 hour without using Qi for every 3 hours with it. And I can focus Qi on one single part of my body to take my strength to 10 times my normal strength, but I won't be able to use this method for more than 3 times in those 3 hours. I'll probably increase the time limit, the stronger and older I get, but it won't be too much. Currently, I was walking through the city of Pataliputra, the capital of the Kanva dynasty in India. The Kanva dynasty was relatively new to the rule, with the previous king Vasudeva being a minister of the Shunga Emperor Devabhuti, the last emperor of the Shunga Empire. Assassinations happen, and Vasudeva becomes the king. And now, Vasudeva's son, Bhumimitra ruled the dynasty. Pataliputra is a pretty lively city in the Magadha region, in what might amount to eastern India. Even in the last life I never paid attention to Indian history, and I'm cursing my old life now. Pataliputra is beautiful, and I only came here now, because I didn't fucking know about it. I was here, not just to enjoy my soul's heritage, no. I was here to visit someone I'd heard about from the Indian locals. Chandragupta, no relation to the Maurya as far as I can tell, is a mage of some good reputation in Pataliputra. He can talk to snakes, give blessings or curses to anyone if the gods agree, he predicts a lot of stuff accurately, and he's a potions master. My reason for seeking him out is twofold. 1. He's a parcel mouth, the first one I've heard of in this era, that isn't simultaneously a dark wizard. Hence, he's the only source for any parcel tongue magics that might have been lost in time before even Salazar's era. I'm going to visit the Nalanda Mahavihara after this anyway, just to check the world's first residential university, but visiting the actual parcel mouth first was a priority. As for the second reason, I'm hoping to learn divination from him. Chandragupta has predicted weather, family reputation, and a lot more, just by looking at either palms, or eyes, or even reading cards. So, yeah, I'm honestly psyched to meet this man, since my knowledge of divination is lackluster. Right before I reach his house, however, I feel a buzz go off on the back of my neck, immediately making me smile widely. One of my alert charms had gone off, and I know which one it is. Dura's dragon eggs were hatching, 1 entire year after I'd gotten them. And there's no way in hell that I'm losing the opportunity of seeing that. Chandragupta can wait, my baby dragons won't. A/N, I'm trying to classify the magic according to the myths, while also balancing it properly. Indian sadhus were said to have direct contact with the gods, and some gods even respected these sadhus as authorities. Heck, some sadhus have cursed gods, and gods accepted that. So, yeah, the power scaling needs some work. I won't focus more on Chandragupta, barely half a chapter if that, but hopefully I won't need to. The dragons also won't make too much of an appearance, just like Sly. I cannot write pets very well. The next few chapters will have multiple time skips, so that I can get Mason back to the present. I'm guessing now that it'll take me ch 75 to get to 1945 again, but it can extend to ch 80. Sorry. I'm just enjoying the past too much. Hey, maybe I should write a FIC based actually in the past, maybe just MCU though, or just HP. But, it won't happen yet. Chapter 62, The Eye of True North. A/N, HelloDarkness07. I'd like to say that I am taking a week-long break from writing. Which means, I also won't be posting anything for 7 days. So. 2 chapters LOL. The break is because I need to recover from my sleep deprivation and my depression, by taking a relaxing week. Hopefully. Also, as you might notice in this chapter, and the ones with Sly, I cannot write pets very well. Heck, I can barely write humans as is, but writing animals are worse. So, sorry. Well, read on. Scree. A high-pitched voice sounds from up above, as I rest on the beach. One after the other, 6 dragons fly overhead, all of them around 2 feet in length. The 7th dragon laid on the beach with me, with his head on my chest. Scratching his head gently, I enjoy the peace and quiet I'm getting. It has been 3 months since the dragons hatched, taking the dragon population of Sanctuary up from 0 to 7. The one currently sleeping beside me was the laziest of the bunch, named Oknaros, while the others were pretty energetic. Hearing a splash, I turned towards the sea, and watched the water rippling, thanks to one of my dragons diving in. Within a second, Mana, the oldest of the bunch flies out of the water, a fish in her mouth. With a single motion, she throws the fish into the air, fries it with her flames, and once again catches it in her mouth to eat it. She then drops on the beach to my left, and curls up next to me, her own head on my chest. I ask, "Enjoy yourself, Mana." Mana looks up at me, and screeches at me. While she does that, however, I hear the words hidden underneath the loud voice of screeching, as she says, "Yes, I did, father. We saw unicorns today." I smile at her excitement, and scratch her own head. I say, "Be careful with the unicorns, they don't like it when someone harms one of them." 7 dragons, 4 females, 3 males. Mana, Oknaros, Painan, Philotimo, Xylevo, Aplischa, and Thymos. All of them named after their most dominant personality traits. Mana is motherly, Oknaros is lazy, Painan is a glutton for food, Philotimo is prideful, Xylevo is envious of any attention I give to anyone else, Aplischa is greedy as hell, and Thymos is the one to get angry the easiest. Of these, Mana, Aplischa, Thymos and Painan are females, while the other 3 are males. Not exactly creative names, but they do suit my dragons well. Speaking of, here they come. After their own swims in the ocean, 4 fishes, all the remaining 5 dragons dive at me, with Xylevo jumping on my stomach. Oof. God damn it, Zi! I yelp, catching him on my stomach. As they all cuddle next to me, however, I can't help but smile. They might be a bit annoying, but they're my dragons, and I love them a lot. It has been 3 months since they've hatched, and I've been here on Sanctuary for the majority of the time, taking care of these babies. In the beginning, they were pretty much dependent on me for survival, drinking chicken blood mixed with fermented goat milk for food. But now, they've begun hunting for their own food. They eat all the small animals, as well as fish. Thankfully, the dragons don't eat any magical creatures, at least none on or around Sanctuary. I don't know if this holds true for all dragons, or just these ones, but I'm glad for it. I did go to visit Chandragupta once, and spoke with him for a while about magic, and about Parseltongue while staying with his family as a guest. I have to say, I enjoyed his perspective on what magic is, and what Parseltongue can do. According to him, and the other mages of the area, magic was given to us mages by the gods, through a blessing to our ancestors. Which is kinda true, if Oshtur is actually our creator. According to him, magic is a force present everywhere in the universe, since the god Brahma is supposed to be the creator of the entire universe, and hence a mage can use magic no matter where in the universe you go. This I had a bit of doubt in. While sorcerers are connected to the universe, wizards, or mages, are not. Mages are connected to the planet. We do have magic of our own, but most of our spells utilize planetary magic to accomplish magic. Us mages are just the channels, sort of like wands. Parcel mouths, according to Hindu mythology, is a gift given to the descendants of goddess Manasa, the snake goddess. It is a magical language, and it is actually possible to cast spells in the language. I have no idea why I never tried it, but after he showed me some simple spells, I couldn't help but feel stupid. I'd tried saying Lumos in Parseltongue before, with a whole lot of focus and willpower. It did light up, but it only happened because of my willpower and focus, not because of Parseltongue. Just like Greek, Latin, and Egyptian, Parseltongue is a language that's steeped in magic. You just need to focus on the effect, and say the effect you want clearly. Lumos is Latin. I basically said the Parseltongue translation of a Latin word, which did not work. Light, I whisper, as a bright green orb floats out of my chest and remains in the air in front of me. Unfortunately, Chandragupta refused to teach me anything about divination, since whatever he can teach me is supposed to only be taught to his family, and his apprentice. And I am none of them. He did point me towards the Nalanda University, which takes students all year round. And for some reason, the Magadha region loves Greek people. So, I had planned on going there soon. I was just waiting for the babies to grow old enough to survive on their own. And now that my babies are independent enough, I can finally leave them to live on Sanctuary on their own. But, nothing says I need to leave right at this moment, while being surrounded by my babies. Walking through the gates of the Nalanda University, I look around with a smile. The architecture here reminded me of the temples I'd seen in my old life, with thick stone walls, carved with the idols of gods, and the tales of old. This was very nostalgic, and even if I'd left that identity behind, I can't help but feel glad that I'm here. Hello, can I help you? An old man asks in Magadhi Prakrit, the most common language in the Magadha region, which is basically modern-day Northeast India, as he approaches me. Smiling at him, I put my palms together in a hello, bow a bit, and say, "My name is Atharva Joshi." Hey, it's not brown face if I actually was a brown guy once. I am a mage traveling from the Satavahana dynasty, here to exchange knowledge. Bowing back, the old man says, "Nice to meet you, Mage Atharva. I am Brahmaprasad, a professor here at the Mahavihara. Come, Walk with me, and tell me. What do you hope to gain? And, may I ask what do you have to offer? As we start walking, I say, I have spent 2 years studying in the great library of Alexandria, Mahaguru Brahma Prasad. Master Onuris, the librarian responsible for safeguarding magical knowledge, allowed me to copy a few texts. I am hoping to exchange some of those texts for any books on divination, and souls that the great Nalanda Mahavihara can grant me. Brahma Prasad says, as he stops and stares at me. I keep my head low, since the culture this far back demands complete respect be given to the teachers. To be fair, the teachers here are less of arseholes than they're in the future. He nods, and says, I will allow an exchange of 1 book per book. Equal exchange, as the way things should be. Of course, the value of the books you grant us will be decided after I read it, and then, a similarly valued book will be granted to you in return. Is that acceptable, Mage Atharva? Considering that what I have is just books from the Royal Mage Library, and hence pretty damn important knowledge, I have no objection to that. Plus, I'm just granting copies, permanent copies, but copies just the same. Nodding with a short bow, I say, that is acceptable, Mahaguru. Do I have permission to peruse your library in the meantime? Mahaguru Brahma Prasad nods, as he once more begins walking, and says, you may visit the library, but you won't be allowed to copy any of the tomes there. The only knowledge you will be taking with you is what you exchange, and what you manage to read in the short while. I smirk, having no problem with it at all. My reading speed is extraordinarily fast, is all I can say. We then go to a classroom, where Mahaguru Brahma Prasad asks me to put forward all the books I'm willing to grant them. From the moleskin pouch, I take out 1 book after another, all of them with some manner of highly advanced knowledge. 3 on staff crafting, 7 on Egyptian enchantments, 9 on curses and dark wards, 5 books on alchemy, 6 on protective wards, 4 on Egyptian rituals, and 10 books that were a compendium of Greek and Egyptian spells, categorized by charms, curses, hexes, transfigurations, and miscellaneous. Obviously, all of them were translated to Sanskrit. I did not come unprepared. The spell books might not be of much use to them, since the spells in all are in different languages than the ones the people here speak, but they can take inspiration from these books. The other books will definitely be of a lot of use here, especially the staff crafting, alchemy, and ritual books. As the Mahaguru starts reading, he asks a student named Vijaya to guide me to the library, and to stay with me, to see that I don't break my word. Joke's on him, I'm not planning on copying this library. Yet. I'm just waiting to craft a specific spell, one that I know can be done. But right now, I'm going to just read. You didn't tell me you read this fast. Mahaguru Brahma Prasad says, as he enters the library. While his words were of accusation, his tone was of amusement. Chuckling, I put the book on soul-enhancing rituals down, and glance at the 60 books that were kept all around me on the table. Those were the books I'd finished reading since I had entered the library. Which was 90 minutes ago. Smiling at Mahaguru Brahma Prasad, I say, I have always been a fast reader, it helps me not waste too much time. But, what I'm doing is memorizing pages, not actually reading them. It still takes me at least quarter of a second to memorize a single page, and store it in my mind's library, which is why it took me 90 minutes to read just 60 books. Brahma Prasad smiles, shakes his head, and says, well, carry on. An agreement is an agreement. The other professors are currently enjoying reading the material you brought us, so I wanted to ask you. What subject matter would you want the books for? I'd already decided on my subjects, so I don't have to think a lot before I answer. I would prefer books that give a detailed study of divination, soul magic, rituals, and parcel magic. Whatever you believe to be a suitable exchange will be appreciated, Mahaguru Brahma Prasad. Divination, because that is the one subject I'm the most lacking in. Soul magic because this one Sanskrit book that I'm actually reading instead of memorizing gave me a lot of revelations. Rituals because, well, I'm hoping to become a master in them, and parcel magic because I have no idea what is possible and what's difficult. Never impossible, I learned that lesson early on. Nothing's impossible, only difficult or highly improbable, when it comes to magic. Everything is possible, the price of the spell however, increases with the improbability. Nodding, Brahma Prasad leaves me to my studies in the library, and walks out after a small talk with the student who was keeping an eye on me. Ignoring him, I return to the book on soul-enhancing rituals book. I didn't know this was even possible, which is different than believing it impossible. Souls are souls, I had thought they're a constant, since my memories from my past life did come here, along with some of my personality. But, it seems a soul can be changed. It should have been obvious, since demons can corrupt human souls, gods can turn human souls into divine, etc. Similarly, there are rituals to change a human soul completely, or partially. The complete soul-changing rituals change the body too, either just a little, or a lot. But, until I learn a lot more, I'm sticking to just reading about these rituals. 1 year later, 51 BC. The compass that doesn't point north, that is what I'd called this compass that I'd found in the stomach of Drudger the berserk dragon. Actually, I'd found it amongst the possessions of the witch he'd swallowed whole, but that's besides the point. Turns out, this compass was just too heavily enchanted for me to find its purpose without using it. I'd tried detection spells, and a lot of analysis spells, and all of them showed that this compass was a plain magnetic compass. Nope. The compass was one that pointed not at the magnetic north, but whatever object you're in the most need of. This seriously reminds me of the compass that Captain Jack Sparrow used in the Pirates movie series. Unfortunately, the compass doesn't tell you what that need is. It could be a subconscious need, and I wouldn't know until I actually find it. A year after my visit to the Nalanda Mahavihara, or the Nalanda University, and after I'd returned with 11 books on different levels of divination, and 3 books on souls, 4 on soul magic, 13 on rituals, with 13 books on parcel magic, I sat in my experiment room, carving a few runes on the compass, while a potion boiled on the table beside me. Most of the books were journals, and observations of other mages, and that is good enough for me. I just didn't expect so many people to have studied parcel magic. That's not counting the 100 or so books I'd read while in the library, the majority of which were historical journals and mythologies. Back to the compass, as far as I can tell, it was a sorcery artifact, enchanted using the universal and dimensional magics. It, as I said, pointed anyone towards a direction they need to go to find their greatest need. If a hungry person holds it, the compass will point them towards some free food. If a person is feeling cold, they'll be pointed towards a direction where they might find some warmth, etc. It always points towards where they will most definitely find that need with minimal work on their part. So, a hungry poor person won't find food from an expensive hotel. What I'm trying to do, is mix my knowledge of divination and arithmancy to basically change the purpose of the compass. Instead of pointing me towards the direction of my need, it will point me towards the direction of my want, and take me there. Done with the runes, I float the compass over my hand, drop it into the bubbling potion, and whisper, Aniskia. Which means enhance. Immediately, the potion bubbles faster, and the compass is thrown out of it, now with a soft white glow to it. Floating it over my hand, I drop 1 drop of my blood on the center, to bind it to me, and take something else out of nowhere. Felix Felicus, liquid luck potion. I'd only found it recently in nowhere, hidden inside some of my old clothes. I might have perfect recall, but I do forget some things it seems. For someone with a Clumancy provided perfect memory, I forget a lot of stuff. Ironic, I know. I open the bottle cap, and drop a single drop on top of the compass, right where my blood was. And then, as the compass flashes in a gold light once, I smile. Time to see if this artifact is a success. Taking it in my hand, I close my eyes, keeping the image of the Darkhold in my mind, and press the button on top of it. Immediately, I feel some sort of magic surround me. As I open my eyes, I see my body covered in a golden-colored magic, the same shade as that of Felix Felicus. And then, I feel my body get squeezed tightly, as I'm forcefully apparat from the experiment room in my castle on Sanctuary to somewhere else. This somewhere else turns out to be a forest in Central Africa, somewhere I'd buried the Darkhold in. The Darkhold was deep underground, where its corruption won't bother anyone, in a lead box enchanted to high hells to not allow anyone but me to open it. So, this compass obviously works. Smiling, I start creating a portal back home, when I suddenly stop, shocked. I just apparat. From an island between Africa and India, to Central Africa, which is at least 4,000 kilometers away. That's 4 times greater than my previous limit, and I don't even feel tired. Either I'm getting better at apparating, or the compass is not limited by distance. Damn, I've made something wonderful again, haven't I? I'm so smart. Shaking my head, I create a portal to my castle, and enter through. Gathering a few things, like a few books to pass the time, some food packed in nowhere, and a tent I'd prepared and enchanted myself, I hold the compass in my hands once again. Closing my eyes, this time I focus on the image of the sands of time, and the time glass. The glass-like stone, golden orange in color, was made up of the sands of time. The ingredient necessary in creating a time turner, and my way back home. Once again, I feel myself twisting through the wormhole of apparition, squeezed through it, and I get thrown out into soft land, thankfully legs first. Wait a minute. Soft? As I open my eyes, I feel before I see the desert all around me. The heat of the sun, the softness of the sand, the sound of just wind all around me. Sighing, I start setting up camp. Of course it's a desert, where else will I find sands of time but a desert? After the tent is up, and a few wards cast to protect the tent and surrounding area from storms, I get to work. I couldn't use my echolocation trick, one that I'd used to find the diadem in Albania, here. The sands of time, while magical, didn't react to my magic the same way. I'd tried to use the sands that I had access to try and see if I could find more of it, and failed spectacularly. So, I'm going to have to do this the old-fashioned way. Bringing my staff out of nowhere, I tap its butt on the desert sand once, and smile, feeling a wave of magic flow out of it into the ground. From the point my staff connected to the ground, to a dozen meters all around, the desert starts flowing to become a plain floor, as it slowly transforms from sand to water. The only place safe from this transfiguration spell is the spot I'm standing on. The tent I'd already placed way outside the limits. Another tap of my staff solidifies the ground around this water, so that it doesn't flow into the small transfigured pond and ruin it. I nod, at a task well done, and place the staff back into nowhere, a single call away. And then, with a wave of my hand, I send my clothes flying off my body towards the tent, and dive into the water. As I break the surface of the water with a splash, a single white lumos orb appears above me, to show me the way. Time to find the sands of time, one cylindrical area at a time. It has been 17 days since I began my search for the sands of time, and until now, I haven't found anything even remotely similar. Every day, I would transfigure a piece of the desert into water, and take a deep dive in it. 13 hours a day, I spent underwater, naked, thankfully not freezing my balls off, looking for the golden shimmering dust known as the sands of time, or the time glass, a stone formed by condensing said sands of time. The sands of time cannot be transfigured, at least not normally, so I'm sure I didn't mistakenly transfigure it into water, and then back into sand again. I would have known, because it would have taken a lot more magic to do so. With each transfiguration spell, I would transfigure a cylindrical volume with a radius of around a dozen meters, and a depth of 100 meters. Then, when I reach the bottom, I cast the spell again, transfiguring the land underneath to water too. And again, and again. I did this for a kilometer each time, transfiguring dry solid earth when the sand ended, and then, I came back up to dispel every transfiguration spell because I couldn't find anything. But, I haven't lost hope yet. The Sahara Desert, which is where I was brought by the compass, is a big place. If the compass brought me here, then it must mean that the sands of time are here somewhere, I just need to find it. On the 18th day, as I prepare to transfigure the next patch of the desert to water for my dive in, I am stopped by something surprising. A voice. You don't belong here. The voice, definitely male, says, from behind me, in Greek. You see, if I wasn't me, I would have believed it to have been an auditory hallucination, brought on by 17 days of heat and loneliness. But I am me, and hence, I am sure that it was no hallucination. My healing factor prevents me from getting a heat stroke, while my mind has already faced worse, longer periods of loneliness from myself. You don't belong here. The voice repeats, as I start standing back up from my kneeling position on the desert floor. Slowly, I turn towards the voice, and see a man in front of me, wearing clothes that look weird as fuck. A yellow robe, with his chest halfway open, resting on just his shoulders. A yellow collar that went up to the back of his head. A yellow belt around his hip, with the symbol of infinity branded on it. A single bright yellow underwear, worn on top of a skin-tight off-white pant, as if he believes himself to be a yellow Superman. 2 wristbands, and a headband, thankfully gold in color and not yellow. He was scowling at me, as I observed him, amused at his choice of clothing. But then, I see it, something that's just peeking out of his robe. A locket, made of an alloy of auric alum and gold, hung around his neck. And it was damn recognizable even if I haven't seen it ever. The Eye of Agamotto. The protective shell of the Time Infinity Stone. Which means, this man was the Sorcerer Supreme, and I finally understand the meaning of his words. Nodding, I say, I think if I didn't actually belong here, you would have sought me out before this time, Sorcerer Supreme. The man points his palm at me, and says, you're an aberration, wizard. You don't belong here. For fuck's sake, does he not know any other words? But then, I am forced to immediately apparate away from the place, when the man shoots a red-colored mystic bolt at me. As I reappear a few dozen feet away from that point, I see the sand scorching red, already turning to glass. I glare at the wielder of the Eye of Agamotto, and ask, what kind of Sorcerer Supreme are you, to attack first without asking any questions? Shouldn't he already know everything about me, thanks to that eye around his neck? I've been here for 5 years already, he should have seen my entire bloody life play out during this time. The man points his palm at me once again, and shoots another red bolt of magic at me. A bit angry now, I create a portal to his back, in the way of the mystic bolt. The angry red beam of magic goes through the portal, and towards the sorcerer's back. Unfortunately, a barrier forms around him, stopping his own mystic bolt from harming him. It is when I created the portal that I felt it. My connection to the universe was weakening, very slowly, but it was weakening. It didn't happen before, and I know I wasn't struck by any curse, or any spell. Which means, this man just passively weakens those sorcerers that are around him. He's having no effect on my wizard side, just the sorcerer side. My magic is still mine, but he's just decreasing the amount of magic I passively absorb from the universe, until slowly, I won't be a sorcerer any longer. This man's danger level just went up by an entire scale. I need to escape, but I cannot guarantee that he won't follow me. He's the bloody sorcerer supreme, he has the Eye of Agamotto. And Sanctuary isn't that well protected yet, it's just well hidden. If he wants to follow me there, then he will. You don't belong here, in this time period. The man repeats, seriously annoying me now. Your death here will restore the timeline to the proper path, and send you back to your own time without any memories of the past. So, stay still and allow me to cast my spell. No, thank you. As he raises his hand at me once more, I remove my staff from the nowhere, and slam it head first on the ground. A wave of magic erupts out of the staff, sending sand flying everywhere, and causing a small tremor of earthquake. The tremor distracts the sorcerer from casting his spell, and some of the sand lands in his eyes. While he's distracted, I get to work. Focusing my magic, I pull at the sand, and cause it to rise into walls all around us. These 4 sand walls, which by themselves are 100 meters long each, then get transfigured into stone, creating a stone room around us within a single second. I tap my staff on the ground once again, and more sand is pulled into the wall, immediately getting transfigured into stone, before the walls rise up, and keep rising. Within 3 seconds, there's a room with each wall being 100 meters long, and around half a kilometer tall, around us. The man scowls at me once again, and points both his palms at me, sending a single brown mystic bolt at me, once again without any invocation. I apparate away from the position, and appear on the wall, using my nails to stick into place. The mystic bolt stops right before the slam into the ground, and surprisingly, shifts its aim towards me. As they speed towards me once again, I apparate away, this time on the wall opposite to it. Once again, the mystic bolt stops before it can hit anything solid, and turns around to follow me. No matter where you go, how far, and in which dimension, the spell will keep following you until you're hit. The man helpfully taunts, as he stares at me apparating away from one place to another. I apparate from one wall to another, from ceiling to the ground, again and again, with the mystic bolt always following after me, not hitting anything solid. It was still connected to the sorcerer's hands, which means he was still providing the spell with his magic. Finally, I apparate on the ground, right in the center of the room, and place my palm down on the stone floor. With barely a moment's notice, an invisible rune carves itself on the ground, with not even me able to see it. Once again, the mystic bolt speeds towards me, and I stand tall. When the bolt is about to hit me, I replace my staff with my 2 swords, Galadmagul and Dermagul, and bring them in between myself and the spell. The force of the spell throws me off my feet, flying towards the wall, but thankfully, my highly magical swords protect me from the effects of the spell, by absorbing the magic behind it. As my swords glow orange, heating up thanks to the dark magic they just absorbed, I look up at the frowning sorcerer with a smirk on my face. But then, I suddenly throw the swords down, not able to hold them any longer thanks to the extreme heat. I know now that no shield would have worked against that spell, it was worse than the killing curse in that manner. This long time of dodging and apparating had given me the opportunity to sense the intent behind the spell. Total molecular disintegration, even my healing factor wouldn't have allowed me to survive being hit by this spell. Thankfully, Dermagul and Galadmagul had been enchanted for just this reason, absorbing offensive spells. But, it seems my metalworking needs some working on. The swords became too hot after absorbing this spell from an actual mortal, no matter that said mortal is the Sorcerer Supreme. Before you die here, I would know your name. I say, staring at the man with not even a shred of anger showing on my face. I didn't bother anyone in the past, at least not on purpose. I didn't even try to change anything major. I just copied the knowledge from the Library of Alexandria, gave some books to the Nalanda University, and that's it. The man smiles, amused, and asks, "You actually think you can kill me, wizard?" Smiling back, I simply pick my swords up with telekinesis, pointing both of them towards the sorcerer. With a twitch of my fingers, I banish both the swords towards him, still glowing hot red with the absorbed curse. The man raises his hand negligently, either to create a shield, or to stop the swords in their spot. Unfortunately for him, his magic fails to work, and both the swords stab into his chest, one in his heart, and the other in the right side of his chest. Eyes wide, the man looks at me with something akin to fear and shock. As his body begins glowing orange, thanks to the spell absorbed within the swords now destroying him from the inside out, I point at the walls. The man looks at each of the walls one by one, now down on his knees, and sees 6 blue runes that glow with my own magic. I'd carved 6 runes on the 4 walls, the ceiling, as well as the ground, while I was operating away from his curse. As realization strikes him, I say, Only the mage who cast the runes can use his magic, former sorcerer supreme. Whatever your name is. Goodbye. And then, before he can do anything, he explodes into an orange dust. I sigh, as the sorcerer dies, as I feel my connection to the universe returning to its previous state. The side effect of being an experienced sorcerer, is that I know when something is going to work, and when it is not. His initial shielding from his own spell told me that sneak attacks won't work, and neither will most wizarding spells. His mystic bolt told me that he's a lot stronger than me, so much so that I doubt that even with 1,000 years of training I will be able to match him magically. Which is supposed to not be possible, but I did just say a few months ago that nothing is impossible when it comes to magic. His soul must have been changed fundamentally, to allow him to store and channel that much magic. But, I wonder why the Sorcerer Supreme even attacked me. Speaking of, where's the Time Stone, or even the Eye of Agamotto? It was supposed to have fallen here some. Where? Fuck, it's not over yet. Summoning my swords back towards me, I use them to carve a 3 feet wide circle around myself. And then, I take my staff out of nowhere, and slam its butt into the ground, creating a barrier of magic in a cylindrical shape around me. I do it just in time, when everything around me explodes in a fiery explosion. Thankfully, my barrier protects me from the majority of the damage, while only a few rocks manage to sneak past, and hit my head. As the dust cloud starts settling down, the stone room I had conjured now once more turned into sand. I hear the same man's voice say, "You are an annoying pest, wizard. Just accept your fate, and go back to your own timeline." The voice came from everywhere, and nowhere, with no direction for me to track. Looking around warily, I say, "Trust me buddy, I will leave for my own time as soon as I'm ready. But it won't be by someone else's hands, it will happen when I decide it happens. Then you leave me no choice. Die." The man yells, as he reappears in front of me, now in the form of a giant floating head. What the fuck? But before he can attack me, something else happens. 2 portals form on the ground, one to my right, and one to my left. The one to my right was orange in color, while the one on my left was orange with a tint of green. The person that walks through the orange portal is a woman that looks like she's in her 50s. She was dark-skinned, with completely white hair, wearing a plain black robe, with a few gold trims here and there. The woman was beautiful, but in an ethereal sort of way. Then, I noticed something surprising around her neck. The Eye of Agamotto. Another Eye of Agamotto. Hearing the sound of footsteps, I turn towards the orange-green portal, and see 2 people walk out, both of them really familiar, yet surprising to my sights. One of them was dark-skinned, short dark hair, with a dark green sorcerer's robe on him, although they looked different than what the 2 Eye of Agamotto wielders were wearing. The second was fair-skinned, with a goatee on his face. He wore blue sorcerer robes, the same style as the dark-skinned man, with the simple addition of a red cloak flying around behind him. He also had another surprising addition around his neck, in the form of a familiar locket. Another Eye of Agamotto. These 2 people, however, were really familiar to me, not to Mason Aves, no. But to my previous life. The dark-skinned man was Baron Karl Mordo, while the fair-skinned man was Dr. Stephen Strange, both of them sorcerers from the 21st century. What the fuck, then, were they doing in the 1st century BC? Well, if the extra-pronounced scowl on the disembodied head of the evil Sorcerer Supreme is to be trusted, it's related to him. Fucking time travel. A/N, sorry for the fast pace, I'm catching up for the last few chapters, which were pretty slow. Expect a similar pace, with frequent short time skips in between for the next 10 or so chapters. I'm hoping to finish the past arc before CH80, while also setting up his lover. So, wish me luck. Chapter 63, SysNEG. A/N, Patreon, HelloDarkness07. A short chapter, sorry for this. This chapter fulfilled everything I wanted to include here, and extending it more would have been unsatisfactory. Sorry. 3 Sorcerers Supreme. 3 Eyes of Agamotto. 3 Time Infinity Stones. And me, the only person who has no idea what the fuck is happening over here. Was there a Sorcerer Supreme convention planned or something? If so, I'd like to say that I am not a Sorcerer Supreme, hell, I'm barely a sorcerer. I ask, after Dr. Strange and Karl Mordo walk forward with their hands glowing orange with the Tau mandalas, both of them staring at the floating head in front of us. Dr. Strange glances back at me, and says, "If you're not a sorcerer, then I suggest you to take a few steps back, mister." The way he understood my ancient Greek words, and the way his own answer came to me in English, Greek, and Egyptian all at once, I understood that a translation spell was at work. Atharvajashi. I answer, introducing myself while not doing as he told me. The name was because my face was currently of my Atharvajashi persona, and that is what I'm staying as for a while now. And I'm not defenseless, despite not having an infinity stone around my neck. I'm a wizard, a sorcerer, and a mutant. I'm anything but weak. Right. Doctor Strange says, frowning a bit at me. The female sorcerer supreme walks forward, her hand crossed in front of her chest, and she says, might I suggest first dealing with the magic thief, fellow sorcerers? We can have a conversation later, if we want to. She then spreads her fingers apart, and pulls her hands away from each other, casting gestures to open the eye of Agamotto. Nodding, Doctor Strange does the same, and says, Mordo, stay back. I might need your magic to succeed. Mordo stands behind Doctor Strange, and puts his hand on Doctor Strange's shoulder. All the while, I look on in curiosity. Hey, I might not be weak, but these are 3 Infinity Stones, or 3 copies of the same Infinity Stone, and I have 0 experience with them. The floating head opens his mouth, having not stayed idle, and shoots a green beam of magic, the same color as that of the Time Stone, at us. Seeing that the 2 Time Stone users weren't ready, and were still in the middle of casting gestures to complete the spell, I drop down and slam my palms on the ground, pushing my magic into the sand. The piece of land underneath us suddenly solidifies, and floats up, taking us with it. The beam of green time magic that the floating head had thrown at us harmlessly passes from underneath us, and slams into the ground. The spell hits more sand, and causes said sand to completely disappear. If my guess is right, it was erased from time itself, which is scary to say the least. Thank you, Mage Atharva. The female sorcerer supreme says. Wait. He's a mage? I never thought I'd get to see Doctor Strange begins, as he turns back to look at me. Later, Strange. Deal with this energy first. I can feel my magic losing weight. Carl Mordo says, interrupting whatever Strange was about to say. And then, as one, the 2 sorcerers supreme on my side point their green glowing hands towards Sis Energy, and shoot 2 beams at the floating head. The floating head opens his mouth, and sends another beam at us. The 3 beams of green magic collide in the middle, 2 against 1, but surprisingly enough, the single beam was more than strong enough to give the 2 beams a tough fight. For a few seconds, nothing happens, and the beams just collide into a single spot in between us, forming into an orb of concentrated magic. Just by fighting with one another, these beams were causing the surroundings to be messed up. It was as if we were out of time. Out of the flow of time. One moment I would see myself looking at myself through a thin glass, and the next I would see myself and Tatiana cuddling together. Then I saw myself dodging black daggers thrown at me, and the next moment I saw myself talking with the female sorcerer supreme, both of which haven't happened yet. Judging by the glances given by the other sorcerers present, I'm guessing even they're seeing moments of their life, of their past, or future. The 3 time stones fighting with each other, had connected with each other. They were resonating, and causing us to phase out of the time stream, to look at our own lives from out of time. With the 3 beams fighting for dominance, and going nowhere, I decide to help out, and gently land us back down. Taking my staff, which had remained floating to my side when I'd dropped it, in my hand, I point its head towards the floating head of Sis Energy, and whisper, lightning. A thick purple-colored lightning bolt exits from the eye of my staff, and blasts from underneath the orb of time energy coalescing in between us, and towards Sis Energy. The lightning bolt slams into his cheek, causing him to wince as he's covered by my lightning. Unfortunately, while the lightning bolt is at just half the strength of a true lightning bolt dropping down from up above, Sis Energy is more than durable enough to tank it. Which means my attack barely bothered him. Frowning, I point my staff head at the dark green orb of time energy, and shoot a beam of pure magic at it, putting my all behind the attack. It joins the 2 magic beams of the Sorcerers Supreme in fighting the single beam of Sis Energy's magic, and slowly pushes it back. While my magic is not nearly powerful enough to contend with the fucking Time Stone, it has enough potency to give the other 2 Time Stones a chance to fight back. Bit by bit, as our surroundings keep showing us windows to our past, and some into the future, Sis Energy's attack starts getting pushed back, more and more, until finally, it hits the floating head right in his mouth. Boom! The orb of volatile time energy explodes with a bright green flash, and there's a great shockwave, as all 4 of us sorcerers are thrown back. I land on my feet, twisting in the air as I fly back to do so, as Doctor Strange floats with the help of his cloak of levitation. Carl Mordo jumps on air with the help of his magical boots, vaulting boots of Vaulter, if I'm not mistaken, and the female sorcerer supreme just goes through a portal to land right way up. As the green in my eyes disappear, I see that the floating head was nowhere to be seen. But, I've already seen him return from the dead once, so I'm not dropping my guard yet. You don't have to worry, Mage Atharva, he's gone. The female sorcerer supreme says, and I really need to ask her name. Glancing at her, I say, I killed him once before, exploded his entire body, and he returned as that floating head. I'm not taking any chance. Smiling, she says, I'm saying it because he's not dead. We banished him out of the time stream. Banished? I turn around to look at her, and see Doctor Strange and Mordo joining us. Doctor Strange nods when I look at him, and says, "Sis-Neg won't be able to enter the time stream for 500 more years." I frown, a bit confused. That doesn't even make sense. If he's out of the time stream, what decides 500 years have passed? But, I'm ignoring it for now. Instead, I ask, "Now, gentlemen, lady. Who the fuck was that?" Doctor Strange looks annoyed towards me, and says, "That was Sis-Neg, a sorcerer from 3000 years into the future from now. He found a spell that would allow him to change time without any consequences towards himself. He modified the spell to take him backwards from his time, to the moment that time came to exist, at the beginning of the universe. He wants to absorb all magic, and become God, the creator of the universe, to recreate the universe in his own image." Oh, damn. That's why I felt my connection with the universe getting loose with every moment I spent with him. He was literally sucking the magic from all around him. Doctor Strange then opens his Eye of Agamotto again, and says, "I would love to talk with a mage, but I'm afraid I need to follow Sis-Neg, to ensure he doesn't cause any more damage to time. Goodbye." As he starts creating a portal with the energy of the time stone, I glance back, at the place Sis-Neg exploded in, and turn back. Then I turn right back, ignoring the casual time portal that Doctor Strange just created, and start walking towards Sis-Neg's place of explosion. "Magnificent, isn't it?" The female sorcerer supreme says, seeing me admire the view in front of me with a lot of fascination in my eyes. There, right in front of me, was something I've been looking for as long as I've been here. 5 years, I've been in the past, and I find it now. The sands of time. I could feel it, this is what I was looking for, even if the color didn't match. Where the sands of time are golden, this sand in front of me was green. 5 years, I sought this sand, and I find it because a time-traveling sorcerer supreme sensed a temporal aberration in me, and fought another time-traveling sorcerer supreme with the help of the current sorcerer supreme, which caused an explosion leading to the creation of the sands of time. And I was here because of an explosion of said sands of time, that happened 2000 years into the future. What a magnificent time loop. I caused the creation of the sands of time, and I came to the past because of the sands of time. Causality, a wonderful phenomenon. Yes. I say, answering the female sorcerer supreme's question. I'm guessing you're the actual sorcerer supreme of this time period. As I turn back to look towards the woman, turning away from the sand for now, she nods and says, "My name is Aisha, and yes, I am the sorcerer supreme." "It's not ready yet, by the way." "The sand? What do you mean?" I ask, looking back towards the green patch of the desert, as opposed to the golden of the rest of the Sahara. Smiling, Aisha walks a few steps forward, and says, "What you see now is just the start of the process. The chaotic time magic within the sands need to settle down before you can use them, at least for a decade or two. If you use even a single grain now, then..." She leaves the statement open, as both of us stare at the green sand with open wonder. She doesn't have to say anything, though, because I understand it very well. Then I could be sent careening forward or backwards in time, centuries or millennia off my mark, no matter how precise my calculations may be. I finish for her. Fuck. These tiny green grains of sand are basically supercharged sands of time, which is exactly what actually brought me to the past. If a time watch meant to travel a maximum of 30 days in the past can send me 2000 years back, what might happen if I use the time stone's direct energy, which can already go back 20-50 years or something, judging by Dr. Stephen Strange's presence here? Yet, I'm not messing around with them yet. Turning towards Sorcerer Supreme Aisha, I ask, "Can I secure this area then? You're the expert in time energy here, currently." Nodding, the woman waves her hand towards the green patch of land, and says, "Have at it. This isn't the only place it has happened, anyway, so you aren't going to change a single thing for your past." I frown, easily making connections this time. I ask, "The resonance between the 3 stones caused such spots to appear everywhere on the planet?" Chuckling, she says, "Not everywhere, no. I cannot sense exactly how many points there are on Earth, but there are at least a dozen that I know of, on the surface. There may be more, not to forget the spots that are under the surface, or even underwater. But none of them are as large as this spot, so don't worry." I nod, and raise my staff up a bit. With a single tap on the ground, I cast the Fidelius charm on the patch of green sand, with myself as the secret keeper. Tapping the staff once more, I cast a ward to prevent the green sands from leaving the warded area. The area wasn't that large, barely 4 meters wide at the largest point, in a roughly spherical shape. I turned back towards the Sorcerer Supreme to see her eyes glossed over, as she looked around confused. I get happy for barely a second, before the eye of Agamotto around her neck glows green, and she snaps her head right back towards the spot that contained the sands of time. Bugger, there goes my hope of the Fidelius charm working on the time stone. That was unpleasant. I don't know what spell you used, Mage Atharva, but I can tell you that it worked. I doubt anyone but me even knows about the spot here. Aisha says, looking a bit impressed. Hey, the Fidelius isn't invented yet, or what? Could be, the spell does include a Latin invocation, that I no longer need to use. Nodding, I say, yes. Anyway, can you explain what exactly happened a minute ago in more words than the future Sorcerer Supreme? Aisha chuckles, probably at my language, and says, I myself do not know much. Even with the Time Infinity Stone, I cannot peer through time too much. Usually it is impossible to see anything beyond my own death, but I suppose this moment was deemed important enough by the Time Stone that it allowed me to see exactly what the threat is. Cis-neg? Right, the future Sorcerer Supreme gave me some idea of the issue, but what else can you give me? I ask, ignoring the fact that the Time Stone can apparently decide if a matter is serious enough to allow seeing into the future or not. Smiling at my impatience, Aisha slowly explains, Cis-neg is a sorcerer from a time, where almost 3/4 of the entire human population can use the mystic arts. But, the magic that the universe has allotted to the planet is finite, and hence, the most these sorcerers can do is float a few things, and create some sparks to appear. Hey! I say, a bit surprised. I didn't know there's a limit on how much magic everyone can use through sorcery. I always thought that the magic of the universe is infinite, sort of like the universe itself. Is this why there's only a few thousand sorcerers on Earth at any given time? Nodding, Aisha says, the highest number of sorcerers present on Earth without them being weakened was in the times of Atlantis, 10,000 years ago. The number was just under 120,000. Any more than 150,000 and sorcerers start getting weakened little by little. The higher the number goes, the weaker the sorcerers get. When I nod in understanding, she continues, Cis-neg first found a spell that would have allowed him to absorb all the magic that is near him. He used this to drain a few hundred sorcerers of their powers, and then used another spell to throw himself through the time stream, backwards. He did this so he can absorb all the magic from all time, to become what might be the truest anyone can define as God. He can get out any time he wants, but he cannot return to the future until the purpose of his spell is complete. So, banishing him for 500 years means that he cannot enter the real world for 500 more years of his travels, also disallowing him to absorb anything more than the bare minimum of magic from these years. Well, this explains the 500-year remark. Which also means that if the Sorcerer Supreme from the future and his friend don't succeed in defeating him, which is highly unlikely, then Cis-neg will become an actual god. And then, no one will be able to stop him from recreating the universe in his own image. As Aisha finishes it, I suddenly get a shiver on my back, wondering what possesses people to actually use spells like this. Become the god? No thank you, I'm comfortable in my mortal, if long-living, life. Seeing me shiver causes Aisha to smile, and she says, now, you don't have anything important to do you? I frown, and shake my head. My dragons are pretty much independent now, while Kultur and Holler have the island pretty much handled by themselves. They'll bring more elves if they find them anyway, to work on the island. Smiling, now a bit menacingly, Aisha says, good, then you can complete your sorcery training properly. Excuse me? I ask, because mind you, I am a proper sorcerer. Aisha scoffs, and waves her hand at me. Instead of an attack, however, a simple spell hits me, with its purpose unknown to my senses. As she starts circling me, Aisha says, you're a strong mage, right amongst the strongest in the world, but your sorcery is laughable at best. You have bonded to the universe very well, I must say, but you haven't used the connection properly. You use your portals well, but you've barely scratched the surface when it comes to Tau Mandala spells. I can't blame you for that, since you probably didn't have the study materials necessary to learn properly. But what, may I ask, possessed you to hold yourself so far back by not learning any dimensional spells? Her first sentence causes me to smile a bit, in pride. Her next sentences however bring all my pride down to the ground. When she asks the question, I become agitated, and say, I didn't want to allow any demon the chance of corrupting a mage soul, alright? I've already witnessed Set and some tentacled demon become hungry at the thought of possessing my soul, a mage's soul, so I know I was in the right there. Surprisingly, Aisha scoffs, and asks, you think I allow these demons access to my soul when I use their magic, mage? Dimensional spells only allow the demons to corrupt my soul if I myself allow it. Sorcerers are in no danger of getting their souls corrupted as long as they stick to the agreements between the realm and the sorcerer. I pause, and think for a moment. What she said makes sense. Even when the Ancient One used her connection to the dark dimension to become immortal, Dormammu held no sway on her soul. Did Salazar's words in the journal just color my opinions? I saw him say that wizards don't use dimensional magic, and I said, makes sense, don't want our souls to get corrupted by those nasty demons. Sighing, I nod at Aisha, and say, you're right. I've held myself back, and I haven't learned sorcery properly. What do you suggest I do, Sorcerer Supreme? Aisha squints her eyes at me, probably suspicious at seeing my opinions change so soon. But, she must have found truth to my words, as she says, come with me to Kamartaj. I will teach you properly, beginning with the start, the same way I teach any of my new acolytes. New acolytes. This might be the stupidest idea I've ever had, but if this works, this will turn me into the best sorcerer I could be. What if I turn myself into an actual new acolyte? I ask, taking a moment to think this through. How so? Aisha asks, frowning in confusion. Smiling wide, I say, Kultur. With a pop, the elf appears in front of me, and looks up in expectation. I smile at him, and say, for the next 5 years, I will be indisposed. If you face any problem, I want you to come to Sorcerer Supreme Aisha, who will help you in any way she can. I agreed to no such thing. Aisha drily points out. Waving my hand, I say, I will owe you for whatever help Kultur needs of you. 5 years of support is all I ask. With a sigh, Aisha nods, accepting the request. I turn towards Kultur, and say, if anything requires my attention, you will come to her. Do not, under any circumstances, come to me unless I call for you. Tell the same to Haller, and keep up with the duties I've assigned you. You may continue with the recruitment process if you find any more elves, binding with them in my stead as the head elf. Head elf. Kultur squeaks, a bit overwhelmed. To be fair, I barely trusted him before these years of working together, thanks to his work for Herpo. Nodding, I say, yes, from now on, you're my head elf. You may go back home. With a pop, a tearful Kultur leaves us alone, as Aisha looks at me in expectation. She says, what is this plan of yours, that will leave you incapacitated for 5 years, while still allowing you to learn sorcery? Smiling, I say, easy. I'm going to lock away all of my memories, of myself, magic, sorcery, and even my gifts, up until this moment, making me a completely blank slate, for 5 years. Then, either you unlock those memories once my training is complete, or the memories get unlocked by themselves after exactly 5 years. Of course, there will be redundancies in cases of extreme danger, but still. This is definitely the stupidest decision I've ever made in both my lives. Well, time to shed the identity of Athreos Eidos, and even Mason Aves. Time to become Atharvajashi completely. An Atharvajashi with amnesia. A/N, this was not planned. This happened because I realized that if Mason, as he is now, tries to learn sorcery again, he will subconsciously sabotage himself to prevent his soul from being corrupted. He knows it won't happen, but his previous beliefs will interfere in his training. If I do write the years of his basic training, it will be 2 chapters at most, and probably not through Atharva's POV. I can't exactly write I when it won't even be I. Anyway, thank you for your support. Thank you for the love you guys show me, and thank you for your money, even if it's not the reason I write. Chapter 64, Atharvajashi. A/N, Pat3, HelloDarkness07. Aisha, once a born mage, then a priestess of the goddess Ma'at, and now, Sorcerer Supreme. Amongst others, her duties as the Sorcerer Supreme included safeguarding her reality against threats from outside it. And time travelers, unluckily enough, for them, came right under her purview. Usually, the time traveling would be minor, a few years to a decade at most. But sometimes, an ambitious soul would decide to go back further, coming to her time from centuries in the future. And time traveling 2,000 years into the past? That just wasn't done. Usually. Which is why, when Atharvajashi, or as she had first known him, Athreos Eidos, came to her time from exactly 2,000 years into the future, thanks to some accident with an unknown temporal artifact, she had her eye on him. She might not have been able to use her usual scrying methods to do so, but the Eye of Agamotto, or even the Orb of Agamotto didn't let any protection spell come between their purposes. And while she didn't know what kind of life this Athreos lived before he came to this time, she knew that he was battling a Dark Lord, and that was enough for her to not immediately kick him out. She had used the Eye of Agamotto to get a brief flash of Atharva's final moments in his time, to get a read of what had happened. So, she just kept an eye on him, from afar, until he caught the attention of someone else, someone she didn't see coming. Another Sorcerer Supreme, from another time, and this one wasn't half as benevolent as her. Still, she took the time to actually peer through time, to see what she was dealing with. And what the eye showed her wasn't good. So, she immediately left to help the mage deal with the Sorcerer Supreme, who was also an invader to her reality, and got a surprising help in the form of another sorcerer supreme from another time. One who had followed this Sneg from his own time. And now, after the battle was over, she stood with Atharva, as he was now known, while he created some artifacts. The first one was a silver bangle, although the silver had far too much magic to be any normal silver, while the other was a ring, also silver. As he hands the ring to her, he explains, I've already offered my help to 2 other mages. Master Onuris and Tatiana. Aisha did know that, having seen almost his entire life while in this time period. But, she doesn't voice it out. She knew from experience that people don't like being spied on. Unknown to these thoughts, Atharva continues, this ring connects to the spell I've cast on the stones I've given them, to call for me. I hope that if they call for my help, and I'm still not me, that you go and help them. Aisha nods, having seen it coming already. She says, I will help them in any way I can if they call for you, just like I will help your elf. And what about that? As she points at the bangle, Atharva sighs, and says, this bangle will lock up my gifts, turning me into a completely normal human. My mental gifts, as well as my feral gifts will be locked away for the duration of my training, so that I don't get suspicious of my lost memories. Put this on me once I'm unconscious. This did make sense to her. She had seen that he's physically stronger than normal men, and she had it attributed to a ritual of sorts. But, it seems it was something else. And his mind arts, that she had attributed to the mental magics of sorcery, were also similar to that. And then, Atharva closes his eyes, and within a second, drops down on the sandy floor, unconscious. Aisha glances at the green sand first, somehow knowing that even if she can see it, thanks to the time stone, she has no way to actually enter the area. A spell that somehow takes a short piece of land out of phase with the world for everyone but the caster and those he personally allows? Aisha was really interested in this spell. And she hadn't disregarded the sand either. She knew now that this sand was the reason Atharva was actually here, in the past. With the wave of her hand, Atharva's unconscious form floats into the air, and another wave creates a portal back to Kamartaj. She had a new student to train, a clean slate, and she had a few lies to cook up, before he woke up. It takes him an entire hour to wake up, from his self-afflicted unconsciousness. And when he does, he looks around, confused as all hell. He begins when he sees her, but frowns, confused at what question to even ask. Who are you? What happened? Where am I? Who am I? Smiling gently, Aisha hands him a glass of water, and says, I'm afraid your memories have taken a hit, Mr. Joshi. Something called a demon attacked the village you were living in, and I found you right when it was about to claim your soul. While I did manage to save your soul, I unfortunately couldn't protect your memories from the demon. It was a lie she had decided on telling, because it did happen far too many times to her liking. Demon attacks were something she faced at least once every decade, and one particular race of demons did like to prey on the memories of people, although they focused on eating happy memories. Frowning in confusion as he drinks the water, he asks, Joshi? Is that my name? Nodding with a smile, Aisha says, yes, your name is Atharva Joshi. Atharva Joshi. The man says, eyes squinting in thought. She leaves him to that, knowing that dealing with an amnesiac is a delicate matter, and not something she can just rush in. Where am I? He finally asks, after a minute of silence. Smiling, Aisha says, you are in a place called Kamartaj, where I teach those willing the art of magic, sorcery. She then takes him on a walk through the Kamartaj grounds, as she explains the purpose of Kamartaj, and about magic. There was a batch of 40 new recruits training with the universal magic, using them to create shields. The sight of seeing true magic did shock the man into silence, but her next words brought him back. While some people learn magic just to help defend the realm, others do so to heal. Be it body, mind, or spirit. Aisha says, as she continues to show him around, now near a couple master sorcerers practicing their martial arts. Snapping his head towards her, he asks, you're saying sorcery can help me regain my memories? To find out who I am. Smiling at the bait caught, Aisha says, of course, one can only hope. The magic of the realm is a strong one, and it has even allowed multiple men with a broken back to walk once again. While the mind is a different matter, there may be a way for you to regain the memories. One just has to be willing enough to learn, and find it. She had seen his face change a lot of times during this short conversation, as opposed to the single annoyed look he had on when they had fought Sneg. But now, the face had turned resolute. Turning towards Aisha, Atharva bows, his hands joined together, and says, please teach me, master. I am willing to learn if it might allow me to regain my memories. And that was exactly what she was waiting for. Pulling him up by his chin, Aisha smiles at Atharva, and says, very well, I will teach you. But before we can begin with the learning process, you need to open your mind. And then, with a single finger touching his forehead, Aisha sends Atharva's astral form flying into space, to once more make it familiar with the universe. Atharva was a quick student, with every lesson absorbed by him almost the same day. Martial arts came easy to him, thanks to the previous experience he had. He might not remember anything from his past, but his body definitely did. But, she still kept him on pace with the other students of the mystic arts, not wanting to rush him too much. Hungry for knowledge he might be, but he needs to understand everything clearly before moving on to the next lesson. Training his body came first, the martial arts of different kingdoms allowing the body to become used to discipline. Along with that, came the discipline of the mind. Reading books, primers, and journals allowed a sorcerer's mind to expand, while the limited number of books grants them some restraint. These two steps take every student around 6 months, during which the sorcerer gets used to the foreign energies now permeating their bodies. Sometimes it's just universal magic, but sometimes, a sorcerer also manages to absorb some magic from the outer realms during their first astral stroll. This causes them to develop connections to those realms, granting them an affinity to that realm's magic. Aisha herself had a connection to the realm of the Vishanti, as well as the realm of Watum, a mage-turned-principality, from a few thousand years ago. It wasn't enough for her to challenge him in his rule of the windy plain of Watum, but it did give her an affinity to wind magics. Similarly, Atharva himself had a few connections. The Shanic realm of the Phoenix Force, the realm of the Vishanti, a plane filled with healing magic, and another plane filled with pure light magic. She hadn't seen any energy similar to it before, but she could guess that it was an opposing force for one of the hell realms. Once the mind and body are both disciplined enough, comes actual magic, the first step being learning to actually conjure said magic from out of their bodies. Personal magic allowed for short-distance teleportation, mental arts, and moving things with the mind. Universal magic allowed for creating shields, conjuring weapons out of magic, and a lot of other spells. Dimensional magic allows for higher levels of the same spells, and a lot of other specialized spells, depending on the realm one is able to borrow the energy from. A pact with the rulers of the realms allows for more energy to be borrowed at once, and for some other benefits. A pact with Dormammu, for instance, allows anyone to manipulate the real world and shift space in reality as if it was the mirror realm. Mixing personal magic with any one of the other two allows for actually casting those spells. Without personal magic, magic isn't possible. And to cultivate personal magic, one needs an actual connection to the universe. This of course is not a necessity for mages like her or Atharva. Their personal magic is there from the very beginning. And now, Atharva was taking his first steps into sorcery, guided by Master Ire. His feet wide, Aisha watches Atharva go through the martial forms under Master Ire's watchful eyes. Ha! Atharva yells along with the other students, their arms moving with their yells. Immediately, almost everyone manages to form an orange sparking line into the air, conjuring their first piece of universal magic into this world. With a spin of their arms, a shield forms around the line, with more shapes and symbols taking form with each motion. She smiles, seeing the genuine enjoyment of Atharva, and realizes that his idea was a good one. If he didn't lock his memories away, he wouldn't have enjoyed this so much. Suddenly, she feels the ring on her finger warm up, letting her know that someone was calling for Atharva. Nodding at Master Ire, she says, "I have an errand to run, Master Ire. Please continue with the lessons." As soon as she's in her personal room, she closes her eyes and follows the call to its point of origin. Seeing the face of the priest of Osiris, the one called Onuris in her mind's eye, Aisha creates a portal to the Alexandria, right in front of Onuris's eyes. He was outside his library, likely waiting for Athreos to appear, but seeing her appear out of a portal instead, he points his staff at her, and asks, "Who are you?" "Peace, priest of Osiris." Aisha begins, and raises her arms. She then shows him the locket of Ma'at around her neck, and says, "My name is Aisha, a former priestess of Ma'at, and the current teacher to the one you know as Athreos." He squints his eyes at her, not immediately trusting, and asks, "And why are you here, priestess?" Smiling, she says, "Athreos is currently learning sorcery under me, and he has decided that he needed to do it by locking his memories away, to not let them interfere in his learning. Before he did that, however, Athreos gave me a way to sense if anyone contacts him, and so here I am, in Athreos' stead." Onuris nods, trusting her for now, and says, "That sounds like him. How long will he be without his memories?" Aisha smiles at his understanding of Atharva's character, and says, "Around a couple more years, I believe. He has asked me to unlock his memories once he's a master sorcerer. But I do know that even if I don't, his memories will automatically be unlocked in 4 years and 6 months." Atharva might not have mentioned it to her, but she did know these things. She is the Sorcerer Supreme, you know. Nodding, Onuris says, "Very well, tell him to come find me when he's himself again." I have some information for him regarding his elf research. Oh? Did you find something more regarding the ritual perhaps? Aisha asks, curious despite herself. Onuris scowls, and says, you definitely know him then. Yes, I found the actual ritual. I don't know what he's planning to do, but I doubt it'll be anything nefarious. And then, he just hands a single papyrus scroll to her, which might contain the alchemical ritual that was used in the creation of house elves. Something that she knows, Atharva is going to use to cure them of their enslavement. You're trusting me with this? Aisha asks, raising an eyebrow. Scoffing, Onuris says, the scroll can only be opened by Athreos and I ensured it. Even you won't be able to do it, Sorcerer Supreme. Aisha smiles, both at his precaution, and his recognition of her. Nodding, she places the scroll inside one of her robe's hidden pockets, and says, I will hand this over to him when his memories are back. Take care of him, all right? He's a good man. Annoying, but good. Onuris says, as he begins walking back towards the library. Smiling at his retreating back, Aisha creates another portal, and returns back home to Kamartaj. The next time she feels the ring warm up is a year and a half later, after around 2 years since Atharva began his sorcery training. She glances into the mirror realm, and sees Atharva practicing aiming with the crimson bands of Sidarak. He had come a long way since his training began, and even with her holding his learning speed back, Atharva had proved himself to be the fastest growing student in Kamartaj. Already he had made connections with the realms of Sidarak, Inithalan, Watum, Balthak, and a lot more other non-ruled realms. It wasn't easy, making and handling multiple realm connections at once, and sorcerers usually had to train their magic and their bodies for a decade at least, before they could do it. But Atharva had done it in just 2 years. Seeing him keep training despite his aim hitting true once, Aisha smiles, and leaves for Greece, where the call came from. As soon as she appears out of the portal, she sees the naked form of Tatiana, resting on the side of a river. She had a deep cut on her stomach, and she was using what is no doubt her Greek robe as a bandage. Immediately, she speeds towards the woman, and starts channeling her magic into her arms. Heal. She commands, focusing on borrowing magic from the rulerless healing realm, while placing her arm over the woman, Tatiana's wound. Who the hell are you? Tatiana whispers out, a wand pointed at her neck, not able to speak loudly. Aisha keeps channeling her healing spell, and says, I am a friend of Athreos, and hence, a friend to you currently. What say we get out of here before whoever did this to you manages to track you down? Tatiana relaxes hearing Athreos' name, and nods, agreeing to the transportation. With the wave of her hand, Aisha creates a portal and moves it towards them, taking them to her room in Kamartaj. Tatiana loses consciousness immediately after, now safe from whatever danger that had plagued her, but Aisha keeps working on her healing spell, channeling the magic more and more. When Tatiana wakes up, now almost completely healed, she immediately asks to be taken to Athreos, otherwise she won't trust that Aisha is actually his friend. Sighing, Aisha says, I'm afraid that won't be of much use, Tatiana. Athreos has no memories of his life from beyond the last 2 years. What why? How did this happen? Tatiana asks, shocked at this revelation. He himself did it, so he can learn my brand of magic properly without interference from his memories. Aisha explains, and it immediately causes Tatiana to groan. Sardonically chuckling, Tatiana says, I didn't know him for long, but this sounds like something he would do. Fucking idiot. Chuckling herself, Aisha says, I can take you to see him from afar if you like, but I'm afraid I first need to know what injured you. This immediately causes Tatiana to scowl. She says, another dark mage with dreams of immortality. A man from Greece, named Platon, managed to find some of Herpo's old notes, and created a Horcrux. He rules a small village, currently, right outside Greece, and his Horcrux is hidden somewhere in that town. I was hired to kill him, but the bastard is stronger than I am, and you know what happened to me. I only just managed to escape with my life. He was about to unleash the flames of Hades to kill me. How do you know he created a Horcrux? Aisha asks, as she hands Tatiana a glass of water. Scowling some more, Tatiana says, the bastard boasted about it, to everyone. I'd thought I would be strong enough to kill him and destroy his Horcrux myself, but apparently not. Aisha smiles, and says, do not worry, Tatiana. Even if Athreos is currently unable to help you, I will do so in his stead. Tatiana smiles, thankful, and asks, where is Athreos? Aisha simply raises her hand, turning the wall into a scrying pool, and shows Athreos still training with the crimson bands, although he does look tired now. That's not Athreos. Tatiana says, frowning. Aisha says, he might not look the same, but that is the one you knew as Athreos. He goes by Atharva Joshi now, having used a talent of his to change his face and skin tone. Seeing the doubt in Tatiana's eyes, Aisha says, look at his eyes, Tatiana. And feel for his magic. And then tell me that's not Eurythrios. Tatiana immediately widens her eyes, seeing the same drive for learning that she had seen in Athreos' eyes, in this brown man's eyes. And then, her magic senses Athreos' magic in the man, making her realize that yes, this woman was not lying. But, she does notice something. His magic. It feels muffled. Why is that? She asks. Aisha sighs, and says, he created a magical artifact that blocked all his extraordinary gifts from working as long as he's without his memories. That also includes his magic, which, while not completely blocked, does have a bit of dampening effect on it. Tatiana immediately sighs, wondering what her former lover was thinking, locking his memories, gifts, and magic away. It was sacrilege. Still, she was grateful for his master. For her agreement to help her defeat Platon. Sighing once again, she wondered if she's ever going to figure out Athreos' true strength, or even his story. Was Athreos even his true name? Was that even his true face? She couldn't tell, now that she knew he's a shapeshifter. But, at least she now has this sorcerer to help her, but Tatiana did have to wonder what the sorcerer gained in return. Atharva punches towards her, and Aisha gently parries the fist away with her left palm, and strikes her right palm towards his chest. Atharva shifts his chest to the side, dodging the blow, and bends back, dodging another palm strike to his head. For a while, Aisha and Atharva spar with their hands and legs, neither of them gaining an upper hand. Suddenly, Atharva flips over one of Aisha's kicks, and lands a spinning kick on her face, sending her flying away. He had never done something like this, not to her, not to anyone else. When Aisha shakes off her shock, and allows her magic to numb the pain temporarily, she finds that even Atharva was shocked by his own movements. It seems his bodily memories are beginning to leak, which means the mindly memories will soon follow. It took a long while for it to happen, which is impressive. Aisha thinks, staring at Atharva. She then says, that was a good move, Atharva. Not planned, I assume. He chuckles nervously, and says, I have no idea why I did that, Master Aisha. It just felt right, that spinning movement. Nodding, Aisha says, yes, your physical evaluation is done, and I have to say, you passed spectacularly. I don't know what to say. Atharva says, scratching the back of his head. Not even I had managed to land an actual blow on the master, boy. So take the praise and thank her. Master Iyer says, from the side, from where he was observing the fight. Chuckling, Atharva says, thank you for the praise, masters. What's next? Aisha straightens up, and brings them all into the mirror realm with a single twitch of her fingers. She says, now, we test your mystic talents. Go all out, apprentice Joshi. This causes him to smirk in anticipation. Sparring with the Sorceress Supreme is not something everyone is allowed to do. Only the 3 masters of the sanctums, the librarian, and a few other masters were allowed the honor. None of the students, however, could claim it. Spreading his arms to the side, Atharva calls forth the magic inside him, and brings it to his palms. By the winds of Watum. He calls, and slaps both palms towards Aisha. A large wind blast emerges out of his palms, and speeds towards the Sorceress Supreme. The only reason nothing is harmed by being in the way, is the fact that they're all in the mirror dimension. If not, these winds were fast and strong enough to blow down houses, and kill people by the sheer force of it. Aisha smiles resolutely, and conjures a Tal Mandala over her right fist. With a twist of her hand, the Tal Mandala flies away from her, and towards the incoming wind blast. As soon as the edge of the flying Tal Mandala hits the wind blast, there's a soft expulsion of wind as both the spells dissipate harmlessly. She then conjures another pair of spinning Tal Mandalas, and throws them towards Atharva, who slams his arms to his side, conjuring orange whips made of universal magic, and uses them to slap the thrown discs away from himself. In the same motion, Atharva dissipates the whips and casts the crimson bands of Siddharak. The bright red bands slam into the ground, and start flying towards Aisha, to bind her. The bands were strong enough to bind dragons and even gods indefinitely, while some demon lords could be stopped for a few seconds. Aisha raises her arms, pulling one of her legs back, and conjures a shield of the seraphim, a large, circular orange Tal Mandala, that stops the crimson bands in their spots. She then kicks her leg at the ground, sending a ripple through the ground of the mirror realm. Atharva jumps over the ripple, using a Tal Mandala to stay in the air for a second, and then drops down on the ground. As soon as he slams his palms on the mirror dimension's ground, he yells, Flames of the Fulton. A circular Sanskrit spell lights up on the ground, as flames exit out of it and speed towards Aisha. Aisha raises her own palms, conjuring a spinning transmutation circle in the form of a Tal Mandala, and as soon as the flames slam into the Tal Mandala, the flames get transformed into rose petals. She twists her hands through complex motions, and sends the rose petals flying towards Atharva, now sharp. Atharva focuses within himself, and summons up every bit of his dark emotions from inside. Slapping his palms together, Atharva invokes, by the burnt realm of Naruk. A single, thick wall of intense high flames form in front of Atharva, swallowing the petals as soon as they appear. They get turned to ash before they even exit from the other side. As soon as the flames dissipate, however, a kick lands on his chest, throwing him down on his back. He looks up, a betrayed look on his face, as Aisha just smiles at him. She says, "Always expect your enemies to break the rules, young Atharva. Us sorcerers have to deal with demons, extra-dimensional dragons, witches, and demon sorcerers, none of which are exceptionally honorable." Atharva nods, and gets up once again, now in a stance to fight hand to hand. A Tau Mandala shield forms on his left fist, while his right hand conjures an orange sword. Aisha stays unarmed, but he knew that she could conjure weapons at a moment's notice. And so, he jumps towards her, swinging his sword at Aisha's neck. Aisha spins away from the swing, and conjures a single magic dagger in her hands. She stabs it towards Atharva's back, but he spins around, his shield blocking the dagger. He kicks at her chest, but she spins around his kick, her elbow poised to slam into his stomach. Atharva brings his shield between his stomach and her elbow, but as soon as the attack lands, the shield breaks and he is sent skidding backwards. You won't always fight enemies of your own strength, Atharva. Most of the time, our enemies will be hundreds of times stronger than us, so expect your shields to break after every hit. Aisha warns, making him realize that there are still a lot of things he has yet to learn. Then, Aisha runs towards him, her hands glowing white with the magic of Enithalan's realm. He knew that one touch by those hands means he will at least lose a limb, and at worst, die a very slow, painful death. Leaning just a bit back, Atharva focuses on his micro-connection to the Crimson Realm, and brings all the energy towards his fist. Before Aisha even reaches close to him, Atharva punches towards her. Boom! A shockwave erupts, as Atharva's fist sends a vacuum sphere flying towards the approaching Aisha. The Crimson Realm's magic is particularly inclined towards violence, the more the better. And even the tiny amount of magic that he was allowed to take from the dimension at a time was enough to kill any normal man, or woman. Aisha is not normal, however. Her hands immediately cross in front of her chest, still glowing white, as a thin icy shield forms in front of her. The force of Atharva's punch breaks the shield easily, and hits Aisha on her arms. But, instead of killing her, it just sends her flipping backwards. Atharva had expected it, however, and he had created a portal right in her path, catching Aisha before she could fall. But he didn't do it with his hands, no. There were now dozens of Atharva surrounding Aisha, and each of them had a single crimson band of Sidorak extending from their arms, all of them bound around Aisha. Aisha knew that there was no getting out of this without using the Eye of Agamotto, which was kept inside the library. The more you struggle, the tighter the bands get, that's how useful the crimson bands of Sidorak are. Of course, it also depends on the user, but Aisha knew that Atharva is anything but incompetent, even without his previous memories. This just causes her to chuckle, and she says, "Very well, Atharva. You have passed the test." With a huge smile on his face, Atharva drops the images of Icon spell, and merges his duplicates back in his own body. As he does so, the crimson bands keeping Aisha bound dissipate, showing just a few dark spots where the bands had tightened with her struggle. Soon, however, the spots disappear from her body, thanks to a single wave of her green-colored hand casting a healing spell on herself. She then smiles at the excited Atharva, and says, "Congratulations, Atharva Joshi. You are now a master sorcerer of the mystic arts." Atharva's eyes tear up, as his smile widens. 3 years he had spent learning the mystic arts, learning every spell he could with the same zeal. He had even gone one step further, and learned how to borrow the energy from the dimensions he wasn't even connected to. Or, he knew the theory of it. 3 years since he had lost his memory in the demon attack, and he was now finally a master of the mystic arts. He had found a way to unblock his memories, but Master Iyer had disbarred him from trying it until he was certified as a master by either him, or one of the other masters. And now, he was finally free to do it, to learn who he is, who he was. Before he can even do that, however, something strikes the back of his neck, and Atharva falls down, unconscious. Aisha chuckles, seeing Iyer's frown at her sneak attack, and says, "You disagree, Master Iyer." Grunting, he says, "The boy should have been informed of his deeds first, and then knocked out." Master Iyer did know about his condition, his deeds. She hadn't told it to anyone, but Iyer, being Atharva's master, had recognized something wrong with his student beyond the amnesia excuse. And Aisha had to tell him so as to not mess with Atharva's studies. Smiling, Aisha says, "Well, when he wakes up, he will realize anyway. Besides, we both know that his mind is more than strong enough to handle the strain of the unlocking. Master Iyer nods, and says, still. I suppose it doesn't matter now. He's already unconscious. Nodding, Aisha says, do not fret, Master Iyer. Atharva will not be a changed man once he wakes. He will be stronger, yes, but his honor and morals are still the same. She knew that even if Atharva blocked a lot of things, his soul was still the same. A good, helpful soul that just wants peace for himself. With a wave of her hand, a portal is formed leading them back to Kamar-Taj. Lifting Atharva's body just like she had done around 3 years ago, Aisha walks through, and drops him in his own bed. As she gets to removing the bangle around his hand, and the block in his mind, she feels a surge of magic, as his magecraft magic flows at full strength once again. He still sleeps, however, his memories merging once again while he does so. When he wakes, he will be the snarky Atharva Joshi once again, the same one that helped her and Sorcerer Supreme Strange defeat Sis-Neg. A/N, sorry. I just wanted to get this over with, writing without MC's perspective was boring as fuck. The next chapter will be back to Mason's POV, and no, there won't be conflicts in his memories. He has learned a lot of stuff, and this will make him realize his mistakes in his previous sorcery training. Platon was just a reason for Tatiana to call Mason, and for Aisha to introduce herself to her. They took care of Platon off-screen, but don't worry, Tatiana's not dead. Mason will meet her again, although I'm still not sure I want her to be the love interest. A short fling, sure. But not a lover. If there are mistakes, or if a part sounds too wrong, please tell me so I can fix it. Chapter 65, Return as Athreos. A/N, part3, HelloDarkness07. I groan, as a bright light falls on my eyes, and turn to the side, pulling the cover over my head. But, my sleep was broken, and my own war habits prevent me from going back to sleep. When I open my eyes, however, I find something odd. I was in Kamar-Taj, and I recognize this room as mine. It is then that my mind catches up, and I snap upright, eyes wide open, and a smile forming on my face. Finally woke up, have you? An amused female voice asks from the side, immediately making me scowl. I look at Master Aisha, who was reading a scroll while sitting in my chair, and say, you knocked me out. Snorting, she says, should I have explained how I lied to you for 3 years and then unlocked your memories? On second thought, that would have been bad. I would have woken up with some mistrust towards Master Aisha, and it wouldn't have gone away easily. My mind goes back to what had just happened, and I smile widely once again. I have become a master in sorcery, a proper master, with actual training. You know, I really should have learned the difference between making connections with outer realms, using their magic, and making pacts with the realm lords. It would have made my early days that much easier. I muse, thinking back on my training days. I had connections with 5 realms, all of them I was intrinsically aligned to thanks to my mutations, or my magecraft, which is apparently the word to define my wizardry magic. There's the realm of the Vishanti, because Oshtur is my creator, or ancestor, depending on who you ask. The Shinik realm, which is the higher astral plane, where the Phoenix Force resides, and all mind magics gain their powers from there. The healing realm, a dimension filled with just healing magic, which I assume is where the energy for my healing factor comes from. The tunnel realm, a dimension filled with wormholes going from one place to another, which is what I believe we pass through when operating. There's also an unnamed dimension filled with pure light magic, which I'm going to call the light dimension. Aisha had previously explained that its energy was the opposing force to all the hell realms. It wasn't necessarily the anti-hell, or even the anti-dark dimension, but it did work similar to that. There are others like it, obviously, since there are literally infinite dimensions out there. But the only light-oriented realm that the sorcerers knew of, before my connection to the light dimension was established, was the light force dimension, the dimension filled with anti-dark force energy. I have no idea why my connection to this dimension came to be, since all the other dimensions have an actual reason behind them. I'm not light, I'm not completely pure of heart or some other shite like that. So, yeah, this is still an unanswered question for now. And let's not forget my connection to the planet Earth, which is where my wizardry magic actually comes from. Yes, you really should have. But, I'm assuming you learned by yourself, and hence did not have the knowledge of Kamar-Taj at your service. So, that is understandable. Master Aisha says, answering my question and bringing me back from my musing. Sighing, I say, yeah, I found journals of one of my ancestors. He will study sorcery in Kamar-Taj, around 800 years from now, but he refused to even glance at dimensional magic. Damn you, Salazar Slytherin. If I ever see him, which is highly unlikely, I'm definitely punching the bastard in the face. First, he didn't even bother bringing one book about dimensional magic to Hogwarts, and warned about making pacts with demons, which already pushed my sorcery back a lot. And then, he fucking created a time travel method that allowed him to go to the future, and didn't even bother to write a single page about it. I could have been chilling back home by now. Bloody wanker. Shaking my head, I turn towards Master Aisha, and ask, what now? My training is done? Oh, did you have to help Oniris or Tatiana? And what about Kultur? Oh, damn. I need to go and visit all of them first, and let's not forget my dragons. They should have gotten so big by now. Aisha chuckles, and says, Priest Oniris and I met a few times, only the first of which was when he called for you. He gave me this scroll, asking me to hand it over to you as soon as you wake, so. Here you go. As I take the offered scroll and put it away to read later, she continues, the remaining 2 times was just to ask after you. And your lover, Tatiana. Well, I will leave that to her to explain, and to you to give excuses for. As for your elf, Kultur came asking for my help just 5 times in these 3 years, and all of them were for help transporting some bigger animals that he couldn't transport by himself. Congratulations, by the way, your island is now home to the only 11 magical mammoths remaining on Earth, a mating pair of Nemean lions, 3 yeti and 4 seer bruises. Magical mammoths, hey. I didn't even know they still existed, even 2,000 years after the extinction of the regular mammoths. The magical mammoths, if the book in Alexandria is to be believed, can hide anywhere, from anyone. The grass, a small rock, a single bamboo, a fucking string, it doesn't matter what the object is, how big it is, or how thin. If it is solid, then a magical mammoth can hide behind it. Invisibility, intangibility, and resistance to magic, that were its magical gifts. Which explains how they've survived so long. The reason they went extinct in the first place is that their bones and tusks were used in the Riem strength ritual. The first one, not the one that the Knights of the Round Table will use, that just grants a fraction of the magical gifts of one being to another. Which I modified to gain Victor Creed's mutation. This one was fairly useless after their extinction, since a lot of wizards just used up everything. Frowning in confusion, I ask, why did they bring the Yeti? Isn't my island too warm for them? I have yet to do anything about temperature control on Sanctuary, there are plans yes, but I haven't done anything yet. The island is big enough to hold all of these animals 1,000 times over, so I'm not worried there. But the Yeti needs snow to survive, and even the tallest mountain on Sanctuary is pretty much warm. Smiling, Master Aisha says, your elves took care of that. All 7 of them worked together to make one of the northern regions ice cold. I smile, and say, yeah, my elves are good at improvis. Wait a minute. Since when do I have 7 elves? Master Aisha just chuckles, and says, you have a lot to catch up on, Master Atharva. I suggest going back to your sanctuary for a few days, rest up, and work on going through your memories once again. And be warned that your lover will be coming here in 7 days, to meet you. Tatiana's coming here? Fucking hell, I'm screwed, aren't I? I whisper, more than a bit afraid. If she had called for me, and if I wasn't there. Well, she'll be pissed, rightly so. And judging by the smile on Master Aisha's face, she fucking knows it. This bitch. As soon as I get to the sanctuary, I smile, spreading my arms out while standing on the beach like a moron. I stay there, basking in the magic of my island, my home, and then slam. I get thrown to the ground, as a large body crashes into me, sending both of us into the sand. Spitting the sand out, I look up, and immediately widen my eyes after seeing an adult dragon preparing to dive at me once again. Oh, fuck me. I mumble, as soon as Mana, my indigo-colored dragon baby. Now so not a baby, slams into me once again, crushing me beneath her with her love. I missed you, father, Mana screeches, as I groan in the pain of my bones breaking. I missed you too, Mana. Could you get off of me? You're not as light as you used to be, you know, I say, patting Mana on her neck, as my body heals back up. Fuck me, I really messed up, didn't I? I've been gone from their lives for 3 whole years, I missed their entire growing phase. It was supposed to be a few days, to find the sands of time, but days turned into weeks, and now years. I really should have visited here before leaving for Kamartaj. As Mana stands up, I smile up at her, my thoughts about missing her childhood gone. I'm here now, and that's what matters. You've grown so big, Mana. So beautiful, I whisper, putting my hand on her snout, when she pulls close to me. And she has gotten big, bigger than her mother in any case. 60 feet tall, and around 100 feet long, Mana looked fairly similar to her mother, Dura. There were a few differences in shades, here and there, but she looks just as beautiful, just as majestic, as Dura. Mana puffs up in pride, and says, I am the biggest dragon, father. Even Thymos is smaller than me. I smile, enjoying being with my oldest girl once again, and ask, where are the others, may I ask? Mana snorts, shooting a small whiff of flames out of her nose which I duck away from, and says, sorry, father. They're all here, on Sanctuary. We've all claimed some caves for ourselves. Oknaros and I live on that mount over there, along with our clutch. Come, he will be happy to see you once again. And then, Mana leans down, hinting at me to climb her back. I smile, purposefully dismissing the fact that Oknaros and Mana apparently made it and already have a clutch of eggs, and jump on top of her back. They're dragons, magical beings, they're not exactly limited by human morals, or hampered by even genetics. Inbreeding causes no harm in these magnificent creatures. This is why even a single mating pair can revive an entire race without any detrimental effect to the descendants. Well, time to meet the dragons once again. I'd spent an entire day with my dragons, all of whom had become adults in these 3 years. Thymos and Xylevo were angry, believing that I'd abandoned them. Which I understood, and asked forgiveness for. I explained my situation, the attack on me, and the split-second decision that led to me being away from Sanctuary for these 3 years. And sure enough, we hugged it out, leading to a lot more broken bones in my case. Mana and Oknaros's eggs were laid just a month or so ago, and neither of the rest had mated, or even paired up. Xylevo preferred to be alone. Thymos had burned Philotomo's face when he tried seducing her. As for Aplistia and Painon, they usually travel the world together, looking for other dragons to bring here. I was just lucky enough to catch them on their breaks. Speaking of, the number of magical creatures on my island had gone up to a lot. Aplistia and Painon did manage to bring 5 more dragons here, a pair and their 3 children, and a couple of the sea serpents had settled down near the island, having come here by themselves. Then there were the Yeti, Nemean lions, Cerberus, the fucking magical mammoths, Diracrals, Nifflers, Mokes, fire crabs, and dozens of other magical creatures that Kultur, or one of the other elves, had found all around the world. And boy, did the elves surprise me. Kultur found them all around the world, only one of them having been freed a long time ago, the rest being recent. He offered them a place to work at, a place to actually enjoy working at, and they agreed to first see it. And they fucking stayed here. I didn't bond them to myself, I didn't bond them to the island. They did it themselves. They chose to work for the island, they chose to not die just because they're now free. This has so many implications, but I'm going to think this through before making any decisions. I'd divided the duties a bit, now, happy that they're happy. Kultur still traveled around the world, to find more freed elves. Only now, he was joined by a young female elf named Sony, whose duty it was to find magical plants. Another young elf named Banu looked after the greenhouses, together with the old elf, Holler. The remaining 3 elves were focused on looking after the island, taking care of the animals and plants. I should really use my Egyptian warding knowledge and improve the protective wards around here. This place is going to be a beacon for the magical creatures, I can feel it. The name, Sanctuary, was just pulling creatures to it one after another. And I don't want any wizard, demon, god, witch, or sorcerer to mess with it. Bringing my staff out of nowhere, for the first time in 3 years, I sit down and get right down to it. Time to make the island the most secure place on earth. Slap. I deserved that. I say, putting my hand on my cheek as soon as Tatiana slaps me. She then grabs my shirt, and pulls me into a hungry kiss. I return the kiss hungrily, having missed her a lot. We haven't met for over 4 years, 3 of which I didn't even remember her. So, yet. I missed her. I deserved this too. I say, smirking at the painting Tatiana's eyes, once we separate from the kiss. Tatiana rests her head on my chest, and says, I missed you, you idiot. Putting my cheek on her head, I sigh, and say, I missed you too, Tatiana. Gods, I missed you a lot. I needed you, and you went and locked away your memories. And what's with the new face, new name? Tatiana asks, a bit of her anger seeping back in. Lifting her up, I place her on my legs, hugging her tightly. We were sitting in my room, in Camartage. She had just been shown into my room, and had slapped me, and then kissed me immediately after. I know, and I'm sorry you had to go through it alone. As for my face, it is a magical gift of mine, I'm a metamorphmagus. A shapeshifter, so to speak. I say, running my hands through her short hair. Gods, I really did miss her. Is Atharva your real name? Is Athreos? Tatiana asks, looking up to stare right in my eyes. No. I whisper, not lying to her. She is someone I adore. With all my heart, and I know she feels the same. She just doesn't want to stay in one spot, thanks to her harsh life. And she deserves my trust. Smiling, I claim her lips in another small, intense kiss, and then say, my real name. The one I was born with. Is Mason Aves. But you can call me Athreos, it is what this face means to me, and it is what you know me as. Tatiana frowns, shifting her position a little so she's now sitting with her legs locked behind me, and asks, what kind of name is Mason? Who names someone after a profession of breaking rocks? That's like naming someone archer, baker, potter, hunter, fisher, or tailor. I snort, leading on to a chuckle. Boy, if she ever realizes that all these names actually do exist, if not for first names, then last, then she's going to be so pissed. Smiling up at her, I say, my mother named me Mason, but unfortunately I never got to ask her why she named me that. She died right after giving birth to me. Tatiana's face falls, as soon as I say that. I kiss her lips once again, and say, don't apologize, you didn't know. Tatiana sighs, and asks, so? Where are you from? Where are you actually from? You won't believe me if I tell you the answer to that question, Tatiana. I whisper, combing my fingers through her hair, while my left hand was moving my fingers on her hip, in slow, gentle motions. Tatiana closes her eyes, enjoying it all, and says, I still want to know. I know you won't lie to me, you like me too much to do that. I smile, and go a bit closer towards her, my mouth near her neck. Blowing out a soft wind through my mouth, I kiss Tatiana once, and then take my mouth towards her ear. Biting her ear gently, I smile when Tatiana moans, and then say, I come from a land called England. Almost 2,000 years into the future. With a snap, Tatiana pulls away, her hands still around my neck. She stares at me for a few seconds, wide-eyed, and open-mouthed. Finally, around 10 seconds after pulling away, she whispers, you're serious? I nod, and pull her towards me once more. I'd already said that some of my secrets will remain secrets, but this is one secret you deserve to know. I had an accident while fighting a Dark Lord in my own time. An artifact I had created for myself allowed me to travel up to a month in time, either backwards or forward. It exploded during the fight, and the explosion brought me here, to your time. Why didn't you go back? Tatiana whispers, looking concerned, as she holds my face in her hands. Smiling sadly, I say, my artifact was created using something called the Sands of Time, which didn't exist until 3 years ago, and it still isn't viable to be turned into my artifact. I'm stuck here for at least 7 more years. So, you might leave for your own time after 7 years? Tatiana asks, and I see her face lock up. I shake my head with a sigh, and say, it's not simple as that. While I do want to go back to me own time, to my friends, my people. I've enjoyed being here. I got to learn at the Library of Alexandria, I met you, I have already rescued 2 species from extinction, and I got to learn sorcery. With an actual teacher this time. I look up at Tatiana, and say, I'm not sure I'm leaving this early, Tatiana. Maybe in a few centuries, once I'm sure my sanctuary is running smoothly without any input from me. Tatiana smiles widely, and slams her lips into mine, kissing intensely. As we separate after a minute, she whispers, I love you, Athreos. I pull her tighter towards me, breathing in her scent. I look into her dark brown eyes, her love for me plainly visible there, and say, I love you too, Tatiana. Smiling, I turn around and drop her back on my bed, her legs still locked around me. I kiss her once again, this time grinding her. But then, she suddenly stops kissing, and looks up at me with a frown. My heart skips a beat. Did I do something wrong? Should I not have said I loved her? Is it too soon? What was that about a sanctuary? Tatiana asks, bringing me out of my anxiety-inducing thoughts. I sigh in relief, and chuckle. Gods, I really do love her. I go back to kissing her, my hand in between her legs, and say, I'll take you there later. But first, let's get back to business. Ahem. Hearing the sound of a throat being cleared, I look back, more than a bit annoyed, still holding my hands exactly where they are. There stood Master Aisha, at the door, looking at us both, staring at her with annoyance clearly visible on our faces. She sighs, and says, come to my office, Master Joshi. We have a lot to discuss. And then, she leaves. Fucking bitch. With a lot of reluctance, I get up, and say, sorry about that, Tatiana. We'll continue later. Tatiana nods, still annoyed at Master Aisha cock-blocking us, and then I start walking towards the office of the Sorceress Supreme, with Tatiana preferring to wait in my room. You must be wondering why I called you here. Master Aisha says, making me internally snort. Could she be any more cliché? Master Atharva, now that you're a proper master sorcerer, I want you to guard the Britannia Sanctum. She says, making me blink. Hey! I ask, eloquently. Doesn't the Britannia Sanctum already have a master? Master Mergiel, I believe. Master Aisha nods, and says, yes, but she was A temporary replacement. As you know, the previous master of the sanctum, Master Veronica, may Osiris rest her soul, died in the previous war against Dormammu's mindless ones. I did know that. Dormammu had mind-controlled a sorcerer to summon hundreds of his mindless ones on Earth, and tried to use them to destroy the 3 sanctums 4 years ago, when I was busy on Sanctuary. The battle lasted a couple days, and the number of masters in Camartage had been halved at the end of it, which included Master Veronica, a Roman sorceress and the master of the Britannia Sanctum. And then, Master Murgiel, a Gaelic sorceress had been placed there as her replacement. Nodding, Master Aisha says, Master Murgiel, while an extraordinary sorceress, only agreed to guard the sanctum for a few years at most. Unlike most, she still has a family back home, and she has been away from them for these years. I always intended to make you the replacement master of the Britannia Sanctum, whenever you passed your evaluation. And now. It is time. Besides, you owe me. This fucking bitch. She's smiling, as if she knows exactly what I'm thinking. You thought those chores you had me do are free? If so, you're even more naive than I thought. She says, smiling wide. Sighing, I say, very well. I will guard the Britannia Sanctum for a few years. Aisha nods, accepting that, and says, I won't prevent you from going away every once in a while, just like I don't prevent Master Murgiel from going back home. But, I don't want you leaving the sanctum unprotected for more than a day at a time. I nod, already making plans of applying some wards into the barriers of the sanctum. I then ask, is there anything else you require of me, Sorceress Supreme? Yes, actually. I was going to offer Tatiana a chance to learn sorcery, and I wanted to get your opinion on it beforehand. Master Aisha says, making me raise my eyebrows. This is interesting. I close my eyes, to actually think on this. I can't just say no, it is not my decision to make. Tatiana is proud, but she's also a survivor. She likes to learn magic, but I doubt she still wants to stay in one place and learn. And there's no way that Tatiana will not return to traveling once her training is complete. She will help out if need be, but she won't stay here. But, I would still prefer if you ask her this without taking my opinion into consideration. I say, giving my honest opinion in this regard. While I would like nothing more than to convince Tatiana that learning is good for her, or convince Aisha that Tatiana needs to be kept away from the sorcerer's extra-dimensional troubles, either of which is fine by me, this is something Tatiana needs to decide on her own. Nodding, Master Aisha says, very well. You may leave now. Take a month off to recover from your memory recovery, Master Joshi. I will visit your sanctuary when it's time for you to take your place as the master of the Britannia Sanctum. Nodding, I bow a bit, and walk out. I have a lady to please, and an island to introduce her to. A/N, ta-da. Tatiana and Mason just confessed their love for each other. Does it feel rushed? Or is it alright, considering the era? Okay, brace yourselves for frequent time skips now, because they're going to happen a lot. There's not a lot of big plot that I've planned for the next few chapters, small plots, sure. There's still a few rituals I'm hoping to take him through. Although they might not happen on screen, or even this soon. Chapter 66, The Visitors. A/N, part3, HelloDarkness07. First of all, sorry for being late to upload. I was busy the last 3 days, thanks to the wedding of a friend of mine. I usually don't like going to weddings, but this friend had been with me for my BSc as well as my MSc, and he was also my roommate during our MSc, as well as my partner during our projects. Plus, he invited me like a month in advance, and it would have been rude not to go. Anyway, the place I was in was too far away from the city, and the network was not good at all. I didn't get to come online for more than a minute or two at a time, thanks to either the lack of network, or the lack of time. The wedding was amazing, my buddy was happy, the bride was happy, we all enjoyed ourselves a lot. And now I'm back home. So. Read on. Welcome. To Sanctuary. I say, spreading my arms wide as Tatiana and I walk through the portal, on a beach of my island. Tatiana looks around, smiling at my enthusiasm, and asks, you never said, what is this a sanctuary for? Or from? This entire island, my dear Tatiana, is a sanctuary for all manners of creatures, both magical, and mundane. Dragons, dire wolves, yeti, nundu, diracrals, snidgets, Cerberus, any magical creature that is hunted by us. By humans. Will be protected here. No human will hunt them on Sanctuary, and no mage will try to harm them. As a matter of fact, the only potion ingredients I will collect will come from the naturally dead animals, or from willing donors. Wow! Tatiana exclaims, now looking around in a new light. I'm really aiming towards making this island the safest place on Earth, at least for magical creatures. To that end, there's a ward on the island that prevents any person other than me from using magic. That's even if they manage to make it here, because there's another ward that surrounds the island preventing mundanes and magicals alike from seeing this place, or accidentally coming here. Any portal or teleportation will be brought on this beach, and I will know of it, and be ready. I say, as I start looking around, smiling. I don't think your first ward works. Tatiana says, and I see her waving her hand, with some of the sand flying over her hand, guided by her hand movements. Chuckling, I say, that ward is actually a bit inside the island borders, around 100 meters in. Tatiana closes her eyes, no doubt feeling for the ward, and then frowns, feeling nothing. Good, my wards work then. They're Egyptian wards, Tatiana, modified by yours truly to serve all my purposes. Let's just say that no one will know the wards are there, and those that try to attack the island, well, they won't have a happy ending. I then hold my hand out to a scowling Tatiana, and say, now come, I'll add you to the wards, and then we will go meet the dragons. Dragons! Tatiana excitedly squeaks, as I apparate us both to my castle, causing me to chuckle. Well, of course she's excited, who wouldn't want to meet dragons? Tatiana stays in my castle for a week, both of us enjoying the relaxing atmosphere there. We went swimming almost every morning, either in the sea, or one of the lakes, obviously skinny dipping. And we also took advantage of being the only two people on Sanctuary to have sex anywhere we wanted. Trust me, no matter how sexy it might look, don't do it on the beach. The fucking sand goes everywhere, and we didn't remember to cast spells to prevent it. Tatiana also met with the dragons, and I enjoyed the shock of my parcel tongue reveal. Tatiana had enjoyed flying on top of Aplischa, though, both of them somewhat bonded with each other. Good for them. And then, Tatiana left for Kamartaj, having accepted Master Aisha's offer. She had some concerns about learning dimensional magic, and was almost ready to not learn it. Well, I was sure to disabuse her of that. As I learned far too late in my own life, there's a difference between forming connections, making pacts, and making deals. And yes, the final two are different. Pacts bind you to a dimension, and have a very small price, at most eternal servitude, or corruption of the soul. Deals usually cost you your entire soul. When Tatiana left for Kamartaj, I myself left Sanctuary for Britannia, to become the Britannia Sanctum's master. The Britannia Sanctum was built in a forest, originally, but then it was moved to the corner of a small town, after one of the many battles against demons destroyed the previous building. The Sanctum is strangely normal, at least from the outside. The only thing that distinguished the Sanctum from the houses beside it, was the symbol of the Vishanti painted on the rooftop. It is what marked this building as the Sanctum Sanctorum. From the outside, however, it was a different matter. The building was magically expanded, and it was as big as my own castle, which is impressive. There were magical lights hanging off of the roof, as well as flame torches lighting the paths. Currently, Master Murgil, the temporary master, was showing me around, while Master Aisha followed us. We had already been through the bedrooms, the kitchen, the prisons, the bathroom, and even the portal room. The portal room was just a single hallway that housed the single always-on portal, with Kamartaj on the other side. Kamartaj's portal room housed 3 portals leading towards all 3 sanctums. As we walk through the library door, Master Murgil says, "This is the library, I don't need to tell you what its main purpose is. The secondary purpose is that the library leads to the wardstones for the protective wards of the sanctum. Come." Master Murgil then walks towards the center of the room, while I look around. The library, while nothing on the Library of Alexandria, or even Kamartaj's library, was pretty impressive. It held around 10,000 books, as far as I can see. My eyes go back towards Master Murgil when she leans down once at the exact center of the library. With a single swipe of her finger, she unlocks some sort of spell, and I widen my eyes, when I see a trapdoor appear. I hadn't even smelled that. She then pulls at the circular handle, and opens the trapdoor, showing us a staircase. As she starts climbing down, she says, "The ward only responds to the 3 Sanctum Masters and the Sorcerer Supreme themselves, no one else can open it. Once you're the Master of the Sanctum, the ward will open for you, and not me." I nod, as I curiously look around, now at the end of the stairway. Master Murgil keeps walking forward, and I conjure a Lumos orb over our heads, to light the way. Around a dozen meters away, I see a single stone pillar, going from the surface of the floor, to the ceiling, and even further on both sides. There were a lot of symbols carved in them, reminiscent of the geometrical shapes that make up our Tau Mandala spells, and there were a few runes too. Master Murgil places her hand on a circle, which starts spinning in a counterclockwise direction, points at another similar circle, and says, "Cut into your palm, and place your hand there." I look at Master Aisha for confirmation, and when she nods, I approach the pillar. Taking a dagger enchanted for this exact purpose of keeping my wounds open, I cut into my palm, and place my bleeding hand on the pillar. Master Murgiel closes her eyes, and there's a simple flash of light, before I feel something slam into my head. And then, I know. I am the master of the sanctum now, I have control of the wards that protect the sanctum. With a simple blink, I start getting used to the feeling, and say, that was weird. Master Murgiel nods, and says, it takes some getting used to. Now, only one room remaining. The relic vault. We climb the stairs back up, and I lock the trapdoor with the swipe of my hand, after healing myself back. And then, Master Murgiel takes us towards the relic vault, which had its door right in front of the library door. As soon as Master Murgiel opens the door, something flies out of the vault, and slams into my face, its speed too high for even me to react, causing me to fall on my back. Ignoring the pain of that happening, I move both my hands towards whatever was now starting to cover my face, and hold my breath. Extending my nails, I try to find a ridge, from where I can claw the offending attacker away, but then I hear, Atharva. Stop resisting, it is not harming you. I freeze, recognizing the amused voice of Master Aisha. Speaking of, they hadn't even tried to help me. I open my eyes, and blink, surprised at my sight not being blocked at all. I could see everything clearly, as if my entire head wasn't covered in something metallic. Sniff, sniff. Is that gold? No. It is similar, but not the same. Aisha and Murgiel stood above me, looking amused at my actions, as Master Aisha says, congratulations, Master Joshi, you've been chosen by a relic. Relic. Oh. So that's why they didn't help me. I let out my breath, and breathe in, pleased to feel that the air I breathed in was as fresh as that on Sanctuary. I look up, and ask, can someone help me take this off, PLE? As soon as I say that, the gold-like metal covering my head turns into liquid, and slides down my neck, making me shiver. It finally condenses into a solid, when it reaches my chest, and settles down over my heart. I poke at it a few times, weirded out by the almost alive metal. Wide-eyed, I look at Master Aisha, point at my chest and whisper, what the fuck is that? As if I was afraid of waking the offending thing back up. Master Murgiel snorts, and says, you must know the tale of Mahabharata, right? The Kurukshetra war? You look like you're from those lands. I nod, prompting her to continue, there's this character in there, a son of Surya, the sun god. Karna. He was born with a set of armor and a pair of earrings that together made him invincible. I gasp, and look down at the circular disc covering my heart, and only now notice that it had the image of the sun on top of it. Is this it? The legendary Kavake, that made Karna invincible? No, that's not it. Master Murgiel says, much to my disappointment. She snorts, obviously amused at the look on my face, and says, a sorcerer from your lands, Master Nagarjuna, got inspired by the tale and began crafting a relic for himself. The Vedic craftsmanship god Vishvakarma himself stepped in, and blessed the relic once it was completed, turning it into what you can now see. It's called the Prati Kavake, and it definitely won't make you invincible. A dead Master Nagarjuna can attest to that. Master Aisha takes over, and says, if I remember correctly, the Prati Kavake only covers a single body part at a time. Either one of your arms, one of your legs, your torso, or your head. It can defend against a lot of attacks, both physical and magical, but some demonic and divine attacks will pass through. Right, that needs some research. I look up at Master Aisha, and ask, will I be allowed to reforge this relic if it feels insufficient? Masters Aisha and Murgiel, both snort simultaneously, and Master Aisha says, relics are not easily destroyed, Atharva. Only something divine or demonic might harm them, so I have issues understanding why you might find it insufficient. And you won't even be able to melt the Prati Kavake, let alone reforge it. Remember, the craftsmanship god Vishvakarma himself blessed it. I nod, and say, still, if I do manage to melt it, will I be allowed to reforge it? I know that no defense is absolute, which means this Prati Kavake has some limits. And I doubt those limits will hold when I fight the enemies that I foresee myself fighting in the future. Which means, I need to enhance it, but not yet obviously. Master Aisha shrugs, and says, if you manage to reforge this, and improve the Prati Kavake, I myself will hand the Eye of Agamotto to you for reforging. That's not a reward. I say, confused. Master Aisha rolls her eyes, and says, why would I reward you for reforging your own relic, Atharva? The reforged relic is a reward by itself. With a shake of my head, I turn towards Master Murgiel, and ask, is this all? Master Murgiel nods, and says, yes. The relic vault was the last one, but I suppose you don't have any interest in touring it now. Be warned that the library, and the relic vault, are your responsibility above all else. Not a single piece should go missing, and if it does, you're responsible for hunting the thief, and bringing them here, along with the missing piece. Same goes for books. Understood. I nod, completely understanding, but my mind was still focused on my new relic. Master Murgiel nods, and turning towards Master Aisha, she says, "Shall we go then? Merd will be waiting for us, you know. You haven't visited us in a while." Chuckling, Master Aisha says, "Yes, I realize I haven't. Let's go visit your grandchildren then." She then turns towards me, and says, "Don't worry, Atharva. I am just a portal away, if you need my help. But, I doubt you will come for something trivial. Anyway, goodbye, Master Atharva." As soon as Masters Aisha and Murgiel leave for Kamar-Taj, from where they will no doubt go to wherever Murgiel lives, I turn to go towards the library, and immediately stumble, finding myself already standing inside the library. Fucking Master Ward will need some time to get control over. But first, placing my hand on a study table, I close my eyes and intone, Nagarjuna. Immediately, 25 books fly out from various shelves, and stack themselves on top of the table. A handy enchantment, if I say so myself. Useful when you are looking for keywords, and not actual subjects. Still keeping my hand there, I intone, Prati Kavak. And smile, seeing a single book from the stack itself float up, and drop down on the table, away from the stacks. Time to study my relic. Imbued with the magic from multiple dimensions, the Prati Kavak was an amazing relic, and I am damn excited to have it in my possession. Crimson Cosmos's magic gives its user a little bit of super strength, not much, just a 20% boost over the original strength. It gives a bigger boost to those with either pacts with the realm, or deals with the demon lord Sidorak himself. And there hasn't been a champion of Sidorak since. Ever. The magic from the Haven realm, specifically from the Seraph, gave the Prati Kavak a manner of shielding capabilities. Magic, as well as physical objects, can be stopped from harming its user. But, you have to physically bring it in the way of the attack to be successful. Considering that it is just half a centimeter thick at all times, no matter what body part it covers, it is something else. Vishwakarma's blessings probably have something to do with it as well. Then, the energy of an unknown dimension, that Nagarjuna called the plane of change, allowed the Prati Kavak to shift forms to cover whatever body part it is needed over. There were more connections, most of which formed because other sorcerers used spells through the gauntlet mode that allowed the Prati Kavak to channel dimensional and universal magic as if it was my own hand. Nagarjuna wrote a lot about the Prati Kavak, the process of its creation, how he contacted Vishvakarma for the blessings, etc. It seems Vishvakarma not only blessed it, but limited its benefits. The Vedic gods were afraid of another mortal with the capabilities of Karna, at least on the defensive side. And so, Vishvakarma made the Prati Kavak thousands of times weaker than the actual Kavak. The Prati Kavak can still be penetrated, but only by highly magical weapons, or at least by weapons made by magical metals, or if I am hit by a strong enough force. Which means that while the Prati Kavak is good, it's not a perfect defense. Well, it doesn't matter anyway, I am not planning on relying on the Prati Kavak. It will just be an additional defense for me, nothing more. Soon, I get used to staying in the sanctum, thanks to the new library I now have access to. I've catalogued the books, and even the relics in the vault. There weren't any regular attacks or anything like that, so I would frequently visit the sanctuary to make sure everything was running smoothly, and to make sure the dragons were all right. Some days, Tatiana would visit through the portal to come spend the night at the Britannia Sanctum, and some days, us Sanctum Masters would be called to Kamar-Taj to discuss one thing or another. Usually, it was to warn us if a sorcerer went rogue. Which isn't actually a crime, as far as Kamar-Taj laws are concerned. Anyone can leave Kamar-Taj, stop being loyal to it, and become, as I said, rogue. We were only warned so that we can be prepared for an attack or something by them, just in case they lean towards that. You know, like Kaisalias or Karl Mordo did. Hey, makes me wonder why Doctor Strange and Karl Mordo came together again to follow Cis-Neg. A butterfly effect because of my presence maybe? Not my problem. Not yet at least. Speaking of sanctuary, it was getting bigger. Not by area, no. The number of elves had gone up to 10 now, with the new elves binding themselves to the island itself. And now, they don't even come to ask me what to do. They just divided the work amongst themselves, distributing areas to be looked after. They still stay in the elf quarters in my castle though, so they still technically work for me. But, I will soon be ready to completely cure them. I know exactly how to do it, but I'm just waiting till the number of elves on Sanctuary is high enough. Around 6 months after I became the guardian of the Britannia Sanctum, I get my first visitor. It was the middle of the night, around 2 AM or so, and I was sleeping when the perimeter ward going off woke me up. Someone magical had crossed the perimeter ward line, with the aim of coming towards the sanctum. And their intentions were not good, nope. Sighing, I get off the bed and cast a single spell to freshen up with the wave of my hand. My hair settles down, my mouth freshens up, and my body becomes odorless, as I simply appear in a balcony above the welcoming hall, to wait for the magical person. The Master Ward in the sanctum gave complete control over this sanctum to the Sanctum Master. I can summon anything from anywhere if it was in the sanctum, I can teleport anywhere I want with barely a moment of time passing, and I can sense where everyone who is inside the sanctum is. There is no hiding from me inside the sanctum. It takes around 5 minutes for the person to approach the door, and I hear them whisper an advanced unlocking spell on the lock, in Latin. So. A mage, then. Obviously, it fails, but I unlock the door anyway, with a simple command through the Master Ward. Thinking the spell to be successful, the person slowly pushes the door open, careful not to make noise, and walks in. I lean on the balcony rails, and observe the woman, and it is a woman I notice. While the person wore a long, loose robe, that made identifying the gender a tough task, there were subtle movements above the chest thanks to the swinging tits. And I can smell her gender, so there's that. Sounds creepy, doesn't it? Anyway, the black robe she was wearing also covered her head, which means she's definitely not here for anything good. As she starts looking around the welcoming hall, I observe her from the balcony, just waiting to see what she wants to achieve. Bringing her wand out, she points it at the ground, and whispers, Requero Bibliotheca. Okay, that's it. Before her spell can succeed, I appear in front of her, startling the woman into taking a few steps back. What do you think you are doing? Mage. The spell she had just cast was one I knew fairly well, since it was what the point me spell had evolved from. The Requero charm pulls the wand towards whatever you are seeking, guiding the wand holder to that item, or place. And this woman was looking for the library. The woman glares at me, and snarls, nothing that concerns you, sorcerer. Go back to wherever you came from, and leave me to my task. I will leave once I am done, and you won't be bothered by my presence any more than necessary. Nothing that concerns me? You break into my home, start seeking out my library, and you believe that this doesn't concern me? Now, I give you one chance to answer, before you will be thrown out. With prejudice. I say, all the while standing calmly in front of her. I see the woman's nose flare, as she angers at my words, and then, the woman raises her wand, to point it at me. I start walking forward, and step to the side when a brown curse exits out of her wand tip, and flies towards me. Within 5 steps, after dodging just 3 curses, I appear in front of the woman, and slam my palm into her forehead, forcing my telepathy to tear through her mental barriers. What I find is exactly what I expected. A woman who wanted to rule the world, become its immortal queen, after making a deal with a demon. She didn't know how to contact a demon, however, and so, she began searching for the sanctum, knowing that sorcerers have such knowledge. And so, she planned to steal knowledge from the sanctum, so she can contact a demon, become a champion to them, and take over the world in the demon's name. Fucking idiot. Taking my hand off her head, I erase all her memories of having even heard about demons, or the sanctum, and knock her out. As she starts falling down, now unconscious, I create a portal underneath her and send the woman to her house, in North Ireland. This woman is something else altogether. She's unhinged, but unfortunately for me, she hasn't committed any serious crime yet. Oh sure, she's killed a dozen or so people, but she was assaulted by every one of them first, most of them with sexual intentions in mind. But that said, I don't trust her mind to heal enough, which is why I didn't send her to Camartage. I just made her forget about sorcerers, demons, and mystic arts, so she doesn't come looking for the knowledge again. Well, she's gone now. I'll just go back to sleep. A year and a half later, I was sitting in my library, working over a piece of parchment, calculating. No, this won't work. The power itself would tear me apart. I mumble, scratching it off and conjuring another parchment to begin from the top. Runes are drawn, calculations made, and finally, after 3 months of continuously working on this, my spell was ready. I hope. From the nowhere, I bring a thick tome out, enchanted by yours truly to have infinite pages, and to never run out. The book itself, however, was completely empty of anything literary. It was just an empty book that was around 4 inches thick, and as large as the Darkhold. Floating the tome behind me, I start walking towards the center of the library, and bring something else out of nowhere. An ink pot, and an inch brush, made completely out of unicorn hair, bound to a porcupine quill. Once at the center, right above the trapdoor that leads to the ward control pillar, in fact, I stop and kneel down. With the brush and ink, I draw an exact circle with a diameter of 13 inches, and start drawing 7 tiny runic arrays around it. Once done, I place the empty tome in the center of the circle, and take a step back. From the nowhere, I summon my Mopane, Dragon Heartstring Core, with the magic silver-dipped basilisk eye, staff, and gently tap the butt on the ground. The staff's butt, Not mine. From the staff, a wave of magic is emitted as it flows outside. It stops at the library walls, and then disappears, with no hint of it having ever appeared, remaining out in the world. The runic scheme glows white, and I smile, at my spell succeeding. If any normal man were to see, including wizards, then the spell had failed, with nothing happening. But, for sorcerers, it wasn't so. And a single peek into the astral plane made me understand that yes, my spell was succeeding. Ghosts of books, their astral copies, were being let out of the physical book bodies, and sucked towards the large infinite tome left on the floor. Hundreds of astral books would fly towards the tome, and then return back to their spots. Meanwhile, nothing happened in the physical world. It takes 15 minutes, until the last astral book returns to its physical body, and only then do I move from the spot. Approaching the tome still on the ground, I pick it up, wincing when I feel how hot it had become, and gently open it up to its first page. And then, I smile, looking at the index page. All the other pages are empty, however, and they won't show anything until I actually call for a book. Journal number 1 of Sorcerer Supreme Pythagoras of Samos. I whisper, while placing my hand on the index page. Immediately, the book flashes with a white color, and now in front of me, is the first page of the book I had called for. This is going to make my life as a knowledge thief very easy. 15 minutes to suck in all knowledge within a room, condense it within a single tome, and only those who can see within the astral plane know something is happening. Damn, I really should have figured this out earlier. Suddenly, I hear the perimeter ward go off once again, the first time since I kicked the witch out. After hiding my new compressed tome in the nowhere, I appear on the balcony to wait for the person to approach, wanting to first see what actions they take. Surprisingly, the person just knocks on the door, and waits. Curious, I wave my hand to unlock the door, and open it up. And then, I slowly float down the stairs, which coincidentally are right in front of the door, and see a man in his 30s, looking at me wide-eyed. Shaking his shock at my flight show off, he looks around, and asks, Is this the Britannia Sanctum for sorcerers? No, this is actually the Han Dynasty Sanctum. I say, completely straight-faced. The man's eyes drop, a bit disappointed. He sighs, and says, Well, sorry for wasting your time. Can you point me towards the Britannia Sanctum, please? Well, now I feel bad for messing with him. This is the Britannia Sanctum, I was just having a jest. Come on in, how can I help you? I say, and wave him in. What? He's actually polite. I'm not going to mind rape someone if he's actually polite with me. I have manners. Some of them. The man blinks, and widens his eyes as he starts walking in. He then asks, You're the man who made the Dark Witch Morgause flee. Morgause, now that's a name I'd almost forgotten. She had tried breaking into the sanctum to steal from my library around 18 months ago. I frown, and say, Actually I knocked her out and sent her back home. How the hell did you even know about that? I'm pretty sure I completely erased her memories, I'm sure I did. And I didn't tell anyone what had happened with the woman. Except for Master Aisha, but she's literally my Sorcerer Supreme. So, how did this man know? He bows to me, slamming his sword down into the ground. As I manipulate my prati kavek to cover my arm, ready to defend myself if necessary, the man says, Please, Master Sorcerer. I need your help to defeat the witch. She killed my entire family, and has held my wife hostage. My wife? She's with a child, my lord. Please, help me. I scowl, now regretting my decision of not killing the crime-less witch, Morgause. Sighing once again, I teleport both of us to a sitting room, already seated on the chairs, and say, Start from the beginning, and don't leave anything out. A/N, I won't write romance every chapter, because it'll get really boring real soon. And a story focused on romance, when the story is not supposed to be, ruins the chances of it being completed. Currently, Tatiana is still learning at Camartage, so don't expect her to show up permanently in Mason's life for another year or two, except for some visits. The spell has no name, but it is one I had made early on in Mason's life in the previous book. It compresses all the knowledge inside a room and keeps it inside a single tome. Currently, the tome just stores the knowledge, and Mason just needs to summon it forward. But, later he will improve it, making it sort by subject or something. Now, Prati Kavak. It was inspired by Karna's armor, as well as that talisman from the movie, Transformers, The Last Night. Like the talisman, it can move around his body, but right now it can only happen when Mason wants it to happen. It can cover his arm into a gauntlet, up to his shoulder, that looks like Colossus's arm in his metal form, only made of the gold-like metal. Or like the Destroyer, which is also pretty similar. The Prati Kavak can also cover his head in an armored helmet that looks like the Destroyer's head, but it doesn't inhibit Mason's senses even a little bit. Magic, Eh? It can cover his chest, or his back, or one of his limbs, or his head. But it will not cover everything at once. It's also not too durable, and will probably only survive a few hits from Hulk, Thanos, Thor, Hela, Icarus, Gilgamesh, or Mjolnir. If that sorcery, obviously, will definitely have some spell to get around it. And Stormbreaker will probably cut through, and so will Hofund, Gungnir, and whatever the fuck Hela's swords are made of. Depending on my mood when writing it. I haven't had Mason reforge it in this chapter, because it's too soon. Relics are bound to be difficult to destroy or melt, and he will need a lot of preparations before he can do that. Chapter 67, Adrian, the Grim. A/N, Pat3, HelloDarkness07. The Dark Witch Morgause has been causing terror all around the kingdoms, killing or enslaving everyone she touches. The man begins, a peak in his mind telling me his name is Adrian, the Grim. I did actually hear about a new Dark Witch rising up, with an army of dark mages at her back, but I hadn't heard anything about her killing anyone with a touch, or enslaving them. I just dismissed her as another dark lady who had delusions of grandeur, who will get defeated one day or another. They all get defeated, it's their destiny. Besides, she never came here, in this town, to spread her terror. Adrian then continues, she came to our family to recruit us, with the only other option being our deaths. Our family is well known for our talents in necromancy, and she either wanted to get us to her side, or destroy us. My uncle, who leads our family, refused to bow to her. Our knowledge was already hidden away, somewhere only those of our family can enter. And she demanded to be taken there. My uncle. He tried to attack her, but by then she had already touched him once. His eyes suddenly became black, and he turned his wand over to us. He chokes back some tears, the event's probably not something he had gotten over, and says, I saw my mother, father, cousins, and my brother all die at my uncle's hands, within a few moments, before he turned his wand over to me and my wife. I panicked, and summoned my sword. I killed him with it and went to attack the Dark Witch. But she just blasted me with her dark magic, as if I was a fly to swat. The last thing I saw before I lost consciousness was her holding my pregnant wife by her neck, her eyes now black, as they disappeared from there. Adrian sniffs, and whispers, I've been tracking them these last 2 months, just to make sure my Melissa is okay. But then I heard something, from the witch's own mouth. He looks up with a lot of hope in his eyes, as he says, she was telling her army to stay away from this village, because this village had you, the master of the Britannia Sanctum, one who had defeated her before. I knew that if I wanted my Melissa back, wanted my child safely born, then I needed to come find you, the only person she's afraid of. I sigh, as Adrian finishes his tale, running my hand over my face. I look outside the door, finally realizing exactly why this town was not a victim of the Dark Witch's attacks. So, she's still afraid of me, afraid of what I can do. But how does she remember? I turn back towards Adrian, and say, around 18 months ago, the witch you call Morgause tried to sneak into my sanctum. She was looking for any books or artifacts that might help her make deals with demons, so that they could help her rule the world. I judged that she was just unhinged, and not a criminal. And I let her go, but I erased all of her memories of ever hearing about sorcerers, demons, or the sanctums. So, the fact that she remembers, and is warning her enslaved army to stay away is troubling. My eyes go towards the sword on his hip, the one he had stabbed into my wooden floor to beg for my help. This isn't the first time I'm glancing at it, and there's a reason. The sword is nothing I've ever seen before, made from a metal I know not. It's not silver, vibranium, or steel. It looks, and smells similar to steel, but it is definitely not it. And it just screams that it's a highly magical sword to my senses. What do you hope from me in this war, Mage Adrian? Because I think I'll tell you now, I am not leaving the sanctum undefended. I say, turning back towards Adrian. He startles a bit, at me knowing his name, but shakes his shock off and says, I need a weapon, something that can free all her enslaved soldiers, including my wife, and something that can help me kill her. You're a sorcerer, you people deal with demons every month or so, my father used to say. If anyone knows how to kill the Dark Witch, it is you. I frown, and ask, you speak as if she's immortal. He nods, a bit fearful, and says, I've seen her get stabbed through the heart, I've seen her get hit by multiple curses. I've seen her entire body burn with the hottest flames imaginable, and she still came out hale, not a scratch on her, and she defeated her enemies within moments. I think it is that book she has, the one she always has in her hands whenever she fights. I narrow my eyes, and immediately enter his mind to see it for myself. Sure enough, I see the same witch I'd dealt with months ago get burned by the cursed flames, and get hit by something similar to the soul destruction curse from Greece. And fuck me, she came out smiling, not a single hair damaged. And there in her hands, was the Book of the Damned. The fucking Darkhold! I groan, slamming my head into my hands, not minding the spectator, and whisper, of course the fucking Darkhold found her. Shit just can't be easy, can it? Excuse me. Master Sorcerer. Adrian asks, after half a minute of silence. My name is Atharva Joshi. You may just call me Sorcerer Joshi. I say, summoning a bottle of fire whiskey and pouring one glass for myself. I offer it to him, but shrug and drink it myself when he refuses. He then asks, do you know what that book is? I nod, and say, I've encountered it before. Or another version of it at least. It is the Darkhold, a repository of all magical knowledge created by the elder god of chaos, the demon Thin. It has solutions to all your problems, but every time you use the book, some of your soul is fed to the demon. The witch is lucky she hasn't turned into Thin slave yet. Of course, the soul sacrifice can be ignored, or fought, by competent sorcerers, or strong enough mages, but I'm not mentioning that. This Adrian might get tempted to use it then. And even if this Morgause wasn't an especially strong witch before, at least nothing on Tatiana, me, Dumbledore or Grindelwald's level, she is definitely up there now. And she must have learned how to prevent sacrificing her soul to Thin, from his own book. Adrian gasps, his hand immediately going towards the sword at his hip, making me glance at it once more. Seriously, what is it about the sword that's bothering me so much? It's not just the material, there's something else. I just can't put my finger on it. Tell me about the sword. You said you killed your uncle with it. I say, gesturing towards the sword. Adrian nods and pulls the sword out of its scabbard. He places it on the table in front of us, and says, well, this sword belonged to my ancestor. The legend says that he was a part of the Einherjar, the army of the king of Asgard, under King Bor. There was some sort of war, during which he fathered a child with a Midgardian woman, a mage. He then went back to Asgard, but left his sword with his lover, to grant it to his son when he got old enough. It has been passed down through our family since then. But I don't know how true those legends are, I haven't noticed anything extremely Asir about the sword. It is barely stronger than the normal magical swords. It is nothing special. All the while, I stare at the sword, some things making sense. The sword was made out of Asgardian steel, which is similar to earthen steel, but different enough that it counted as a different metal altogether. Or alloy, more accurately. I hum, and say, clearly that's not the case, Mage Adrian. If it wasn't for the sword taking the brunt of the witch's attack, you would be dead. Morgause did not leave you there because she wanted you to suffer, she left because she believed you dead, having been certain of her victory over you. That much was certain from his memories. She fired a smoke-like wave of magic, which kinda reminds me of the magic that Wanda uses, except black in color, and it hit Adrian point blank. The sword, however, was right in front of him at the time, poised to attack Morgause. And this sword, this magnificent Asgardian steel sword, absorbed most of the magic that came from Morgause's attack, and only let enough through to knock Adrian out. Morgause, believing him dead, and the threat over, took his wife, whom she had brought under her control, with her. Probably so the yet-to-be-born child could open this man's library later. It could be that Morgause managed to actually get in touch with Thin, and made a deal with him. But if that was the case, she would have been a lot more dangerous, and unafraid of attacking any sorcerer. But the Darkhold is a repository of knowledge, it might have a way for Morgause to absorb Thin's chaos magic, or the magic from any other realm. Since chaos magic is bright red in color, or scarlet to be accurate, and Morgause's magic is black, I'm going to go with my hunch that Morgause has managed to learn to harness dark force. Mind made, I stand up, and say, give me that sword. Hesitantly, Adrian hands me the sword, and I start walking and say, come, I will show you to your rooms for the duration of your stay here. And I will show you the kitchens, so you can make the food for yourself. My pantry is always fully stocked, so no need to worry about finishing my food. But Adrian begins, and hesitates. I stop walking, and turn around. Softening my expression, I say, your wife is as safe as she can be, Adrian. With your enemy who believes you dead. If you try to attack her as is, you will die, and then your wife will follow soon after. Rest, study from my library, and if you wish to, use my training rooms. In the meanwhile, I will take your sword, the sword of an Einherjar, and make it better. I will turn this into a sword that can, and will kill Morgause, and all those like her. This, I promise. Morgause is sort of my problem too. I created her, my deeds of erasing her memories probably prompted the Darkhold to seek her out. The Darkhold has enough power to restore those memories, I know that. And so, by not killing a simple witch who hadn't committed a crime yet, I doomed the islands of Britannia to another Dark Lady. And as penance, I will personally enhance the Einherjar sword. I will give Adrian the tools necessary to defeat Morgause with minimal casualties. And I know exactly how I'm going to do it. Holding the hilt of the Einherjar sword with my left hand, I place the blade on the anvil. Using a magic silver hammer, one I'd only created yesterday as a preparation for this reforging, I hammer at the blade, to get it loose from the hilt. I had to melt half of my magic silver ore to cast the hammer, and then spent a day carving runes, and then casting enchantments on it, to make it durable enough for my purposes. This was my first venture into metalworking in this era, except for the sling ring debacle. As for the forging station, I'd already commandeered a room within the sanctum for this purpose. It barely took a day to set everything up, and I'd done it within a month of finding my relic, hoping to reforge it. Well, I haven't done that yet. I need to master my relic before I can make a decision on whether I actually need it reforged or not. It takes a dozen hits, using the hammer with my Pratikavake covered right hand, but the sword blade starts getting loose from the hilt. I just pick it up with the armored hand, and toss the hilt away, temporarily. Snapping my fingers, I bring flames roaring to life within the furnace, spinning around to become hotter. As the orange-red flames start blowing within the furnace, I place the sword in a long crucible, made out of stone, and enchanted to not melt even if it is placed near the chromosphere of the Sunday. And then, I push the crucible inside, through the opening within the furnace. The temperature within this furnace can go up to 3000 degrees Celsius, but obviously, it is not enough. Just like it wasn't enough to melt the dark Uru, or even the original light sword. Placing my hand on the furnace, I focus within myself and call up my animal spirit, the Kasha. My hand turns white, as flames cover it, and the flames within the furnace follow right after. With a burst of my magic, the flames within the furnace start getting hotter and hotter, crossing 5000 degrees Celsius within a few seconds. As soon as the temperature hits 9000 degrees Celsius, the Einherjar sword begins to melt. At 9500 degrees Celsius, the sword melts completely, and now turns into liquid steel, now properly boiling. Gently, I pull the long crucible out, and telekinetically lift it to pour the melted Asgardian steel in another, normal crucible, and place it inside the furnace once again. I let the fire keep the temperature of 9500 Celsius for a few minutes, and then, open the top, so that the bubbling liquid metal is now visible to me from above. I channel light dimensions energy in my right hand, through the Pratikavake, and take some of the powder I had prepared in it. Mother magic, let this work. I whisper, and slowly let the powder fall into the crucible. A single spell is cast at the crucible to stir the mixture, until the powder mixes completely. Taking another handful, I pour some more powder while stirring it, until all the powder I had is used up. This was the powdered form of a crushed dragon fang, one I'd taken from one of the dark brown dragons I'd found dead. This will allow the enchantments, mortal enchantments, to stick to the sword better, instead of the Asgardian enchantments once again taking over. The liquid metal starts becoming a little bit solid, thanks to the mixture of powdered dragon fang, as the color slowly shifts from the silver steel, to a yellowish color of the dragon fang. Focusing on the flames, I use my Kasha magic to make the flames even hotter, until the metal starts bubbling again, now at 11,000 degrees Celsius. Gods, this is hot. Thank God for the spells protecting me, or I would have been toast. Taking a pair of tongs, I lift the crucible up, bringing it towards a stone table I had permanently transfigured to be my working table. And then, I slowly pour the melted Asgardian steel, with a single dragon fang mixed inside it. The cast is in the shape of a cuboid, 2.5 centimeters thick, 5.8 centimeters wide, and 140 centimeters long. These were the dimensions of the original Einherjar sword at its thickest, and widest. The length of the cast was just a bit shorter than the original length of the blade, which was exactly 154 centimeters long. Thanks to the cast being shorter than the actual blade, there's a little bit of liquid metal remaining within the crucible, but I'm going to need it later. I place the crucible back within the furnace, keeping the flames at 11,000 Celsius with a stability rune, and go back to the blade. As the blade starts settling down, I channel magic from the light dimension once again, causing my hands to glow in a yellow light. Pratikavake retreats back to my chest, since I don't need it right now, and I shoot a single beam of magic towards the sword. I stop doing it after exactly 7 seconds, and cast another spell to cool the sword. When the blade is just red hot, but now solid, I pick a jar from the side table, and tilt it, letting the unicorn horn dust fall directly on the blade, and use my Pratikavake covered hand to spread it all over the blade. This unicorn horn dust will ensure that the light dimension's energy actually sticks, the connection sticks. The unicorn, the purest of the pure creatures, a willingly given horn will make this sword into the purest sword in the world, once it connects to the light dimension. It takes a minute, even with my spell, for the sword to completely cool down, and then, I pick it up and take it to the anvil once again. This time, using the magically enchanted cutter, I cut the sword into 7 pieces, each one of an equal length of exactly 20 centimeters each. Stacking the 7 pieces of yellowed Asgardian steel, mixed with a single dragon fang and tempered with a layer of unicorn horn dust, on top of one another. I point my finger at them. My hand turns into white flames once again, as a thin, intense beam of white fire emits out of my finger and slams into the stacked metal. Bit by bit, the edges of the 7 pieces melt, and merge together. Done welding them together, I use my telekinesis to float them back towards the furnace. When goblins create weapons, they don't do this. They use a cast like I did, but then they just infuse it with their magic while bringing it into shape with hammers. Enchantments come after the metal and magic have settled down together. Humans, or those humans that use magic while metal working, cannot normally infuse their metal with magic, since they don't know how. They just cast spells, use runes, to enchant their weapons. Sometimes other stuff like blood might be used, either their own, or someone else's. Dwarves? Well, I have no idea how they craft weapons. At least, not the mortal dwarves. In my time, they've long since abandoned working with metals, content with letting the goblins have a monopoly there. They're astonishing at construction, however, or sniffing out gemstones and mines. The space dwarves, the one from Nidavellir, I haven't seen much. But if my memories about the movies are to be believed, and they haven't steered me wrong yet, then the dwarves are incredibly talented. If Eitri can use a fucking cast to smith an entire fucking axe, already sharpened, already tempered, and already enchanted, then they're literally better than most gods of smithing. Me? I'm a mixture of goblin and human, at least when it comes to making weapons. My forge, back in my own time, is filled with swords, knives, and yes, the giant spoon, that were made using human techniques on magic silver. My swords, Dermagol and Galadmagol, meanwhile, were created completely using goblin methods. Infuse magic when the cast is filled with melted metal, infuse magic when hammering, and then once the sword is completely sharpened thanks to the magic-infused hammer strikes, cast your enchantments. This sword, however, I'm hoping to do something better. I'm going to craft this sword using the Damascus method, while also keeping up with the goblin method of magic infusion, although the magic belongs to the light dimension. Shifting the Prati Kavak to my left hand, I channel light dimension's magic through it, and stab an extended nail into the center of the metal block. Thank God my nails are still usable even through the Prati Kavak. The armor just extends along with my nails. The temperature doesn't bother me either, since the Prati Kavak was actually resistant to temperature. I then pick the block of metal, now completely hot, and place it on top of the anvil. Picking the hammer back up, now in my naked arm, I start hammering, to lengthen the metal back into a 5 feet long blade. All the while, my left hand connected to the block with an extended finger keeps feeding the light dimension's magic into it. A Damascus sword made using the goblin method of magic infusion. This is going to be awesome. Adrian had spent the last 5 days in the Britannia Sanctum, the home of the sorcerer that named himself Atharvajashi. He hailed from an unknown land, but he was entrusted with guarding The Sanctum still, by the elusive Sorcerer Supreme. Sorcerers, Adrian didn't know much about them, except for the tales his father had told him. They're people who learn to harness magic not only from the planet, like mages do, but from everywhere else too. Outer realms, they called them. And most of them were originally completely mundane, with no magic in their blood. Anyone could learn sorcery, unlike wizardry, which you have to be born with. Many of these sorcerers even took their magic from demons, or demonic realms, and this was causing Adrian to be a bit wary of this Atharva. But, Sorcerer Atharva also defeated Morgause once, even if it was a long time ago. And he had promised him a weapon that would defeat her once again. Adrian knew that Atharva won't be coming to help him in the battle, and that he will have to do it all on his own. But, this help was also appreciated. And Adrian wanted to kill Morgause by his own hands anyway. She threatened his wife, and every second that she's with Morgause is a second more that his wife and child are in danger. Adrian spends the days in the Sanctum's library, as offered by the Master of the Sanctum, while using the training room frequently too. There were, surprisingly enough, a lot of magecraft books, which made him wonder if Sorcerer Atharva was once a mage too. He read them, if only to understand what sort of man Atharva is, and he could say after 5 days, that he still didn't know. As Adrian reads a book on the Darkhold, the book that supposedly gave Morgause her powers, he hears the library door open and sees an exhausted Sorcerer Atharva enter the room, with a wooden box floating behind him. The box was around 20 hands long, and 3 hands wide and thick, bigger than what Adrian had expected his sword to be in. But, it was possible that the new sword was bigger, although he hoped it wasn't the case. Atharva drops the box on the table, which doesn't even move a little, and sits down on a chair in front of Adrian. Sighing in content, Atharva opens the box, and flips the cover completely to show it to him. Adrian stares, mesmerized by the beautiful sword in front of him. It looked completely different from the Ainherjar sword of his ancestor, by shape, size, or color. "That's not my sword," Adrian mumbles, looking conflicted. Where the blade was originally the silver color of the steel, it now looked pure white, with a soft silver shine to it when looked at from an angle. Where the handle was once black, it was now golden. Where the sword was originally a straight sword, around 15 hands long, now it was a curved sword, although the length did look to be around 15 hands. The curvature did not look like anything familiar, and he doubted he would be able to learn to use it fast enough. It did look gorgeous, but it didn't seem as if it was his ancestor's sword, the sword belonging to an Einherjar. Was his sword taken just to be stolen? And was the sorcerer trying to push this different sword on him? Even if it was beautiful. He glances up, and sees the sorcerer just scowling, as he says, "I am insulted that you think I would steal your sword. I have hundreds of relics right here that can completely destroy your ancestor's sword within a second." Adrian blinks, and looks at the sword once again. No, it still didn't look the same to him. He looks up at Atharva, but before he can even say anything, Atharva raises his hand, and takes a few breaths to calm himself. He then says, "I melted your sword, which wasn't an easy task I'll tell you, and mixed a single crushed fang of a dragon, to make it receptive to our mortal magic, mortal enchantments. Then, I folded the metal within itself, repeatedly, and mixed a little bit of crushed unicorn horn dust with every fold. 7 folds later, the blade now sported a color similar to what you are seeing in front of you. The shape was a surprise, since I allowed the sword and the light realm's magic to guide me there, but let me assure you, this is the same sword, although reforged. The hilt was just dipped in some gold I had lying around, to give it a good look." Adrian keeps staring at the sword, now realizing that he just insulted his host, as well as the person who was helping him defeat Morgause. He says, "I apologize for my disrespect, Master Joshi. I was a fool." Atharva nods, and says, "Before you try to pick it up, I want you to do something." When Adrian nods, he conjures a knife into the air, and says, "Take this knife, cut into your left palm, and bleed a few drops on the sword's blade. The blade will let you know when it's enough." Although hesitant, Adrian wants to redeem himself in the eyes of the sorcerer. And so, he follows the order. For the first few drops of blood falling on the blade, nothing happens, but then the sword flashes in a white glow that temporarily blinds him. When sight returns to him, Adrian sees the sword sitting innocently, still in the box, and Atharva sitting with a look of pride and satisfaction on his face. Atharva says, "Now, you may pick it up." His left hand still bleeding, Adrian puts his right hand on the sword's handle, and lifts the sword up. Immediately, he feels the wound on his left hand start closing, as he feels the magic of the sword enter his body. Something yells at him to duck, and he does so, letting a knife go flying over his head and slam into the wall. He looks up, feeling betrayed at the attack, but stops, seeing Atharva just smiling in satisfaction. Atharva says, "This is my masterpiece, my greatest work yet. I call it the Ljusverd, to honor your Aesir ancestor. It is connected to an outer realm, called the Light Realm, and it will stay connected even if the sword is destroyed. This will help you defeat Morgause and her army, thanks to its magical gifts." "What are they?" Adrian asks, whispering, as he stares in astonishment towards the sword in his hand. Despite being curved, it didn't feel out of balance. It was perfectly balanced, and he could feel no discomfort from holding it up. In some ways, it felt even better than his old sword. For starters, it will heal you from all manner of dark magic except for those that kill instantly. Demonic, divine, mortal, outer, it doesn't matter. If the magic afflicting you is dark in nature, your body will start healing as soon as you touch the sword. It will also keep purifying your magic, body, and your soul, continuously. Adrian hears the sorcerer say, and already feels hope rising. But the sorcerer doesn't stop there, and continues speaking. He says, "As long as you hold that sword, you won't be corrupted by any demonic entity, and neither would you succumb to dark magic. Also, the blood you bled on it has bound it to your bloodline. If any of your descendants find themselves facing something demonic, or evil, the sword will appear to them, but only if they themselves haven't already succumbed to the dark side. Any spells that hit the blade will be absorbed into the light realm, and fed back to you in the form of magic, or healing, whichever you need most." As if this wasn't enough, the man says, "And finally, the sword gives you a boost to your instincts, as you just felt. You will be warned of sneak attacks, and your body prompted to move in a certain direction to avoid it. But, I'm afraid you are going to have to train with it yourself. I can give you a guide to it if you want." Tearful, at finally having a hope of getting his Melissa back, Adrian drops down on his knees, crying as he bows to the sorcerer Atharva. He says, You've given me something I can never repay, Master Joshi. You've given me a chance to get my wife back, to ensure her safety. I would, however, appreciate the guide for fighting still. You've already done a lot, and I am ashamed to ask for more, but I am desperate, and so." Atharva smiles, although it isn't unkind, and says, Morgause is my problem too, Mage Adrian. If I had killed her when she appeared to steal from me, then your wife wouldn't have been in danger in the first place. This is the least I can do to pay for my errors. Get up, please. There's more before I can give you the fighting guide. There's more. Adrian whispers, astonished at his own good luck. Nodding, Atharva brings something out from the wooden box, something Adrian hadn't even noticed before. It was a small spherical metal orb, around the size of his fist. It was white, the same shade as that of his sword, making him realize that it was a part of his ancestor's sword once. Atharva hands it to him, along with a piece of parchment, and says, when you get ready to fight Morgause and her army, when you're there in front of them, I want you to say the words written on that parchment. Read them, remember the words, but don't say it out loud at all, because you only have one chance at this. And then, throw this orb in the air. It will take care of knocking out all those people under Morgause's control, allowing you to fight her one-on-one. As Adrian opens and reads the phrase written on the parchment, he wonders, what the hell does Hakuna Matata mean? Smiling, Atharva then says, as for the training guide for the sword, well, brace yourself. And then, Adrian feels something slam into his mind as memories of fighting with a sword start flashing in front of his eyes. Eyes wide, he stares at them, realizing that those are memories of sorcerer Atharva training with a similar weapon, memories now ingrained in his own mind. Before he can say anything, however, his eyes close, and he becomes unconscious. Adrian wakes a few hours after he's been knocked out by my foreign memories, during which I fed him a memory transference potion to speed up the time for him to learn the basics of sword fighting. And then, after eating some food, he leaves. As soon as he walks out the doors of the sanctum, leaving for good, I feel someone else enter, and smile. Turning towards the portal hallway, I say, you saw that. Master Aisha, because who else would it be, frowns as she stops in front of me, and says, that is a dangerous weapon you've created, Master Atharva, too dangerous to be left in the hands of a simple mage. I wave my hand, not minding the casual looking down on mages, and say, you worry too much, Master Aisha. This man will win against the Dark Witch Morgause, he will save his wife, and he will have at least one child with her. And how can you say this for sure? Master Aisha asks, to which I just smile wide, summoning my two swords in my hands. Handing both to her, I say, because he is my ancestor, Master Aisha. I am a descendant of the mage known as Adrian, the Grim. Thulgisverd, the light sword. It came to me when I needed it, when I was fighting Iragi Kurosawa, the Kuronin. He had been enhanced by the magic of the Dark Elf Ranket, and that classified as me struggling against a dark entity. The light sword, a sword connected to the light dimension, that I foolishly broke down and divided into two swords. Well, at least I have another project to add to my list. Well, now I understand why your connection to the light realm came to be. A time loop needed to be fulfilled. Master Aisha muses, handing the swords back to me. I nod, and just smile. Time travel, such a wonderful phenomenon when it causes a loop. The dimension powered the sword that I later bonded to. And then, I connected to the dimension after becoming a proper sorcerer. Hakuna Matata indeed, I have no worries about Adrian's survival. I know he will succeed. A/N, if you guys reread the chapter with the Kuronin fight, and the ones where I described the origin of the light sword, you'll notice that there are some things different. There's an actual reason for that. History is written by exaggerating facts. And thus, facts are changed when more time passes. Woman became man, which became sword-wielding wizard, etc. Anyway, I hope you liked this chapter, because I sure loved it. Thank you for your support. Chapter 68, Yajao. A/N, Patreon, HelloDarkness07. 5 days after his departure from the sanctum, Adrian the Grim returns, his new sword still on his hip. He told me that he won, that his wife and unborn child are both safe, and that he had her hold the sword for a while to cleanse her of any remaining dark magic. But, it wasn't exactly needed. The orb I gave him, one made from the remnant Asgardian steel, was charged with the light dimension's magic, filled to the brim. When Adrian had activated it, by saying the phrase Hakuna Matata, because why not, all the energy stored within the orb had been released in an explosion of light magic that would have gone on for miles and miles. That explosion had already cleansed all the dark magic within every person there save for Morgause herself. And that was only because she was connected to the dark hold. Just an explosion of magic wasn't enough to cleanse her, no. She needed to be stabbed. And that Adrian did, he stabbed her in her heart, which caused her to disintegrate. She was just too full of dark magic at that point. Adrian gave me the dark hold, since he didn't want the book anywhere near his pregnant wife, and the temptation to use it would have been too much for him. And since us sorcerers have experience in dealing with stuff like that, he gave it to me. I'd buried it deep inside the grounds of Australia, since I already had one dark hold in Africa. Until I figure out a way to destroy them, they'll have to stay there. Thin's magic is not easy to defeat, you know. A year goes by without any issues, other than the minor demons that keep popping up. They're so minor that even a 13-year-old me would have been able to deal with it. And now, I stand in the portal room, awaiting someone I've looked forward to for so long. And there she is. Tatiana comes through the transparent portal, causing a ripple to go through it. She has changed, and not for the bad. Her hair is still short, since she prefers it this way, but her body has gotten a bit muscly. Damn, I love this. There was something new though, something I hadn't seen in her possession before. A cloak, brown in color, that had a hood hiding behind her. I honestly did not expect that relic to choose you. I mumble, as I catch Tatiana in a hug. She was here, to stay. At least for a few months or so, I think. Because Tatiana is not one to settle down in one place. She had finally finished her training, and became a master sorcerer. Smirking, as she gets out of the hug, Tatiana says, "Well, Master Arthur did say it suited me. He said it would allow me to get in and out of trouble easily." The Cloak of Intangibility. A cloak designed to make someone intangible at will, allowing all the attacks, be they magical or physical, to simply pass through. Well, almost all. As it is with all kinds of magic, there is always a counter. There are countless spells that the cloak cannot protect you from, one of them being the Crimson Bends of Sidorak. But, since barely 10% of the sorcerers can actually use this spell, Tatiana doesn't have to worry about that. Other than that, there were spells targeted towards souls, none of which the Cloak of Intangibility can protect against. Then there were the spells actually created to fight intangible enemies, because some demons have a spell to do that, it turns out. When the hood is up, however, the cloak works well enough for even light to pass through, allowing for complete invisibility. But, I doubt it will work well enough to compete with the future Deathly Hallow, the Cloak of Invisibility belonging to Ignotus Peveril. Hey, the Deathly Hallows. They don't even exist yet, since they were given to the three brothers in the 12th century or something. And even still, I have one single Deathly Hallow with me. I really hope this doesn't mean that I'll have to hand my only wand to Antioch Peveril or something. I chuckle at her words, because while Tatiana doesn't go looking for trouble, it usually finds her. Just an example, the only 2 times that a Horcrux has appeared in recent history, because I can't delude myself on the belief that such magic didn't exist before now, Tatiana was there to fight both such mages. She won, thanks to some help from Master Aisha, but this is certainly some luck she has. Now, would you show me where I can put my stuff, so I can show you how much I missed your presence? Tatiana asks, batting her eyes at me in faux innocence. I snort, and say, we met last week, Tatiana. Don't tell me you've gotten used to sleeping next to me so much. Ha! As if. I just missed the sex, not you. Tatiana says, as she starts pulling me towards my room. I shake my head, smiling, as I walk with her. I missed her, and I'm glad she's here. A few months later, Tatiana and I got bored. We had spent this entire time in the sanctum, either reading through the books, or doing something else. While Tatiana was busy practicing some dimensional spells that she found hard to cast, I was busy with 2 things in particular. First was the occlumency earrings that I'd taken from the hopeful arsonists that wanted to burn the Library of Alexandria down, and boy, it feels like it happened a lifetime ago, and the second was studying my Prati Kavake. Other than that, I would frequently spend my nights in the library reading books and just passing the time. The Prati Kavake was still a long way from being mastered by me. I could control where it goes, how much it covers, but I was far from mastering all its secrets. I still had no idea how Nagarjuna actually created it, or how it actually works. One thing to know about sorcerers' enchantments, they don't show themselves. I'd been thankful for it when crafting the Lgesverd for Adrian, my ancestor, but now, I find it really annoying. As for the earrings, I spent a few days wearing a pair, to find out how they worked, from the inside. And now, I can safely say that even occlumency earrings will not be able to stop my magnificent mind from penetrating them. I guess that was a bad place to use penetrating. But, anyway. My mind, once it got used to being inside the occlumency earrings protection spells, could safely navigate from the inside to out, and then, the opposite direction. It's not easy, and gods it is definitely not something I can do repeatedly. The drain on my mental energy is just too much, 15 times the usual to be accurate. Most of that drain is because I'm simultaneously hiding my intrusion from the mage, as well as the multiple enchantments, while also pushing through the viscous feeling that the spells give me. So, yeah, 1 person per day is my current limit, but if I'm not trying to be subtle, that number increases to 3. As for my book collection, the copy of the Alexandria Library is yet to be unlocked to me, since the alchemical spell I used to copy the original library made the entire library tower inaccessible for a decade. But, I did have the books I'd taken from Tatiana's room, as well as the Royal Mage Library, both of which I'd already finished reading. Which means, I was completely and utterly bored. There were lots of goals to accomplish, lots of rituals to plan, but nothing was urgent. The sanctuary was running smoothly with the 15 elves that currently found a life there, and I was beginning to think that I wouldn't even need to cure them. The island itself was accommodating, changing them bit by bit, so they become more alive. But, unfortunately enough, they still needed some external magic to survive, or at least they still believed that. Which is a bummer, to be honest. I had hoped that sanctuary would heal them of that, just by sheer power of belief, but nope. I'm going to have to do it on my own. Anyway, the creatures there were living happily, and the herbology greenhouses were running smoothly under Holler's lead. Which means there's almost no work for me there either. And so, Tatiana and I decided to go on a holiday. I called Master Mergiel to substitute for me for a while, handing the Master Ward over to her temporarily, and surprisingly enough, she agreed. But, to be fair, us Sanctum Masters rarely ever take part in battles. When we do, the battles are magnificent, but we rarely do. Camartage itself might battle demons almost monthly, but the Sanctums only get to see action once every 5 years or so. The first spot we went to was Stonehenge, because I wanted to see how it looks in the past. Hey! Interesting! I muse, as soon as we walk through the portal in front of the rocky monument. What is? Tatiana asks, curiously looking at the vertical stones stacked in 3 concentric circles, with more stones stacked horizontally on top of those stones. I tilt my head, and say, I've visited this place before. Back in my own time. And there are just 2 circles like this, and many of the stones will go missing. There were literally twice the amount of stones I'd seen in the future now. What even is this place? Tatiana asks, as we start walking forward. I know she was itching to ask more questions about the future, but she didn't want to sound nosy. Smiling at her, I say, I know nothing about this place, to be honest. There are theories that a great mage/sorcerer like us built this place 600 years from now, but since it is standing now, that theory proves false. Yeah, the wizarding world loves the Merlin theory. But for them, Merlin was the answer to all questions, and he was the literal god of magic, even without the divinity. For them, not for me. Merlin was the strongest mage ever. Merlin was the oldest mage ever, he helped build Hogwarts. He was sorted into Slytherin when he joined as a student, which means he invented time travel. Merlin sunk Atlantis, Merlin predicted Pompeii, Merlin fucked dragons, Dementors tried to suck Merlin's soul, and he instead ejaculated in their mouths, etc. etc. As I said, the British wizarding world loves Merlin more than Americans love oil. I then say, I do know that this monument, whatever this was supposed to be, was built 3,000 years ago, when the convergence of the 9 realms occurred. That at least I believe to be true, somewhat. For all I know, I could be wrong, and Stonehenge could have been built by Apocalypse or something. As we walk, I take care not to touch it too harshly. It is a historical monument, you know, and I don't want to mess with it. I respect history. But what happened to the other stones then? There are around 250 stones now, while only 100 or so stones survived till 1940. What happened to the rest? Knowing the entities active in this time, I can guarantee that at least one of these stones is in the collector's collection, while at least one is in Odin's vault. I snort, knowing that I'm at least true in regards to one of them. Morons, both of them, have no respect for art, or history. You know what, I'm going to take one home, to Sanctuary. Just to preserve it, you understand? I say, purposefully not looking at Tatiana. Tatiana snorts, and says, yes, that's why. There's no greed there at all. I note the sarcasm in her voice, and ignore it. Floating up, I place my hand on one of the stones that I know doesn't exist in the future, and place it in the nowhere. For preservation, not to satisfy my hoarding tendencies. Nope. I could, theoretically take all of the stones that went missing, but I have no idea if other people visit here or not. Too many missing stones will cause a panic, and that might bring some attention to me or something. Soon, however, we get bored just looking at stones, and we move on to the next destination, this time, one Tatiana chose. She selected the Temple of the Olympian Zeus, in Athens. I had hoped to see some obvious signs of his existence there, but other than myths, there was nothing. Either he didn't exist, or he once did, but decided to get out of mortal matters. Wherever he is, if he exists, is well hidden. One by one, we go from one destination to the next, just enjoying spending time together. I showed her the Ram Setu, Mt. Everest, Mayan pyramids, the Great Wall of China, and took her flying over Egypt for an entire day. She, meanwhile, showed me the temples of Greek gods, the original statue of Athena, and Thebes, which funnily enough, I hadn't been to in either times. Currently, we were on another one of Tatiana's destinations, a place called Mount Kilimanjaro, the highest mountain in Africa. I used to come here often, when I first invented my disappearing spell. Tatiana says, as we sit and watch the sun rise over the horizon. The sunrise from here, and the sunset on the other side is so amazing. This place itself is amazing. I nod, completely agreeing with her. The sunrise was beautiful from here. Turning her head towards myself, I smile softly, and say, not as amazing as you, my Tatiana. Cheesy? Maybe. That's the best part. Tatiana smiles, and leans in, both of our lips meeting in a soft kiss. We stay on top of Kilimanjaro for a while, watching the sun rise completely, and only leave when the sun is completely up. It was a good holiday, if short. But well, I have my entire life to visit every place, every continent. Hey, this makes me wonder about Antarctica. I know there's supposed to be some vibranium there too, of another sort. One that emits vibrations even in the ground state, instead of absorbing vibrations like the Wakandan vibranium. But well, since this is not the comics universe, and since a lot of stuff is different from comics here, I doubt I'll find anything there. I'll still put it on my to-do list. A year more goes by without any excitement, with Tatiana and I living it up in the Britannia Sanctum. The Roman Empire recently went through a change, Julius Caesar's death, while Cleopatra has just begun courting Mark Antony. Us sorcerers, however, were far from the troubles of the Roman Empire. It didn't matter to us who ruled Egypt, or who ruled Rome, Greece, etc. We only cared about serving our purpose of protecting the universe, no matter how boring it gets at times. For the third time since I've begun guarding the sanctum, I feel the perimeter ward go off once again, only this time, the results are a bit odd. I snap to attention, and with a flex on my control over the master ward, I sound the silent alarm, informing Kamartaj and the two sanctums of this development. What is it? Tatiana asks, as she calls her cloak towards herself, getting ready for a fight. I teleport both of us outside the doors of the sanctum, and say, something is approaching us, fast. It's not a person, nor is it anything I've ever felt before. I lean down to touch the ground, and send my magic through it to get a feel. The being was underground, digging through fast, and because of that I couldn't even smell it. I could hear it, but my ears were not used to identifying such sounds, let alone finding out how far out it is. So, magical echolocation. Whatever it is more connected to the universe than any of the sorcerers, even Master Aisha. Which is weird, because demonic beings shouldn't be connected to the universe at all. I muse, as I get a feel for the being now just half a mile out. Tatiana brings her hands forward, Tau mandalas forming in preparation, and says, is it a threat, or a visitor? I open my mouth to answer, but find it unnecessary, since the being takes that moment to dig out of the ground, right in the middle of the town. Ruoaar. The demon roars loudly, sending most of the people scrambling away from it in fear, while some freeze in their spots. The loud roar is a very weird sound when you consider that the demon looks similar to a giant minotaur. It sported a color that looked to be a mix of green and blue, with some shine that I haven't seen in any demons before. It roars once again, and swipes its hand, passing them through buildings as if they were made of paper. It picks up one human after another, and tossed them in his mouth, swallowing them in one swoop. Gross. It then moves around, to follow after the fleeing people, while destroying anything in the way. What is that? Some sort of elder spawn that had remained hidden. Tatiana asks, as we both start running towards the beast. Operating next to a demon is stupid at best, suicidal at worst. I frown, and say, whatever it is, we need to deal with it. Let's push it into the forest first, away from the people. Tatiana nods, and points her palms towards the rampaging demon. The ground underneath the demon parts, catching its foot mid-run, causing it to stumble forward. Taking the opportunity, I create a portal in front of it, sending it through before the demon can regain its balance. Protect the sanctum in my absence, this can't be the only demon here. I say, and as Tatiana nods, I apparate into the forest near to the town, right on the river bank, on top of a tree. I see the minotaur-like demon sniffing its nose, as it slams its huge fists on the ground, sending tremors through. It's probably angry at getting sent somewhere it doesn't want to go. I take the time to sense its magic, finding it missing. Whatever this is, it's not a traditional demon, nope. There's no connection to a different dimension, no intrinsic demonic magic. Heck, even its presence was more neutral than dark. It had a connection to the universe, and that's it. The connection, funnily enough, did not feel the same as normal magic does. But it was unlike anything I've ever seen before, and I've seen a lot. Barely 5 seconds after I land on the tree branch, however, the minotaur snaps its head towards me, snarls, and runs forward, barreling through trees as if they aren't even there. The 20 feet tall minotaur-like pseudo-demon jumps at my position, its muscle-bound legs allowing it to reach my height easily, and snaps its hand to catch me in its hands. The Prati Kavake covers my right hand, as I easily evade the giant fist, and I slam it into the minotaur's chin. A Depulso spell hits the chin at the same time that my fist actually does, but it only causes the demon to snap its head back, and fall back down thanks to its momentum. I see the hand try to still grasp at me, and apparate away. So, wizardry is out. That's one hell of a magic-resistant skin. My spell splashed harmlessly on it, while only the punch had some effect. Luckily for me, I am far from a one-trick pony. As the minotaur regains its balance, it immediately sniffs me out and runs towards my new tree. This time, I jump down towards the demon, my left hand extended, and whisper, "Crimson bands of Sidorak." Bright crimson bands made from the magic of Sidorak's crimson cosmos fly out of my left hand and slam into the demon, who had jumped at me. They immediately surround the demon in a tight hold, binding legs, arms, and even horns separately while also binding the entire body together. Still mid-flight, as the now bound demon begins falling down, I summon Dermagol to my right hand, still covered by the Prati Kavake to give me some enhanced strength, and slash towards its head, aiming to split its head. Unfortunately for me, something else slams into me, throwing me away from the minotaur while at the same time freeing it from my crimson bands. Thud. I slam through 3 trees, and into a rock, and stop. Son of a bitch. As my body heals from the multiple broken bones and cuts I just suffered, I look up to see what had hit me. It was another similar demon, this one in the shape of a giant panther, around 20 feet tall. Its skin tone being the same as the minotaur told me that these two beings are related. Clicking my tongue, I jump up, in time to dodge the attack by the panther, which is fast as fuck, and land on its back. The minotaur jumps at me, mouth open wide with the intention of swallowing me whole, and I apparate away at the last moment. My aaaaa. I hear the panther demon howl in pain, as the minotaur bites into its back. I point both my hands at each of the demons, and cast, Crystals of Sindriar. 2 white Tau mandalas form in front of my palms, as white diamond-like crystals fly out of their centers, summoned from the Sindriar dimension. The crystals have a magnificent property of killing anything with a single touch. Unfortunately, they can be defended from by the simplest of spells, or the thinnest of obstacles. Even paper can block the crystals from hitting flesh. Dozens of crystals fly towards the demons, at speeds similar to that of any of my magecraft spells. The minotaur jumps on top of the crystals, while the panther chooses to speed away, its speed at least 20 times higher than my own. I wave my hand, sending a burst of flames towards the approaching minotaur, while operating to a higher point silently. The panther, however, must have expected something like this, because it immediately speeds towards my position. I was ready for it, however, and prepare to create a portal to send it slamming into the minotaur, the flames of my kasha itching to be unleashed. My efforts prove unnecessary, as something else slams into the panther, sending it flying away from me. That something proves to be a person, thinner than me, and shorter too, punching the panther with strength that far surpasses me. The minotaur rages, and starts stomping towards the person and panther, but something else slams into it first, sending it flying backwards with the sheer force of it. A tree made of diamond? What the fuck? I turn towards where the diamond tree came from, down inside the forest still, and see 4 people standing there, most of their faces surprisingly familiar. One had another diamond tree in his hands, his features strikingly Korean, which just tells me that this one is stronger than normal too. Not the Korean part, but the fact that he's holding a large 20 feet long tree, completely made out of diamond, as easily as it was a small stone. He then pulls his hand backwards, and throws that tree forward too. This one had been sharpened, and it slams into the giant minotaur's shoulder, stabbing through cleanly, and affixing the minotaur to the ground around 100 meters behind its previous location. Someone else was already present there, as she suddenly becomes visible to my eye, and slashes a yellow-colored spear, made completely out of weirdly shaped symbols, at the minotaur's neck. The minotaur is not an easy prey, and manages to slap the woman away before she can land a hit. "Thina!" The Korean man yells, in concern, which I put away in my mind for now. But then, something fast catches the swordswoman named Thina, and speeds right the fuck off before I can even see them properly. Not willing to let these newcomers do all the work, I drop down from the tree I was on, 50 meters above the ground, and slam down, while slapping my hands on the ground. The ground trembles, as something moves from inside it, and suddenly, a dozen crimson energy bands erupt from around the minotaur, and bind it with the crimson bands of Sidorak once again. Turning my head back, I yell, "It's completely bound, do it now?" The Korean man nods, and picks the woman named Thina up, with me having no idea when she joined them. And then, he throws the woman at the minotaur. She conjures a sword in her hands, created from the same energy that made her spear, and stabs it through the minotaur's neck, landing expertly on its chest. She then pulls at her weapon, and slides it out of the side, turning the Minotaur into a parody of nearly headless Nick. And then, another swipe of her sword does the job completely, beheading the Minotaur. I let the crimson bands dissipate, and stand back up, turning towards the 4 people that I had seen first appear. A few more people join them, one of them gently floating down, while another becomes visible suddenly, just like the woman named Thena did, until there are 10 people in front of me. They stand to let a single woman be in the forefront, while 2 people stood on her sides, just a bit back, one of them being the only flyer. The others were similarly positioned right behind them, a bit to the side, in a practiced pose. All of them wore skin-tight armor that sported different matted colors. And the group itself was very diverse, which... Yay diversity, but the weirdest part were their faces. I literally recognize 5 of their faces, and one of them I remember seeing in person, back in my own time, during the final attack on Nurmengard. So, what is Madame Yuzhou, a woman supposed to be 80 during the 1940s, doing in 45 BC? The other 4 that I recognize are also a bit of a surprise. Thena, the woman who can create weapons out of the odd energy, not magic, that all these people have access to, bore the face of an actress in my previous life. Angelina Jolie. The flyer, one who had single-handedly defeated the Panther Demon, bore striking resemblance to the actor who played Robb Stark in Game of Thrones. The central woman, the leader, I'm assuming, looked a lot like Salma Hayek. One of them was most distinctively a comedian I remember seeing in some movies and skits, Kumail Nanjiani. And all of them were looking at me as if I was the weird one out. Thank you for your help, sorcerer. The Salma Hayek look-alike says, nodding in thanks. I blink at her, a bit surprised at the gentleness with which she spoke, and say, I had it handled, but I appreciate the help. And I'm afraid you have me at a disadvantage. You know what I am, yet I don't know what you are. Salma smiles, and I realize that she's going to be the spokesperson here, and says, please, no need to feel threatened. We are the Eternals, sworn to protect the planet from the threat that is the Deviants. My name is Ajak, the leader of Eternals. What, may I ask, is yours? Ajak. Eternals. I remember reading something about them once upon a time, in my previous life, which now also seems like a really long time ago. I need to go into my mind to recall that particular memory. Nodding a bit, I look over them once more, and say, it is nice to meet you, Madam Ajak. My name is Atharva Joshi, I am the master of the sanctum that's in that town over there. Would you like to come and rest for a while? Salma, or Ajak, I suppose, smiles, and nods in appreciation. She says, we wouldn't say no to an honest invitation. Nodding, I say, great. Let me just deal with the corpses and I'll be right with you. In the blink of an eye, I apparate next to the dead Minotaur, and after storing its head in the nowhere, I point my hand at it. My hand turns white, as flames erupt from it to cover the entire body of the Minotaur. Deviant. Guess this answers my question about why I didn't sense any magic from these demons, because they aren't demons. I then apparate next to the Panther Deviant, and notice the multiple burns the beheaded corpse already sported. Even the point of the cut had burns on them, telling me that whatever beheaded this had some amazing amount of heat behind it. Doing the same to this Deviant too, the Eternals watching me in curiosity, I once again appear in front of the Eternals. Waving my hand, I create a portal to the door of the sanctum, and smiling, I ask, shall we? A/N, this chapter could have gone 2 ways, either with the Eternals coming here, or with the goddess Bast finally finding Mason. Today morning, I rethought Bast, and decided to do it some other time. Not all Eternals will make the script, meaning not everyone will have a dialogue. So don't be disappointed. Ajak is the leader, and spokesperson, but Mason will try to talk to the others too. Well, I hope I didn't spoil anything. I mean, the powers are already known, and so are the characters. I'm not going to go into the plot of Eternals at all, because well, I don't want to spoil anyone. Chapter 69, Sprite. A/N, Pat3, HelloDarkness07. Content warning, Eternals movie spoilers. It won't be spoiling much, at all, as far as I can see, but some people might find they don't like me saying some stuff about the Eternals. So, the warning is given. Read on. Walking through the portal, and then through the door of the sanctum, the 10 Eternals right behind me, I quickly approach Tatiana, who was standing in the welcoming hall talking with Master Aisha. Hugging her first, I ask, everything all right, I assume. Tatiana looks at the 10 people that walk through the door behind me, and says, another one of those demons attacked the town as soon as you were gone, this one had a form similar to a griffin. Master Aisha and I took care of it. I nod, having expected something like this. I turn to Master Aisha, who says, your warning bell made everyone panic, Master Joshi, the students were afraid, having no idea what had happened. I took a few masters and came here, fearing the worst, but there was just a single demon. I sent the other sorcerers home after it was dealt with. Despite the way she spoke, like it was a normal conversation, I could feel her actually scolding me for my decision to warn them. Sighing, I say, there were 2 more in the forest, one shaped like a minotaur, and the other like a panther. I didn't want to take the risk of more of these demons attacking the town. Deviants. A familiar voice from behind interrupts us, as most of the Eternals start looking around. Master Aisha gives me an expectant look, and I wave my hand towards the group of people including Thena or Angelina Jolie, who had corrected me, and say, Master Aisha, Tatiana. These are the Eternals, it appears that it is their duty to deal with the deviants, the demons we just fought today. And from what I've managed to recall from my old memories, the duty was given to them by the Celestials, a race of almost omnipotent cosmic beings. Waving my hand towards Tatiana and Master Aisha, I say, Eternals, Lady Ajak. This is the Sorceress Supreme, the leader of our Order of the Mystic Arts. And this is Tatiana, my beloved lover, and a fellow sorcerer. Ajak nods towards Master Aisha, both of them smiling at each other, and says, Nice to meet you, Master Aisha. Likewise, Lady Ajak. This is not the first time you are meeting a sorcerer, is it? Master Aisha says, as she waves her hand to ask us all to follow her towards the lounge room. Ajak smiles, and says, No, I'm afraid not. I have met sorcerers before, and I even met one other sorcerer supreme. A man named Caius of Lace Damon. This is however the first time I'm coming to a sanctum of yours, and my Eternals have never actually met the sorcerers before. Seen, yes. But they haven't met any. Hey, didn't know that. I thought, being thousands of years old, they would have at least had some contact before. As Master Aisha and Ajak start talking amongst themselves, leading us towards the lounge room within the sanctum, I hold Tatiana's hand, and turn towards Rob Stark, and ask, So, I saw that you are strong, and you can fly. What else can you do? Akaris looks at me with a raised eyebrow, and with a tiny bit of weariness, he says, I can shoot cosmic energy out of my eyes, in the form of beams of intense heat. Almost as an afterthought, he adds, and my name is Akaris. Hey! I say. So, a discount Marvel Superman. I then turn towards the woman beside him, the one I already know as Madame Yezhao, and ask, And what about you my lady? I see Akaris frown at that, and resist rolling my eyes at the obvious feelings he has for her. But the woman, Madame Zhao, doesn't see it. Smiling in greeting, she says, My name is Circe. I can use the cosmic energy to rearrange the matter of any non-living being. Scrunching my eyes in thought, I think back to the trees made of diamond, and ask, So, you can transmute one material to another, instantaneously? Even precious metals? Circe nods, still smiling. That's amazing! I exclaim. Holy shit, she's like a walking talking philosopher's stone, able to transmute anything to any other thing. And I doubt it is temporary, this is literally cosmic energy we're talking about here. I also remember her, from when I knew her as Madame Yezhao, when she literally transformed fiend fire into water. Now I know how she did it, and why I didn't feel any magic being used by her then. Gods, please allow me to study her blood. It might have the secrets to achieving the pinnacle of alchemy without any external sources. Circe smiles at my enthusiasm, and asks, And what can you do, Sorcerer Joshi? Besides conjuring those red bands, flames, and teleportation. A lot of stuff. I admit, not bothering with modesty. Magic allows me to do anything I put my mind to, even achieve the super strength that Akaris here boasts. If my imagination can think it up, my magic will find a way to bring it to reality. Of course, there are limits, rules, laws to even magic. I cannot, for example, conjure anything edible, or transmute anything into food. I assume you don't have that limit. Circe nods, and says, I have created food before, yes, but only when I have something to work with. I cannot just conjure anything. Nodding, I turn towards Tatiana, who had pulled at my hand a bit, as she says, Do you think they would permit us to study them? Snorting, I say, They are people, Tatiana. I doubt anyone would want to be studied like a specimen. We can agree to an exchange. The dark-skinned Eternal says from behind us. Turning towards him, I curiously ask, How so? The man bashfully smiles, and says, I admit I find myself curious about sorcerers, about this magic. If you allow me to study you, Sorcerer Atharva, I will allow you to study myself. I smile, and say, I can agree to that. Thank you. The man blinks, and says, Terribly sorry, my name is Fastos. And this here is Gilgamesh. He then points towards the man beside him, the Korean with the super strength. Nodding a greeting, I look at Gilgamesh, and then at Akaris. I ask, Who, may I ask, is stronger amongst you two? Me. Me. Two voices speak at the same time, Gilgamesh as well as Icarus. Gilgamesh snorts and turns away, as Circe and Phastos smile. Circe says, they can never agree to it. All their fights have culminated to an equal score of wins. Although, if you ask me, Icarus is stronger. He is faster, has heat vision, and he can fly. The Kumail Nanjiani look-alike says, from behind Phastos. As we enter the lounge room, I turn towards the man, who says, Kingo, pleased to meet you. What kingdom are you from, may I ask? Shunga? Satavahana? Pandya? Mahameghavahana? Blinking a bit in surprise, I say, Satavahana. The western coast, in fact. Which was what the future Maharashtra would come under. Smiling, Kingo says, I've been there, beautiful beaches, and the mangoes there are to die for. You won't hear me argue about that. The last four people catch my attention, when all four roll their eyes simultaneously. One was obviously Angelina Jolie, or Thina as she's known here. Another was a dark-skinned woman, who looked to be around 30. Right next to her, holding her hand in fact, was a man around her same age, probably a bit younger, while the last was a child? Seeing me stare at her, the girl glares at me, and becomes invisible. I try to smell her, hear her, and even sense her mind. But nope, it is as if she was never here to begin with. Gods, this girl gives surprises after surprises. This is the first time someone surprised me so much. I wasn't this surprised even when I fucking landed in the past. Thina sighs, and says, don't mind Sprite. She doesn't like being stared at. I look around, trying to see if I can find her, as we all sit on chairs inside the lounge room, with Tatiana choosing the seat to my right, and Thina to my left. I ask, illusions. Nodding, Thina proudly says, she's the very best at it. I can agree to that. I myself have no talent in using illusions, but I have never seen anyone's illusions be so detailed. I can't even smell her, or hear her heartbeat. I muse, while still trying to find her. The only way I can find her is if I use the Master Ward to do so. That will tell me where everyone is, with no way of hiding from me. But I am enjoying the challenge. Your senses? They are better than normal. Thina asks, probing for information. Well, we've already agreed to a study exchange, so why not? Nodding, I say, all of my senses are at least 10 times better than the normal people. It is a gift, one that has helped me immensely in my life. Looking around, I see Master Aisha still talking with a Jack, really invested in the conversation. Sprite, the child Eternal, was still nowhere to be seen. Meanwhile, another Eternal had disappeared, the dark-skinned woman. Her boyfriend was still here though, smiling in amusement. I could feel her though, still inside the sanctum. I wasn't focusing on exactly where she is, but I know she's still in here somewhere, looking around probably. I wave my hand, and conjure cups of hot tea in all their hands, already held by the ear. I say, is tea good, or would you like something else? Suddenly, a chair comes into visibility, with Sprite already sitting on it, with the cup in her hand too. Looking at the cup, she pokes it a few times, and sarcastically asks, I thought you couldn't conjure anything edible. Smiling, I say, I cannot. At her dubious look, I explain, I keep a lot of drinks, both alcoholic and not, tea, coffee, and some food already prepared in the kitchens, a few spells keeping it hot and fresh for as long as I want. What I did here is just summon it from that location, and into your hands. Then I conjure up a plate full of hot cookies, and ask, cookies? But, it won't work without the Master Ward. The Master Ward is what allows me to place the cups already in their hands, without them knowing beforehand. Sprite rolls her eyes, making me remember that she's a teenager, and takes one of the cookies kept on the plate. Gods, an eternal teenage girl? I pity the rest, but I pity her more. To spend your entire life as an adolescent? No wonder she's sensitive. A ping goes off in my head, warning me that someone just entered the vault room, and there's only one person missing from here. I immediately appear inside the vault room, right behind the person, and say, I wouldn't do that if I were you. I however, get no reaction, and see the hand still keep moving towards the glass case that held a very deadly weapon. Using my telekinesis, I freeze the person in their place, thankful that it actually worked. Confirming her as the missing Eternal, I sigh, and float her a bit up. I then turn her around, and look at her with a bit of disappointment. First she tried to steal from me, and then she ignored my warning. I see the dark-skinned woman, whose name I didn't yet know, look at me with wide eyes, her hands still extended, stuck in the motion of reaching towards the sword kept inside its glass display case. Thankfully, it was behind her now. I drop my hold on her body, causing her to shiver a bit, tilt my head towards the sword, and say, that is the death blade. It is called that because it gives death to the enemies, and the wielder too. Once you touch it, you have one day of immense strength, speed, killer instincts, and berserker rage, and then you die. The woman mutely points towards the sword, to which I nod and say, yes, that sword. Frowning, I then say, I also suggest putting the lamp of Icthalin back in its place. It is a powerful relic, but corruptive to those not actually selected by it. The woman disappears from her position, and a second later appears next to the display pillar of the lamp of Icthalin, said lamp now held in her hands. Teleportation? No. She ran from here to somewhere, and back again with the lamp within a single second. Super speed. Well, that's fucking impressive. She must have ran before too, since I wasted barely a second after getting the ping to appear inside the vault. So, she entered the vault, my ward got pinged, she took the lamp of Icthalin, ran to hide it somewhere, and ran back here, and then I appeared. She's fast as fuck, boy. As she places the lamp back in its place, I look around, to see if anything else is missing, and realize something. She hadn't spoken a single word, not when she first entered the sanctum, and not now, when I confronted her. And she also hadn't actually reacted to me speaking to her. You can't speak, can you? Or hear? I gently ask, already forgetting the fact that she tried to steal from me. I recognize the look in her eyes, they're the eyes of a hoarder. She meant literally no disrespect, or harm, to me or the sanctums. She just likes to hoard stuff, and her super speed allows her to steal quickly. She nods with a smile, and then clenching her fist together, rubs it over her chest in a circular motion, thrice. I blink, having not seen this coming at all. Apologies, she had said, in sign language. Why the fuck is a mute, probably deaf, immortal eternal, using the bloody American sign language, and that too in 40s BC. Sighing at the new conundrum I found in front of myself, I repeat the sign for apology, followed by the sign for accept. The woman looks wide-eyed, and smiles tearfully. She then signs, how do you know this unspoken language? I smile at her, and sign, I have a gift with languages. A single phrase is all I need to master a language. Of course, she doesn't need to know that it doesn't actually work for sign language, but only spoken and written ones. And the only reason I know ASL is because I was bored 1 month, during my medical training, and learned LSF, French, ASL, American, and BSL, British. Knowing that the woman can also read lips, I sign as well as say, come on, the others must probably be wondering where I disappeared off to. And then, before she can steal anything back, I bring us back into the lounge room, her hand still a bit extended. She immediately snaps it back towards her, much to my amusement, since instead of reaching for another sword relic, she was reaching for Ajax's head. Macquarie. Ajax says, in a warning tone. The woman, Macquarie, shrugs shyly, and speeds over to another person to sit beside him. The only one whose name I don't know yet. Thena leans towards me, as I stare at Macquarie and the man flirt openly, and says, that is Druig. I would suggest refraining from trying to bed either of them. They are very possessive of each other. Raising my hands, I turn towards her and say, hey, I already have a loving person. Tatiana is all I could ever ask for, and more. And she's strong enough to have some sort of revenge on me if she finds out I am not faithful. Tatiana takes the moment to lean towards Thena, and says, Atharva here is too loving to do anything of the sort. He told me all of his secrets literally during our 3rd time together. I look at her and mumble, I don't think she needed to know that. Tatina and Thena chuckle, as Tatiana says, no, but you look adorable when you are embarrassed. Sighing, I look back towards Sprite, and ask Thena, what's her story? Is she stuck like that, or is she just younger than you? Thena sighs, as she leans back, and says, Sprite is barely a few centuries younger than us Eternals just. Freeze our ages at one point in our life, and stay the same age for eternity. Unfortunately for Sprite, her freeze came at a very young age. We came here 5,000 years ago, and we have looked the same as we do now for thousands of years before that. It does, however, help in our purpose. Those demons, right? Deviants, you called them? Tatiana asks. Ajak, who was probably listening into our conversation, clears her throat, and says, to understand that, you will need to know the full story. Smiling, I say, what a happy coincidence, I love stories. And you are welcome to stay here for a few days. Master Fastos and I have an agreement to study each other anyway. Nothing sexual, I hope. Tatiana whispers, just a low enough voice for me to hear. For fuck's sake, Tatiana. Coughing, I nod at Ajak, who turns towards Sprite, and says, if you please, Sprite. It is time for a story. Sighing, and with a lot of reluctance, Sprite raises her hands, and casts an illusion, punting the whole lounge room into darkness. Before creation itself, came darkness. Celestials, a race of cosmic beings, created the first sun, and brought light to the universe. With light, came life. Arishem, the prime celestial, led the celestials on to keep creating life. But then, the deviants were born. Born in the deepest pits of the universe, the deviants sought out any intelligent life they could find, and they began hunting them. They were the first predators within the universe, and they caused chaos within the universe. With each word from a jack, Sprite conjures the illusion to show the story. I see a giant being just creating a sun, holding it in his hands as if it was an orange. And then, I see the deviants, demons of colors similar to the ones we just fought, in different shapes, different forms. What were those forms, I wonder? How did the deviants decide on those particular forms? As the illusion shows a planet, and hundreds of people floating above it, a jack says, and so, the celestials charged us, immortal heroes of planet Olympia, Eternals, to restore the natural order. We go from planet to planet, and stop the deviants from hunting intelligent life there. The illusion shifts to showing the 10 Eternals floating down from the sky, and onto the planet Earth, to deal with the Eternals. You know what, while the story sounds good, and portrays both the Celestials and the Eternals as heroes, something sounds fishy. From what I remember the comics saying, Celestials were the ones to create both the Eternals and Deviants, as offshoots of the human race. So, does it hold true here too? Did the Celestials create these Deviants too? And if so, what happened? Did the Celestials just want to create an artificial conflict between Deviants and Eternals, to see which is a better race, or did the Deviants go out of control? Something I won't know yet, not until too far into the future. Sprite drops the illusions, as a jack says, as you know, even after 5,000 years of fighting the Deviants on your planet, they have yet to admit defeat. Usually we find them before they can even attack a place, but sometimes, we are late. And not every place has defenders such as you ready to fight them. Gilgamesh adds from the side, raising his cup to me. I smile in thanks, and say, right, on this good note, allow me to show you to your rooms during your stay here. You are free to roam anywhere, read anything, but do remember to actually read the description of any relic you feel like touching. And of course, no stealing. Master Aisha adds, looking at Macquarie, who just shrugs bashfully. I'll put up a ward to prevent anything from the sanctum being taken out anyway. Taking Tatiana by her hand, I lead the Eternals, save for a jack, who wants to talk with Master Aisha more, towards the guest rooms. Thankfully, there are enough rooms for everyone. The next morning, I see an excited Fastos enter the kitchen, and take a couple pancakes for himself, along with some coffee. Excited for the studies? I ask, with amusement. It was just 7 a.m., and I was the only other person awake. The others, even the Eternals, were still asleep. I didn't even know Eternals needed sleep. Fastos smiles, and says, it is my first time meeting someone like you. You're more than just a sorcerer, I could tell that much from my preliminary scan, but to know more, I would have to study your energy signature closely. I blink, and ask, you already did a scan on me. Gods, I didn't even feel anything like that happening. And my energy senses were not the best, but they are good. Fastos swallows the bite, and says, I did it while you were fighting the deviant. I thought it odd that a human being was fighting with energy reminiscent of the gods, and believed you to be one of them. And I never got to scan them, so. Well, sorry. I should have asked. I wave my hand, and say, you should have, but I'm actually impressed. Fastos then returns to his breakfast, a bit bashful. I allow him to finish the breakfast, while I finish reading the chapter of the book I was reading. And when he's finished, I ask, shall we begin then? Fastos blinks, and then looks around. Hesitantly, he asks, in the kitchen. Oh. You're right, of course. No, I have a room dedicated for dangerous experiments. We can go there. Do you need to bring anything, or? I say, and stand up. Shaking his head with a smile, Fastos says, I have all my stuff always with me. My gift is creation, I can create anything I want, and bring it forward whenever I want. Nodding, I say, fair enough. I suggest bracing yourself. With a simple flex, I teleport us both inside the experiment room, causing Fastos to lose his balance, having not gotten enough time. Ah, the joys of the Master Ward. I then spread my hands, standing in the center of the room, and say, okay, hit me. You scan me first, tell me about myself, and then I will scan you. Agreed. Fastos smiles an excited smile, and says, of course. Are you sure you don't want to go first? I just shake my head. I wanted to see what he would find out about me first. This situation. These are uncharted territories, as they say. He then summons a circular band from his wrists, which I hadn't even noticed, and waves his hands. The wave causes the two bands to move towards each other, and then, as soon as the outer edges of the metallic bands touch, they merge, forming into one, wider circular ring. The metal smelled similar to vibranium, and I wouldn't actually be surprised if it was that. But this is not something I knew vibranium could do. The circle then keeps getting wider, and thinner, as it rises over my head. Still with his hands pointing towards the ring, Fastos slowly starts dropping its height, once it is over my head. Once the ring first has my hair inside its borders, a yellow light emits out of the ring from the inside edge, from all directions. It moves over my hair, as if a sci-fi scanner, and I guess it is one. As Fastos slowly keeps pointing his hand downwards, the ring follows, while scanning my body. However, I never even feel anything, not a single tingle to tell me that I was being scanned. This is worrying. Fastos is a good man, a wonderful person. I could see that in his eyes, even when he admitted to scanning me in secret. He has no malicious bone in his body. But, if such technology falls into the hands of someone actually malicious, well, none of my secrets will remain secret. Or at least, none of the physical secrets of my body. And I know one person who has access to such technology, but thankfully, he is still asleep. En sa bonheur. Finally, the ring touches the ground, having finished scanning me, and then rises up. As it goes into the air, it once again splits into two different bands, and goes towards Fastos. He spins them in his hands, telekinetically, without touching them, a few times, and I see some parts of one band go towards the another and vice versa. After a minute or so of doing so, I see him smile with pride, as he raises the circular orb that he now holds into the air. He then says, "The scanning part was easy, but I needed to modify my scanner to show me everything that is different in you, as opposed to us Eternals, or even normal humans." And then, he drops his hand, the orb still floating in the air, and takes a step back. Immediately, the orb lights up with yellow light, and conjures an illusion of my body, also in yellow light. Or, a hologram. Hey, a complete body scan. Not something I haven't seen before, since you know, magical healer here. But still, impressive. I observe the hologram, at the same time that he does, looking for oddities. Almost my entire body was yellow, but there were a few different colors too. My mind was a bit orange, with a small corner in the left hemisphere being red. The nails on my hands and legs were red too, and I can guess what the red color means just by that. Then came my heart was pumping, and as I take a step forward, I see the hologram take a step forward. I pause, and ask, "Despite scanning me just once, the ring gives you a live scan? How long will it last?" Fastos nods, and distractedly says, "A minute or so. I will clear the programming." "The purpose?" "Within the orb before we leave, don't worry." I nod, accepting that. I don't want anyone, no matter how benevolent, to have access to my body health at all times. I then continue to observe my heart, and see that while it was yellow, the shade was a bit different. Just a tiny bit. And just underneath it, on my navel, was a brown patch with green and blue tinges to it. My body takes a moment to flash red once, and then green, but then it returns to its normal yellow color. Not understanding any more of the scan, I just watch Fastos work for a minute, until finally, he looks at me and asks, "You are not from this time." "What? Fuck. How did you even know that?" I ask, my mind flashing back to the green glow that had surrounded my body a minute ago. Fastos smiles, happy at his words being proven right, and says, "Your temporal energy signature is not the same as what you'd expect people of this time period to have. My guess is, you are from somewhere around 1800 to 2200 years into the future. And there's the fact that your body has some of the time energy from your time traveling still remaining. It is harmless, completely dormant, and will dissipate within 2 more decades. Hey, temporal signature, or in magical terms, temporal aura. I'd read about them, but I just didn't think it was anything but a hypothesis, since I never found any proof of it, and nor did anyone else. What did the red and green flashes mean?" I ask, sitting down to look at my hologram sit down too. Fastos waves his hand, moving my hologram in a circular motion, and says, "The red flash meant that something in your entire body is externally merged to it, something that has been made its own, but it's not. Just like that area in your brain, and your nails, and your toenails. Care to elaborate?" I wave my hand and say, "I took a few gifts from other people, and magically grafted them into my body. For example, I extend my nails, and cut into my palm with them, showing him the healing wound." Fastos doesn't even seem surprised by that, but just nods his head. So, he already knew it then, just like the time travel bit. He then points towards my navel in the hologram, and says, "Your navel has a connection to the planet underneath us, as well as somewhere else. Somewhere outside the limits of our universe, another dimension I am guessing." Similarly, your heart has connections to multiple other dimensions, which I assume is related to your sorcery. I nod, and say, my navel is home to the magic I was actually born with. We are called mages, with a connection to the planet, and an ability to use its magic for different purposes. The heart is where my sorcery magic travels through. Honestly, this is far more than even my magical scans could see. I doubt I will have half as much to learn from his body, as he did from mine. He points out a few more things about my body, like past injuries and all, which I didn't even see on the hologram, and then, it's my turn. Hey! I say, as soon as my first spell splashes over his skin. Your connection to the universe is far, far stronger than any sorcerer I have seen before. The energy you take from it is more potent, but at the same time less flexible, than the ones us sorcerers use. The potency is at least 40 times that of the strongest sorcerers. Phastos nods, and explains, we call it cosmic energy, and us Eternals were born with the ability to wield it. Similar, I suppose, to your mage energy. Magecraft. I automatically correct, and cast another spell, this one aimed towards studying the purpose of this energy. I then say, this cosmic energy, it boosts your physical capabilities too, but it is focused more towards your brain. You're stronger, faster, and more durable than most normal humans, and probably even me. But your mind? Gods. Phastos chuckles, and says, but, even inside my mind my cosmic energy is geared more towards actually creating stuff. I am a craftsman, I create stuff. Using my brain to play games, make plans, is not something I can do as well as actually creating. Hey, I'm guessing each Eternal is like that. Sprite's energy goes towards using illusions, Macquarie towards running, Circe towards transmutation, Icarus towards flight, super strength and laser beams, Gilgamesh towards super strength and armor creation, Athena towards weapons creation, Kingo towards... I don't even know. Hey, what can Kingo, Druid and a Jack do? I ask Phastos, pausing my diagnosis spells. Phastos blinks, a bit startled by the sudden question, and says, well, Kingo can shoot energy beams out of his hands, but he likes to use fingers for precise and intense attacks. Druid can use telepathy, empathy, and he can take over any mind he wishes. A Jack is our healer. She can use her energy to heal herself, or us, by just waving her hand over the wound. Hey! I wonder if Druid's telepathy is stronger than mine because of his cosmic energy? Or will my Shinic energy just balance it out? Hope I never find out the hard way. But, I better go back to trying to figure out the secrets of the Eternals. The next day, as I walk into the library, I see a person already in there, with a dozen or so books in front of her, with one in her hands. If I'm not wrong, Eternals actually do need sleep. So what are you doing waking up the whole night to read? I ask, as I approach her. Sprite startles a bit, dropping the book on the ground. Waving my hand, I send the book back towards her, and ask, you do realize that you won't be able to go through any of those rituals by yourself, right? An actual magical person needs to be present. And that's not counting the actual difference in our bodies, as human and eternal. I doubt even the gift transference ritual would work with the Eternals. They have a connection to the universe, yes, but it is not universal magic. Their cosmic energy is of a higher magnitude, far higher magnitude, as I found out yesterday. I wonder if they will be able to learn sorcery, though? Sprite scowls, and says, that's none of your business. If this fails, it fails. It won't matter to me. Ha, it won't matter, she says. Her face tells me exactly how invested she is in this option. I look at her, and the books in front of her. The one she was reading was on body modification rituals, while in front of her were books on potions, shape-shifting, rituals, and even transmutation. It wasn't hard to guess what she was looking for, her emotions were pretty much openly visible on her face. Sliding the chair back, much to her annoyance, I join Sprite at the table, and open a book on rituals. Finding the one I was seeking in the third ritual book, I place it on top of the book she was reading, and point at a paragraph. Read, but don't get too hopeful. I say. Sprite scowls at me, and says, I don't need your help. Snorting, I counter, if you didn't need my help, you would have become invisible and began reading somewhere else. Plus, you are actually inside my library. Read. Still scowling, Sprite glances at the header, and in a bored voice reads, Aging Ritual. Then, widening her eyes, she pulls the book towards her, and starts reading quickly. She then snaps her head towards me, and whispers, Is this true? Is this possible? The amount of hope I hear in those words is enough for even me to soften my eyes. I nod, and say, I haven't used it before, never needed to. But none of the knowledge here is false. The aging ritual bumps the age of any human, magical or otherwise, up by a minimum of 2 years, and a maximum of 15. Before she can do more than open her mouth, I say, but We don't know if it will work on you. As much as you look like us, you are not a human, nor do you have the same energy. Sprite groans, as she leans back. For a minute, no one says anything, but then she asks, how can we know for sure? How can we? You know that it definitely won't work. I shrug, and say, we could have you go through with the ritual, with my help, but there can be very bad consequences if the ritual fails. The worst being both of us being killed, the best case being that it just fails. And even if the ritual succeeds, you are an eternal. 15 years after this time, you will still look like this. The aging ritual just permanently ages you to the age specified within the ritual, by making your body look like how it would have looked in those many years naturally. For eternals. Well, it is in the name. Seeing Sprite's disheartened face, I say, I didn't tell you this to make you lose hope. I told you this to make you see that it won't be as easy as you think it is. Magic has many possibilities, but even magic has rules, limits. It can't go against the natural orders without consequences. Smiling in reassurance, I say, but I promise you this, Sprite. I will try to find a way to make you age, at least until you are in an adult body. I might not succeed, but I am definitely going to try. Sprite nods with a small smile, although it doesn't go too far. The sadness is still there, however, which makes me just want to find her cure faster. She's an immortal person stuck in the body of a 14-year-old. She cannot fall in love with anyone, without the other person looking like a creep. And while the humans in this time won't mind the relationship between her and any adult man, she herself doesn't want it. She herself feels creeped out. Well, she is my guest now. And I will help her. She's like a cute annoying little kid, and I want to help her. Plus, she will at least get out of the teenager phase and become more tolerable. Leaving Sprite for her reading, I start walking towards the experiment room, to wait for Fastos to get there. Wonder what he has for me today. A/N, am I stretching it? No? Okay. Glad you feel the same. If anyone has watched Eternals, or just read the comics, you will know that Sprite is actually stuck as a child. The movie has a solution for that in the end, but I don't think Mason will let someone like her go through that for 2,000 more years. This isn't technically healing, since she's not injured, or sick. So no broken oath punishment for him. Don't worry, I have a plan for the oath punishment. Tatiana was a bit of a background character here. Her remarks about him and Fastos, nothing sexual I hope, were because she and Mason got together after studying together. She taught him apparition, and then they had their first kiss. It was a joke from her, so no need to get your panties in a twist because your delicate sexuality acted up. Chapter 70, Eternal Evolution. A/N, part3, HelloDarkness07. Hey guys, just a quick message. One of my part3 subscribers, and probably my most fervent supporter, has begun writing their own story on FFN. The premise is good, the narration is simply beautiful. They're a new author, so don't be too hard on them, they're learning. But, I do see that the story will be a good one in the future. The premise, it is a self-insert, my favorite kind of fanfiction, followed by crossover, within the Harry Potter/Marvel, Comics MCU I think, crossover. The rest, you can find out by visiting it. Title, The Winged Wolf by Avid Reader 2425 on FFN. Please, at least visit the story, read the first few chapters, there are 4 currently, and then decide. Thank you. Now, read on. You know. I might be able to create something to send you back in your own time. Fastos says, as we walk through the halls of the sanctum, towards the library. I could have teleported us, I suppose, but sometimes too much laziness is bad for your health. And I'm enjoying walking with Fastos, since he has so many interesting conversation topics. Of the other Eternals, Ajak, Thena, and Gilgamesh were in Kamartaj, having decided to see how the sorcerers trained. Knowing Master Aisha like I do, she has probably asked them to teach the students a thing or two. Sprite was inside the library, still looking up ways to increase her height, size, and age. While she trusts me to at least try, she wants to do something herself, not wanting to just rely on me for that. Druig and Macquarie were in the town somewhere, having an outing together. They spent their last 3 days outside too, and just came here to sleep. I have yet to have an actual conversation with Druig, however. Akaris was out. He had gone out to fly the first day, and he hadn't returned since then. Cersei and King O were still inside the sanctum, and would spend their hours either relaxing, reading, visiting the vault, or just going out to town. So, while they all had decided to take a holiday, Cersei and King O were the only ones to actually relax. I'd noticed that despite having spent literally thousands of years together, they weren't as close as you'd expect. Gilgamesh and Thena were definitely in love with each other, but Fastos was sure to tell me that there was nothing going on between them besides sexual tension. The same was the situation between Macquarie and Druig. They were both in love with each other, and would flirt relentlessly, but they didn't do anything. Supposedly, they put their mission above everything else. Icarus was clearly in love with Circe, and Sprite was definitely in love with Icarus, which is why her body age matters so much to her. She probably believes that as long as she's a child, Icarus won't even look at her, and neither would anyone else. Chuckling at Phastos's offer, I say, I know you can. But I don't want someone else to solve my problems for me. Phastos opens his mouth to say something, but before he can, I say, I appreciate the offer, Phastos, but I have already figured out a method of time traveling into the future 20 years ago. Phastos frowns in confusion, and asks, truly? I understand his doubt, because time is not something that can easily be breached. Nodding, I say, when I come from, wizards, or mages, have invented an artifact called the Time Turner. There are hundreds of time turners within the borders of the land we currently inhabit itself. But, that Time Turner only allows one to go back a few hours at a time, with a cooldown period of twice the time you go back. I had the good fortune of coming across the journals of the inventors of the Time Turner, as well as an ingredient necessary to actually traverse through time. And so, I built one for myself. Magnificent! Phastos whispers, entranced by my tale. Beaming with pride, I say, my time watch, as I called it, could go back and forward for a day. And after some modifications, I managed to push it to go a month at most. Phastos stays silent for a few seconds, and then asks, this time watch. It is what brought you here, isn't it? Nodding, and not at all surprised at his deduction, I say, I wore my time watch to a battle with a strong enemy, a mage stronger than me even now. I won the fight through trickery, but he was ready for his death. He exploded, and the magical explosion triggered a chain reaction within the time watch, which brought me here. 2,000 years into the past. Phastos wasn't the only one to hint at a way back home. Master Aisha asked once too. But, as I said, I want to achieve this feat by myself. I have everything I could need to create a better time watch, and I wasn't going to let someone else be the reason for my success. Phastos nods, as we enter the library. Seeing Sprite reading through another hoard of books, I chuckle, making her turn towards me. Without a greeting, I throw a vial towards her, and say, plug your nose, and drink it in one go. What? Sprite asks, confusedly looking at the vial of violet liquid she had expertly caught in her hand. Phastos goes forward, putting a vibranium band on her wrist, and says, that liquid supposedly causes anyone who drinks it to age up by 10 years. It is used by children who want to become inebriated, can you believe that? Shaking his head he says, anyway, Atharva and I want to see if the liquid potion has any effect on your physiology, or your energy readings. Sprite nods at that explanation, and with nary a second of hesitation, drinks the potion, immediately coughing due to the vile taste. What the hell is that? Sprite asks, resisting the urge to puke, as she glares at me. Goat liver, eye of newt, demiguise hair, crushed beetles, and cut up aloe vera, mixed over a steady medium heat, in water mixed with the alpaca's spit. Together, it makes an aging potion. I say, without hesitation. Now, Sprite looks like she's really going to puke, but manages to gulp it back down. She glares at me, and hisses, I hate you. Nothing. Phastos says, as I chuckle. I nod towards him, and say, I expected that, but good thing we now have a confirmation. Confirmation for what? Sprite asks, turning back towards me, although with a lot less hate. I smile, and say, confirmation that magecraft potions don't work on you. Or any eternal, as a matter of fact. So. I drank that piss water for nothing. Sprite asks, looking pissed. I frown at her, and say, not nothing. What I am trying to do has never been done before. An aging ritual for someone not a human. This is not something I can just rush into. I need confirmations for every step. And now that I have my confirmation, I can move on to the next step. Which is? Sprite asks, now a lot less pissed, but still annoyed. I summon a scroll from nowhere, which appears suddenly in my hands, and hand it to Sprite. Phastos joins her side to look at it, as she opens the scroll up. There, within the scroll, was an alchemical spell, meant to be written on the ground. The spell was in circular form, with 21 runes and alchemical symbols in it, along with some intricate patterns. I explain, this spell is an alchemical creation of mine, meant to turn anyone that enters it into a human. But, for it to work perfectly, I need to write the spell down on the ground using a mixture of walnut ink, and the subject's blood, meaning your blood, in a ratio of 7:1. When did you even create this? Phastos asks, a bit shocked. And it is understandable, I did spend most of the last 3 days with him, figuring out how Eternals work. I wave my hand in dismissal, and say, about 8 hours ago, and then spent an hour testing it extensively on myself. It works. Sprite frowns, as she asks, but will this work on me? An eternal? I shrug, and say, it works on me, a mage, and a sorcerer, with some more gifts of my own. The spell made it so that I didn't have my magic, my telepathy, telekinesis, or even my physical gifts of healing and nail claws. It turned me into a completely mundane, normal human. And boy is it a dangerous spell. So dangerous, that I'm actually scared of it going into someone else's hands. The scroll in Sprite's hands was the only written data on the spell, and it was under a Fidelius charm. Unless I willingly hand the specific scroll to someone, they won't know about the alchemical spell even existing. And the spell also needs the blood of the subject, or victim, which means I'll need to be captured, which I won't allow to happen anytime soon. And even if I do, then my blood cannot be used without my permission anyway. So no risk of getting hit by my own spell. But, I'm also not a moron, and I am actually a bit paranoid. And so, there rests a tattoo on my right leg, around my ankle, that prevents any such spells from working on me. Sprite sighs, and offers her hand to me, whispering, take it. However much you need. I conjure a magic silver syringe, one I had forged for blood extraction purposes only, and start taking her blood out. But the blood will rest with Fastos, whenever you're not using it. And you better not use the blood in anything else. I know how you mages have curses that use blood. Sprite mumbles, seeing the syringe store a lot more blood than she'd expect. The single syringe was actually 500 ml in volume, which was enough for my purposes. Magical expansion is a godsend. Snorting, I say, curses. You'll be lucky if you're just cursed. There are spells to whisper things into someone's ears, manipulate someone's subconscious, take over someone's will, kill, and of course my personal favorite, make their whole body start hurting at once. And not one of these methods counts as a curse. Blood magic has an actual reason for being banned, least of which is that there's no way to defend against it other than tattoos such as mine, or similar artifacts. But, thankfully, the blood magic spells are really hard to come across, and almost impossible to do so in the future. A few hours later, Fastos, Sprite, and I stand in the ritual room, now staring at the alchemical spell painted on the floor. The intricate circle was 1.4 m in diameter, so that even if Sprite tires too much, and wants to sit down, she can do so. I wanted to carve the spell on an armband, but it was restrictive, and took too much time to take effect. Checking for errors, and not finding any, I nod in satisfaction, and float a vial of blood towards it. This vial contained 100 ml of Sprite's blood, which had been kept inside nowhere so that it wouldn't grow stale. Fastos keeps his hands pointed at the spell, wanting to analyze everything that's happening, while Sprite stands behind him, biting her lower lip in anxiousness. As soon as the vial of blood touches the ground within the spell, the symbols all flash into a bright yellow color, the same color that Sprite's energy takes right before forming into illusions. And then, the color dulls down until the spell now looks as if it was painted with gold, instead of walnut ink and red blood. Fastos helpfully commentates, and says, the blood. It's losing its cosmic energy. Fast. No wait, it has stopped losing, now holding on to only 60% of its original cosmic energy. There's a steady flow of energy between the universe and the blood and the spell, keeping the cosmic energy level steady at 60% within the blood. It's doing something to the blood. Wait. What? I chuckle at his reactions, as Sprite looks on wide-eyed, and explain, the spell has now calibrated itself to your blood, to your energy signature. And now, it will begin transmuting the blood into that of a completely normal, mundane, human, without any harmful side effects to your blood. Sure enough, Fastos confirms my words, as within 5 seconds the entire process is done. I still wait a few minutes, until Fastos confirms that the process is safe for Sprite to go through. The blood belongs to you, but to a human version of you, that is 14 years old. The worst you'll suffer is exhaustion, thanks to all that energy being inaccessible to you. Take a deep breath, and enter the circle. Fastos explains to Sprite calmly. I can tell he cares for her, a lot more than most Eternals care for each other. But, Fastos is just a gentle man. He cares for everyone. Slowly, with small steps, Sprite walks towards the alchemical spell, now reassured by Fastos's words, and crosses the border. As soon as she's inside, she clenches her fists in pain, as the spell flashes golden once again. And then, within 5 seconds, she drops down to her knees, exhaustion taking over. I see Fastos try to run towards her to help, but I stop him by forming a telekinetic force field around him. As he glares at me, I say, if you interfere now, she might face a backlash from the energy that my spell is holding back. She will recover, trust her. Although reluctant, Fastos says, I'm trusting you, but if she's harmed then you will have me as an enemy. Isn't that a scary thought? I'd rather fight Icarus than Phostos. He's a lot more dangerous of a threat than any of the other Eternals as far as I'm concerned. Just by one meeting, he managed to find out that I'm a time traveler, that I have stolen mutations, and he managed to scan my magical signature. If he wants to find me, there isn't a place on Earth that he won't be able to. Nodding at him, I turn back to looking at Sprite, who has just begun to gather herself once again. She stands up, still tired, and says, "This is uncomfortable. I cannot even feel my energy. I doubt I would be able to cast a single flower illusion right now." I nod, and say, "Your energy is still within you, removing it completely would have killed you. But the spell is making it so it is inaccessible to a human sprite. The same thing happened with me and my magic." Sprite sighs, and asks, "Now what?" Smirking at her, I bring a familiar vial out, and say, "Drink up." "Again?" Sprite asks, groaning, as Phostos chuckles despite the seriousness of the matter. I nod, and say, "If the potion works on you inside the spell, then and only then I can move on to the next step. If it doesn't, it's back to testing out another method." Sighing, Sprite catches the vial I throw at her, and frowning, she asks, "Won't this spell suck the magic out of this too?" "Nah, the spell is painted using your blood. It'll only work on stuff that already has your blood in it. The potion is completely safe, don't worry," I say, feeling a bit amused at her attempt at refusing the potion. "Fuck it." Sprite mumbles, and then downs the second vial of aging potion of the day, once again grimacing at the taste. This time, however, we see the effects happening immediately. Her skin begins to bubble, reminiscent of the polyjuice potion, as Sprite begins growing up. Thankfully, her eternal armor grows with her, still a perfect fit. I need to study that material too, but later. Slowly, bit by bit, inch by inch, Sprite goes from a measly 5'2", to a height of 5'6", which is not much, but is still enough to show her growth. Along with that, her face becomes more lean, losing the small amount of baby fat, as well as the freckles on her face. Her body, meanwhile, becomes a bit more feminine, as her chest grows a bit to show actual breasts. Phostos sucks in a breath, shocked at actually achieving a result, as Sprite takes in the changes done to her body. Tearfully, she runs her hand over her face, and then just barely refrains from touching her breasts, which would have made me chuckle if I wasn't so amazed at seeing my spell work at the first attempt itself. She then snaps her head over to me, and before I know it, I'm catching a running Sprite into a hug. Only now, she's back to being a 14-year-old, instead of the 24-year-old she just was. Just stepping outside the spell brought her eternal physiology back, and so the potion was cleansed out of her system. Sprite cries, as she clenches her arms around me tightly, almost painfully tight even for me, and asks, Did it fail?" Chuckling, I reassure her, and say, "Nope. The test succeeded, spectacularly so, dear Sprite. Your body had inside it the aging potion, which is temporary. As soon as your eternal self returned, the potion was cleansed, and the effects reversed. When you go through the ritual, it will be permanently grafted into your body. Not even your cosmic energy returning will be able to reverse that process. Or so I hope. Rituals really are permanent. There's no way to reverse any type of modification rituals. If I gain something in one ritual, I can't just sacrifice it in another ritual. Even if I go through a ritual to sacrifice my mutations for something else, Victor Creed's mutation will remain in my body. This will also have a side effect of the ritual deeming me a cheater, and punishing me severely. So there's that. But I also know almost nothing on how the cosmic energy will react to the ritual effects. Would it accept the changes peacefully? Or would it reverse the changes? Or would it become volatile? I'm going to have to make a lot of calculations to guess that. Sprite nods, accepting that answer, and slowly dozes off. It's understandable, she just went through an alchemical transformation from eternal to human to eternal, on a very deep level. Her energy might not be spent, but her body is tired. As I hand her over to Phostos, he says, "Thank you. I didn't actually believe you would succeed, but you proved me wrong." I look at him, seeing the guilt on his face, and softly ask, "You've already tried to age her up, haven't you?" Phostos nods, and says, "It is why I was so shocked before. Whenever I tried, no matter what device I created for the purpose, Sprite's body didn't grow a single inch, nor did it change one bit, even temporarily. It was as if her body just refused to become older. And now, seeing her grow into a young woman, even if temporarily. I'm glad we met you, Atharva. You're a good man, Phostos. You've tried to help her, when no one else would have even bothered," I say, patting Phostos on the shoulder. Chuckling, with tears in his own eyes, Phostos says, "My science failed her. It seems she needed some magic in her life." I chuckle, as I crack my neck, and say, well, it's almost midnight. I'm going to go and sleep, since I haven't done so last night. I'll begin working on the ritual tomorrow. Take your time, Atharva. Take your time. Fastos says, as he walks out towards the guest rooms, with Sprite in his arms, cuddling around him. I watch them leave, wondering if I'll actually succeed to make the process permanent. Theoretically, rituals should be permanent, but cosmic energy is strong enough that I have some doubts. Sigh, hopefully a way will show itself soon. Tatiana ran her hand on my chest, both of us breathing hard after our activities. She asks, what do you think? Will you succeed? I take a deep breath, and say, I sure hope so. She might be thousands of years older than us, but whenever I look at her, I see a young girl. I see a child. Tatiana smiles up at me, and says, I hope so too. I just hope she doesn't become too disheartened when the arrogant man rejects her. I sigh, knowing that Sprite will actually be sad. Icarus. He's too much in love with Circe. I doubt anything will change that anytime soon. And Sprite. I can see it on her face. She hopes that once she's bigger, physically older, Icarus will begin to look at her as an option too. Let's just hope that she gets over it, and starts looking for someone else to make a life with. I say, and snuggle close to Tatiana. I then ask, what does Circe think about our experiment? Tatiana, being the least busy of us two, had to entertain Kingo and Circe a lot, these days. She had struck some sort of friendship with the master of transmutation. Tatiana snorts, and says, Circe is hoping it works, of course. But she doubts that simply transmuting Sprite to human and back to eternal is a good idea. Says that it isn't possible to transmute living beings, that she has tried to do it before. Considering that I succeeded an hour ago, I can say that that's something she's definitely wrong about. Maybe her energy just doesn't allow it. My spell does use universal energy, as well as the Earth's magic to fulfill its purpose. Together they must make one hell of a team up. I say, as I close my eyes to go to sleep. Tatiana hums, and says, well, I've learned from you one thing. Don't say anything is impossible until you yourself try it first, multiple times. I chuckle, and then we both stop conversing, to go to sleep. The next morning, we sit at the dining table, having breakfast that I had cooked up. Onion poha, along with ginger tea. What are you hiding? Druig suddenly asks, after staring at me for a few minutes. Druig. Sprite, Circe, and Fastos, all say at once, while Macquarie slaps the back of her hand on his upper arm. Kingo remains silent, but looks as if he expects some early morning entertainment. The others, Icarus, Thena, Gilgamesh, and Ajak, were not here. Druig smiles bashfully at Macquarie, and then as he turns back towards me, his face changes to become calculative. He looks at the other Eternals, and says, what? Don't tell me you're not suspicious. He welcomes us, strangers, to his home, sweetly talks to everyone, forgives Macquarie for her theft, and offers Sprite to help with her problem? His entire demeanor screams ulterior motive. He doesn't need to explain anything to you. Sprite yells, defending me by slamming her hand on the table. As everyone looks at her, she says, I know empty platitudes when I see them, I know when people are humoring my condition when I see it. And Atharva is not it, he's sincere about his intentions, and as you know, he has done more for me than anyone else. Druig rolls his eyes, and leans forward. He then asks, that is the point, beloved Sprite. You're young, so maybe it might have slipped your notice, but it hasn't done mine. How did he? A mortal human, sorcerer or not, find the solution to a problem that we haven't found the answer to in these 5,000 years? Fastos and Ajak know everything there is to know about Eternals, our energy, our bodies, and it is him, a human that found a way to age your body? No, I don't buy it. Scoffing, Tatiana says, how hard is it to understand that magic might have ways your eternal knowledge might not have even considered possible? Druig looks at Tatiana with annoyance in his eyes, and I just see him make an impulsive decision. Before he can try anything, I appear behind him, Dermagol positioned on his throat, my right palm placed behind his heart, and say, I would suggest you stay out of my Tatiana's mind. Druig looks up, smirking at me, and says, I don't need to. I have you. And then, something fast strikes my hand, sending my sword crashing down on the ground, and something else slams into my mind shields with 100 times the force of any enemy I've faced before. I drop down on the ground, the force of the mental attack putting a strain on my mind, as Druig stands over me, his eyes now glowing yellow. Almost involuntarily, I appear inside my own mind, to see Druig's mental representation trying to punch through my mental shields. The shield shudders with every punch, telling me that I won't be able to hold him off any longer. Slamming my palms together, I chant, by the might of the phoenix. Immediately, a flaming bird forms out of the shields surrounding my mind, and screeches loudly. The high-pitched vibrations sent Druig back to his own mind, and making a split-second decision, I follow after him. Opening my eyes, I see that Druig had been sent flying backwards thanks to my spell, thank you ancestor mine, and was now looking at me with horror in his eyes. I look at Macquarie, who had knocked the sword out of my hand, and see that she was buried waist deep into the floor, and Tatiana stood over her body with her basilisk venom dagger pointed at her neck. Thankfully, she had refrained from killing her immediately. I turn back towards the fallen Druig, glare at him, and whisper, "You dared to attack me, inside my own house? You tried to break into the sanctity of my mind. Now, you will face the punishment of a sorcerer." My mind probe, which had followed after Druig's own retreating mental probe, immediately reveals itself already in the middle of his mind. It glares at the mental representation of Druig, and says, "You should have left me to my work, eternal Druig. By the might of the phoenix. Chinook flames." I yell, while inside his mind. A gigantic flaming phoenix, this one 10 times as large as the one that defended my mind, erupts from my hands, right in the center of Druig's mind, in between his memories. It immediately starts flying around, setting fire to random memories, causing Druig to start screaming out in the real world. Someone familiar touches my hand, and I look to my side, to see a concerned Tatiana look at me while Druig screams in pain in the background. She drily asks, "Is this really necessary, Athreos?" I stare at her for a few seconds, looking to see if she's hurt. Finding nothing to even hint at, I turn towards Druig, and point my hand at him. Flames erupt out of his nostrils, and towards my palm. As soon as the flames touch my palm, a runic spell shows itself around it, as the flames are absorbed back into my body. Druig stops screaming, and becomes unconscious, the pain and the loss of his memories proving too much. Sighing, I turn towards the Eternals, towards the terrified Circe and Kingo, the latter of whom had put himself in front of Circe, a worried Phastos, and a distracted Sprite, and say, "He won't remember a few random memories, my spell took care of completely destroying them. And so, he will think twice about forcing his way inside anyone else's mind from now on." Tatiana smacks my arm, making me scowl, and says, "He means he's sorry." "No he's not," Sprite whispers, looking at Druig with wide eyes. She then turns towards me, and says, "He might not have deserved all the pain you gave him. But I understand why you did it. He did not just doubt your honor, he spat on your help, and tried to violate you. On his behalf, I apologize. I do too. I should have restrained him earlier," Phastos says, looking sincere, and more than a bit upset. Nodding, I say, "Speaking of, I want Macquarie and Druig out of here. I actually liked Macquarie, but she did help Druig disarm me." Phastos sighs, and says, "I'll make sure to send them back." He then pauses, and asks, Are you the Phoenix host?" I roll my eyes, finally understanding why Circe and Kingo looked so afraid, and why they had yet to say a thing. I say, "At least 2 of my ancestors were Phoenix hosts, and I was trained by one of them in the art of Phoenix. No, I am not a Phoenix host, but don't consider my mind any weaker than an actual host. Now, on this note, I will retreat to the ritual room to begin my work. You may join me whenever you are free, Phastos, Sprite." And then, before they can say anything else, I take my plate of breakfast, and disappear with Tatiana. Putting the plate down on a table on our bedside, I bring Tatiana on my lap, and ask, "Do you think I was wrong to do it?" Druig is a far better telepath than I, far stronger than me. His mental attack would have penetrated my mind within a few seconds, if I didn't have my connection to the Chinook realm. Being at least 5,000 years old, and having the backing of an energy as impressive as the cosmic energy is definitely half the reason for that. But, he thought me completely helpless. He didn't know about my connection to the Phoenix. He didn't know I had been trained by her to withstand focused attacks by enemies similar to him. And so, he failed. And now, the fear of the Phoenix will make him think twice before trying the same shit once again. Scoffing, Tatiana says, "In an ideal world, the suitable punishment for his crime would have been death." Which does make me smile. She then says, "Unfortunately, we are currently hosts, and killing our guests over one crime will set a bad precedent for future encounters. The loss of a few memories, and banishment will be enough for now. And if we happen to curse him with 200 years of bad luck, well, not our problem. Say what you will, Tatiana is as devious as me." Chuckling, I say, "You prepare the curse. I'll go back to the ritual. No reason why Sprite should face the consequences of Druig's stupidity. But this does give me a leverage over the Eternals. Druig just gave them a bad reputation, and I doubt Eternals will want that. A Jack won't want that. But I won't mention anything before they do." 3 days later, Sprite and I stand inside the ritual chamber, with the 8 Eternals, Tatiana and Master Aisha in the adjacent room. The wall had been enchanted to be see-through, while still being durable enough to handle almost anything, so that they could see the ritual happening. Obviously, Druig and Macquarie weren't invited, and they're already barred from entering the sanctum wards without my permission, or any sanctum without the respective master's permission. Sorcerers are vindictive like that. I almost feel bad for Macquarie, who's a sweet girl that just has a close relationship with a dick like him. At least she looked remorseful while apologizing, which I cannot say for Druig. He just looked terrified and angry when a Jack forced him to apologize. Turning towards Sprite, still clad in her sea green eternal armor, I ask, "You ready?" Sprite takes a few breaths to calm herself, and nods, a bit unsure. I place my hand on her shoulder, to which she looks thankful, and whispers, "Let's do this." Nodding, I sit down on the ground, outside the ritual circle, and say, "Go and sit in the center, and don't touch any of the markings." Mutely, probably too nervous to say anything, Sprite follows my order, and walks into the center of the ritual circle, standing in an attention position. I then wave my hand, floating a brush over to her, and draw a dot on her forehead, followed by a circle outside it. Sprite scrunches her nose at the smell, and asks, "What was that?" I sigh, and say, "A paste of your blood mixed in dragon dung." Sprite looks grossed out, and tries to wipe it off, to which I use my telekinesis to stop. I softly glare at her, and say, "Unless you want to be stuck in this size, I advise letting it be. The marking is necessary for this ritual to work." Nodding, albeit reluctantly, Sprite drops her hands back to her side. Taking a deep breath, I look to my left, where the 5 liters of aging potion was kept in a pewter cauldron, inside the ritual, and then to my right, where another cauldron bubbles on a flame inside the ritual too. This second one was a binding agent, one I had to create to work together with my alchemical spell that had a place right outside the ritual circle, to make the ritual effects stick. Nodding in satisfaction, I close my eyes, and whisper, "O Great Mother Oshtur, give this ritual your own blessings, so that the effects remain even after the restrictions are gone." And then, I activate the ritual. Immediately, the cauldron containing the aging potion flies towards a wide-eyed Sprite, who remains frozen in her place by the magic of the ritual. The entire cauldron slams into Sprite's stomach, and then rises up into the air, pouring the contents on her body. Sprite still remains unmoving, when the boiling hot binding agent moves from its position, and does the same, dunking its contents on Sprite's head. Unwittingly, although guided by the magic of the ritual, Sprite drinks a few sips of both the liquids, while some even goes through her nose. The potions also seep through the gaps in her clothes, until every inch of her body is covered by the 2 potions. And then, I smile, seeing her start growing right in front of my eyes. As her frozen body starts bubbling, the runes that made up the aging ritual start spinning in a spiral, and approach Sprite. One by one, all the runes climb her body and sink into her skin, while she keeps getting bigger and bigger. This time, when Sprite stops growing at around 5'7", she doesn't even have time to celebrate, before she's knocked unconscious because of her tiredness. I allow the other Eternals to run into the room, as I float Sprite out of the ritual circle, but pause before I can take her out of the alchemical spell. Taking a deep breath, I bring her out of the spell, and pause with bated breath. No one says anything for a few seconds, not even a Jack, who was running her hand over Sprite's body, to heal whatever is wrong with her. "Fastos!" I call out, as I start diagnosing her body. Fastos joins me and a Jack, as all 3 of us silently observe the changes within her body. Her cosmic energy is returning, although it has changed a bit. Her energy signature itself has changed, which I didn't even know it was possible. Fastos mumbles. Nodding, I voice out my own observations, and say, "The changes show no signs of reverting, and the energy within her has settled. I can feel some magic within her, but I doubt it will remain so. Her cosmic energy will just drown it out if she keeps the magic unused." A Jack takes her own turn, and says, "Sprite has evolved. The first Eternal to do so. She's not just an illusionist anymore." Fastos. Nodding, Fastos confirms it and says, "I'm guessing her illusions have evolved to grant her some shape-shifting capabilities, although to what measure, I don't know." I take a step back, look at a Jack, and say, "Sprite needs rest, preferably in a cosmic energy-rich environment. She's grown 10 physical years in a single minute, and so, she will be tired, irritated and hungry when she wakes. Don't be alarmed if her emotions are all out of order too." Nodding, a Jack turns towards Fastos, and says, "Take her to the domo. I will be right there." Her words had a hint of an order to them, as every Eternal starts walking out the door, Icarus now holding on to Sprite's unconscious form. A Jack then turns towards me, as Tatiana and Master Aisha enter the room, and says, "We owe you, Master Joshi. You helped us, despite having no obligation to do so, and you kept your word, despite Druig's actions being more than enough reason to stop the project. Ask for anything, and we shall provide it to you if it is in my capabilities." I had expected it, and while I wasn't a dick, I was also an opportunistic bastard. I say, I know that while Druig's actions were of no fault of your own, they do look bad on the Eternals as a whole. As such, I am willing to look over it in exchange for a couple of favors. Smiling, Ajak says, you've already thought this through. Very well, name them. Nodding, I say, first, I want the armor that Druig wears. The material is weird. I can't smell it at all. And so, I am going to either study it, or use it in something. I asked for Druig's armor, because I am petty. Ajak nods, sighing, and says, I will make sure you get it before sundown. And the second? Smiling, I say, I want to borrow Circe for a day. I have a few things I'd like her to transmute for me. Ajak chuckles this time, and shakes her head. She says, while I promise to mention this to Circe, and impress upon her the reason for this favor, I cannot promise her to do it immediately. I am their leader, but I cannot order her to do something she doesn't want to. That is fine. Tell her that I am willing to see if she can learn sorcery, if she does these favors for me. I say, not minding it one bit. My feud with Druig is over. Well, at least the active actions from our side are over. Druig will face 200 years of bad luck, and he will be unable to disable his empathy for that long. Which means he will feel the emotions of every person around him for 200 years. As I said, Tatiana is devious. And these two favors are just for Druig's slight against me, his host. I am not going to take any payment for helping Sprite. I actually enjoyed the challenge, although it wasn't much of it. Seriously, a problem that troubled the Eternals for 5,000 years and I solved it within 7 days. Seeing Ajak walk out the door, to return to the domo, which is their spaceship, I turn towards Master Aisha to see her looking at me in disapproval. I ask, what? She says, did you have to ask for the man's clothes? Scoffing, I say, he tried to enter my mind, and he wanted to enter Tatiana's mind before I stopped him. Besides, their science is good enough to create new clothes for him anyway. It's not like I'm forcing him to remain naked for eternity or something. Tatiana chortles, and says, although, that does seem like a better punishment now. I smile, and say, hindsight, as they say, is perfectly clear. 2020th's vision is not a thing yet. Kissing Tatiana on her lips, ignoring Master Aisha's disapproval, I say, I'll be back in a few hours, okay? I need to pop over to the sanctuary to prepare a few things, and then, I will be right back. Tatiana nods, and says, if Circe comes before then, I'll call for you. I nod, and then, apparate out. Tatiana will handle the sanctum for now. I need to prepare the material I need transmuted, and I need to document the results of the latest ritual. A/N, Eternals arc is done, for now. Circe won't appear on screen, at least not yet. What she will do for Mason will be told in the next chapter, but it'll be as a short paragraph or something. Druig is not evil. Or at least, the MCU version isn't. He's arrogant, impulsive, and he's a bit of a control freak, but he's not evil. He was worried that Mason was cheating Sprite, or going to hurt her feelings, and he was curious about how Mason found an answer so soon. Despite his reasons, however, he attacked the one who had hosted him in his own house. And so, the punishment? Macquarie. I love Macquarie, seriously. But from what I know, she will help Druig in his tasks without a question. And so, she also faced the punishment of being barred from the sanctums. As for his capabilities, Druig is a far stronger telepath than Mason. He's an Eternal, with the cosmic energy inside him amplifying his gifts however much he wants. Mason is a human, an impressive human, but human still. But Mason is more subtle, has training from the Phoenix Force herself, who is the originator of anything Shinnok, and he has spells to help him fight his battles. In a completely Shinnok battle, Druig wins, but in an actual battle, Mason takes over immediately. I am sorry that I didn't bring more Eternals to the story's forefront, but it was getting a bit crowded with just Phastos and Sprite. For those who watched the movie, feel free to tell me if I screwed anything up regarding their personalities. Thank you for your support, thank you for reading. Chapter 71, Good News, and Bad. A/N, Pat3, HelloDarkness07. Tatiana plumps down on my lap, resting her cheek on top of my head, as we both stare at the objects in front of us. Is this it? The so-called magical gold and magical silver? Tatiana whispers, running her hand over my bicep. I sigh in content, and say, almost. True magic gold or magic silver, have a lot more magic than this one. This is just a pale imitation, better than normal gold and silver, but inferior to the metal that makes up my prati kavake, or your dagger. There in front of us sat 3 stacks of metal bars, one for each metal, magical gold, magical silver, and vibranium. Magical gold is what I'm calling the metal that makes up the prati kavake. It smells like gold, it tastes like gold, but it is definitely not gold, and has a lot of intrinsic magic in it. And if there's magical silver, why can't there be magical gold? Circe had come to the sanctum just an hour ago, to fulfill the agreement. She had brought Druig's armor, which now rested in nowhere, and then she had spent 5 minutes transmuting these metals. I had handed Circe a chunk of magic silver, the remnants of what I'd found so long ago under the mopane tree, along with my prodi cavake. She then spent a minute analyzing each of them, taking a lot of care understanding the metals. And then, she spent a minute each carefully restructuring the 2 boulders I gave her into a neat stack of metal bars of magic gold and magic silver each. Another few seconds were spent transmuting another boulder into vibranium bars, with her not even asking me where I found the vibranium. And then, after an update over Sprite's condition, she left for the domo, but not before promising to return someday to learn sorcery. Sprite was yet to wake up, she'd told me before leaving, but her body was stabilizing. Fastos and Ajak were keeping an eye on her health, while keeping her under constant observation. Fastos was still saying that Sprite had evolved past her original state, and her body, blood, energy, soul, everything now reflected that. Which? I'm glad. Didn't want my actions to be useless, you know. Back to the transmuted metals, while Circe had managed to transmute the atomic structure, and even the energy signature, behind the magical metals, she couldn't perfectly mimic the magic within it. Or more accurately, she couldn't provide the high amount of magic that is inherently within the magical gold and silver. Clicking her tongue in thought, Tatiana says, so, you should keep the metal buried underground, in a place with a high concentration of magic, so that it absorbs it. I smile at her thoughts, and say, yes, and I know exactly where I'm going to keep them. Sanctuary. Figures. Tatiana says, as she gets up much to my guilty relief. Hey, she's hot, gorgeous, wonderful, and I love her, but one can only tolerate the thingy getting squished so much. I hold her hand as she turns to leave, and say, want to come with me? Aplistia misses you, you know. Tatiana sighs, and says, as much as I would love to, no. I need to practice some more binding spells. Not all of us can cast the Crimson Bands as frequently as you can. Well, true. The Crimson Bands of Sidorak is one of the hardest spells to master, mostly because the magic of the Crimson Cosmos is a bit volatile. Sidorak doesn't like weaker sorcerers using his magic, and so, the spell is harder to control the weaker you are. And while Tatiana is an amazing mage and sorceress, her talents in sorcery place her just a bit above average. This is why there is an actual physical object, a relic, called the Crimson Bands of Sidorak. Created around 900 years ago, in Babylon, the relic was created to bind dark sorcerers, used by those who cannot cast the spell. I remember that Doctor Strange used it once in the movie, to bind Caecilius in the New York Sanctum. Watching Tatiana walk out of the room, and towards the training rooms, I wave my hand, sending the metal bars into nowhere, and go through a portal to Sanctuary. A smile immediately forms on my face when the magic here hits me. So pure, so free, so magical. The entire island was filled with magic, and the ley lines underneath us just made it that much more apparent. Turning around, I see my castle standing there in all its glory. A single flex on my telepathy is enough to tell me that the 22 elves currently under my employ were all on the island. Some, like Holler, were sleeping in the elf quarters, while others, like Kultur, were spread all around the island, either working, or just relaxing. Leaving them to their work, I bring out my staff from the nowhere, and simply send my magic through it. Immediately, 2 giant holes are dug into the ground, each of them in cuboidal shape, 50 feet wide and long, and 100 meters deep. The land that was supposed to be in there, now floats upwards, and stays there. I point my staff towards one hole, and conjure 2 of the dragon corpses into existence over the holes. Pointing the staff at them both, I send a force of concussive magic at their stomachs, blowing holes in them, and then drop them into the holes. Blood begins flowing out of the holes in the stomachs, and seeps into ground, once more making me thank my idea of making nowhere timeless. And then, I conjure the magical gold and magical silver out of nowhere, and drop them all in the hole too, right on top of the dragons. Another simple flex on my magic sends the dirt back down, with just a small bump on the ground to show that something is buried there. I then lean down, and gently touch my staff on each of the lumps, carving runes into the ground in a circle that forms around the 2 mounds. These runes will make it so that time flows 100 times faster in there, than it does outside, but only underground. 2 years, that's how much I give the buried metal until it is an exact replica of the natural magical gold and silver. So now, I can move on to the next project. After keeping the vibranium buried in the cave which held the heart-shaped herbs, right underneath the herbs in fact, I go back to the sanctum, but not before checking up on my dragons. Time to study the eternal armor, and see if I can use it. Crucio. I calmly state, pointing the elder wand at the transfigured statue of myself, wearing the eternal armor. The crimson-colored spell splashes on the armor harmlessly, not even making the statue move. Stupefy. I cast. The red-colored spell flies out of my wand and hits the armor. Only this time, it gets pushed back a bit, making the statue wobble. Okay, when you said the armor is inconsistent, I didn't think it would be this inconsistent. Tatiana says, coming forward from her spot. I turn back, and say, right? Fucking annoying, this thing is. And it is, both annoying and inconsistent. Where some spells just splash harmlessly on the armor, with not even a little bit of magic leaking through, some spells behave as if the armor isn't even there, directly hitting the statue. Others, meanwhile, treat the armor as if it is a piece of cloth, and tear through it. Like the piercing hex, it bores a hole through the armor, and then hits the statue. I don't think there's any pattern for it though. It is as if some spells just behave one way, and others another. Tatiana voices, as she takes out her own new wand, Elder, Phoenix Feather, made in Rome by one Ollivander family. Pointing it at the target, Tatiana slashes her wand in an upward arc, sending a bright green beam of magic through the wand. The Greek severing hex hits the statue, and cuts it in half, while leaving the armor completely intact. Nodding, I say, no pattern whatsoever. The list of spells I've tested on the armor is too damn high, and there is actually no pattern over which spells do what. Although, it doesn't happen that one spell has two different effects. The Crucio always splashes harmlessly on the armor, the Imperio always hits the target directly, the Bombarda sends the target flying, but hits the armor first, and so on and on. But, as I said, I cannot guess which new spell will do what. Hell, even different elemental spells of the same element work differently. Fulmin's spell goes straight through, while the Fulgur Flumen chars the armor. Incendio harms the armor, while Fiend Fire has no effect. Some dark spells do one thing, others do another. Some powerful spells do one thing, others do another. Thankfully, however, whatever damage is inflicted upon the armor is repaired by either the Reparo Charm, or the Eye of Agamotto that I have borrowed from Master Aisha. And no, I wasn't going to look into the future with it. I was just using it to repair the armor if it got too damaged, which only happened twice. It was fairly easy, reversing time. But it was also easy getting addicted to reversing time. And so, I was just using it to repair the armor, making sure to wait between used the delays so that I don't mess with the continuum. Once for the Fulgur Flumen spell, and another time after the white flames of my Kasha form burnt the armor too much. Of the three unforgivable curses, the Imperious Curse ignores the armor completely, the Cruciatus is fully defended, while the Killing Curse not only damages the armor, but also kills the target. Sighing, I say, I'll have to modify this too, if I hope to ever use it. But I can't do it yet. I'll have to study it for a much longer time than I can safely give it. And so, it will have to remain in the nowhere for now. Tatiana shrugs, and says, you could always cut up pieces of dragon hide, sew it together, and use your new magical gold to enchant the new armor. If the magical gold behaves even a little bit similar to ordinary gold, then it will be excellent in carving symbols. Hey, true. Gold is soft, and so far, magical gold has proven the same. Well, it is still in the nowhere, but from what I've seen in the bars, it is soft too. An excellent idea, but it will have to wait. I have something else I need to do first. I say, with a large smile on my face. You're going to tell me even if I don't ask, aren't you? Tatiana asks, as she sits down on a chair with a sigh. Chuckling at her, I say, my dear Tatiana, I am going to make elves free from their enslavement. Hey! I didn't think you would be ready this soon. Tatiana says, not even questioning if I'm sure. I nod and say, I've been ready a few years now, I've known what the problem is and how to solve it for that long too. I didn't have all the necessary preparations done with. The problem with the elves is threefold. Physical, magical, and psychological. Body, magic, and mind. Their minds have gotten used to being enslaved, used to following orders, and expecting orders. Their magic has gotten used to using mostly household spells. While they can use their magic for other purposes, their multitasking just shines when it comes to serving. And their bodies? Well, it's not a problem per se, as far as their enslavement is concerned, but I do find them too thin, and tiny. Standing up, I ask, would you like to witness something that hasn't ever been done before, my dear Tatiana? Rolling her eyes in fondness, Tatiana smiles and says, I doubt it will be quick, and one of us has to stay in the sanctum to guard it. Or have you forgotten it, Master of the Sanctum? Oh, yeah. It didn't cross my mind, to be honest. I'll call for you when the process is complete, okay? It will take me a few hours to be done. Tatiana nods, and says, fine. But if it is going to take more than a day, I better find you in bed tonight. I nod, happily accepting it. Like I'm going to miss sleeping beside my Tatiana. Sigh. Creating a portal, I appear on Sanctuary, already at my destination. The cave which housed the heart-shaped herbs, and the transmuted vibranium. I've tested the herbs a lot, even if I haven't actually used it yet. The flower is definitely magical, and has a blessing of the goddess Bast cast upon it. The blessing just turned whoever consumes it into a champion of Bast, as long as they pass the test. But the herb itself, or the magic within it, is what enhances the strength and reflexes so much. I wasn't interested in it though, at least not just the herb. If I do have it, I'll take it along with some other strength ritual, modifying both to gain higher benefits. Despite the 7 herbs that I've taken in all these years for testing purposes, there are still 16 plants still present, and a total of 52 flowers. And I need just 2 plants for my purposes. Taking them and storing them within the nowhere, I apparate once more, this time appearing in front of a small pond, which had a small stream coming from up the mountain, in the form of a tiny waterfall. The pond was yet to be occupied by anything more than a few fishes, and was used frequently by other animals, mundane and magical, as a source of drinkable water. This isn't the only pond here though, there are literally hundreds of freshwater ponds, lakes, and rivers on Sanctuary. This one wasn't even unique, except for being exceptionally well lit by the skies above, thanks to the lack of thick trees surrounding it. I just chose this particular pond at random, to be honest. Which is why I'm surprised when I see a group of unicorns standing near the treeline, just staring at me. Walking forward, I smile at the unicorns and say, I'm guessing that you know what I'm going to do today. One of the unicorns, the biggest male present I notice, takes a step forward, and lifts his front right leg up. I frown, and ask, are you sure? I can do it without your blood, you know. The unicorn in turn takes another step forward, and whinnies, lifting his leg up once more. Sighing, I approach him, and after petting his neck a couple times, kneel down. Taking a syringe out, I start taking the golden-colored blood out, wondering what good deed I have done to get this opportunity not once, but twice in my lifetime. The first one was when I had gone to ask for a freely given unicorn horn, which I had actually gotten after a few days of begging. And now, I'm getting freely given unicorn blood. This time without even asking for it. Done with extracting just half a liter of the unicorn's blood, I take a step back, bow, and say, thank you. I promise I will not misuse this blood. The unicorn whinnies once again, and the entire group turns around, and runs away, far faster than any normal horse. I watch them disappear into the woods, and sigh. This just tells me that I am on the right path, if even unicorns want to help me. I place the unicorn blood-filled syringe inside nowhere, and turn towards the pond of water. With a wave of my hand, I create a portal right under the waterfall, sending the water directly into the sea. This way, until my work is done, no new water will enter the pond. Another wave of my hand summons all the fishes within the pond out, and onto the ground. Guess I'll be feeding the Nundus personally later. Touching the pond with the eye of my staff, I focus my magic through it, freezing all the water within a few seconds. Replacing the staff with my hand, I store the block of ice in nowhere, stuck in ice form for now. I point my staff at the land which once held the water, and shoot magic out of it in short bursts. This causes runes to be carved on the pond's walls, as well as the floor. These runes will purify the water of any dirt, trash, or grime. One of the Wakandan plants that I had stored in nowhere, appear out into the air, and floats down gently. Immediately, the ground is dug up a bit, as the heart-shaped herb, with 9 flowers on it, is planted into the pond's bed. And then, after I melt the ice back into water to fill the lake up, I get down to the final part. A potion. Taking a cauldron out, I take around half a liter of the pond's water in it, and start a fire underneath. One by one, I crush the heart-shaped herbs of the second plant, the actual flowers, into a thick paste, and stir it into the water. Then, I add a single drop of the unicorn's freely given blood after each flower. A total of 7 drops of unicorn blood and 7 flowers are added to the water, turning the contents into a dark purple, almost brown, color. After the 7th drop of golden unicorn blood, I conjure a bar of vibranium, and using Galadmagul, shave some of it into the liquid. I keep stirring, for a few more minutes, until the liquid goes from brown, to a silver color, the vibranium completely mixed now, and then, stir in the opposite direction. I add a few more ingredients, including the blood of Kultur, and end with 1 more drop of unicorn blood. Finally, the end result is a cauldron full of potion, that is gold in color, darker than Felix Filicus, but lighter than actual gold. Snuffing the fire out, I pick the cauldron in my hands, and walk towards the pond, the heat not even bothering me. Stopping at the shore, I whisper, Elder Goddess Oshtur, Elder Goddess Gia. My race of mages have done a crime against magic. They created life, but enslaved it, not allowing it to grow. Please. Allow me to fix my ancestors' mistakes. Allow me to turn the house elves into an independent race of elves. The wind caressing my face is all the answer I get to my pleading, and all the answer I need, as I lift the cauldron high up, and empty it into the pond of water. With a golden splash, the golden potion splashes into the water and starts spreading out. The little bit of sunlight that comes from the west causes the pond to glow a bit, and I feel the magic within the potion spreading into the lake. Gently, the water starts spinning around in a clockwise direction. And then, the purple of the plant buried under the water joins in, which mixes with the gold of the water. The runes that I had carved on the walls of the pond glow with a purple light, as more and more magic is added to the pon. For a minute, I stay still, watching this happening with wide eyes, since I wasn't causing this. When the water stops, right before I can snap out of my shock, it is now turned into a silver-colored liquid once more. But that's not all. The runes that I had carved into the pond bed and walls, have just disappeared. Suddenly, something hard slams into my back, sending my crashing into the water. Involuntarily, I swallow some of the water, as I regain my balance. I turn around to shoot a spell at whoever attacked me, when suddenly I realize I'm no longer inside the water. What the fuck? I mumble, looking around at the paradise, all around me. Because I can't describe it in any other words. I was still in a forest, but it was most definitely not the forest that I had been involuntarily dunked in. The skies were blue, the forest green, and the earth brown. But there was just something about this sight, that made me feel as if I'm in some divine place. Unicorns of different sizes ran all around the forest, while multiple phoenixes, dragons, thunderbirds, and even thestrals flew over my head. For a while, I stay mesmerized by this new vision I found witnessing. This is what I hope Sanctuary becomes someday. A sanctuary. A paradise for magical creatures. And then, I open my eyes, suddenly finding myself drowning in the water of the pond. Widening my eyes, I point my palm upwards, and cast Ascendio. With a mighty pull, I get propelled upwards, and fly out of the water, landing harshly on the ground. Cough. Cough. I cough, spitting out water, from my mouth and my nose. The taste was strangely sweet, not like any flower I've ever tasted before. Fuck. I whisper, realizing exactly what had happened. I got pushed into the pond of enhancement, that I created for the elves. I could feel it in my bones, even now. I was better, stronger, more earthly. Shaking my head, I look around, trying to find any signs of the one that pushed me in. But, finding nothing, I promise myself to come back to it later, and apparate towards the castle. I need to check myself over first. This was a ritual, a quick ritual, but a ritual nonetheless. One designed to make elves better thinkers, better magicals, and grant them a stronger body, on par with the normal humans at least, despite their small size. And something forced me to take part in it, with me having no idea what the effects will be. Good news is, there are no adverse side effects. The ritual did have some effects though. Some marvelous, mind my pun, effect. I'm stronger by a mere 20% over my original strength 2 hours ago, faster by 25%, my brain is still the same, and my magic is also mostly the same. Somehow, my connection to the earth had improved, granting me around 70% better efficiency when it comes to elemental spells. Earth, fire, wind, lightning, water. I am stronger in all these spells by 70% each. All in all, I got the benefits that I'd expected to get from the heart-shaped herb, and some more. The heart-shaped herb definitely didn't give anyone efficiency in magic spells, since Bast wasn't known for her magic. I have no sure data on who pushed me in, but I have a few guesses. One being Elder Goddess Oshtur, and another being Elder Goddess Gia. I invoked the two in my ritual spell, so that they could bless it. But, what would two Elder Goddesses even get by making me stronger by just around 40% overall? It's not even much. 40% increase is not much, when you take into account my original strength. I just went from just under Sabertooth level to just above Sabertooth in terms of strength, senses, and instincts. Shaking my head, I focus back on the pond, which was still silver in color, with the waterfall now once again flowing into the pond. The spells I had carved into the wall make sure that whatever water goes out of the borders of the pond turns back into normal, pure water, although of a superior quality. More pure. Kultur. Holler. I call out, calling for the first two elves that I put under my employ while in the past. With a simultaneous pop, the two elves come into existence in front of me, one old as fuck, and one relatively young. Holler was around 90 years old now, while Kultur was just above 40, and in his prime. Elves don't live much, at least for now, and the oldest elf lived to be around 120 years old. Nodding at them, as they silently look up at me, I say, I have a task to give you too. Anything, master? Kultur says, bending down. I ignore the title, and say, one by one, you will have every elf under our employ spend 1 minute in this pond. When more elves are brought in, they should first be brought here for bathing too. The 2 elves look at the silver pond, and Holler asks, may Holler be asking? Why? At least their stay with me had some benefits, even if I didn't spend a lot of time with them. They know I don't punish the elves, ever. And so, they were encouraged to ask questions. Sometimes, though, Kultur still follows orders without even doubting my words. Conditioning, I'll tell you. It is a bad thing. Nodding at Holler with a smile, I say, you can always ask why. As for the reason, this pond is a creation of mine. It will make you stronger, smarter, better at magic, and grant you a better connection to the earth by the blessings of Mother Magic herself. This way, you won't depend on me for too much stuff, and will only disturb my important work when absolutely necessary. And it will make you not depend on me for providing you with magic. And this way, it won't seem as if I'm forcing them to do this because I want to free them. While Blinky knows of my goal to free the elves, these elves don't. Gods, I miss Blinky too, I wonder how she's doing. Well, I'll make sure they won't miss me. A benefit of having time travel in my hands. Holler nods slowly, as it made sense to him, and says, Master's work be utmost importance. Holler will carry out the order to ensure Master isn't disturbed. Kultur nods rapidly, and says, Kultur be bring every new elfling here, Master. Elf seas become strong, and Master becomes a stronger mage. Well, whatever floats your boat my dear elf. Nodding at the 2, I point at the pond, and say, now, let's start with you 2. Who would like to dive in first? Without a by your leave, Kultur pops over the pond's surface, and drops down into the water, sending the silver liquid flying out. As expected, before it can hit us, the liquid turns into regular water, and a wave of my hand evaporates it. I see Kultur stay still, as his body starts getting dragged down by the dense water, while Holler fidgets on my side. He slowly asks, is Kultur fine? I pat my hand on Holler's head, and say, don't worry. When I went through with it, even I was submerged underground for a minute. He will wake when his time is up, and it is your duty to pull him out. I've already tried taking another dip, and found that it doesn't work. One person just gets one dip into the pond. Any additional dips have no benefits, except for cleaning your body up nicely. When Holler pulls Kultur's struggling form out, I smile, seeing changes already, some visible, and some subtle. Kultur had grown bigger, with his scrawny arms increasing in their mass. His long nose had gotten a bit shorter, while his skin color had gotten a bit darker, almost greenish-brown. He looked similar to just skin and bones before, but now he looked like a properly fed elf. Even Blinky didn't look this good. Kultur looks up, amazed, and says, You be great, Master Athreos. Kultur feels stronger than ever before. Smiling, I say, that was my goal, yes. I then turn towards Holler, and say, well, Holler. It is your turn now. Soon, every elf on Sanctuary will be enhanced, stronger. Their minds will slowly go from the dumb that they are now, to at least semi-competent. And then, they will finally be free. All through the use of my trickery. The next year goes by well enough, with no problems to speak of. There was the occasional sorcerer going rogue, but no one dared to attack my sanctum. According to Tatiana, it was being speculated in Kamartaj that I was being groomed by Master Aisha to be her successor. That I was going to become the next sorcerer supreme of Kamartaj. And this is why sorcerers are afraid of attacking my sanctum. Hell, witches are afraid of attacking my sanctum. And those bitches rarely even debate about challenging normal sorcerers. But, I know it is nothing but poppycock. I am not sorcerer supreme material, I don't like responsibilities of that degree. Sanctum master is the highest I'll go, and if she even tries to hand the title on to me, I'll fuck right off. Best of all, Master Aisha knows it. Sanctuary was running smoother than ever, with the elves now fitting in with their new selves very well. They're still elves, the same personality with a tendency to please the master, ergo me, but now, they were more free with their words, free with their actions. Before, every elf did their work, slept, and ate food, and that's it. Now, they still do the same, but I've noticed the elves speaking with the magical creatures when they believe I'm not there. Not a conversation, but like one speaks to their pets. All in all, the new elves were evolving very fast, which is just perfect. With good, however, must come bad. And this bad is something I've seen coming for a long time. I want to leave. Tatiana whispers to me one night, as we sleep side by side. Sighing, I feel tears pricking at my eyes, as I whisper, I can't say I'm surprised. You've been feeling smothered for 4 months now. You promised not to use your telepathy on me. Tatiana accuses, lifting her head up from my chest. Smiling softly, I kiss her on her nose, and say, I don't need my mind arts to tell me how you feel. I know you, Tatiana. I can read your feelings on your face better than you can hide them. Tatiana puts her head back on my cheek, and asks, you aren't angry? I sigh, and say, anger is not something I'm feeling right now, no. As I said, I already expected these words to come out of your mouth, I thought I was ready to actually hear them, but clearly I'm not. I'm sorry, Athreos. Tatiana whispers, as I feel her hugging me tighter. Closing my eyes, I say, it's not your fault, Tatiana. Your life went too bad at every turn, which caused this to happen. This is the fault of those people who took advantage of your trust. Her parents, Herpo, Ptolemy. Almost every authority figure in Tatiana's life made it miserable for her, they gave her a fear of trusting people. And as much as she loves me, Tatiana doesn't trust me, not completely. Lifting Tatiana up so she's face to face with me, I kiss her lips gently, and say, I just want you to promise me. Promise me, Tatiana, that if you ever think you are going to be in danger, that you will come straight to me, to Sanctuary. Tatiana closes her eyes in content, and nods. She says, I promise. I will come straight to you if I ever feel endangered. For a few seconds, we stay hugging, not one of us wanting to let go. Suddenly, something crosses my mind, and I ask, how would you like to go through with a body enhancement ritual? One that I myself went through 4 years before we met. Tatiana looks up, smiling in amusement with tears in her eyes, and whispers, I'll do it. Smiling back with tears in my own eyes, I kiss Tatiana and hug her close. She will leave in a few days, which means I have a few days to take care of everything to ensure her survival out there. Tatiana. She's too independent to stay in one place for more than a year at a time, as I said. And she still stayed with me for over 4 years. That's progress, but her anxiety has been eating up at her for the last 4 months. She desperately wanted to get away, not just for a few days or something. But away, away. In some ways, I had loved how similar Tatiana is to me. And in others, like this particular time, I hate it. The first woman I actually loved in this life, and she was just as psychologically fucked up as me. We go to sleep together, embracing the presence of each other, knowing that this might just be the last few days we have together. A/N, this was already coming. The way I wrote Tatiana, she has a lot of trust issues. And Mason, well, he told her to his face that she won't be privy to all his secrets. And so, Tatiana hates that, even if she loves him. Her trust issues, her entire life spent in Alexandria, and the troubles she faced in those years have forced her to adapt to a traveler's spirit. She needs new places, new sights, new people, every few years. And now, her time limit of staying with the sorcerers, including Mason, has come to an end. Just to remind you that this is not at all sudden. Mason already said when Aisha asked him about her, that Tatiana won't stay in Kamartaj, or even affiliated with them, for too long. She will help when it's needed, but she won't stay. So yes, Mason already expected this breakup, and he was prepared for it. But being prepared doesn't mean you're actually ready to be broken up with. The elves didn't get Bast's blessings, they got Oshtur and Gia's, thanks to Mason's prayer. They've become stronger, yes, but it's nothing like what happens to T'Challa. They just got some of their much-needed mass back, and their minds are slowly, very slowly, becoming more efficient. Feel free to ask questions if there are any more doubts. P.S. Yes, I've already decided on whom I want to pair Mason with, and no, it won't be in the future. It will happen now, in the past itself. But there are still more than a few chapters to go before that. P.P.S. My goal of beginning Canon MCU, 2008, before Chapter 100 will definitely not come to pass, lol. Chapter 72, Days of Boredom. A/N, Pat3, HelloDarkness07. You will stay safe, won't you? I ask, looking over Tatiana with concern. Tatiana chuckles, although I do see tears in her eyes too, and says, don't worry. I have Eidos with me anyway, not to mention my wand and my cloak of intangibility. I smile at the name she gave her sword, one that I forged for her. Eidos, eagle. The name which I had gone by in Egypt, Athreos Eidos. The vibranium and magic silver alloy sword was a wonderful piece of art. A scimitar, Eidos was sharp enough to pierce almost anything Tatiana might come across, while also giving her a sort of danger sense, like the original Gisverd did to Adrian, and I. And yes, the cloak of intangibility is a trump card on its own. Don't try and rely on the cloak though. I want to see you live at least till 200 years of age, you understand? I say, bringing Tatiana in for another hug. I don't want her to go. But if I voice it out, she will still be leaving, but it won't be on good terms. Tatiana sighs, and says, I will miss you, Athreos. I will miss you too, Tatiana. I whisper, laying a kiss on top of her head. She was ready for her travels. She has a porte-clés to the sanctuary, a second sling ring, one that I made out of magic silver, that now rested on her left middle finger, and the entire contents of her library, just in case. She also had the magic silver dagger, one she had used to kill Herpo already with her, so if she does face someone too dangerous, she just has to cut them once. The basilisk venom will take care of the rest. There was also the ritual she had gone through yesterday, one that I had asked her to go through. It was the nameless ritual that I myself had gone through to gain Victor Creed's mutation. Where I had used Victor's flesh, blood, and bone to take his mutations and make them my own, Tatiana had decided upon a dragon, funnily enough. And I had like dozens of dragon corpses in nowhere alone, let alone those I had buried on sanctuary. The dragon she decided upon was a Hebridean black, a species with one of the toughest hides amongst the dragons. After going through the ritual, Tatiana got the abilities to shoot flames out of her mouth, cover her skin with the scales of the Hebridean black, and speak to other dragons. She also got some physical strength enhancement, making her my equal in strength now. So, yet, I wasn't afraid of her getting hurt at all. But, watching Tatiana leave out the doors of the sanctum, I can't help but feel as if I'm losing a part of myself here. Did I agree with Tatiana's decision to leave me behind? Yes, because she needed it. Does it still hurt? Gods, yes it does. The next few weeks after Tatiana's departure go in sadness, with me sulking all around the sanctum. Around 2 months after Tatiana's departure, and our breakup, I became anxious. I can't stay like this, wallowing in sadness. I need to keep myself busy. I need to do something. And I know one thing that I can do, that I've been planning to do, but never felt the need. Reforging my swords. There is an alchemical process, one that can safely separate any alloy into chunks of its constituent metals. There is another alchemical process that can merge 2 or more metals into an alloy so perfect that even the aforementioned process cannot separate them. Obviously, the normal alloy making rules apply. Whatever I would have mixed into the melted metals, like dragon bones, fangs, unicorn horn, I'll have to mix them within the potion too. First comes an alchemical spell written down on the ground in a circle. Then, at the center of the spell, the cauldron, containing the metal extraction potion. Taking my completely mundane US Guardian steel magic silver swords out of nowhere, I take aim and throw them into the potion. I had already removed all the enchantments on the sword, which wasn't easy. The only reason I managed to do it in a short time of just 1 week, is that I was the one to actually enchant them. Enchantments, once cast on a weapon, are almost impossible to remove, unless you know exactly what enchantments they had used and in what order, how the magic was fed to the weapon, and how the different enchantments worked together. So, yeah, really fucking hard. I needed to do it because otherwise my swords wouldn't have melted in the potion, despite the purpose of the alchemical spell being exactly that. Not to brag or anything, but my enchantments are good. Not at the goblin or god forbid, dwarf level, but by human standards I'm definitely at the top. Once the swords melt completely, with only the metal parts remaining, the alchemical spell flashes once, and 3 metallic strings rise out of the cauldron into the air. The 3 strings, one made of dark uru, magical silver and Asgardian steel each, float towards the runic arrays drawn for the resulting separation, and start condensing into orbs of each metal. The largest orbs are of the dark uru and Asgardian steel, with both being of a spherical volume around equal to that of my head. The magic silver sphere was just a bit bigger than my fist. I keep the magic silver and Asgardian steel in the nowhere, once the process is complete, and bring my focus onto the floating sphere of dark uru. I look at it in contemplation, trying to figure it out by just staring at it. Before, I didn't have a method of purifying it, and I think the Sorcerer Supreme Yao purposefully denied me a method of complete purification just so I don't get too strong too fast. He might have been a ghost, summoned by me to the mortal world, but that didn't mean he was loyal to me, or that he had to follow my requests. But now, I have under my name the energy of the light dimension, and I have in my possession freely given unicorn blood. Unicorn blood has a massive amount of life within it, so much so that it could even revive the dead, if given right after the death. And the dark uru has a lot of dark magic within it, completely ingrained. While not completely opposite, the 2 separate elements of blood and light magic, will work together to cleanse the dark uru completely, turning it into normal uru. I hope. Taking the vial filled with the golden blood of the unicorn, I place a single drop on top of the dark uru, and watch it sizzle as it seeps into the metal. Satisfied, I place a few more drops on the same spot, and watch them get absorbed by the metal too, to no visual effect. But, it wasn't going to be immediate in any way. Waving my hands around the floating orb, I conjure yellow magic from the light dimension into 6 circular tau mandalas around the metal orb. 1 each at the top, bottom, left, right, front, and back of the orb. Those tau mandalas then stretch, and connect to form a big sphere around the metal sphere, and stay there, floating. The Tau Mandala sphere then glows a brighter yellow, as it starts emitting its magic inside itself, towards the orb of dark URU. I blink and squint my eyes, the entire process too bright for me to see clearly. I smile, satisfied with my work. A quick calculation informs me that at the rate my light energy bombardment spell is emitting the magic into the dark URU, it will be back to URU within a week at most. I leave it there, and walk away, on to the second task to cure my loneliness. Gods, it's only been 3 months since Tatiana left, hasn't it? Bringing my staff out of nowhere, I hold the magic silver basilisk eye in front of my face, and slowly whisper, Tatiana. Immediately, the eye on top of my staff becomes shinier, and shows me the person that had been on my thoughts for so long. She was fighting demons, Mephisto's minions from the looks of it, and she was obviously holding her own well. Knowing that I can't scry her for long without being detected, I wave my hand to drop the spell. Divination, a branch so delicate that even the Sorcerer Supreme thinks twice about using it. And I'm using it to check up on my ex-girlfriend, because that is what she is, isn't she? Shaking my head, I keep the staff back in nowhere, and bring myself back to the library. Where was I? The history of goblins. Goblins are the descendants of an elder spawn named Gobalt, a child of Gia, while the dwarves are the descendants of Duril, an elder spawn from an elder goddess named Isois. Both rose out of underground caves, both have interest in digging into the earth, and both have an intense hatred for each other. They don't hate wizards. Yet. I mean, they don't like mages, but hate is a word that won't be used in this situation for at least a few more centuries. But where goblins show their talents in metals, the dwarves do it in gemstones and construction. Goblins can enchant items better, but dwarves can enchant places better. Each race has their plus points, but I wasn't interested in that. I'm interested in distracting myself, and I need history for that. Let's see what happened after the Third Great Goblin-Dwarf War. A month after that, I hold in my hands 2 swords, both completely identical. The dark URU was cleansed into URU pretty easily, with 1 week of constant spell casting, and the actual metal working took me just a couple days. The remaining days were spent in enchanting the weapons, letting the magic settle down, enchanting some more, and testing the capabilities after each added enchantment. Right now, the 2 swords in my hands could stop any dark spell from harming me, including demonic, divine, and creature-based dark magic. The swords also give me a danger sense, while prompting me to move in a direction that would prove to be the least harmful to me. The swords were obviously very sharp, strong, and capable of cutting even vibranium. Although I doubt that this will hold true against Steve's shield. That thing is made of a lot more than just vibranium, and hence, my highly magical swords will be able to just scratch the shield, or cut if hit on the edges, Thanos style. Since the dark URU wasn't dark anymore, I couldn't exactly call my swords dark and light anymore. Instead, I gave them a singular name, inspired from the same language that gave me Galadmagol and Dermagol. Or Christ. While the word means goblin cleaver, I wasn't going to use these swords to cleave goblins. The Orcrists were similar in look to the 2 Megals, with the curved blade 4 feet long, similar to the weapon Orcrist from the Lord of the Rings movies, with the magical gold-plated basilisk fang as a handle, bound to the sword blade by dragon leather strips. Hebridean black, obviously, since Tatiana did require me to cut the poor dragon up. The URU, Asgardian steel, vibranium, and magical silver, in the ratio of 6:6:1:3, along with a handful of powdered dragon bone, and Nunda bones, had formed into a perfectly bound alloy. So much so, that the color itself was different from any of the metals used, with a blue-tinted silver look on its surface. I was calling this new alloy Mithril 2.0, since I was going to use this alloy in a lot of other stuff too. This alloy was perfect for my use. Highly durable, damage-resistant, and a perfect channel for the light magic once shaped into a sword using powdered unicorn horn, just like Thulgisverd. And the first Mithril turned out to be Asgardian steel anyway. The swords can block almost all physical hits without even letting me feel the hits. I say almost all, because a hit by one sword is definitely felt on the other. Which means similar highly magical weapons will also make me feel the vibrations of the hits, which is actually a good thing. The swords can also absorb magic, obviously, and feed it into the light dimension, which uses it to heal my body, magic, mind, and soul continuously. As long as I hold these swords, I won't even age. Ever. But, I also don't need the swords for immortality. I am me. Then, the swords can also tap into my connection to the light dimension and call the energy forth. It shoots the energy out of the tip in the form of highly intense photon blasts. The swords can also channel my Kasha magic, allowing me to light the swords on fire, or raise their temperature, without worrying about melting them. And it can also tap into the healing realm to amplify my healing factor, healing wounds almost instantly. But, that's only when I am actually holding the swords. But that wasn't all. The swords had another gift, another enchantment that made them all the more special. Slowly, I bring the swords together, focusing on that one enchantment. As soon as the swords are within 10 centimeters of each other, they melt, as if they're being heated once again, and shift. The metal blades turn into snake-like appendages, as the two mithril blades start winding around one another, merging with each other. The same happens to the sword handles, until at the end, there is just one larger sword, this one actually a straight sword, in place of the two. I call this sword the Glamdring, the enemy defeater. This sword is 5.5 feet long, just the blade, while the handle is 8 inches more. Glamdring is also heavy, weighing around 30 kgs, which compared to the 8 kgs each of the Orcrists is mind-blowing. Glamdring has all the gifts of the Orcrists, with the only disadvantage being the weight. But, I'm a fucking super mutant, some additional kilos is nothing for me. Glamdring, an Orcrist. One large straight sword, Roman style, while the Orcrists are two curved swords, elf style. Maybe I should show these swords to TA. And now, I am once again bored. Fuck. Distract yourself, Mason. Another month of just existing in the sanctum passes, and I find myself in a place where I wanted to come for so long, with no guarantee that this place actually existed. The Savage Lands. A place in the continent of Antarctica, with Homo sapiens, Neanderthals, and a lot of other tribal people living together with fucking dinosaurs. I currently stood on top of a volcano, looking at a group of pterodactyls flying around, while various other dinosaur breeds could be seen in the distance. I could even make out multiple long necks belonging to the sauropods that were still alive. I don't even know what year it is now. How many years has it been since I came here, to the past? Gods, my mind is too distracted to even calculate it. The Savage Lands covered a small fraction of the icy lands of Antarctica, barely 0.5% in fact. There was an illusion on the lands, which made it so that the only way to see inside the Savage Lands, is to be inside the Savage Lands. It wasn't magical however, and I have no idea how the illusion was grounded. A total of 7 volcanoes surrounded the Savage Lands, which is how the area was so warm, and free of ice except for on top of the lone non-volcanic mountain. Standing on top of the same volcano, I take a deep breath, a simple bubblehead charm preventing me from suffocating on the ash and smoke. And then, I lift my left hand, and look at the artifact in it. The Eye of the True North. A relic of my own making that simply takes you to where your need will be satisfied. Made using the compass I had found in the stomach of Drudger the Berserk Dragon, in possession of the which he had swallowed, the compass had taken me to where I was going to find the sands of time, a couple weeks before they had even been created. That's liquid luck for you. And now, it had forcefully operated me on top of this volcano, when I had asked it to take me to the Savage Lands. Closing my eyes, I focus on the next item, and then smile, as I feel myself get pulled into an apparition tunnel. As soon as I get out of the tunnel, I open my eyes, and slap my hand. A light blue spell exits out of my palm, and hits the dinosaur which had begun to attack me right on its head, sending it flying to the side, already unconscious. Can't blame it, I did come out of nowhere. And then, I look upon the prize. Antarctic Vibranium. A metal that can destabilize the metallic bonds between the atoms of any metal. It does that by sending out continuous vibrations, as opposed to absorbing all vibrations that the normal Wakandan vibranium does, which resonate with the metal in question, and turns them into metal dust. It can also stab through any metal on Earth, even vibranium. But, I have no idea if this is true, let alone if this will hold true against Asgardian steel, magic silver, gold, auric alum, or the other divine metals. Only one way to find out. Conjuring a magic silver dagger out of nowhere, I send it flying into the rock of Antarctic vibranium buried halfway into the earth. The dagger stabs into the Antarctic vibranium, thanks to my enchantments, but then, I see the handle drop right down, with only 1/2 inch of the actual dagger remaining now. The rest of the metal had directly touched the vibranium, and got turned into dust summarily. Fuck. That was fast. Waving my hand, I lift the vibranium B, as it is called, up through the earth, and into the air, and send it to nowhere. I could feel that the vibranium buried here is just a small chunk of the total vibranium in Antarctica, but if I take any more, then other people could come looking for it. For me. My work done, I place the half dagger back into nowhere, and create a portal back home. This metal should keep me busy for a while, at least until I properly get over Tatiana. I have no more business here, as much as I want to study this place. I'll come back here later, to set up some form of observatory or something, but nothing more. This region is a sanctuary, similar to what I hope my island becomes. This place is where dinosaurs, people, animals, plants, all remain safe from outside hands. I don't want to mess this up, I don't want to do anything to endanger the residents of the Savage Lands. My small theft of the Vibranium B will have to do. As soon as I walk through the portal, however, I stop, seeing someone standing in front of me, with a look of annoyance on her face. Can I help you? I ask, feeling confused over why the sheer power I feel from her. Not even Master Aisha has this much magic in her, and she's the fucking sorcerer supreme. And this woman, standing in the welcoming room of the sanctum, while having no ill intentions towards me or the sanctum according to the wards, just gave off a feel of power. The woman scowls at me, and says, "You are a hard man to catch, thief. You stole from me. I need the items back, and I want restitution to be paid." I frown, a bit confused, and say, "I realize this might make me seem like I'm worse than I actually am, but you need to be more specific. I have stolen from a lot of people, but I don't actually remember stealing from you. And I remember everything." The woman straightens up, narrowing her eyes at me, and says, "My name is Bast of Celestial Heliopolis, the daughter of Amun-Ra, and the protector goddess. You, mortal sorcerer, you stole my Izifo, and you stole the plants I created for my mortals. Well. Fuck. This is not something I had seen coming, since I didn't think the goddess herself will come after me. Would you like to discuss this over some warm drink?" I ask, teleporting us to the dining room, already seated on the table. Well, I'm not an idiot, or a savage. Nothing good will come by fighting her. Either she wins, and I die. Or she loses, and the entire Celestial Heliopolis declares war on me or something. Bast doesn't react to the forceful displacement, and just looks around with some mild curiosity. Nodding, she says, "Yes, let's discuss the terms of your surrender." Smiling, as the tea starts preparing itself, I say, "Now let's not jump to conclusions. I had a reason for taking the Izifo, as well as the herbs. Wouldn't you like to hear them before making your decision?" Bast frowns, and says, "Speak then. State your reasons." As I pour the tea out in 2 cups, one for each of us, I say, "Your mortals, the Panther tribe, have killed multiple Nundus, dragons, and even a pair of golden grap horns. I, being the self-appointed protector of magical creatures, took exception to that, and took the Izifo and the herb as restitution." Bast calmly sips the tea, and says, "While the restitution part could have excused you from taking the weapons in the possession of my mortals' hands, this does not excuse the theft of the herbs, or the Izifo within the caves. And I don't see how you being the protector trumps over me being an actual goddess." "True," I say, nodding, and stand up. "The reason I felt so highly offended by that act of the Panther tribe harming the Nundus, is because of this." And then, I turn into the form of Akasha. White-flamed, 7 feet tall, I look at Bast's wide eyes with heterochromatic eyes of my own, and turn back into my human form. As I sit back down, I say, "I have a spiritual connection to the race of flaming cats, and through them, the feline family. Their attempted murder of a Nundu, along with their disregard for the lives of the Nundu cubs is what drove me to stealing that much from them. Then there's the fact that they only killed Nundus to use their bones in their weapons. Even though I use their bones in my weapons, I wait until the Nundu, or even dragon, dies of natural causes. I don't mention that she was the one who prompted the Wakan dance towards Nundu bones, which allowed them to kill dragons. As I said, I don't want a fight with her. While with my magic, I might be able to take her, it will be too problematic down the line." Bast pauses in her drinking, now calm from her shock of seeing me turn into Akasha, and stays silent for a few seconds. "This complicates things. Your spiritual connection to the Kasha is true, since I, being a cat goddess, can feel it," she says. Shaking her head, she drops her head in frustration, and says, "You were well within your rights to kill my Panther tribe. Why didn't you?" Sighing, I say, "What good would it have done? The remaining mortals under your protection would have continued doing the same, not to say what you yourself would have done if I had actually killed the offenders. She stalked me, tracked me down, and spent who knows how many years doing it, just because I stole from her. If I had actually gone through with killing Bashan-Ga and his fellow Wakandans, or at least the ones at the forefront, there wouldn't have been any talk. Bast would have straight up attacked me in revenge." Bast sighs, and says, "True. It seems we are at an impasse. Your actions had reason enough behind them, and I need some restitution for your crimes against me. Well, that is not how I see it, but who knows how gods think." While she understands that my actions had reason, she still isn't ready to forgive the theft. But at least she isn't attacking. Nodding, I think for a moment, and ask, "What if I pay you with a service? I am a decent smith, I could create something for you as payment for the items stolen from you." Bast smiles, and says, "No. I have another task for you. Do this for me, and I will let this matter go, and consider our business done. Of course, if you steal anything else from me, we would have to revisit the issue once again." I nod, having expected something like this, and ask, "What would you have me do?" The smile on her face widens, as Bast says, there is a relic bound to me, split into 3 pieces by the pharaoh Khafra 2,500 years ago. I want you to collect the pieces, and hand it back to me. You want me to find the missing claw of Bast? Which no one has been able to find a single piece of in 2,500 years. I ask, more than a little dubious. The claw of Bast was a relic created in Kamar-Taj by a sorcerer some 3,000 years ago. The claw could empower the wearer into a pseudo-champion of Bast, giving them powers superior to any man. Above that, it could grant life back to the dead, or restore health to the sickly. On the downside, it can only be used 9 times, and it has already been used 7 times. Before it could be used some more, Khafra broke it into 3 pieces, and sent his servants to hide them far away. And in these last 2,500 years, not a single piece has been found. What makes Bast think that I can find them? Bast chuckles, and says, I know you have a tendency to find things you shouldn't be able to. I can see it in your soul. Well, she's not wrong about that. I have an amazing dumb luck sometimes, and my eye of true north is just an addition to that. Do this for me, sorcerer, and you will clear your debt. That's not even half as tempting as you think it is. I say, running my hand over my face. But what option do I even have? Either I accept this task, this fucking quest, and complete it. Or, I get a vengeful goddess after me, who knows that I'm in the right, but doesn't give 2 shits about it. She just wants justice, or she needs her justice. I shake my head, and say, fine. I will find your claw, and hand it off to you. And as long as the Panther tribe stays their hands on killing magical creatures for their own greed, I will not take a single action against them. Agreed. Glad you understand, sorcerer. Bast says. And then, she bends down, turns into a black panther a foot taller than my Kasha form, and says, I would appreciate a way back to my lands now. I blink, surprised at hearing the human-sounding voice from a panther's mouth, and create a portal to Africa. Once the portal closes, I lean back with a sigh, wondering if this is my life now. I met an actual fucking goddess, and by God is she a pretty woman. I'm not saying that though, even if she isn't here, I don't want to die, you know. Well, at least this new quest will keep me busy for a few years at least. I doubt finding the claw of Bast is going to be an easy task. 2 months later. I hate my life. I grumble, jumping up, dodging away from the Sphinx's hit. The Sphinx, the actual Sphinx, contained the soul of the pharaoh Khafra, lying dormant, and hence undetected for all these years. And it had awakened as soon as I had taken the 3rd and final piece of the claw of Bast from its resting place. The tomb of Khafra. And I'm not talking about the animal Sphinx, no. I'm talking about the actual Sphinx statue next to the Pyramid of Giza. And fucking Khafra had stored his phylactery, somewhere near the Sphinx. The fucking soul had taken over the Sphinx, in order to attack whoever had come for the claw as soon as I had stepped foot in Giza with the 2 other pieces of the claw on my person. Worst part is that just like a Horcrux, most spells, both sorcery and magecraft, just splashed harmlessly on the Sphinx. And whatever spells did actually harm it, had no effect on the soul, since it wasn't actually inside the Sphinx. Which is why I am stalling, waiting for either my magic, or my sense of smell, to catch the soul container. Raising my hand, I catch the stone punch with a Tau Mandala shield, which breaks and sends me flying backwards. Landing on my feet, I wait for it to punch again, and create a portal right before it can hit me, sending the fist flying into the back of the Sphinx's head. The Sphinx stumbles forward, and I transfigure the earth around it to quicksand, slowly causing it to start sinking. Sniff, sniff. Found it. Conjuring a magic silver dagger, with basilisk venom already absorbed within it, I throw it in a wide arc, away from the Sphinx, and towards the Pyramid of Khafra. My dagger flies high, and the Sphinx turns its head towards it. Before it can even try to get itself out of the quicksand, the dagger stabs up to its hilt into the stone on the pyramid. Which stone, one might ask? Well, the one at the very top of the Pyramid of Khafra, of course. The stone explodes, showing me my dagger just barely touching the golden ankh hidden inside it. But, this single touch, this single scratch was enough for the venom to start working, and within a few seconds, the ankh explodes too, sending a few more of the topmost stones flying down. I sigh, seeing the Sphinx stop moving, and raise my head. I mumble, I'm getting too old for this shit. And then, I wave my hand, which causes stones to fly back up to their spot, returning to their previous location, while the Sphinx itself appears in its previous, seated position, exactly where it was before. The 3 pieces of the claw of Bast were kept in 3 different corners of Africa. One was hidden inside a warded cave in extreme South Africa, another in a volcano in Western Africa, and lastly, the 3rd piece was in the tomb of Khafra, in Egypt. The 3rd piece was likely kept by Khafra himself, until his dying day, while he gave a fake to a servant. He then must have hidden his soul anchor inside the pyramid stone. And then, when he died, the priests of Anubis kept the claw piece with his body, likely having no idea what it is. He was literally wearing it as a locket. And now, I have all 3 pieces. And the only reason I found the pieces, is that I had the Eye of the True North with me. Cracking my back once everything is back in place, except for the top stone, I apparate to WizardKinda, and wait. Bast will come here soon, her magic is strongest here. And then, I can hand this claw off to her, and forget about it, and her. Fucking goddess. A/N, sorry about Tatiana's departure, but it had to be done. The way I wrote her, she just wouldn't have settled down this soon. She's a survivor, an adventurer. And I also didn't want Mason to settle down this soon. This is life, breakups keep happening. So, yeah. They'll live, but separately. I'm not going to just kill her off or something, so don't worry about that. Funny story, I had actually forgotten to write about Tatiana going through the ritual on part3 when I first wrote it. It was only when I checked over the last chapter for mistakes that I saw the part with Mason asking her to go through a ritual for him. So, yeah. My subscribers there got to read that part the same day as you guys here lol. Chapter 73, Freedom. A/N, part3, HelloDarkness07. First of all, was my last chapter that good? I literally got 10 new subscribers for that last chapter alone. Usually it's just 10 new subscribers for the entire month. Was it that good, or were you just too curious about the next chapters lol? Either way, I appreciate it a lot. Thank you for the new subscribers, and I hope I don't disappoint you, or even the ones on here. Now, on to the review replies, which I only do every once in a while. Sort off board, that was because I hadn't planned on referring the sorts lol. Everything I've written I first pulled out of my ass, and then made up something to justify it. Everything. I'll fix that part later, so it says just sword, and not Galadmagul, or I'll figure something else out. Thanks for pointing it out though. Jack 1 and Thebox, the pairing hasn't actually been decided upon. I keep imagining one character or the other, but whenever I try to imagine the character's future with MC, something seems odd. I'll keep writing, and see where the story takes me. Hyperion the Titans, too much use of the same ritual will make this a power-gathering type of FIC, and it'll make the entire story boring. Not saying all power-gathering FICs are like that, just that if I write it, it'll go like that. Already he has too many powers that I need to keep juggling while writing his fights. For everyone asking why Mason let Bast basically walk all over him, Mason is strong, he knows that. If he goes all out, he probably would defeat Bast without too much of a problem. But, he doesn't want problems with Bast. He doesn't want to fight her, and fulfilling one small easy request, as far as he knew at the time, thanks to his Eye of the True North, was preferred over making an enemy out of a goddess. Scyfly, Pharaoh's time began a long, long time ago. Even in 3000 BC pharaohs existed, and Mason is currently in somewhen around 40 BC. For the other questions, some answers will be provided later in the story itself, while others don't have a fixed answer beyond he didn't feel like it. Read on. I leaned back on the sand, enjoying the heat of the sun on my face. I was back on Sanctuary for the last 2 hours, to take a bit of vacation time. As usual, Master Mergiel had agreed to be a substitute for me, until I can get my restlessness over with. But, I could feel it. My time at the Sanctum, and with Camartage, was coming to an end. A few years, a decade or 2 at most, and then I'm gone. I had stopped looking after Tatiana using my scrying spell yesterday. I had realized it was creepy, and invasive to the privacy of someone I loved. It will take me time to move on from her, completely move on, but as long as I keep peeking in on her life, I was never going to truly move on. Well, I had to realize it someday, didn't I? Shaking my head, I lift the baby dragon sleeping on my chest and stand up, enjoying the way she cuddled in my arms. This was one of Mana and Oknarosa's children, and she had decided to channel her father today. She slept in my arms, while the others, including her siblings, cousins, and her parents' siblings, were running around the island, or flying, enjoying their lives. 30, the number of indigo-scaled dragons currently in the world, and on Sanctuary. Dura and Druger were the last mating pair remaining, and now, there were 30. I know, I had checked. Gods, this sanctuary is really working well. But, enjoying the beach was not the only reason I took time off from the sanctum. I had realized that in favor of relaxing, in favor of moping around, I had neglected one of my traits. Hoarding knowledge, or at least collecting as much magical knowledge as I can. Which is what I was now going to spend the next few days doing. I already have a spell to compress all the knowledge within a room into a single tome, by pulling the knowledge through the astral plane. My connection to the Shinnik realm was really helping me do this, which makes me wonder if even Rowena utilized the Shinnik realm to create her room of knowledge. Anyway, My plan was to use the spell to compress as many libraries worth of knowledge as I can, and see where it takes me. Sneaking into the Library of Alexandria once again was no hard task, as long as I stayed in the Muggle part. I already had the entire magical library already in my castle, so I don't exactly need to do this to that library. I stop walking only when I reach the exact center of the Muggle Library of Alexandria, in the exact center of the entire institution, and place the empty tome down on the ground. This time, I forego with the runes, and simply summon my staff to my hands. I gently tap my staff on the tome, and whisper, "Absorb." Immediately, the astral copies of the books, scrolls, pages, and everything written in the entire Library of Alexandria, since the magical library, gets pulled to the tome, and gets sucked in. Dozens at a time, this keeps happening, as the knowledge within the library is imprinted upon the tome of infinite pages. And I sit back and wait. The original spell of my own creation, needed me to paint runes on the ground, which was very time-consuming. And let's not forget the actual time that the knowledge absorption will take. So, as I usually do when I feel limited, I modified the spell after studying it intensely. This spell still needed the runes, but the runes were directly enchanted within the tome itself before the absorption began. So, I don't need to paint the ground in every library that I plan on robbing. Was it right? The theft of knowledge? Nope. But, I can't just let all this knowledge be destroyed because of the ravages of time. 2,000 years is a long time, and some of these books are destined to be destroyed. I'm just safeguarding the knowledge within. It still ain't right, but I'm not a saint anyway. An astonishing 3 hours later, I pick the compressed tome in my hands, and check over the knowledge. Everything was copied just fine. Putting it in the nowhere, I create a portal to the next destination. India. Time to rob the dozens of universities and schools that are standing all around the world today. This is still boring. I mumble, keeping the Taxila University tome on a shelf in my castle, right beside the Nalanda University tome. I had created a room underneath my castle, right underneath the original library. This one specifically for the compressed knowledge tomes. I'm going to figure something out to sort out the magical and non-magical books within the tomes later, but first, I want to get the copying part done with. It has been 7 days since I began with this theft of knowledge, and I'm already tired of this crap. I just sneak into the library, place the tome on the ground, begin the process, and let the spell do its work. Meanwhile, I remain bored, having to keep my senses open just in case someone senses something wrong. As much as I appreciate the speed this grants me, it's too annoying to just stand there and wait for the spell to be done. If only there was a worldwide spell I could use to copy all the knowledge at once. I snap my head upwards, and whisper, "Holy fuck." Shaking my head, I sprint towards the castle library, which contained the knowledge I had stolen from the magical library of Alexandria, and the royal library of the pharaohs, and say, "I can't believe this didn't come to me before." As I start looking for some particular books, particularly those on wards, and adding spells to them, I knock on the door in front of me, one that leads to the office of Master Aisha, and wait. My library, or the Library of Alexandria, together with the libraries of 17 places of education all around the world, if you want to be accurate, had proven to be insufficient for what I wanted to do. Or, to be exact, while I had the idea of how to accomplish my goals, I didn't have the exact method yet, let alone an actual step-by-step plan. So, I had come to the one place which definitely has the answers I seek. Kamar Taj. "Come in, Master Atharva. Please, sit." Master Aisha says, as the door opens. Sitting on the offered cushion, I accept the cup of tea she hands me, and nod my head. Taking the first sip, I say, "I have a request to make of you, in regards to one of my new projects." Master Aisha chuckles, and says, "I can already tell that this is not something I will like hearing. What is it that you need?" Taking a deep breath, I look her right in the eyes, knowing that this request needs to be fulfilled for me to even get close to the completion of my project. And then, I say, "I need your permission to study the barrier that was put around the world, the barrier that protects the world from any manner of outer threats." Master Aisha furrows her eyebrows, and asks, "What do you hope to achieve by doing this, Master Atharva?" I didn't expect her to just agree immediately. The barrier is the sole protection we have against the higher tier demons like Mephisto, Nightmare, Dormammu, the Elder Gods, or even the Old Ones. The barrier is what prevents those beings from invading directly. It might not prevent the minor demons from coming through, but as long as the higher tier demons are out, we are safe. Relatively. Of course, no measure is foolproof. There are rituals, spells, portals, artifacts, that can bring those beings to our realm, like Hydra and Grindelwald had done with the tentacled demon, and what Set had done to invade by possessing someone. But this barrier still prevents them from exhibiting their true powers in this realm. And a single mistake while analyzing it can completely take it down, destroying the planet through a stupid mistake. I sigh, and say, as you know, I like to collect knowledge. You mean steal? I have noticed you visiting those esteemed institutions, you know. Master Aisha interjects, completely wrong. I roll my eyes, and say, fine, I like to steal knowledge, and hoard it. At least I don't completely steal those books, and just take their copies, you know, which I could actually do. Master Aisha scoffs, and says, as if you will allow your thefts to be found out about. Continue. Sighing, I say, well, as you so helpfully pointed out, I've been visiting some of the institutions around the world this last week, and I find it tiring and annoying. While it does keep me busy enough to distract me from my recent separation with Tatiana, it also causes me to still feel bored out of my mind. And so, I thought, why not do something that only gods have managed so far? Cast a planet-wide spell to copy all the knowledge within the confines of the spell, and store it within a single place. A collection of libraries, containing all the knowledge on this planet, or at least the written word, all of it sorted by subject, difficulty, and language. Master Aisha listens to my sales pitch, because that's what it is, with a raised eyebrow. In the middle, the second eyebrow joins it in surprise, and at the end, she's just wide-eyed. She stays silent for a few seconds, and then, she asks, why? What purpose do you have to do this? And while I do sense some greed and pride in it, it's not all, is it? I nod, and say, I come from 2000 years into the future, you know that. Where I come from, around 99% of the books that currently exist around the world have been destroyed by the ravages of time. Some were lost in invasions, some in wars, some in fires, while some were just lost. This is my way of safeguarding this knowledge, so that no book, no scroll, no page with factual knowledge goes unread by everyone. I already expect hundreds of millions, if not billions of texts to appear in this collection, if the spell succeeds. Master Aisha nods, taking a sip of her own tea, which had remained unnoticed during the sales pitch, and says, and you intend to either add your theft spell to the planetary ward, or cast an entirely new ward. Nodding, I say, I would have already done the second, but I don't want my spell to mess something up in the planetary ward. Which is why I want to study the ward. And if I expect to add my spell to the already existing planetary ward, then I also need to study it intensively. Master Aisha frowns, thinking it over, but she doesn't reject it immediately, which is good. While she does know that I am doing this for some selfish reasons, she also sees that there are benefits to this. At this time, not many people have thought of copying spells. It's why scribes exist even in the magical library of Alexandria. Well, 2 scribes, me and Master Oniris. Since, you know, the magical library doesn't permit non-magicals to come in. As far as I know, the royal mages were the only ones in the entirety of Egypt to use spells to copy books. And that spell was invented just a few decades ago or something. I have conditions, if this succeeds. Master Aisha says after a minute or so of thinking. Which I already expected. This is basically a treasure trove which I'm going to create. Hopefully. And she definitely wants in, despite the immorality of it. Nodding, I say, I would like to hear them first, if you don't mind. We can write up an agreement later, once we actually agree. Master Aisha smirks a bit, and says, firstly, you will only study the ward under my supervision. Just so I can make sure you don't destroy us by mistake. I put my hand on my heart, and say, how dare you assume that I am so incompetent? Master Aisha drily says, you kept a volatile time travel device in your pocket while you were expecting to be hit upon by spells. Forgive me if I don't trust your judgment. Okay, fair point. She then says, secondly, sorcerers of Kamartaj will have the permission of reading from your collection. If I know you, you will place the collection on your island, and hide it all away from prying eyes. I need Kamartaj to be exempt from that. I frown, thinking it over. Do I mind others reading through my collection? Not really. It is going to be a library, a large library, but a library nonetheless. What kind of library has no readers? But there are some sorcerers of Kamartaj that I would rather not step foot inside the library. Keosilius and Karl Mordo come to mind, even if he did seem to be cool with Doctor Strange during the Cis-Neg debacle. Could have been just a temporary alliance, you know. And even I know that there is some knowledge that should never be made public. Shaking my head, I say, I will allow the Sorcerer Supreme, and only those the Sorcerer Supreme and I allow into the collection. And even then, no books would be allowed to be removed from the confines. I don't want the knowledge I might collect to fall into the wrong hands. I'll also definitely add some preventive measures to prevent destruction of the collection. Let's not forget something to eject those who try to harm those books, or try to steal the knowledge from me. Copying will be permitted, since I am going to vet those potential readers anyway. Master Aisha nods, accepting the modified condition, and says, thirdly, I will look through all the notes you make in the journey of crafting this spell, it doesn't matter how long it takes. Scoffing, I say, I won't go through with the spell if I have even a shred of doubt about it. Don't worry about me destroying our world. But, sure, I will allow you to look over my research, as long as nothing within those notes is copied down in Kamartaj. Master Aisha nods, and says, I wasn't going to. Such a spell should happen only once in a lifetime. If anyone else tries it, and fails, well, you know the dangers that await a single moment of weakness. Smiling, I offer her my hand, and say, well then. Here's to a fantastic alliance. Master Aisha chuckles, and shakes my hand. This will keep me busy for a long time. It won't be simple, it definitely won't be as easy as just creating a Gemino-like spell. The spell will need to have an alchemical basis so that the matter can be converted to form into those books. It also needs to be worldwide, targeted at everything other than my island, so that my private collection doesn't get copied. And I also need to add a clause for copying already existing books. So, yeah. This is going to be a long time of researching. Master Athreos. Sir. Kultur's voice interrupts me as I was in the middle of reading a book. It has been a month since Master Aisha and I began studying the planetary ward, and the way the sanctums held it strong. I was currently back at the Britannia Sanctum, reading through a journal of Master Agamotto himself, detailing the idea behind the planetary ward. Agamotto, after another battle with a demon lord that destroyed an entire island, had gotten together with two beings on Earth. Elder Goddess Gia, and her son, the sun god Adam. Together, the three beings had decided to stop the large-scale invaders from ever coming to Earth. They cast a spell that banished every higher-tier demon on Earth, and into their own realms, while at the same time preventing them from ever returning completely. The only way to do so is by destroying the sanctums, which they can't do from the outside. I'm really glad that my theft spell won't be nearly as complicated as this planetary ward. Even for 3 gods, the spell took a century to completely take hold. I expect something similar for my spell, although in units of days, as opposed to centuries. Looking up at Kultur, who looked surprisingly nervous for the first time in years, I ask, yes, Kultur. Not since the Pond of Enhancement was created did he look this nervous. The benefits had already started appearing, bit by bit. Every elf on Sanctuary was happier now, happy to not work for families of mages anymore. Hell, the last free elf Kultur had brought on Sanctuary had looked at me with suspicion as soon as she had seen me. She did not like a mage having control over her life, and I counted it as an absolute win. Of course, Kultur was quick to scold her too, telling her that it is because of me that she survived. Which isn't wrong, but I don't like that he held it over her head like that. Kultur wrings his hands a few times, moving around in place in nervousness, and says, the elves of Sanctuary request a meeting with the great mage Master Athreos Etos. The matter of discussion is of utmost importance. Gods, did he practice this speech or something? Another benefit of the Pond of Enhancement was their thinking capabilities. Elves have definitely gotten smarter too, which shows in their improved grammar. Nodding, I close the book, and say, sure. Should I come immediately, or should I wait a while to give the elves time to prepare for this meeting? Kultur looks at me with wide eyes, and whispers, you ask me. He then shakes his head rapidly, and says, Master Athreos needs to come now, if he has time. I nod with a smile, and say, very well. Take me home, Kultur. And offer him my hand. One benefit that I hadn't noticed before, after my dip in the Pond of Enhancement, was that my apparition had no limits. As long as it is on Earth, I can now apparate wherever I want, without any changes to the amount of magic it takes. Going from Britannia to Antarctica takes no more effort than going from the Sanctum to Scotland. The same had happened to the elves. Which is how Kultur could now apparate from Sanctuary to the Sanctum without even a hint of exhaustion. Kultur takes my hand, and apparates us to the Sanctuary, making us appear in front of the Pond of Enhancement. All around us, were the 40 elves that were currently present on Sanctuary. Only 4 were old, all of them around 100 years of age, while most ranged from 20 to 70 years old. The youngest were actual babies, which I actually did not know about it. Is this why Kultur brought me here? To introduce me to the first elves born on Sanctuary. I look at Kultur to ask the same, and notice that he was now joined by a female elf, one named Sonia, along with a baby in her own hands. Oh my god, Kultur's a dad. I guess congratulations are in order, Kultur. You're a father. That's amazing. I say excitedly, bending down to look at the baby. Curiously enough, Kultur steps between me and the baby, still oozing nervousness, and says, that is not why elves called this meeting, Master Athreos. I frown, wondering what is happening. I noticed then that the elves were approaching us, so that all of them stood behind Kultur, his baby, and his wife. Curiously enough, all of them looked nervous about something, which I was itching to just take from their minds. But well, I haven't been in the habit of just taking what I want from everyone's minds for a few years now. Kultur takes a deep breath, as I glance at him, and for a few seconds, no one says anything. He then blurts out, Elves don't want to work for a master anymore. We want to be free. He said that so fast, that if I wasn't me, I would have definitely missed it. I chuckle, understanding his words, and then as I excitedly stand up and start pacing, laughing loudly, I say, finally. I've been waiting to hear those words from you for years, Kultur. Ha! Finally, I have succeeded. Take that, puny wizards. I freed the elves. Kultur looks around, as the elves start whispering to themselves in confusion. He then asks, What do you mean, Master Athreos? Smiling, I sit down on the ground, and say, let me tell you a story, Kultur. I then look at the other elves, and say, let me tell you all a story. The story of how you were born, how elves, as a race, came to be. With a wave of my hands, I create chairs for everyone there, while still sitting on the ground. It takes a while, but since they did want to be free, they sit down to listen to my story. And when they do, I begin my story. Almost 1,000 years ago, an alchemist had gotten lazy, well, lazier than mages usually are. He got it in his mind that if he didn't spend so much time doing useless chores like cleaning, cooking, picking herbs, washing clothes, and so on, then he would have become far more successful. At this, the elves grumble, sensing where the story might be going. I say, so, he created the first brown elf. A magical golem created from the blood of a light elf of Alfheim, with its purpose being to serve just him. Other people learned about the brown elf, and asked him to create one for them too. They wanted the new servant too. And so, the brown elf went from just one, to hundreds within just a year. As Kultur's wife holds her baby closer, Kultur whispers, are we the brown elves? Shaking my head, I say, you are far more than that, Kultur. All of you are. You see, mages. Or humans, we are selfish, greedy. When the alchemist became successful, a lot of people coveted his brown elves. Few of them got together, and killed the alchemist, and stole his methods of golem creation. These new people created more brown elves. But something happened. Smiling still, I say, magic. Magic happened. The new brown elves were made by novice alchemists, at least when compared to the original creator. This causes the brown elves to change. To evolve. Within a century, they learned to speak, and most of all, they learned to think. But the original alchemists' spell still showed through. The newly sentient elves still wanted to serve mages. Not wanted. Needed. They thought that if they don't serve mages, they won't have their magic anymore. They will die without a mage to serve. Does that mean we are already free? One brave elf asks, and I remember that his name is Thorat. Smiling at him, I say, physically, and magically, you were always free. But your mind still believed that you needed to serve mages to live your life fully. Until I created this place. The pond. Kultur whispers, realization plain in his eyes. I nod, and say, I created the pond to enhance everything about you. Mind, body, magic. While the body and magic parts were certainly appreciated, what I actually wanted to achieve was to evolve your minds. I wanted to convince your minds to be free. And I just couldn't say that up front, your previous selves would have taken it as a grave insult. I needed you lot to come to the conclusion yourself. That no, elves won't serve mages anymore. I wanted you to say that elves are free creatures, and they won't help mages anymore. By the end, everyone had tears in their eyes at the realization that yes, they were free of mages now. Even I wasn't immune to that, as evidenced by the tears flowing down my own face. How long have I wished for this? The freedom of elves? 2 decades? More? Ever since I first saw the house elves in Hogwarts kitchens, I have wanted to free those adorable little people. And now, after so long, I have finally succeeded. Something crashes into my chest, and I see the tiny body of Kultur holding on to me. This is a clear contrast to the elf that had tried to kidnap me on Herpo's orders. Where that one was almost as evil as Herpo himself, he had now changed to be an actually nice elf. You helped us? Despite being a mage? Holler asks, as he takes a few steps forward, supported by a wooden staff. Nodding, I look at him, no doubt sporting a sad face, and say, my race of people, mages, have done a gross injustice to you. The alchemist created you, and the next ones just gave you life. But every one of them took advantage of the elves. Some had good lives, good families to serve. But I know how harsh a life some other elves had before they came here. I wouldn't like it if it happened to me, so why would I allow it to happen to anyone? Glancing at all of them with a tearful smile, I say, well, understand this now. This place. Sanctuary is a safe place. No mage, not even I, will give you a single order. No one will treat the elves as house elves on Sanctuary. You, my friends, are completely and totally free. A few seconds, no one says anything, and then suddenly, everyone jumps up and cheers, hugging each other, and I myself get stockpiled by 5 elves jumping over me. I chuckle, taking it with grace, finally happy about something. This is something that actually makes me happy. The elves, at least those on Sanctuary, are free. After a while of celebration, I look at Kultur, since he had become a sort of leader to the elves, and ask, would you like to live on Sanctuary itself? Or would you prefer to set up home on another island? I can hide it from prying eyes, if you want, just so you know. Kultur looks to his side, at his wife, and has a whispered conversation with her. I purposefully ignore that conversation, allowing them privacy, as a few more older elves join the discussion. Kultur finally looks up at me with a wide smile on his face, and says, we would like to stay here for a while. Elves would make a decision on our home later. But for now, we would like to repay our debt to Mother Magic. Hey! I ask, unable to help myself. Kultur proudly puffs his chest forward, and puts his hand over his heart. He says, Mother Magic gave us life. She gave us independence. Until we decide on a permanent home, us elves would like to take care of other children of Mother Magic on the planet, other magical creatures. I nod with a smile, understanding his sentiment. I say, whatever you decide, dear elves, I will be right there to help you with it. Thank you Master Athreos. Kultur says, bowing his head to me. Smiling, I put my hand on his head, and say, now, Kultur. I am not your master anymore. Call me just Athreos. Sorcerer Athreos, if you want to be formal. The elves are finally free creatures. Mother Magic, Oshtur and Gia, they both helped me to succeed, and I doubt I would have actually succeeded without them. Thank you, Mother Magic, for fixing one of the many errors of the mages. A/N, elves are finally free. Don't worry, this won't change anything in the future, because as I've already established, time is a loop, when it comes to wizards. Either you erase yourself out of existence, or you change nothing at all. You might ask, what about the house elves still present in the future, 2000 years from now? Well, glad you asked. Despite it being a decade since Mason first met Kultur, Sanctuary has just 40 elves. What does it say? That the number of free elves is very low, since wizards don't like to free elves unless something extreme happens. And even if they do, Sanctuary elves might not always find them on time. Suicide rate is high amongst newly freed elves. And if the elves try to offer the already bound elves a place on Sanctuary, well, in their minds, the house elves are supposed to work for wizards, and someone offering to free them is the enemy. So, in this way, the house elves, and elves, will still remain 2000 years into the future. The elf population on Sanctuary will increase, but it won't have any effect on the elves outside. Thank you for your support. Thank you for being patient with me, and thank you for everything. Chapter 74, Repository. A/N, part3, HelloDarkness07. I spend a few more days on Sanctuary, helping the elves officially move out of my castle. They had decided to settle down in the forest, just a minute's walk from the pond of enhancement itself, so that they could bring any new elf there immediately. The village contained around 30 wooden houses, each one built by the elves themselves, using just magic and whatever logic they came up with. Most had crooked walls, magically expanded insides, and a slanted roof to collect rainwater. There was no need for proper foundation setting when magic was involved. They had cleared an area in the forest to do this, using the trees they cut for the house wood. Currently, the elves were busy clearing another area near the village, so they can farm whatever they need. Kultur was going to leave later to buy, or steal, or gather, whatever they might need to bring, using the gold and silver that I had given him if necessary. I smile, looking at my own additions to the elven village on Sanctuary. First came a small hut, the only completely normal-looking building in the village. This hut was also magically expanded, and contained a few hundred books that I had copied from my personal library, which is just the copy of the Library of Alexandria. Inside this library were books related to farming, metalworking, hunting, pottery, cloth weaving, and a lot of other mundane subjects. I had also kept more than a few books on magic too, but I had already told them that whatever knowledge they discover themselves will be far more worthwhile. Elves and humans are different beings. What helps me understand magic won't necessarily help them do that, you know. Besides, they're elves. They are instinctively better at magic than us. They can achieve whatever they want by just snapping their fingers. The second edition wasn't exactly inside the village. I'd kept it on the shore of the pond of enhancement. A large stone, kept vertical right beside the pond. It had been carved with the words, "Open your mind to the realm of possibilities, my friends." In Egyptian. My lip twitches, when I remember exactly where this stone came from. Stonehenge. Yup, I'd stolen another stone from Stonehenge and kept it here. The first one was still in nowhere, and I had plans of putting it inside the castle soon. "Are you okay with handling things from here, Holler?" I ask, looking at Holler, who was observing me with a curious look in his eyes. Holler nods hesitantly, and says, "Holler has a question." "Sorcerer Athreos." I nod at him, smiling. He says, I wonder why you did all this? Why help us? Why not let us live out our lives as slaves? It didn't harm anyone before, did it?" I sigh, and kneel down in front of him. Despite the enhancement, Holler was still just a bit over 3 feet tall, and just as old. He might live a decade more than I had originally expected of him, but not anymore. Looking at him, I say, "When you can do something good, and you don't do it, then you're just as much to blame for the bad stuff, as the actual culprits. My ancestors did a gross injustice to your people, Holler. I knew I could fix it, or at least, I knew I could try to find a way to do it. If I hadn't done it, then I wouldn't be any better than my ancestors. I would be just as much to blame for your enslavement as those people. Besides, I like magic, and you're a creature of magic. I couldn't just let humans enslave a creature of magic." Holler nods slowly, looking thoughtful. He looks up at me, and says, "Thank you for answering, Sorcerer Athreos. May you be successful in your tasks." I smile, and say, "I hope so too, buddy. Now, settle down, and don't rush into things too much. Take things slowly, at least until everyone gets used to living together now, understand?" "What will you do?" Holler asks, after nodding once again. I look at the setting sun, and say, "Me? I have a new project to put my focus on, Holler. And this one will take a long time." I turn towards him with a smile, and say, "But don't worry. While I won't interfere in your business, in the business of the elves anymore, I will always answer if you have need of me. Consider it repayment for all the tasks you did for me. And I will. I might have the sense of time now, but that doesn't mean I'm just leaving immediately. Time. Time is something I have a lot of. 2,000 years of it, in fact. Besides, I need to complete my latest project first. The knowledge theft enchantment. The next few years go by with just studying. The knowledge regarding the planetary ward wasn't written down in much detail, not even in the Book of the Vishanti. So, I was just content with actually studying the barrier by making contact with it. This usually meant that I had to visit each of the 3 sanctums, and Kamar-Taj, repeatedly, and interact with the wards from there. I have no doubt that there are dozens of ways in the Darkhold that might be able to teach me how to destroy the planetary ward. Hell, there might be ways to cast spells to change the planetary ward too, inside the Darkhold. But, I'm not trusting any knowledge that comes from that tome. Hey, I actually forgot that I was going to destroy those books with my swords. Should definitely do that soon. Currently, I was in Kamar-Taj, floating in a sitting position in front of the Orb of Agamotto. It was a handy artifact that could actually show me the planetary ward in the form of an illusion. Every runic symbol, every line, dot, and shape that made up the ward, was visible to me clearly. The Orb of Agamotto could do a lot of things. Cast illusions, predict attacks against any of the sanctums, detect dark sorcery usage, etc. But it was mainly used as a tool to see the integrity of the planetary ward, and how each of the 3 sanctums were holding up. A single weak link shows up, and the sorcerers will know. This is why I was here, to observe every inch of the ward from the inside, while my magic interacted with the orb to see how the magic of the ward worked. "You have been holed up here for a long time, Master Joshi. You need a break." The voice of Master Aisha sounds from behind me. Well, underneath me. I break my eye contact with the orb, and look down to see her disapproving face stare at me. I blink, and ask, "I can't have been here that long. I just came here yesterday. And you haven't eaten anything since then, nor have you slept." Master Aisha drily points out. She then tilts her head, and says, "Come down here. You know as well as I do that this project of yours will not be so easily achieved." "Yes, and that's why I need to stay here, focused on my work," I say, frowning at her while not doing as she said. Master Aisha snorts, and says, "What you need, is a break. Come on, it is time for lunch, and Master Uzuki has made some dishes from his homeland." Seeing me still there, she says, "You won't be able to understand anything at half the strength, Master Joshi, when you're hungry, tired, and sleepy." "I'm not sleepy," I say, and start floating down, while not denying the hungry part. I don't get tired easily, at least physically. Not since I got Victor's mutation at least. But mental exhaustion is a different matter. Maybe I do need a break, I think, as I rub my eyes. Yup, half a day's worth of break will do me some good. Where do you think you're going? Master Aisha asks, as soon as I walk out of my room the next morning. I had an amazing sleep after eating a healthy dinner of rice, and fried fish. Which means I'm ready to continue my research. Master Murgiel was in the sanctum anyway, and she will be there for a month. I stop, wondering if Master Aisha was waiting for me to wake up or something. I say, I'm going to the library, to study the orb once again. Master Aisha scoffs, and starts walking. She says, come with me. You're barred from studying the orb for a week. I scowl, not liking this one bit. While I can definitely sneak in there, without her knowing at the time, it will be found out later. And then, she might just drop our agreement, not trusting me anymore. It did say that I had to study the barrier only in her presence, and the orb was just the one place where she could leave me to study without a worry. Sighing in resignation, I follow after her, definitely towards the outside. When she stops walking, we are in a veranda looking over the training grounds of Kamartaj, which was filled with the acolytes just beginning to start their warm-ups. Master Aisha says, you have been a master sorcerer for more than a few years now, but you haven't yet fulfilled one duty of that title for even a day. Oh, fuck. Please don't say it, please don't say it. I want you to look over the training of the acolytes for the week. During this week, you will also answer any questions they may have to the best of your abilities. Master Aisha fucking says. She then smiles towards me, and says, I hope you are patient with the students, Master Joshi. She ignores my scowling face, and then says, Master Frederick? Master Joshi will be taking over for you today. Oh thank God. The man named Frederick says, not at all reassuring me with my new situation. Well, I signed up for Kamartaj, here's my consequences. Teach some novice students. At least I remember how my own training days were, while not knowing what magic even was. Alright, people. Let's start with physical training. Take positions, and start on my signal. I yell, as I take my position at the front of the group of 20 students, standing in 4 rows of 5. Well, this will be interesting at least. Students can be pretty entertaining, you know. Especially when they're arrogant, or stupid. Best of all, both arrogant and stupid. Time skip, 20 BC. They say time goes fast when you're doing something you enjoy. And I did not appreciate how much I enjoy studying something interesting. And that's what it was, the planetary ward. Interesting. 36 years, I've been in the past, almost half of which I've spent as a member of the Order of Mystic Arts. And most of it went in studying this planetary ward, and creating my knowledge theft enchantment. 36 years. That's a higher number than what my age was when I got dropped here. I've literally spent more time in the past, than I did in my own time. I had spent the last decade and a half just switching between the sanctums, taking a few years in each place, just so I can study the ward from that place in completion. Sometimes Master Aisha would join me, sometimes she trusted me on my own. Which is stupid, to be honest, because I'm me, but well, I haven't destroyed anything yet. So all's well. And now, after these 20-odd years since I began studying it, I was finally done, the spell was finally ready. It took a lot of experiments in the mirror dimension, on a small globe with a replica of the planetary ward cast around it. Master Aisha and I took days to observe every attempt, even if it failed, just to see to what end the consequences went. The globe was a perfect replica of Earth, and Master Aisha and I had even managed to replicate the planetary ward around it. It also, funnily enough, contained 3 sanctums, Kamartaj, and veins of magic silver to mimic the ley lines. All this, to see how my ward behaves around the planetary ward, and with the Earth's magic. Sometimes, the ward just destroyed itself, and all was well. But other times, the breaking of the ward also managed to make the globe implode within itself. Yet, it took almost an entire decade just to figure the spell out. The last attempt, one which my arithmancy calculations told me was 99% likely to succeed, was observed by us continuously for an entire month, just to be safe. And now, we know that it is perfectly safe, with Master Aisha using the Eye of Agamotto to see the actual spell in action. The spell works as you willed it to. Master Aisha had said, after a minute of peering through the timelines to check for some future side effects or something. Which means I was free to cast the spell. The first part was easy. I had to create 3 ward stones and place them inside the 3 sanctums, buried underground. The planetary ward was grounded by the entire sanctum building, not just a single stone or anything like that. So, this ward stone was just to ground my own spell, while at the same time connect it to the planetary ward. A fourth ward stone was to be kept under Camartage, while a fifth and final one on Sanctuary, to designate it as the destination of my theft spell. The second part. Well, that is where things get a bit tricky. Are you ready? Master Aisha asks, as the two other Sanctum Masters, Master Akik from the Americas, and Master Wang, from the Asian lands, observe silently. We were all standing in Camartage's library, with Master Aisha keeping an eye on the orb, to stop me if something goes wrong. I doubt it will though, because she did use the time stone to peer into the future. If she had a tiny bit of doubt that it will fail, or God forbid, cause some catastrophe, then she would have already put a stop to it. Nodding, I say, yup. I've practiced this last month. I'll be fine. I have to be. Because if I'm not fine, if I actually do make a mistake while casting the spell, despite all the reassurances that it will be okay, then... well, I've doomed us all then. Taking a deep breath, I keep the fourth ward stone on the ground, and let my magic flow. I call it a knowledge theft spell, or even an enchantment, but all there is to the spell is instinctually connecting my ward, which is bound to the 4 ward stones, to the planetary ward. The barrier shown on the orb of Agamotto flashes once, as the foreign magic, mine, interacts with the actual planetary ward, and I smile, starting the process. An entire day, I sit there on the ground, in front of the orb and the Camartage ward stone, ensuring the spells first connect to one another. Sometime during my bout of intense concentration, the ward stone had dug itself underground, with no sign above ground to show for it. At the end, when my theft ward finally connects to the planetary ward, I see the changes start happening on the orb itself. A blue beam of magic was flying up from the surface of the planet, from the 3 sanctums. We couldn't see anything happening in the real world, but it was happening. I could feel the magic flowing. I could feel my magic flowing everywhere. It rises up, but stops right underneath the planetary ward. And then, the 3 beams start spreading, forming into a transparent blue film-like layer of magic, which encompasses the entire planet. I feel a strain at that, because this was my own magic being used to cover the entire planet. But then, I feel my connection to the planet shivering, as the planet sends more magic towards me. Is this a benefit of the Pond of Enhancement? Probably. I doubt Gia would purposefully help me steal knowledge. This process takes a few more hours, as I sit there using my own magic to do it. At the end of the process, I drop on my back, the spell finally settling down. Did it work? Master Akik asks, as I take a few deep breaths to recover myself. I find myself unable to answer, too tired to do so, but Master Aisha answers for me. She says, the spell has been successfully cast. But if it worked or not, we will have to actually go to Master Joshi's island to find out. I raise my hand with a thumbs-up motion, answering her unasked question. Shall I take us there? Nodding to herself, Master Aisha raises her hand, and creates a portal to Sanctuary, although outside the ward that disables everyone else's magic. Even Sorcerer Supreme wasn't immune to that brand of runic magic. She then moves the portal so that it takes us all through immediately. My healing factor now having healed me back up, with a tiny bit of magic to go with it, I take over and create one more portal, this one to the secluded area that housed a single palace-like building. I had decided to place my repository of knowledge on the western shore of my island. The lands were warm enough, a tropical paradise even, with a beautiful beach. One small area, around 1 kilometer square, was warded by me to hold the repository. The space in this region was warped, so that there is no way to get out of it. Keep going in any one direction, and you will only find yourself moving in circles. There was the repository building, a mountain behind it, the beach in front of it, and just trees everywhere you look. Even if someone tries to fly, or swim towards the beach, they will only find themselves returned to the island. There was also no way to locate this place anywhere, even by using the stars which might appear above us at night, since it will always be noon over here. 24x7 noon, with the sun showing itself right above us. Always. I had also made sure to prevent my animals from wandering in. Best of all, no harmful spell could be cast at anything that belonged inside the repository wards. So, no one, not even I, will be able to harm the books inside the repository, by any method. Thank you, Egyptian wards. The repository building itself was nothing special, with just durability enchantments, and expansion charms cast on it. No matter how many books come in, the palace-like building will keep on expanding from the inside, leaving ample space for more books to come. As we appear in front of the repository building, I hear the others gasp at the sheer beauty of the area, and smile with pride. I say, come on in. We need to go through here. Impressive, Master Joshi. I did not see this coming. Master Aisha says, as she stops on the door, her hand touching the stone walls of the palace. I nod, immediately understanding why she's so surprised, and say, I put contingencies for almost every situation, you know. Fire, water, light magic, dark magic. Nothing will harm the books, or the building. If someone tries, they will find themselves drowning 1,000 feet underneath the ocean, without their sling rings, or even their clothes. The Egyptian wards are pretty dangerous, and really good for setting conditional punishments. If someone wants to steal from me, they will face a minor punishment, of just banishment and a permanent ban from the library. If they want to harm me or my property, however, they will face death. And of course, permanent ban from the library, because some stronger sorcerers might survive even death. We passed through a single corridor, which had doors for the guest rooms and other utilities, and then, we reached the actual library. It was huge, even without books to fill it. The ground was covered in invisible alchemical symbols that only reacted to my magic. I made it so that no one messes with the repository from the inside. This alchemical spell will conjure the necessary materials for books, scrolls, or texts of any kind to form. And above us, was a single dome-like ceiling, spanning the entire hall that made up the library. This dome shows the sun above us, bringing enough light inside to read comfortably. I take my pocket watch out, what can I say? I'm attached, and say, it will start happening any moment now. What will Master Wang starts, but then stops, all of us looking up at the sudden blue flash of light. A single scroll had appeared above us, floating near to the glass ceiling of the hall. It then speeds down, and takes its place inside a shelf. As if that was the signal, dozens more blue flashes start happening above us, as books, tomes, scrolls, papyrus bindings, stone tablets, and a lot of other written texts are conjured above us. Each of them flies down and occupies the shelf, the previous ones relocating if necessary. As it happens, much to my wide-eyed companion's awe, I say, all those texts will be sorted first by magical, or non-magical knowledge. Magical on that side of this yellow line, and non-magical on this side. I point at the yellow line in question, which was pretty easily visible. Then, those two main branches are further divided by subject, which can be identified by the plates hanging above the shelves. Furthermore, the subjects are divided according to languages, and then difficulty, making it easy for even a novice to go through the library easily. Of course, that's if the novice is allowed to enter the repository. I then start walking towards a shelf, the others following me, and say, of course, if the copy of a book already exists here, similar in its contents right down to every word inside, then only one copy will be saved. If there are changes, then they will be labeled accordingly. I take a book from the shelf, and check to see if it is accurate. I don't recognize the text, but it did look a few decades old. A perfect copy of the book it was created from. Perfection. I then say, come on. I'll show you where we can begin setting up the entrance and exit for sorcerers. Obviously, the entrance option will only be available from Kamar Taj, and from my island. And the second option is only available for me. We also need to ward the doors, and the welcoming hall, to sort out those with bad intentions. I'm not going to be here for all these years, you know. All the while, books keep appearing above us by the dozens, each one going to their place, stacked neatly. I smile seeing it happen, as I turn away towards the veranda, despite the mental exhaustion I'm still feeling. My own personal collection, which I will allow some people to read through. But, in the end, this belongs to me. Ha! Take that, Rowena, and your room of knowledge. I have a world of knowledge. I think it's time for me to leave. I say one day, after lunch at Kamar Taj. We had just gotten out of a battle with a demon horde 2 hours ago, led by a high-tier demon named Blackheart. I had fought that particular demon, which Master Aisha herself ordered me to do, while the others took care of the other demons. It took barely an hour of fighting before I managed to stab him in his black heart, hat, and kill him. Unfortunately, I didn't get the chance to study this particular demon since the light magic in my swords managed to simply make him explode. He's either dead, or back in hell. And considering whose son this is, I'm betting on hell. I did however manage to steal a couple lowly demon corpses away, so that I could study them later. But for now, I'm more concerned with leaving this place. Master Aisha raises her eyebrows, and says, took you long enough. I expected this 20 years ago, to be honest. I chuckle, and say, I expected it too. But what can I say, I wasn't going to let a project go unfinished. Repository of knowledge. My own personal library, containing the entire planet's knowledge. Of course, there were some books, like the Darkhold, or those kept inside Kamar Taj's restricted section, that couldn't be copied by my spell. Even the Golden Book of Life, or the Black Book of Death, couldn't be copied. Not like it would have been of much use, since to cast any spell from those books, you actually need to read from those books. It's the same for Kamar Taj's most dangerous books. Even if you memorize the spells from that book, it won't work unless you read from that book at that moment. Funnily enough, the Book of Cagliostro doesn't exist yet. Cagliostro wasn't even born yet, and I doubt he will be born anytime soon. Anyway, my repository was up and running, with a few students already having gone there to study. There was a door in Kamar-Taj, that directly led to my library. The door itself was enchanted by us three masters and the Sorceress Supreme herself, all of us working together, so that no one that wants to harm the repository is allowed through. The fact that 4 sorcerers work together to do this means that it will be extremely hard to get around it. If, by some miracle, someone does manage to enter the door, then the room they come out in was also enchanted. Enchanted to immediately banish the person, sends their clothes, weapons, relics, and jewelry, depending upon their intentions. A cleared throat brings my attention back to the present, and I see Master Aisha looking at me with a raised eyebrow. Shaking my head, I ask, sorry. Did you say something? Master Aisha smiles, and says, I asked what you will do now that you're free from the responsibilities of Kamar-Taj. I shrug, not yet having made my mind. I say, I'll probably go back home for now. Home, sanctuary. Because that is what this was. My home. Rest for a few years, continue my alchemy studies or something, and then go back to traveling the world once again. See where my feet take me. Or my telekinesis, since I doubt I'll just walk around the world. I'll probably fly. Master Aisha sighs, as she puts her cup down, and says, I cannot say I am glad to see you go. You are one of the strongest sorcerers Kamar-Taj has ever seen, and you would have been a terrific sorcerer supreme. Okay, time to go. I say, those words really bothering me. As I stand up, much to her open amusement, I say, I know you did that on purpose, but I am not going to become the sorcerer supreme unless extremely necessary. And right now, it definitely isn't necessary. Master Aisha chuckles, and says, take care, Master Joshi. And do keep in contact. Smiling despite myself, I walk towards the library, to take the Portal Express back to Britannia. I'll still need to wait until she can find me a replacement, at least a temporary one. But now, I am free from responsibility. I have the sense of time in my possession, but I don't currently have any inclination towards rushing back to my time. I still need to make my island more secure, and there's only so much I can get stronger in 36 years. I have destroyed the 2 copies of the Darkhold I had in my possession, which I accomplished by just stabbing them with Orthrus. I have freed the elves of their enslavement, and helped them settle down in a village, with Kultur being named the village head. Curiously enough, they decided to keep on living there, having done so most of their free lives. And so, they live as simple people. They farm, they domesticate animals, they make potions, they take care of the other animals all around the island. And everything, they do on their own, making decisions as they deem fit. And I have a repository of knowledge of my own. Almost all of my goals have been accomplished. Which means, it is time to finally enjoy my time off, before I decide on what I actually want to do. A/N, fast chapter, but it was to be expected. I have definitely forgotten which chapter happened in what year, and so, I did this time skip to 20 BC. A long time, to be certain, but he was literally studying the ward surrounding a planet. It takes time. Blackheart is the son of Mephisto, and the main villain in the Ghost Rider movie, the first one with Nicolas Cage. He was just mentioned in this chapter because Mason has had no fights with demons in the 30 years he's been here lol. FYI, just because I didn't write it, doesn't mean it didn't happen. Kamar-Taj deals with demonic threats at least once a decade, while they also deal with stupid sorcerers at least once a year, as per my story. I don't want to focus on it, because I want to focus on Mason's own life, and him fighting a demon. Again. Will be annoying, for both me, and the reader. Chapter 75, First Time for Everything. A/N, part3, HelloDarkness07. Time skip, 5 BC. Athra was a good elf. She was born just 35 years ago, one of the first new elves to be born in this world, already free from the bonds that had shackled her ancestors. The daughter of Kultur and Ria, Athra was named after a man, the sorcerer mage, Athreos Eidos. 35 years ago, the elves had lost their former name of House Elves, and gained freedom and independence. The sorcerer who made it possible had also allowed them complete reign over their island, the sanctuary, as long as they don't purposefully harm the creatures there. And Athra loved it. She had heard stories about the House Elves, and how they were treated by some of the mages. Her father, Kultur, had even gone so far as to tell them about his former masters, an evil mage who tried to commit crimes against magic itself, and convinced him to take part in it. So yes, Athra was really glad to not be shackled to any mage. For the last 35 years, the elves of Sanctuary had sent rescue parties to the outer world, to find animals in need of their help. Magic itself had considered it their purpose now, to safeguard animals, both magical and mundane. And so, whenever some animal is in too much unjust danger, Mother Magic herself sends a message to the elves. She sends them to rescue those animals, and bring them to Sanctuary. Not many people knew about this, even amongst the elves. Only Kultur, Ria, and a few more elves knew of it. Kultur had gone so far as to keep this fact from the sorcerer. He had said, if Mother Magic wanted the sorcerer to know about this, then she would have told him and not me. Alas, not all warnings are given to them on time, and not all dangers are warned about. But when Mother Magic tells you to rescue someone, you do it. She gave the elves life, and the elves were not so ungrateful as to turn their back on her. So, when Kultur, her father, had gotten a sense of urgency to go and rescue someone from the lands outside, he hadn't wasted any time. He was old now, far too old to go on the rescue quests himself, and so he had sent her. Athra. Alongside 5 other elves, all of them around her age, Athra had travelled to the lands that her father had told her of. The lands beyond 2 oceans, the land of the Maya. It took just a few minutes to find the place where she was needed, magic itself guided her there. But when she reached there, Athra didn't know what they could even do. There were 6 men, all of them as big as the biggest men Athra had ever seen. And they were fighting Riem. Not by using magic, no. These people were fighting the Riem with their fists and legs and swords and shields and bows and arrows. These people were wrestling the Riem, and judging by the one hardly breathing Riem laying down there, arrows sticking out of its body, they were winning. The Riem were large magical bulls with long horns, with hides tough enough to shrug most man-made weapons off, with strength enough to fight giants one-on-one, and with magical resistance to prevent mages from capturing them easily. And they were losing to these men. What hope did 6 elves have? Athra, however, was anything but a coward, even despite the harsh odds she was faced with. She takes one look at the 2 more fully grown, 15 hands tall Riem fighting the men, and then turns to the 3 young Riem trying to hide behind them. Athra turns towards her companions, who look too afraid to even breathe. After using her magic to make them all less noticeable, and to silence their sounds, she shakes them all out of their shock, and gently whispers, we should take the babies out of there first. Edie, Magni, Joy. You 3 go and take the baby Riem to Sanctuary. Palo, Taka and I will distract the men while you do that. As soon as the babies are taken away, we will leave to get more help. The other elves are still afraid, but Athra, being the daughter of the village head, is good at convincing people. And so it is that they all jump into action. Athra, Palo and Taka let their magic go, using it to connect to the nature around them. Trees come to life, as branches start swinging without any visible wind. One of the men is struck by a branch, but surprisingly enough, the hit doesn't do much to him. He just skids back a step, but the branch itself breaks. Athra then manipulates the stone underneath them, causing a crack to appear in the ground. The crack happens to form underneath one of the men, and he is dropped in, swallowed by the earth. The others, however, get away in time. Not for long, however, as large rocks are thrown towards them, that send them flying backwards even more. The Riem that were fighting take the opportunity to start their own offensive, but the men were vigilant. Just one of the men gets stabbed in his chest by the 4 hands long horns of the Riem. Over there. There are some tiny creatures attacking us. One of the men yells, pointing a finger towards where Athra and the 2 other elves were. Athra turns towards the spot where the young Riem just were, and finding nothing, she yells, retreat. Immediately, the 3 elves apparate away, leaving the 3 giant bulls to fight the men once again, with one Riem already dead by their hands. As she twists in space, however, she sees an arrow speeding towards her, and before she can do more than raise her arm in defense, the arrow stabs her shoulder. As her eyes close, thanks to the pain, and the exhaustion of controlling nature itself, she sees Edie, Magni, Joy, Palo and Taka standing over her, with 3 tiny Riem in the hands of the first 3. She then smiles, feeling the magic of Sanctuary welcome her home. And then, she loses consciousness. Eagle's Keep, Sanctuary. Alchemy. A study of science, magic, and philosophy. The first actual branch to ever take shape in the tree of magic. It was a precursor to a lot of other subjects. Alchemy was what inspired people to try transfiguration, alchemy is what influenced people to try potions making, and alchemy is what turned normal philosophers into scientists. For the last 15 years, I have studied just alchemy, while staying in my castle that I called the Eagle's Keep. That's not counting the years and years of alchemical studies that I've carried during my Room of Knowledge days. And I can only say this, I am still decades away from being known as an alchemy master. Alchemy is the study of the world around us, and the study of how magic, as a force of nature, affects it. Potions, transfiguration, enchantment, they all have at least some background in alchemy. They all use alchemy to turn one thing into another. Transfiguration does it by rearranging the matter fundamentally, by using the magic within the spell, and within the world around us. Enchantments convert the magic of the world into the specific purpose they are designed for. Potions and rituals do it by taking the ingredients, using the magic of the potion brewer in the world, and converting them all into purpose. Alchemy is what allows potions to actually work for what they are designed for. Why else would beetle wings, worms, acacia leaves, and the juice from sopaphorus beans give a bald man his hair back for a few hours? Alchemy. Even the ritual I had gone through, the gift bestowal ritual, had used alchemy. Alchemy was what had allowed my body to change fundamentally, allowing me to perfectly copy the mutations within Victor's genetic material. The purpose of the study, I've realized after reading the journals of many alchemists, is to find our purpose in life. And to do that, an alchemist needs to understand, really understand, how every transmutation process feels like. And they hope to do it by transmuting as many materials as they can. Once you have interacted with every alchemical process in existence, once you have interacted with every material in existence, only then will you realize what our purpose for existing is. As I said, it also includes philosophy. And this thirst for our purpose, this thirst for interacting with the world, is what gave rise to the pinnacle of alchemy. The philosopher's stone. When an alchemist interacts with the world, they ask, how does this work? And can I manipulate it? The philosopher's stone makes answering that question easier. It allows an alchemist to understand anything it touches better, it allows an alchemist to manipulate the world more easily than an alchemist without it. Transmuting gold is just a benefit, not one that alchemists are usually interested in. Because alchemists are more curious than greedy. They care not for monetary treasures, but they do care for knowledge. As for the elixir of life, it was just a lucky coincidence. You can't understand the world if you are limited by your age. The elixir allows us to freeze our bodies in the age we are currently in, but only if we drink the elixir every year. Which explains why not many alchemists exist, and why the Flamels were so old. If the creation of the stone itself takes almost half a century, and the studies before that decades at least, then no doubt not many alchemists even live to reach that level. But now that I have the knowledge of the entire world in my hands, I have come closer to reaching that level than any other alchemist currently alive. Gold? I can transmute it within an hour. Silver? 10 minutes. Vibranium? 3 minutes. And it's all without a philosopher's stone. I can just use my magic, and a runic spell designed specifically for the raw material that I want to turn into gold, or silver, or vibranium. The stone, I'm guessing, which some journals did confirm for me, just allows for quicker transmutation. It is an amplifying agent, as well as a channel for your alchemical prowess. It helps you understand the world better. But to actually understand the world well enough to change it into precious metals instantly, you actually need to be proficient enough in the subject to do it without the stone. Even if it takes a long time to do it. Doesn't matter if it's hours, or years. If you can transmute gold from at least one other material, you will be able to do it with the stone instantaneously, no matter the source material. Which means that even if a normal man has the philosopher's stone in his hands, he won't be able to transmute lead to gold, or create the elixir of life. Because he wouldn't have been able to do it without the stone. Sighing, I keep the ink pen down, and let the journal page dry. When it dries, I walk towards the shelf, and keep the journal in it. As I walk out of my castle's library, I think back on these last 15 years. I haven't gone out of sanctuary for these years, as I was busy studying alchemy. But I know that the world was running even without my interference. Tatiana was living her own life out there, but now she was getting old. To be fair, she was still pretty spry for a woman of 68. She lived a wonderful life, I have to say, even if I quit looking after her. Well, excuse me for trying to scry for an old friend every once in a while. Master Aisha was still the Sorcerer Supreme, and we had a few conversations in these years. Just casual conversations. I haven't, however, interfered in the elf village, even a bit. I gave them their independence, and they're living it. I know, they sometimes still travel outside to rescue more elves, or to rescue other magical creatures in need of it. But I didn't interfere in their lives anymore. I wasn't going to play a savior to them, or a god. So, yeah, I leave them alone. It is why I was so surprised to feel a familiar mind operating outside my castle doors. With a simple flex of my intent, I open the doors to let Kultur walk in, and wait for him in the welcoming room. As he walks in, and looks at me, he stops, staring in a bit of shock. He whispers, "You're still young. And this is why I stayed away. I didn't want too many questions on my immortality." Nodding, I say, "You've certainly gotten old, Kultur. Nice beard." And he did get old. He was already around 40 when we first met, when I took him from Herpo's clutches, and it has been almost 50 years since then. Kultur shakes his head, and says, "I apologize for coming unannounced, Sorcerer Athreos. But I need your help." "Hey, this is new." I teleport us both to the kitchens, seating Kultur on a chair as we appear, and start preparing the tea. As he watches the tea start preparing itself on the stove, I say, "What can I do for you?" As I had said so many years ago, I will always help them when they come to me for help. This is my repayment of the work the elves had done for me. Kultur turns his head towards me, and says, my daughter. Athra. She came across some men a few minutes ago. They were fighting the Riem, and winning. The party I had sent there told me that the men were as strong as giants themselves. What was your daughter doing when she came across them? I ask, waving my hand. The now prepared tea is poured in 2 cups, and one lands in front of Kultur, while the other lands in front of me. Kultur coughs a bit, and says, I apologize, Sorcerer Athreos. I have kept something from you. I look at him a bit curious, and say, I am not your master anymore, Kultur. Your secrets are your own to keep. But please, if you want, tell me. Kultur says, a little while after we became free elves, I received a calling. A sense of urgency filled my being, and I was prompted to pop over to another place. I wasn't even given time to think it over, since when I appeared there, I saw a few fishermen trying to get a merman out of their net, to kill it. He had gotten caught by mistake. I immediately rescued him, and sent him to his village to gather his fellow mermen. I then brought them all here, to the seas around the sanctuary. Hey, I did wonder where the mermen came from, but I had assumed they came by themselves, pulled here by the magic of the sanctuary. Then, again and again, I was sent these urgings. I was sent to place after place, where beings needed my help. But when it became too much for me, I began sending others in my stead. We were being asked by Mother Magic, repeatedly, to help rescue her creatures. And we did. Athra was on a similar rescue quest herself. She managed to rescue the baby Riem, but as her group told me, there were still 3 adult Riem living, fighting the men. Kultur tears up, as he leans forward, and says, please. Master. Please save the Riem. We have already failed one of them, I can't. I can't fail Mother Magic once again. I immediately appear in front of Kultur, and place a calming hand on his head. I hush softly, and say, hey, Kultur. I said it 35 years ago, and I say it now again. You need help, I will always help you. And again, I am not your master. You have no master. Take me where the Riem are, and I will deal with it. Don't worry. Kultur. He's too shaken up by this, and it is probably because his daughter was just injured while fulfilling a mission that he sent her on. Hey, Mother Magic. I don't know which one of the 2 elder goddesses this is, but someone is using the elves to protect the magical creatures. While I appreciate that some goddess is trying to save the creatures, I don't appreciate them using the elves. They don't have masters, they are free. And some goddess out there is rejecting this fact. But what can I even fucking do? I can't tell Kultur to stop sending people out there, he will not listen. He wants to repay magic that gave him his freedom, his sentience. And I can't even force these goddesses to stop doing this, because I'm literally an ant in front of them. For now, all I can do is rescue the Riem and bring them here. To safety. When Kultur operates us to the place where he had sent Athra, his daughter, I immediately narrow my eyes and clench my fists in anger. There laid in front of me, were the corpses of 3 Riem, all of them with cuts and stab wounds plainly visible on their bodies. Trees had fallen all around them, showing me that they gave a good fight, but it wasn't enough. I hear a few thuds from a short distance away, as the ground under us shakes, and I say, Kultur. Go home and take care of your daughter. I will deal with this. Kultur immediately pops back home, making me a bit relieved. At least he won't be harmed in this battle. After saying a small prayer for these fallen Riem, who were just parents trying to protect their young ones, I store their corpses in nowhere and apparate towards where I can feel the battle happening. As I apparate in, I see the 4th and last Riem, a female from the looks of it, drop down on the ground, a sword having stabbed into her front legs each. I see one of the 3 men there jump up, his sword raised above his head to stab the Riem in her head, and I make my move. Jumping up, I spin myself to gather momentum, and land a kick on the jumping man's face, sending him crashing back down, and use the force of the kick to land back on a tree, in between the 3 men and the Riem. Oh, shit. That kick fucking hurt me. Not too much, but it did. Turning back, I see the relieved look on the Riem's face turn suspicious, as she looks at me. With a simple wave of my hand, I create a portal underneath her body to send her to Sanctuary. Kultur will help her, I'm sure. I then lean away and snap my hand up, catching an arrow that I almost didn't see coming. Turning towards the man who sent the arrow, I ask, will you apologize for killing 3 of my protectorates, or should I just kill you as is? You dare, mortal! The man yells, knocking another arrow and setting it loose at me. As I use the arrow in my hand to slap it away, I frown, the word bothering me. I'm far from mortal. I am unaging, with the fire of the Kasha burning through my magic. I might not be completely immortal, but I'm definitely not a normal mortal. Let's stab a sword through both of our hearts, and see which of us is mortal, I say, as I jump down from the tree I had perched myself on. The arrow guy stays behind, as the two other men, both holding swords, start walking towards me. The one I had kicked says, "You made a mistake in interfering in our vacation, mortal. These creatures already cost us 3 of our brothers in arms, we won't lose any more." I raise my hand, and ask, "A question before we begin our battle? How did your holiday lead 6 of you to fighting with 4 Riem? And while they were guarding their young ones, no less." The one I had hit turns back towards the arrow guy, and asks, "Is he mocking us?" The arrow guy just shrugs, the blood flowing from his shoulder apparently not bothering him, which causes the first guy to turn back to me and say, "We were hunting it, of course. A mighty group like us needs a mighty hunt. We just didn't expect the hunt to be so deadly. And those tiny witches just caught us off guard." I smile, although it is anything but reassuring, and say, "Great. This makes the decision-making easier then." And then, I summon my swords, Orthras to my hands. "You took our hunt away from us, you took our chance at vengeance away from us. We would have killed the beast, eaten it, and gone on with our lives, but it seems we will have to appease our hunger with your own death, mortal." The second sword guy says, as he starts walking towards me. As his walk turns into a run, he yells, "For Asgard! For Asgard!" The other two yell, making me suddenly realize that I'm actually fighting Asgardians. Well, first time for everything. I raise my sword and slash it upwards, cutting the arrow that had been shot at me into 2, symmetrically. I then jump forward and block the second swordsman's sword with my own. Gods, this is getting confusing. Let's call him Ed, the first swordsman Ed, and the archer Eddie. Ed slashes at my head, and I duck down to stab his stomach. However, a small dagger appears in the way of my sword, diverting the hit. He then tries to stab my neck with the same dagger, but I block the hit with my left hand holding onto his wrist. Dropping my right sword too, I punch his face, and as he raises the sword to attack me, kick his chest with full force. The kick sends him flying into Ed, who was trying to sneak behind Ed, sending them both crashing down. Summoning my swords back to my hands, I slash them both in front of me, sideways, slapping the 2 arrows Eddie had sent at me away. Jumping up, I apparate right in front of Eddie, and slash my sword downwards. He raises his bow to defend from the hit, but unfortunately for him, my sword is made of the most dangerous alloy on earth. My Asgardian steel magic silver sword cuts through the bone-made bow of Eddie, and slashes through his chest, creating another wound on his body. As I prepare to stab him, however, I stop, realizing something. I can't kill them, not unless I want a war with an entire kingdom of gods, which even I can't win. Incapacitation it is then. Blitzing forward, I slam my palm on top of his wound, causing him to yell in pain, and bind his body with thick chains that form all around him, originating from my palm. His wound will have to stay that way. Knowing Asgardians as I do, they have a minor healing factor. If left as is, they will heal. By then, Ed and Ed had stood up from their unfortunate crash into each other, and were now running towards me. Both of them, against one of me. Really unfair, for them. I raise my left sword, and use Ed's sword to block the downward swipe made by Ed. Getting close, I slam the pommel of my sword into Ed's wrist, causing him to drop his sword, and then kick the falling sword flying into Ed's foot. "Arg! You bastard!" Ed yells, as the Asgardian steel sword goes through his foot and into the earth. Jumping up, I cover my knee with the Prati Kavake, and slam it into Ed's chin, sending him flying upwards, unconscious before he's even dropped down. And then, I cover my fist with the Prati Kavake, and punch Ed on the side of his forehead, knocking him out too. And then, with the same spell I used on Eddie, I bind the 2 swordsmen in thick chains made of iron. Asgardians. They're slower than I expected. These 3 soldiers were all around as strong as Logan, I'd say. But if there ever was a fight to the death, James will win. They're strong, have a manner of battle instinct, but they're not fast enough to always act on that. It hardly took me a minute to take care of all 3 of them. I doubt, however, that I will be able to fight the actual gods though. Fuck Odin, I might not even be able to fight Loki on an even footing as I am now. Maybe I should find a way to increase my strength, now that I am here, in the past. Shaking my head at the disappointing fight, I wonder what to do. I am angry at them, so angry. They hunted Riem for food, and they would have eaten them, no doubt. They didn't even care for the baby Riem there. These Asgardians caused the deaths of 3 Riem, and the injuries of 1 other. They also injured Kultur's daughter, Athra, who I assume is named after me. But despite my anger at them, I can't just kill them. Killing these downed men is equal to declaring war on Asgard, and I have no idea what the situation is up there. Or even who the king is currently. The last king of Asgard to come on Earth was Bor, who apparently came to an agreement with the then Sorcerer Supreme or something. Asgard will protect Midgard from otherworldly threats, but in return, Midgard will be known as a planet under Asgard's rule, at least in space. On Earth, however, the situation is a delicate one. Not a single pantheon can lay claim to the planet, because if they do, the other pantheons will all declare war on that one. I don't know much else about the situation, since not many books exist about gods. A small correction, not many factual books agree about gods. Well, what can I do then? 3 of the Realm died, and 3 of the Asgardians died. But despite the equal number of deaths, it was the Asgardians that attacked the Realm, and not the other way around. So, a punishment is owed. But I still can't kill them. Well, nothing says I can't claim their belongings as reparations. I did it to the Wakandans, didn't I? Waving my hand, I summon my trusty staff to my hands, and slam it only once on the ground. A total of 4 swords, 7 daggers, an axe, and over 20 arrows fly towards me, all made out of Asgardian steel, with the pommels and arrows made out of some type of wood. Even the bow I had cut in 2 now floats in front of me, waiting for me to claim them. But this is not enough. I tap the staff on the ground once more, and 3 sets of Asgardian armor, all of them damaged in places, flash in front of me, leaving the bound Ed and Eddie now naked. I wasn't going to take the armor from the dead Asgardians, no way. Shaking my head, I send my new conquests to nowhere, and lean down on the ground, touching my hand to the grass. As per Kultur's stories, one of the Asgardians had fallen in a crack that Ithra had created, which had closed up immediately after. I could let him stay there, buried, but I did somehow get his weapon, a sword. I'll leave him here to be taken to Asgard with the rest of the dead. As I lay the 3 dead Asgardians on the ground a minute later, however, I suddenly stop, feeling something happening. A lot of magic was at work here, it was as if the magic within this place had just multiplied exponentially. And then, I am forced to jump back, the magic too unstable to apparate away, as a bright beam of light falls on top of the 6 Asgardians. I squint my eyes, unable to see through the light of what I recognize as the Bifrost, but just as fast as it had appeared, the light disappears, with the 3 unconscious and 3 dead Asgardians nowhere to be seen. Instead, in their place, now stood 10 more Asgardians. 7 of them wore dark brown armor, and held intricate staffs in their hands. 2 of them, both women, were pointing bows and arrows at me, already pulled back. And in front of all of them, was someone that made me nervous. It was a woman that stood leisurely, as if she had come for a walk in the park, not minding the weapons pointed over her shoulder towards me. She wore a dark black, skin-tight body armor, with shades of green in between, the same shade as her eyes. There was a simple black sword held in her left hand, while her right hand rested on her hip. I gulp, her relaxed position not at all reassuring me of the fact that she's a dangerous being. The dark-haired, fair-skinned woman smirks, seeing me gulp, and says, Now, mortal. The time to be afraid of me is yet to come. HelloDarkness07. The most dangerous woman in the universe. A/N, this is the last arc before Mason returns to his own time. There might be more that happens in his life, but it will only appear as flashbacks. Answer me honestly. Has something changed in the quality of my chapters recently? At least, in the last 3 to 4 chapters or something. I won't mind, I'll at least try to fix those mistakes, so please tell me if there is something. Chapter 76, HelloDarkness07. A/N, part3, HelloDarkness07. Sorry for the delay, I was struggling through some issues, including the death of one of my kittens, my grandma's health issues, and my own mental health. I'm back, although probably not completely healed, but I'm here. For making you wait so much, 2 chapters today. This is the first one. Read on. You know, when I first landed in the past, I had never even wondered if I would ever see, let alone meet a god, or a goddess. And now, I can say that I have met 2 goddesses. First Bast, who was at least agreeable to a peaceful conversation, and now this one. HelloDarkness07, the goddess of death. And judging by the dark black sword in her hand, she did not consider peace as an option. Surrender the items you have stolen from my soldiers, surrender the animals that they hunted, and then surrender yourself, in that order. I might make your death a quick one then. Hela says, the sword tip resting on the ground, while she herself casually looked at her nails. And let's not forget that there are 7 more soldiers, all of them holding what's definitely the berserker staff in their hands, and 2 females. Maids, or maybe servants, both of whom held bows and arrows. One of them, funnily enough, looked reluctant at having to threaten me. Judging by the pointed ears she sported, and the fair skin, she was an elf of Alfheim. She's gorgeous, no doubt, but when you're facing the goddess of death herself, you can't afford to be distracted. I keep staring at Hela, thinking up plans, and ask, can we talk first? I think I would like to defend my actions before dying. I can't run, Asgard will follow me wherever I go. I don't have a single clue over the magical talents of Hela, but she did manage to create a portal from Helheim to Earth, exactly where Odin died, which means she can at least track her father's magic/life force. But, she did it after 1,000 years of imprisonment. She could have learned this talent in those years. But still, fleeing is an option which I will put on the background for now. But I cannot even hope to defeat her, she's Hela. I might be able to fight her for a minute or two, stall her even. But defeat her? Knock her out? Hell nah. I could probably take the others down, but Hela? Not a chance. Not even if I use all my current talents. As for surrendering myself? Yeah, that's not happening. First thing to know, if Hela is the crown princess, then Odin is the king, and he's in his conquer everything that moves, preferably through a bloody war phase. Besides, as Hela just said, she's just going to execute me. Hela chuckles at my question, and says, your actions were witnessed by the All-Seer himself, mortal. You defeated 3 of our Einherjar, stole their armor, and stole the weapons from them and the 4 other Einherjar that lost their lives fighting the animals and your tiny witches. Choose, a quick death, or a death filled with pain. So, my anti-scrying tattoo doesn't work against Heimdall? Damn. I will get right to modifying it once. If I survive this debacle that is. Your Einherjar started it. I say after sighing, while not choosing my method of death. They attacked the animals under my protection, and when my friends tried to rescue the animals, those men had the gall to attack them too. If anything, I just took reparations owed to me by those Asgardians. Hela frowns, a bit annoyed at my talk, and says, you talk too much, mortal. Well, fuck you too. She then turns towards her soldiers, annoyance plainly visible on her face, and says, make it quick, but keep him alive. We need the weapons he has stolen and the location of the animals. Well, at least I'll get to steal more weapons before she kills me. I do have to wonder though. Will I survive being killed by her, or will the goddess of death status mean that even my time travel and healing factor given immortality will fail to protect me? As the 7 Asgardian berserkers stomp towards me, spreading to surround me and prevent my escape, I see Hela turn her back to me, completely dismissing me. Waving her hand, she conjures a pitch-black throne made of the same material as her swords, reminding me of a certain iron throne, and sits down on it, the 2 archers staying at her 2 sides, subdued. I've got to learn what their story is. They're probably prisoners of war, knowing Asgard's current rulers. One woman is from Alfheim, but what about the other one? She looks normal, so probably just an Asgardian woman who doesn't like violence or something. Or a daughter of some noble who didn't agree with Odin. I don't get to think more on that, as the soldiers attack me, as 7 berserker staffs approach me at high speeds, aimed at my head, neck, shoulders, knees, and gut, leaving me no place to dodge, and no way to defend myself from all those hits. Or so they probably believe. With a simple snap of my fingers, I turn the time slower on, directly at 50x speed, and leisurely walk forward. One by one, and careful not to touch them directly, I pluck the berserker staffs out of their very slow-moving hands, and store them in nowhere. I do the same for the daggers on their person, and then, punch all their foreheads with my Prati Kavake-covered fist. They will be unconscious when I resume the normal flow of time. The momentum will ensure it. Whatever I may have done, I don't ever regret making the newer time slower out of magical silver. Just by using runes, I could speed my own perception of time by up to 100 times. And not a single grain of the sands of time were used in this. The berserkers slowly move in the direction of my punch, while I stay in the middle of the circle they had created by surrounding me, and turn the time slower off. Immediately, the 7 berserkers snap their head backwards with a tremendous force that sends their bodies flying backwards, and become unconscious. All of this happened within a single moment for those not me. I smile at Hela, who straightens up on her throne, looking a bit intrigued now, and say, I would have loved to stay and talk, goddess of death. But I have some amazing items to study. So, farewell, and may we never meet again. Saying so, I manipulate my magic to enter the apparition tunnel. Unfortunately for me, as soon as I start the process, I am forced to abandon it when 2 items speed towards me at once. A necrosword, thrown by Hela at tremendous speeds, and an arrow right behind it, just a bit slower than Hela's sword. I stop the apparition spell and immediately summon my 2 swords to my hands, slashing them at the 2 weapons aiming to kill me. With a loud clang, the necrosword hits my Orcrist and is thrown away from me, hitting a small rock, while the arrow is simply thrown upwards. The diversion of the necrosword is still enough to completely crush the stone, while the arrow flies up a small distance, and then starts falling downwards. As the arrow reaches my face level, I spin around to gather more momentum and slam the flat side of my sword on its blunt end, sending it flying back towards the woman who had thrown it at me, helped along by my telekinesis. Unsurprisingly, it is caught right before it can hit the surprised light elf woman in her left eye by a fast-acting HelloDarkness07. Her reaction speed is something else, that's for sure. I just wasn't sure that she would even save a servant of hers. And I had to stop my apparition. If I hadn't stopped then, the arrow and necrosword would have come into the tunnel with me, and stabbed me in my neck while I was in transit. They were just that fast. And Dobby knows how that would have gone. I look at Hela, a bit annoyed, and get ready to defend at a moment's notice. This time, however, I am much surprised when she just looks at me, the arrow in her hand still, like I'm a puzzle. You're different. You're stronger than those other mortals, and you have magic. Tell me, are you a sayer? Hela says, as she sits back down on the throne. Sayer, a word for the mages that were present in the Icelandic regions when Asgard first came here. They mostly practiced seeing, but they were known to manipulate the elements too. And when Bor and his son Odin came here, with their fancy magic, and stronger elemental manipulation, the Sayer began worshipping the two gods. I look at her in suspicion, looking out for the next attack to come, and say, I might have some ancestry there, but no. I am what's called a mage. And your strength? Mage. Is this something you were born with? Hela asks, now twirling the arrow in her hand, while the elf woman finally comes out of her shock at her almost death. The other woman was still pointing her bow at me, an arrow knocked, but she looked afraid of everything. I could tell that while she knows how to use the bow, she hadn't used it to kill any sentient beings yet. Why do you want to know? I ask, wondering if she wants the ritual to enhance strength or something. However I have it, it won't work on you anyway. If I was born with it, it's of no use. And if I did it through a ritual, it still won't help her. Whatever rituals enhanced my strength to where I am now, will have a barely noticeable effect on someone like Hela. Hela hums, and says, so you got it externally then. Which means a ritual of sorts that only works on mortals. Pity. She shakes her head, and then crosses her legs one over the other, making my eyes subconsciously go there. Hey, she might kill me anytime she wants, but I'm not blind. Hela is a fucking goddess, and she's bloody beautiful. Black hair, green eyes, skin tight green and black armor, and makeup that makes her look emo. She also looks like a 30-year-old mortal woman, and her face is similar to what I remember the movie actress being, only obviously younger, who was a bombshell even in her 50s. And then there's her height and strength. She's just a bit shorter than me, her body slim, but definitely muscly, showing that even without her divine strength, she is not some useless woman. As I said, Hela is a fucking goddess, and it's not just because of her title. And she can also kill me in like 10 minutes, if I use everything in my arsenal. As I try not to ogle her, she says, well, you're of no use to me then. And then, uncrossing her legs, Hela stands up, the arrow in her hands discarded to the side. She says, don't interfere, elf. I will kill him, and then we can discuss your inability to deal with a simple mortal. The elf in question ducks her head down, and drops her hands, the bow now resting on her back. The other woman simply takes a step back, not saying anything even as she disarms herself. Hela is the one who has all my attention, though, as she takes a few steps forward and stops. She conjures two swords in her hands, and says, come on, mortal. I don't have all day. Show me what you can do, and if you manage to impress me, I might just take you for a pet. A pet? To Hela? I scowl at her, and bringing my swords to my side, I disappear from my position. Appearing above Hela, I swing both my swords down on her head. Clang. Unsurprisingly, Hela blocks that hit with the lone, left sword raised upwards, her hand not even moving a little bit due to the astronomical strength difference. Hela slashes her right sword upwards to cut me into two, and I spin around it, letting it pass by my face harmlessly, and in that same motion let my proddy cavake covered right leg speed towards Hela's face, while still in the air. Hela drops the sword in her left hand, and catches my leg by my shin. Her right sword once again speeds towards me to skewer my guts, but suddenly, she is forced to stop it in order to defend herself. The proddy cavake that was around my foot lengthens in front of my toes, and extends into 5 nail claws. Only these ones are far, far bigger than my normal nail claws, by at least 10 times the size. As they try to stab her face, however, Hela leans back, stopping her attempt at stabbing me, and throws me behind her, from over herself. I stop myself mid-air, floating up using my telekinesis, and scowl, as the bones in my right leg heal back up. Hela's hold on my leg had broken the shin bones, while rupturing multiple muscles and the tendons. If I had landed on the ground while in this situation, I would have been in some amazing amount of pain. Even now, only my pain tolerance, thanks to all the pain I've already been through, has stopped me from crying out loud. That single touch, however, is enough for me to recognize exactly how wide the power difference between us is, and that I have no chance if I hold back even a little. Hela looks at the Prati Kavake now on my right arm and the swords in my two hands, and says, "Those are some amazing artifacts you have there, mortal. Pity they won't be able to save you." And then this time, Hela attacks, by starting to run towards me. While running with a smirk on her face, she waves her hand and throws 5 conjured necro swords at me, all of them speeding faster than sound. Raising my swords, my leg healed once again, I hit them all away, one by one, and jump towards Hela, aiming to stab her face once again, while taking a deep breath. Hela and I meet mid-air, our swords hitting each other with a loud clang, and I smirk, seeing the wide-eyed look on Hela's face when I don't even move back a little. My swords, or the light magic in them, negates all the force exerted upon them by dark weapons. This same thing happened when I had fought Kuronin, when Ljusverd had blocked all the hits by him without showing any weakness to it. Taking advantage of her surprise, I exhale all the air I had taken in. When I breathe out, however, instead of just air, a wave of bright red flames exit out of my mouth, covering Hela completely. Newton's third law sends me shooting backwards, and I land on the ground. I see Hela slam down on her back, the red flames covering her full body and the ground surrounding her, but I don't let down my guard even a bit. She's Hela, the goddess of death. Fiend fire, while probably causing her some discomfort, is not enough to kill her. Sure enough, something flashes green inside the rampaging flames, and an explosion of wind and magic erupts out of that point, snuffing the flames out. Hela, without even a little bit of damage, looks at me with a scowl on her face, and says, You seriously thought that attacking the goddess of death with the flames of hell would harm her? Well, not one of my finest moments. So, fiend fire is out. But it is not the only trick I have. I bend my knees, and start running full speed towards Hela, my sword still in my hands. I swing both towards Hela, but Hela turns to the side to dodge them. I keep attacking her, and Hela takes a few steps back, just dodging. It shows the difference between a mortal and a god, even when I was one of the strongest mortals alive right now, and probably one of the best swordsmen alive, Hela still dodged all my attacks with grace, all the while looking bored. Suddenly, something hard strikes my stomach, and I find myself flying back towards the woods. As I finally stop, my back hitting a large rock, I don't get even a moment's respite, when I am forced to dodge 6 swords speeding right behind me. The swords hit the rock I had stopped on, causing it to completely shatter. As my body heals, I am once again forced to jump away, when Hela tries to skewer my heart with her necrosword. I keep jumping, with Hela throwing multiple swords at a time, mixing it up with attacking me herself every once in a while. All the while, I try to get inspiration, or an opportunity to trap her. But so far, there were no holes in her fighting style that I could realistically take advantage of. As I try to jump away from the most recent personal attack by Hela, however, I find my legs stabbed by something that came out of the ground itself. Already knowing what it is, I don't even look down, but raise both my swords to prevent Hela from slashing my arms off of my shoulder. Hela smirks, as she tries to push her sword down bit by bit. But the handy enchantment on my swords negates most of the force exerted by her swords, leaving me to just try and hold her own strength back. Suddenly, however, Hela drops her swords, and conjures something else in her right hand, slamming it right on my face. I don't even get to be surprised at the item she just conjured when it hits my face, crushing my nose, bending my skull in a way it shouldn't and ripping me through the necroswords holding me in place. I fly backwards, my swords no longer in my hands, as my wounds make me bleed from everywhere, my skull definitely fractured in multiple places. As I crash down on the ground and skid to a stop, I immediately groan internally, feeling my danger sense flare up to warn me of something dangerous. I immediately create a portal underneath me, that drops me a couple miles away from my position, and that much further away from Hela and her stabbing tendencies. I don't even bother to try and find out what danger was coming towards me, before I close the portal back down, and lay there on the ground, breathing hard, while my wounds heal slowly. This is taking far too much time. With a pull on my magic, I summon my swords back to my hands, and use them to channel the light and healing magics into my body, to speed things up. Within 20 seconds, I find myself back in top form, wondering what I could even do. I can't go to Sanctuary just yet, because I don't want to bring Asgard's attention over there, and I can't flee anywhere else either, not until my anti-scrying tattoo is changed, enhanced. I could probably go to Kamartaj, but I doubt Master Aisha will appreciate me bringing my troubles to her. Which means, I have to stay here and fight. Try and survive. Or fake my death, which I have some plans over how I might be able to do that. Suddenly, I see something in the clearing I had found myself in, and I see a dark green smoke take form, with shades of black inside it. The smoke then shapes itself into a circle, and then into a portal. I resign myself to not getting to flee anyway, because now I have confirmation that Hela can actually create portals to wherever I am. Sighing, I stand up, and see Hela walk out of the smoke-like portal formed from her own magic, with a familiar item in her hands. Familiar in the sense that I've seen it even before it smacked me halfway across the forest. The mighty war hammer. Mjolnir. Flipping the hammer in her hand, as the portal closes behind her, Hela says, "You're smart, mortal. You know when to flee." She then smirks, as the magic around us starts to become a bit too cold for my tastes, and says, "But you cannot escape death, mortal." My wounds now completely healed, and my strength completely returned to me, I say, "Look, Hela, goddess of death. The soldiers from before were hunting a family of magical creatures, who were under my protection. I was oath-bound to protect them, and take reparations for whatever harm your soldiers caused. I understand you Asgardians are big about oaths and all." Hela snorts, and says, "I don't care, mortal. You insulted Asgard, stole the property of Asgard, and your little animals and those tiny witches caused the death of 3 Asgardian soldiers. And that means you are an enemy. Unless you would like to tell me where those tiny witches are." This time I snort, "Like hell am I giving up my tiny witches? I think I would rather have another bout with you, goddess of death." "Admirable, but sooner or later, we will find them. Even now, the All-Seer is busy looking for those witches, and when he does, well, Asgard has no need for witches, but we won't say no to more indentured servants." Hela says, shrugging casually. My eyes narrow, and my face hardens on those words. I really hope my wards are stronger than my runic tattoo, or else Sanctuary is already in danger. But now I know, I definitely need to fight. Either until Hela believes me dead, or until I actually die. But I can't do it with just 2 swords. I need to use my magic too. Especially when Hela has the bloody Mjolnir in her hands. Still glaring at Hela, I move both my hands, and bring the 2 swords, the Orcrests, together. As soon as they touch one another, the metal shifts, as the swords go from 2 to 1, and form into the straight long sword. The Glamdring. I hold the Glamdring in my right hand, while I keep my left hand open, and start running towards Hela. Hela stays in her spot, not even bothering with seeming vigilant, but when I swing my sword towards her neck, Hela leans back just the same, while swinging the hammer upwards, aiming for my chin. I raise my leg up, and knee Hela on her elbow, messing with her aim, and causing the hammer to miss my head by a large margin. In the same motion, I extend my leg, the Prati Kavak once again covering the foot, and slam it into the arm. Hela had expected the hit, and my kick barely causes her arm to move. I, however, hadn't meant the kick to actually attack her, but I used it to push myself back. Waving my hand, I manipulate the ground to rise up, and send a few large chunks of earth at Hela, while I start preparing another spell. Hela uses her hammer to smash the rocks to pieces, while a sword conjured in her left hand does the same. But when the rocks stop coming, I send my spell at her. A dark brown-colored curse, meant to destroy castle walls, hits Hela on her torso, and immediately splits in 2 as it goes to the back, now diverted at an angle. The curse hits the ground, and the power behind it destroys the trees, and the ground where it hit, forming 2 patches of treeless land with a large hole in the middle. I widen my eyes, seeing it happen, something that I definitely hadn't expected. What the fuck is her armor even made of? I duck, letting a sword pass through the place my head used to be, and immediately bring up my arm to hit an incoming weapon. Unfortunately, where my swords are perfectly capable of negating the force behind Hela's necroswords, they cannot do it to something that is not dark. And Mjolnir, despite its owner's inclinations, is definitely not dark. As Mjolnir slams into Glamdring, as I try to slash it upwards, it pushes the sword backwards instead, and sends me skidding backwards. And then, it retreats, returning to Hela's waiting hand. I start running when I see Hela ready the hammer for another, stronger, throw, and appear in front of Hela, my sword raised. This time, Hela blocks the sword strike with the hammer, and sends me off balance to the side, the hammer now in front of my face. Hela swings the hammer towards my face, and I lean back, awkwardly doing the neo-bullet dodging pose, and using the blind spot provided by Hela herself, slam my left fist on her chin. The red-colored fist slams into her chin, as the spell I had stored within it explodes out of the fist. This time, I find myself once again surprised, when the dark bludgeoning curse splits in 2 as soon as it touches Hela's skin, and flies wide towards the skies. Hela, meanwhile, is forced to just tilt her head upwards thanks to just my strength, while the spell has absolutely no effect on her. What the fuck? So it's not just her armor. It's her? What the fuck are Asgardians made of, that magecraft spells don't even take effect? A bludgeoning curse, and the wall breaker both went wide as soon as they touched her? They at least should have exploded on her and sent her back. They fucking cause actual damage to dragons. Shaking my head, I jump backwards, and channeling the crimson energy within the Prati Kavak, swing my sword towards Hela once again. This time, when Hela blocks my hit once again, I see her hand get pushed back just a bit. I don't get much satisfaction from that, however, since even with Sidorak's crimson energy, I can only push her hand back a bit. Hela suddenly pulls her hand back, making me overextend, and kicks me on my chest. The Prati Kavak had covered it in time, so I don't feel much pain, but the hit does manage to send me flying backwards. I flip in the air, and stab the sword into the ground to stop myself. Your magic. You've never fought an Asgardian before, have you? Or any other god? Hela says, chuckling. Mortals are not meant to harm gods, mage. Your magic, your life will always be inferior to ours. So, magic doesn't work. Or more accurately, magecraft doesn't work against Hela, and probably the other high-level Asgardians. But if I know my hierarchy right, Asgardians are not at the top of the food chain. And I have access to spells that can definitely damage, or at least bind those at the top. Sorcery. I once again start running towards her, while Hela looks at me, content with letting me run towards my death. But right before I reach her, I disappear from my position and appear right behind her, my left arm touching her back. Crimson Bands of Sidorak. I yell, channeling the strongest version of that spell that I can safely cast without gaining the ire of the demon in question. Immediately, dark crimson bands appear from my hand and spread around the goddess, covering her torso in one moment, and her limbs in the other. The explosion of magic causes her to get pushed forward by a bit, as Mjolnir drops down on the ground when the crimson bands take hold of her right arm. Within a second, Hela is completely covered by thick crimson bands of Sidorak, top to bottom, leaving only her nose and eyes free, so she can breathe, and see. The bands prevent her from even moving, while tightening around her with every movement she makes. I keep my left hand there, breathing hard, and raise my sword to her neck. A small space opens up within the bands, giving me enough space to touch my sword on her neck, causing her to stop struggling at once. I say, give me your word, as the Princess of Asgard, that you won't come after me, or my elves, and I will let you leave here, alive. I stay behind her, one hand holding the sword to Hela's neck, while the other holding on to the crimson bands binding her. I feel her anger, at either getting caught in something like this, or at me threatening her into compliance, and I manipulate the bands to open a space in front of her mouth. She gasps first, finding herself able to open her mouth once more, and says, "You are making a terrible mistake. Mortal." I tighten the bands some more, look up, and say, "I can feel it, you know. The Bifrost charging up. If I feel it activating, your daughter won't have a head anymore. Let's see how she stays alive after that." It was a guess that Odin himself was watching over this fight right now. Not something I'm sure of, but when the princess of your realm is caught in someone else's trap, you don't wait to call your king, her father. You do it immediately. I hear mumbles, and turn my head towards Hela, whose mouth was once again covered by the crimson bands. Keeping my sword stable, I open up her mouth once again, allowing her to say, "I said. I don't need anyone to come and rescue me. Mortal." Something cuts through the bands holding her arms together, and then... Crayock! The crimson bands all shatter, as Hela uses her brute strength to break out of the strongest binding spell in a sorcerer's repertoire. She immediately spins around, dropping the necrosword that she had conjured to cut through the bands holding her arms together, and summoning the hammer to her hand. I cover my torso with the Prati Kavak as I jump backwards, even as I conjure the shield of the Vishanti in front of me to block her hit. Hela conjures another large necrosword to stab it into the shield of the Vishanti, and uses the mighty Mjolnir to send it deeper inside, breaking the spell. And then, as I wince from the backlash of two broken spells, one after the other, Hela slams Mjolnir into my chest, before I can even raise my sword to defend myself. Clang! Crack! Within a moment, the Prati Kavak breaks from the force of the hit, not able to defend me against the full might of the legendary hammer Mjolnir, being wielded by the second strongest Asgardian alive. Before I even start mourning the death of my relic, the hammer strikes my chest, stabbing some pieces of the Prati Kavak into my body, and sends me flying miles away from Hela. I gasp, as I unwittingly spit out a lot of spittle and blood, as my bones stab into my heart. I force myself to work through the pain and keep a tight hold of my sword, using it to speed up my healing speed, while at the same time activating the time slower at 50x. My body is fully healed before I even drop down on the ground, thanks to the sped up time, and I immediately slam my hands down on the ground. Hela, who had run after me with a furious look on her face, is forced to jump up, when the ground shatters underneath her, as thousands of orange wisps of magic erupt out of the craters. They all attack her, trying to stab into her body. The spiky mists of Manopar immobilize anything they stab into, and multiple stabs cause the victim's magic to be completely bound. Which, for Asgardians like Hela, means taking away most of her strength. Hela uses her hammer to great effect, using it to destroy one tendril after another, while at the same time cutting them with her conjured swords. I know that she is not an easy enemy to defeat, however, and I point my palms at her. A white Tau mandala is formed in front of both my arms, and they start shooting white diamond-like crystals at Hela. The crystals of certain death. Now, Hela is forced to defend herself against both the crystals, and the mists, but annoyingly enough, her hammer can dispel the magic within both of them by a single hit each. For a minute, I keep both those spells active, and I start to feel the drain on my magic. While I can usually go for a few days without needing to rest while using my magic, it depends on the enemy I'm fighting. And Hela is not something any normal sorcerer can fight against. Even still, I knew I could go on for at least 3 more hours. Enough! Hela yells, as dark green and black colored magic explodes out of her body. This explosion immediately causes all the spiky mists of Manopur to dissipate, as the spell loses its form. Meanwhile, an enraged Hela slams the hammer on the ground, sending a shockwave of dark black magic towards me. Clapping my hands together, I conjure the gateway to the mirror dimension to absorb the dark magic, and send it towards Hela to send her inside the mirror dimension. Hela raises her hammer, and swings it upwards, using it to fly above the mirror dimension's gateway, and then swings it towards me, sending both her, and the hammer flying towards me. I raise my hands, palm facing towards Hela's angry face, and right before she reaches towards me, I create a portal in her path that opens up exactly next to her face. The hammer, Mjolnir, flies into the portal, exits out near Hela's head, and her own attack strikes Hela on the face, sending her skidding into the ground. Taking this opportunity, I once more conjure the crimson bands of Sidorak to bind Hela. Unfortunately for me, Hela's healing factor is far, far superior to mine, and she jumps back up to fight, allowing her to dodge the bands before they can bind her. Die already, mortal! Hela yells, as she shatters the bands using Mjolnir. Mortal this, mortal that. They don't teach you any other words in Asgard. I quip back, while holding my nervousness out of my voice. Hela, by just being angry, had made apparition completely impossible. Her magic was so dense, that just by whatever amount she was leaking, she prevented space from being bent by using magecraft. I know. I've already tried multiple times. But as it's already established, her magic is not superior to the dimensional or even universal magic, which means while difficult, I could still create portals. Angered by my words, Hela throws the hammer towards me and starts running forward. I duck down to let it pass, and meet Hela head-on with my sword, Glamdring in hand. As we fight with our swords once again, with me suffering more than a few cuts and slashes, I see Hela twitch her hand. I wasn't an idiot, however, and I already knew that part of Mjolnir's gifts. It returns to its user when called upon. Right before it can hit me, I create a portal once again, causing the hammer that was aiming for the back of my head to appear out of the portal right in between Hela and I, making it once again strike Hela on her face. I immediately jump up, feeling her conjuration magic at work once again as Hela sends a dozen necroswords flying towards me. Completing my spin, I slam Glamdring into her shoulder, slashing through the skin, but stopping at the bone, my strength not enough to do that yet. As I start to pull back, however, Hela grabs me by my neck, and before I can do anything, she conjures another necrosword that cuts through my shoulder, separating my right arm from my body. Fuck! I gasp out, through the pain of my neck being crushed, and my arm being cut off, as Glamdring falls down on the ground, tip first. And then, she stabs the same sword in my chest, right into my heart. I gasp as I open my eyes, taking a deep breath in, as the spell expels my mind from the copy of my body fighting Hela, and into my real body. When I had sent the mirror dimension trap towards Hela, I knew she wouldn't be caught by it. She's too fast for that. And since I didn't have a way to actually defeat her, I had thought up a plan. A plan to fake my death, and make the Asgardians stop looking for the elves, and for me. The plan. Create a perfect copy of myself, and have Hela kill it, while enraging her enough to have her make it quick. I created the copy using the images of Icon spell, making it so it was a perfect physical, magical, as well as astral copy of myself. Meanwhile my true body was sent miles and miles away, into a house in a small Maya village, where the Maya sanctum stood. I didn't send it to the sanctum, since I didn't actually need any form of interference by Master Aisha, even if I would have appreciated it if she did interfere somehow. The protections surrounding the sanctum and the village it was in, were enough to hide the goings-on from higher eyes, especially gods like Heimdall. Or so I hope. But, considering that I couldn't feel the formation of the Bifrost here, I can safely say that I'm safe. My copy was killed by Hela, stabbed by her necrosword, while my spirit and my mind came back here, to my true body. Suddenly, however, I cough loudly, and put my hand up in front of my mouth. Already dreading it, I shakily bring my hand in front of my eyes and look at it, finding blood. I stand up, barely managing it, and look around. But no matter where I looked, I didn't see any enemy. I drop down on the ground, feeling two swords stab into my chest, but when I look down, I still find nothing. I do, however, sense Hela's dark magic coursing through my body, through my magic. I try to call upon my connection to the light dimension, or even the light sword, but Hela's corruptive magic was preventing me from accessing any sort of outside help. Blurg. I spit out some more blood, as my body starts losing strength, and my wounds stop healing. It was also causing my healing factor to fail spectacularly, making the 2 stab wounds in my chest bleed out a lot of blood. I drop on my back, just breathing, my strength slowly losing weight. My plan was foolproof, or so I had hoped. Hela killed the copy, but it seems her magic was strong enough to follow me here. And here I had hoped to live a very long life. Slowly, I close my eyes, knowing that I won't be opening them ever again. I was dying, and I could feel it. I could see death itself looming over me, and there was no running from it. The goddess of death had demanded it, and death had delivered. I close my eyes, breathing for the final time, wondering. Is this it? Hela POV. Hela stares at the mortal who had given her so much trouble, as 3 swords stick out of his chest. He was a good fighter, and made her work for her win despite his mortality, but in the end, he is a mortal, and she. A goddess. She had noticed that his body could somehow heal from a manner of wounds, and while she had first attributed it to the magical sword made of the unknown alloy, she later realized that the sword just prevented her deathly magic from harming him. The healing was his own. And so, she had done something to prevent him from healing ever again. She had let her guard down purposefully, allowing him to strike a single hit. And while he was trying to separate her arm from her body, his mortal strength unable to achieve it, Hela had taken hold of him, and cut off his own arm, separating the man from the sword. She could have prevented the portal from being formed, she could have disrupted the magic within it while it was forming, but she needed the mortal to start regaining hope. She wanted to crush him, see the hope die in his eyes as she killed him. He had used her own hammer against her, and she did not like it one bit. He not only insulted her in Asgard, he used her own divine weapon against her. And that was unforgivable. That had sealed his fate. And so, she allowed him to land a single hit, to make him regain hope. She then stabbed him with her sword, one filled to the brim with her divine necrotic magic. She might not be able to use runes like her father could, but she was still a goddess, and her command over her own magic was absolute. The necrosword had prevented him from healing back up, but he was still healing, albeit slowly. And so, she had stabbed him 2 more times, both the new swords also being magically infused. Unfortunately for her, he died far too soon for her liking. She would have liked to make it long, slow, but alas, mortals are far more delicate than the enemies she was used to fighting. And now, with him, she had also lost the berserker staffs, swords, armors, daggers, and even the animals that he had stolen from Asgard. Glancing at the sword that had stabbed itself into the ground, Hela wonders over the metallic alloy it was made out of. She hadn't seen anything like it before, not even in Nidavellir. While it was nothing in front of Mjolnir, or her father's Gungnir, it was definitely one of the strongest alloys she had ever seen. It was only the inexperienced maker that had caused it to lose to Mjolnir. If the alloy was shaped by the dwarves, she knew that it would be a weapon comparable to Mjolnir. And it was wielded by a mortal, and used by him to cut into her. A goddess. Her blood was still adorning the blade, from when he had tried to cut her arm off, and a wave of Hela's hand causes the blood to disappear. Hela approaches the sword, and touches it to pick it up. However, as soon as her hands touch the sword handle, the sword flashes in a bright yellow light, burning her hand a bit, and disappears from the spot. Scoffing in disgust, Hela turns her back on the now dead man and the spot his sword was just in, and with a snap of her fingers, causes the body to explode into a burst of flesh and bones. She then looks up, and orders, "Open the Bifrost." Within a couple seconds, the bright beam of rainbow-colored light of the Bifrost slams down on her, and takes her away. She glances at the young gatekeeper of Asgard, Heimdall, and orders, "Bring my useless maids here too, bloody elf couldn't even take down one mortal. And start looking for those tiny witches that the mortal called elves. They must know where the mortal hid his stolen wares." While Hela leaves Midgard, someone else appears out of a blue glowing portal in the forests behind the Maya Sanctum. The hooded person looks around, and finds the one she is looking for on the ground, laying on his back. She waves her hand, causing the body to be lifted into the air, and walks through the portal, taking it with her. "I have finally found you, brother. A/N, as you might expect, Mason is dead, but not really. You'll see later, in the next chapter. No, the story is not dropped, at least not yet, since I do have plans until at least Mason is back in his own time, and I have written almost till that time already, on my Patreon. If anyone is going to follow me there, be sure to go for only the lowest tiers. I already have more money than I know I can handle, don't give me more. Seriously. Don't. Is the fight with Hela believable? She's much stronger than him, but Mason has far more tricks up his sleeve. The final part was a last-ditch effort on his part, and a just-in-case method by Hela to make sure he doesn't heal. Many people will ask, why didn't he do this? Why didn't he use portals more? Why didn't he try and escape? Why didn't he use more spells? Well, most of the answers I've already shown in this chapter itself, the rest will be answered in the next few chapters. Chapter 77, Awakening. A/N, part3, HelloDarkness07. Second chapter of the day. When consciousness first comes to me, I find myself to be very much surprised. I had died. Again. And I knew it. I had felt my heart losing strength, I had felt Hela's dark divine magic flow through my own body, killing me one cell at a time. I had actually felt myself die, and I knew it was death, and not just unconsciousness. I've been knocked out enough times to know the difference. So, how am I still alive? Is this a benefit of my time travel? I had thought that my killer being an actual goddess of death would have prevented me from returning from the dead. But it seems not. Not that I'm ungrateful, I'm glad I didn't just die before I even got back to my own time. I'm glad I'll have the chance to try and make a difference whenever the threats to Earth come, whenever they do. It seems. You cannot die before you are born, and so. I was safely alive for at least 2,000 years. Either that, or I really did die and was reincarnated once again. But something was odd. Firstly, I was sleeping on something soft, and half of my body was covered by a sheet of cloth. Considering that when I died, I had fallen down on harsh ground, this is really odd. I keep my eyes closed, and use my other senses to take stock of the situation. Just within a single second of smelling, I could tell that I was in a room with stone walls, with a single window which was open wide, and a wooden door that was closed. The soft thing I was laying on was a bed, and judging by the smell, the mattress was filled with feathers and hay. The bed itself was a four-poster wooden bed. There was a desk near my head, while a single reclined chair sat near my feet. The open window was to my left, while the door was in the direction of my feet. However, oddly enough, while I could smell every single detail within this room, I couldn't smell, or hear, anything from outside the room. Not even through the open window. I could tell it was open thanks to the wind drifting in. I also couldn't hear any thoughts from anyone other than myself. I slowly open my eyes, and look around. The room was empty, with just the bed, desk, and chair taking space. I slowly sit up, and realize that my body was perfectly healed. I had thought that getting stabbed by Hela's swords, even through the images of Icon spell, would have left at least some scars, but nope. In fact, I couldn't feel any fault with my body. It was better than before, somehow. I wave my hand, causing a blue light to hover above my hand, and cause it to change shapes. The light then flies towards the chair, and immediately transfigures it into a sofa that then returns back to the original form right after. Even my control over my magic has improved. By a lot. Goddamn, whatever my death gave me, I need more. But why can't I sense anything from outside this room? Closing my eyes once again, I pulse my magic to look for magical wards. There was just a single ward around this room, which confirmed my suspicions of me being inside a mage's house. I gently poke at it, to understand what it does, and get a feeling for isolation? No, it just prevents those inside from spying on those outside. No hearing their conversations, no listening to thoughts, no smelling where they are. It was as if I was a prisoner without being restrained. And knowing my luck, I definitely am. There wasn't anything preventing me from leaving the room, as far as I can tell. But my warden was just preventing me from spying on them. Sighing, I push my legs to the left, and get off the bed. I immediately stumble, and realize something once again. My body. It was stronger. Not too much, but it was definitely stronger than before. Easily getting used to the changes in my body, I walk towards the window, to wait for the room's owner to come here. I can puzzle over my metamorphosis later. My thoughts then go to my most recent fight, where I was humbled beyond belief. I had fought 3 Asgardian soldiers, and defeated them pretty easily. I had defeated 7 berserkers within a single microsecond, but that is mostly because of my time slower. And so, I had thought myself ready to fight her. Or, I had thought myself competent enough to escape her. Hela Odinstotir. Princess of Asgard. Goddess of Death. Never before had I been so outclassed in a fight. I survived against an elder god set in that tentacled demon, but one goddess of death managed to kill me. How arrogant was I, to feel myself capable enough of at least escaping her by tricks. She's the daughter of Odin, she probably had contingencies in place just in case I was found harder to kill. One of them is probably what killed me. I thought myself ready to fight Hela, believing that if Doctor Strange can fight Thanos, who had 4 of the Infinity Stones in his possession, then I can definitely at least survive Hela. At the least, I believed myself fast enough to dodge all of her hits. Nope, Hela absolutely humiliated me. And she killed me, even after I managed to trick her. Her swordsmanship was superior to mine, vastly so, her strength was at least 10 times higher than mine, her magic was so dense that even dark curses just splashed by her skin, harmlessly. Even when I used sorcery, even when my swords negated the force behind her sword strikes, even when I struck her with her own magical hammer twice, and tried to cut off her arm, she still won. I had nothing in my arsenal that could keep Hela down, and she showed it to me. And she didn't even have to use too much of her strengths to do it. She is just too far outside my league. I just wasn't ready to fight her yet, and I knew that. But I wanted to test myself against her, against someone right at the top of the universal tiers. Someone I doubt even Thanos would manage to defeat easily. But once again, my overconfidence proved to be my undoing. A click on the door brings my attention back to the real world, and I turn around towards the door. I then suddenly realize that I'm not wearing anything above my waist, and I was only wearing a pair of trousers below it. But well, whoever my warden is, has definitely seen me naked, even if it was only to change my clothes. Because these were definitely not the clothes I had fought Hela in. The door, and in walks a woman, around 30 years old, wearing a black corset pushing her chest up, with a long black skirt flowing down her hip, and a black cloak, with the inside surface being dark blue, resting on her shoulders. Her hair was black, the same for her eyes, while her skin was fair. Just by this once glance, I somehow feel attached to her. As if I know her somehow, but I don't remember how. It feels as if we are connected. There's no other way to explain it. Her eyes widen a bit as she sees me stand near the window, as I keep staring at her, and then she smiles widely, as if she's happy to see me awake. You woke earlier than I thought you would, brother. Brother? This just brings my thoughts of reincarnation back to the forefront. Did I somehow really die and get reborn? Again? And did I keep my magic and all my other gifts this time? This might explain why I'm still alright, and why this woman is calling me her brother. But I can smell it. She's a mutant, as well as a mage. Which means I'm probably still in the same universe that I was just in. Probably. Could be one of the other universes in the multiverse too. I don't want to use my telepathy to try and gain an understanding of her mind, or her character, without her doing anything to actually antagonize me. I hesitate a bit, wondering what is going on, and say, I apologize. I don't recognize you. The woman smiles, as she walks towards the desk on my bedside, and keeps the tray she was holding on top of it. I smell chicken soup, before the woman speaking attracts my attention. She says, of course you don't. We haven't met before today, brother. My name is Maya. I frown, wondering if us being mutants is why she's calling me her brother, and say, my name is Atharva. Why do you call me brother if we haven't met? The woman, Maya, chuckles and says, because you are my brother, Atharva. At my dubious look, she says, I know you are a mage, a sorcerer, as well as something else. There must be some abilities unique to you, separate from your magic, something that comes naturally to you. I am like that. Me. I can communicate directly with the mind, and move things without touching them. How about you? I raise an eyebrow at the freely given information, and say, I heal faster than usual. And I can also do what you do, without using my magic. Maya smiles widely, and says, I call people like us mutanter changelings. We are very few in number, but each one of us has abilities beyond the normal, and not exactly related to magic. Hey, mutanter. The Latin word for change. She then points me towards the soup, and says, please. Drink up, you must be feeling hungry. Don't worry, all your questions will be answered. I look at the soup in question, and with a single sniff, try and see if it is poisoned. Thankfully for me, it is not, at least with nothing of odor. I walk towards it, and touch the bowl, casting a spell to check for poisons too, and finding nothing, pick it up. All the while, Maya just looks at me with amusement. She says, the reason I called you brother is related to us being mutanter. Have you met any more like us? I nod, and say, just one. The last pharaoh of Alexandria, Cleopatra 7. At least, I have met just one in this time period. Cleopatra has been dead for 25 years now. Maya smiles, and says, as I said, not many people like us exist. Shaking her head, she says, even amongst mutanter, there exists a group of extraordinary people. These mutanter are powerful even beyond the normal mutanter, but they have a few things in common. They are all unaging, they are all unkillable, and they all have a connection with the others of their kind. Kind of like how you feel a connection with me, despite never having met me before. I raise both my eyebrows, having stopped drinking the soup to listen to her explanation, and ask, we're one of these special mutanter then? Maya nods, and says, we call ourselves externals. We aren't many, numbering around 20 right now, but all of us felt you joining our ranks 2 hours ago. 2 hours? I healed from getting killed by Hela in 2 hours. God damn. That's way faster than I had expected. Wait. Felt me? And join your ranks? What does that mean exactly? I ask, once again drinking the hot soup, sip by sip. Maya says, us externals. We were all once normal mutanter. We may have been stronger than others, but we were just mutanter. But then, something happens, something that happened to you 2 hours ago, that took us from mutanter to externals. We all had our first deaths, just like you had yours recently. I shake my head, all this making my head spin around, and say, look. I have a special situation, because of which I won't be able to die at all for at least the next 2000 years. I died, yes, but I was resurrected because of that, not because of me being an external. I know what an external is, of course I do. I wasn't much of a comic book reader in my past life, but I did read the fandom articles a lot of times. And since Apocalypse, and Sabanur, was the one Marvel character that scared me the most, even before I got here, I read his article multiple times. And he was known as an external, I know that. I don't know much about externals, only that they're all immortal, can't die, have different powers, and that Apocalypse is the leader of them or something. And I, while a mutant, only got this second chance at life or third chance, funnily enough because of my time travel. Even a killing curse wouldn't work on me right now, I know that. I've already confirmed that. Theoretically, but still. Granted, I thought that Hela's death magic would actually work, but still. Time travel. Not external. Maya just chuckles, and asks, you think you are the first mutanter to die and be resurrected because of a special situation? No, brother dear, there have been countless mutanter that died, were naturally resurrected, and who were not externals. You. However, you are an external. I can feel it. Touch my mind, brother, and tell me you can't feel it too. I feel her own mind connecting with mine, and before I can throw her out, I feel it. I feel the connection, now amplified. We are definitely the same, she is not lying. Do not worry, brother. This is not something to be afraid of. Maya whispers, as I feel her hug me, while her mind retreats. It is only then that I realize that I was hyperventilating, everything that has happened making me anxious. First Hela, and now this. I'm an external? I belong to the same subcategory of mutants as the fucking Apocalypse? It takes a few seconds for me to calm down, but when I do, Maya immediately hands me the bowl of soup once again and says, drink. I take a sip, and then ask, what does it all mean? Being an external. I don't want to find out that we're all sworn to work for Apocalypse or something like that. Maya just shrugs, and asks, why does it have to mean anything? You were a mutanter before, now you're an external. That's it. Your change doesn't bring with it any duties, or responsibilities. I just look at her, and ask, and what? The other externals will just let me live my life peacefully? Will you? Maya nods, but then pauses. She says, while I can't say the same for all of us, most externals would rather just live our own lives without interference. We would rather that you don't interfere in any of our goals and ambitions, and we won't interfere in yours. Some, however, would likely try to recruit you in their own schemes. I nod, taking that explanation for what it is worth, and then ask, how did you find out where to find me? And why did you come find me? The smile on Maya's face widens, as she says, I am, as I said, a mage and a sorceress. One of the many talents that I have cultivated over the years is a talent for divining the future. I saw your first death happen 5 months ago, and I knew exactly where it would happen, and when. Alas, I needed to wait until you actually had your first death to approach you. Coincidentally, your first death happened just beyond the mountain from my castle, which I am really thankful for. First death? I ask, taking it all in and remembering her mentioning the term once before. I had already expected something weird, but never in my life did I believe I would say the words first death and not mean the time I was reborn as who I am now. Maya nods, and says, every external is first a normal mutanter. It is only when he first dies and resurrects that he is known as an external. After the first death, the external becomes immortal, unaging, and unkillable. You might still die, but you will only stay dead if the ones who kill you are yourself, other externals, gods, or those far above us. Other than that, any time you die, you will always be resurrected. This is something I had believed to be something unique to Apocalypse. Although, it could be the fact that I'm not in the comic universe that changed this fact. She then says, when you had your first death, it sent a sonic signal to all the externals that a new sibling was going to be born. And they all would have felt it happen, and would have tried to approach you. Some would have tried to kill you and steal your powers, others would have tried to enslave you into their own employ. And you? I ask, raising an eyebrow. I don't think she's a danger to me. Yet. Maybe she's going to fatten me up or the magical equivalent of it, make me stronger before sucking my powers dry. But until then, I know she wants me alive. Otherwise, she wouldn't have even bothered with explanations. Maya shrugs, and says, nothing convoluted, I assure you. I just hadn't witnessed any resurrection in person yet, and you gave me that opportunity. I also wanted to prevent you being forced to work for any of our siblings. Siblings, they might be, but externals won't hesitate to kill one another if it benefits them. That's not entirely unexpected. There must be something beyond just curiosity. I say, and stare at her. Maya smiles, and says, maybe if your stay here goes well, I will tell you. For now, eat up, and rest. I will tell you the rest later. And with that, she leaves the room, leaving me to my loneliness once again. As soon as she leaves, I put the bowl on the table, and focus on my connection to my swords. Finding it, I first summoned Glamdring to my hands, and let out a breath of relief. I had dropped the sword soon after Hela's magic had begun working on killing me. Thank God it's safe. I then focus on nowhere, and summon something else from there. A simple ring, made of magic silver. It just has a magnificent ability. As soon as I wear it and point my palm towards the wall, a glowing orange portal forms in the air, leading to the place I had fought Hela in. So. I am not a prisoner. I could leave if I want to. And I do want to. But. I'm also curious about this Maya, and I still have a lot of questions for her. Waving my hand, I whisper, Oxio Prati Kavake. With a whoosh, multiple pieces of broken magical gold fly through the portal, towards me, and I store them in nowhere. I'll fix the armor later, I'm too attached not to do it. But for now, I'll eat, and rest. I have a sister to talk to later. External. A subcategory of mutants that are all immortal, and almost unkillable. The only way for an external to die, is by the hands of another external, a god, or even a divine weapon, a demon lord, or a weapon of that tier, and those high above us in the cosmic hierarchy like celestials, cosmic gods, elder gods, and probably everyone that considers even Asgardians as mortals. I should have died by Hela's hands, by that logic, right? Well, yeah, but no. The thing is, no one can stop an external from being born. No one can stop an external from resurrecting after his first death. Or so Maya had said. But I doubt the cosmic entities will have any trouble in keeping me dead if they want to keep me dead. Another fact I have recently learned, is that there's no way to know which mutant is going to become an external and which won't. Not all long-living mutants become externals, and not all externals were already long-living before they ascended. Most externals have singular powers, not counting their immortality of course, but there are some that have more than one. I and Maya had telepathy and telekinesis in common, and where I had my healing factor and language adaptability, Maya had pyrokinesis and something else that she hadn't told me about yet. Apocalypse. Well, his list is a little too big to mention, even from what I remember from Essex's memories. I have stayed with Maya for a week now, and I have come to trust her a bit. Not too much, but at least I wasn't suspicious of her motives anymore. She genuinely didn't want to take advantage of me, or suck my powers dry. During these days, I haven't left her castle too much. Mostly it was to walk around her gardens, or when I want to visit the forest. As I had initially deduced, I wasn't a prisoner here. But I also didn't want to go out there so soon, and bring Asgard's attention to Sanctuary. They couldn't see Maya's castle, that much was certain. Otherwise I would have had Asgard's army already after me. So I was thankful for the little bit of respite that I'm getting. My thoughts did go towards the elves every once in a while. I did check on them through scrying, since it was the only thing I could do right now. They were safe, Sanctuary wasn't attacked even once, but I was still wary of approaching them. I will have to satiate myself by just scrying on them. Currently, Maya and I were sitting in her garden, watching the birds fly around. I had just finished my tale about how I actually came to die when she found me. I told her about Hela. Maya nods, once I finish my tale, and says, Asgardians. Now that is a pantheon I've already encountered. Around 3,000 years ago, their king Bor came to me, to ask me to join him in his war against the Dark Elves. He asked the other sorcerers too, I believe, and some other extraordinary people. Did you join? I ask, already expecting what the answer is. Maya scoffs, and says, I am no one's soldier. If I had joined, Bor had promised to make me a goddess, but if I become a goddess, then I want it to be on my own terms. Not because some higher power felt indebted to me. I even met his sons that day, the current king of Asgard is one of them I suppose. I then ask, what's your story then? You never did tell me how you came to become the woman you are now. Maya smiles, looking at me knowingly, and asks, you've been holding that question in for a long time, haven't you? I just shrug with a smile, and say, can you blame me? I died, woke up in a stranger's house, and that stranger insisted on calling me her brother. I would be an idiot if I didn't suspect you even a little. Maya chuckles, and says, that you would have been. And I am thankful you are not. Idiotic externals don't live long. They get themselves killed, repeatedly, until someone who can actually keep them dead does it. She then shakes her head, sighs, and says, as for my story. It is a long one, and not entirely a happy one. I put my hand on hers, feeling a bit stupid, and say, you can refuse to tell me if you don't feel like it. Maya smiles gratefully, and says, no, you deserve to know exactly whose house you are living in, brother. But I do insist that you let me finish my tale before passing judgment. I look at her, wondering what kind of life she has lived. I know she must have done some immoral crimes. You can't live thousands of years and not do any crimes. Even I have been a sort of criminal, and I'm just 75. Hey, I'm 75. God damn. I was born in a village ruled by mages, a long, long time ago. I don't know exactly how many centuries, how many thousands of years it has been, but I do remember that Atlantis had already fallen, and man was just beginning to start villages. My father received a vision before I was to be born, showing him his own death, and the complete decimation of our village, both of it by my hands. He had originally believed it to be just a dream, but when my mother, a girl of just 14, showed my newborn form to him, he realized that his vision was true. Maya begins, already making me scowl in her stead. A self-fulfilling prophecy, even without listening to the rest of the story I can tell that much. Maya says, so, believing it to be the fault of my mother's side of the family, he and his fellow villagers gathered my mother's entire village, all 100 people living in it, and forced them to sacrifice themselves, hoping to kill me with a ritual. He had tried killing me himself first, but my magic always defended me from his attacks. And even if it had failed to kill me, the ritual would have weakened my soul enough that I won't live beyond 100 years of age. 1 year for every soul sacrificed. After that ritualistic sacrifice, my magic was weakened, a lot. Believing his plan to be successful, he let me live with him, forcing me to be the maid to his new family, the caretaker to his children, and when his wife died during childbirth, he forced me into his own bed, which led to the birth of 2 more children. I lived with him for 25 years, but then something happened. I had wandered into the forest, gone too far while gathering mushrooms for dinner. And there I was attacked by an animal. The animal was large, around as tall as I am now, and it could breathe fire. While trying to defend myself from it, I awakened my mutanter gifts. Right, telepathy and telekinesis. I used those gifts to kill the animal, and then followed the sound of thoughts back home. When I met my father once again, however, I saw his memories. I saw what he had done. The ritual, my mother's sacrifice, the attempts on my life. Everything. I got angry, and I did something else. I held him by the neck. And I sucked every last drop of his life force into myself, killing him and turning his body to dust. Then, when all of his memories settled down into my own mind, I realized that the entirety of our village was in on it. And so, I destroyed it. I killed everyone, and sucked all of their life into myself. She then pauses, chuckles, and says, the ritual. The one where my father and his people sacrificed 100 people to weaken my soul, did as promised. It weakened my soul, but my magic. It adapted. It gave me the ability to absorb life energy from people, animals, and even gods if I managed to touch them, to lengthen my own life. It also allows me to transfer the life force to other beings, and even plants, if I want to, but I don't do it much. I hold her hand, to show her that I am not afraid of her sucking my life dry. If she wanted to do it, she could have done it before telling me she could do it. I then ask, what happened to your children? Maya shakes her head, and says, I gave them to others to raise, changed the memories of all involved to forget me completely. I nod, accepting that. I knew that she could have said I killed them and I would have understood it. I won't condone it, but I understood. They're the product of her own father's rape on her. She couldn't have seen them as if they were children, without remembering her father. Maya then says, I kept on traveling the world after that, sucking people dry if they attacked me, or if I felt like I needed it. I didn't need to do it too often, just twice every century or so. But it seems someone found it too much. A sorcerer. A man named Kulgath found me, deemed me too dangerous to live, and fought me. I was just a mage and a mutanter then, and after a lengthy battle that took 5 hours, he killed me. I had my first death then. When I woke up, I was angry once again. I was doing it all just to live. I didn't purposefully go out looking for lives to end, I only sucked life when I needed it to live, or when someone was too heinous to let live. So, I tracked Kolgath down, and I killed him, sucking his life into myself too. And so, I became a sorcerer. She then turns her head towards me, and I notice that while she looks sad, she did not shed a single tear. But who can blame her? By her own admission, she has been alive for at least 15,000 years. That's a long fucking time. She says, I have been traveling the world since then, wandering around, meeting different people. I met Garbashien, the only other external with an age similar to mine, 8,000 years ago, during the convergence. I met Ensabanur, the so-called apocalypse, soon after he began his rule of Egypt 3,000 years ago. I have been called a queen, priestess, demoness, and was even mistaken as a goddess once. I have had children, grandchildren, and each and every one of them died, with their descendants still living all around the world. But this place we are in. This has been the one place I always return to. This, brother, is my story. Are you satisfied? I look at her, look at the hunger for family that she has on her face. She has had children die on her, that is not something even I can take lightly. I understand now why she sought me out. She needs family, one that will survive the ravages of time. And I, an external, am just that. Nodding, I smile at her, and say, I have a story of my own, if you want to hear. But my story is a tad bit more unbelievable. Maya is a human being. She has faults, and she has made mistakes, many of them. But where my mistakes led to my own death, funnily enough, hers led to the death of many others. But, she is not a bad person. She might even become like an actual sister to me someday. But till then, I will be a friend to her. A/N, Mason still hasn't forgotten his fight with Hela, he's just not overthinking it for once. BTW. Ta-da. External. Which one of you saw this coming? Be honest, because this was planned ever since Mason came to the past. Now, does the character Maya feel familiar? Or at least, her story and abilities? If yes, then you're not wrong. There is a canon Marvel Comics character, who is not named Maya, and yes, she is the one calling Mason Unai-chan. I will not have her say that name of hers yet, not until the future time starts, probably. But, I might mention her true name in the A/Ns if sufficient people already know who she is. Another thing. For those who didn't like Mason getting killed by Hela, well, it was obvious he wasn't going to win. It's Hela. But Mason also couldn't flee, because he would have been followed by Hela, Heimdall, Odin, and the entire Asgardian army for what he's done, supposedly. So, his plan was to fake his death and return to his home and cast even more extensive wards around his home. Alas, Hela's dark magic was stronger than he expected, and it followed his true body even when a sorcery-created body was the one to get stabbed.